generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Alienated, paranoia, enemyless, wired death, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
That was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rap until I grow. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, jiggle.
Yo, I shatter dreams like Jordan, assault and batter your team. Your squadron will be barred from Africa, Adam and Eve from the garden. I'm carving my initials on your forehead, so every night before bed you see the BP shut off the board head. Reverse that, I curse at the first whack. Nigga with the worst rap, you see ain't worth jack. Hit him with 1,000 pounds of pressure per slap. Make his whole body jerk back. Watch the earth crack, hand him his purse back. I'm the first Latin rapper to baffle your skull. Master the flow, niggas be swerving, I'm blacking and cold like Nat King. I be rapping in tongues, packing the ones, magnums, cannons, and Gatling guns. Big Pun, the one and only son of Tony Montana. You ain't promised mañana in the rotten Montana. Come on, pana, we need more rhymes. Feeling marijuana, snake bite, anaconda. A man of honor would wanna try to match my persona. Sometimes rhyming, I blow my own mind like Nirvana, comma, and go the whole nine like Madonna. We'll try to find another rhymer with my kind of grammar. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. Adrenaline, uncut, straight to the gut, medicine, more cure for pain. I quote your brain like polyurethane. Simple and plain, I'll explain it in layman terms. If you came and learned how to make fire, I'ma make it burn. Higher and hotter than lava, the scholar and Roger, as smart as MacGyver could put honor inside the heart of a liar, involved in the life of crime. Fuck it, I like to shine, up in the white and lime, clutch with the pipe design, plushed out. Motherfucker to fuck the flush out. If you're not in it for this finish, get the fuck out, take a hike. We can even battle to make it right. Your head, lace the mic, you finish, say goodnight. Head to head in the street, I leave you dead in your feet, saddling beef. I'll even let you rhyme to the Benjamin beat, but it won't matter. Your dream's still gon' shatter. It's a long ladder to climb, and mine is gonna stagger. So get out of town before I hit you with the loudest sound you ever heard. There's a bird playing you out of bounds. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. You know the fun edition with your whole steeds is unofficial. I come and get you and let the designee tongue visual with one pistol and two clips. I'm making cuckoo flips like acrobatics. I'm charismatic. My dad is magic It makes rappers disappear. Whisper in your ear, crystal clear. Come here, let me get your tears. Everything you fear is here. You ain't gotta search further. The first murder's the worst. Now I thirst further for every first birth. Every verse hurts, every curse word. You're very more offending than Eddie Murph's worse. I thirst for blood like a vampire. Any man claiming his cam's tighter is a goddamn liar. I'll set him on fire, retire your chain of thought, drain a quart of blood out your brain and leave you insane in the dark. The king of New York lays his crown and the boogie down and sprays the town with the Mac hoodie down. I'm no joke. I'll soak your face with the sweeper, die in disgrace. I'll face your death through the speaker. When you awaken, your manhood will be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the vomit abomination. When you awaken, your manhood will be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the vomit abomination. When you awaken, your manhood will be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the vomit abomination. When you awaken, your manhood will be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the vomit abomination.
Greetings. Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we got quite a presentation for you today, notwithstanding our guests, right? We actually may not have any guests, right? It may just be a solo presentation, right? Last time I was skeptical that people would arrive to speak to me on the panel discussion. But what I found is that, I've only had that problem one or two times. And when I have had that problem, there's tons of material that I've been waiting to get to, to talk to you guys about. And some of the watchers and friends that participate in these streams, right? Either on screen or in private messages with me, they appreciate some of the bolder conceptions in terms of the ideological frameworks that we offer in dealing with the philosophy of mind, right? The ideas about technology, right? Obviously, the hallmark of the show is discussions about the problems of technology. You know what I mean? And all of that type of idea, right? So there's all of these issues that are going on. And what we present to you is not only the ideas themselves, right? But the historical, right? Practical, right? And, sort of philosophical or origin points, right, for a lot of these ideological frameworks, right, dealing with liberalism, right, secularism, right. And of course we offer critiques of the ideas that led to these concepts. Now, what we've observed recently, right, in terms of our writings, in terms of our explanations, is that there is a mythos of science. Now, what do we mean by mythos, right? By mythos, right, and mythology, right? Now, many people have said that there is no difference between the historical and the mythological, right? But you'll find that people who say that, right, are actually confused about the difference between history and mythology, right? Now, if you take a historical methodology, right, scientific understanding of the world, right? Right? If you take a historical and scientific understanding of the world, right? Right, then you understand that the mythological ideas, right, are ahistorical, right? Mythology seeks to outlast time and tradition. It seeks to present archetypal, okay, concepts, right? Archetypal concepts. An archetypal concept is a concept that transcends time and history, right? Try going back in history to prove something mythological, right? It's hard enough to prove something that actually happened, right? Using the present historical methodology that we have, right? So history is a, is itself, okay, part of the architectonic realm, right? History and science are like two poles, right? Representing past and future, right? Okay, that's what we were talking about on yesterday's presentation. I gave a extra presentation yesterday, okay, with the brother Jack Talcott, okay, where we covered a range of topics, right, dealing with science as a mythos, right? Okay. Now I'm going to be giving myself a little treat today and reading some things with you guys. And, I guess we'll take this time to maybe learn together, in a few of my ideological pursuits. But what I've been presenting to you guys is the architectonic is the art making, right? The art creating engines. Okay. History is one of them. Okay. Religion is another one, right? Okay. If you take a historical worldview, it tends to define, okay, where religion and philosophy and all these ideas actually came from, right? Now, if you take a religious point of view, right, it tends to say everything, right, about not only history, but also cosmology, right? It'll tell you the origins of man and the universe, right? So most theological speculation, right, is not the same as historical speculation or philosophical speculation, right? Right. Now, the level that we're talking on is the level of the architectonic, right? That's why we're speaking in such a strange level, because we're speaking on the level where they create symbols, right? Where they actually create the symbols, right? Not memes, right? Not memes, right? Not concepts, not words, right? That's the wrong level, right? It's the level of symbols, right? The symbolic, okay? That covers both iconicity and language and technique, all three at the same time, right? Yeah, exactly. Through the historical, through my historical oracle, I blast metaphorical. You know what I mean? You gotta love it. You know what I mean? Square Peg, Square Peg's been watching since the very beginning, and I really appreciate Square Peg watching my show. Ever since I made my first appearance on Cockboy Hotline, blessings to you, and cheers. Thank you so much for being here with me. You know what I mean? 200 videos, right? But yeah, you know what I mean? And hopefully you guys don't abuse those privileges. I don't actually give those as technical functions. I actually give those as just, thanks for being here for a long time. You know what I mean? I appreciate people that have been watching for a long time. Right? So yeah, anyways, you know, the thing about it is in terms of architectonic, there's many different ways of looking at it, right? It's arts that create other arts, right? That's one way of looking at it, right? The other way of looking at it is the creation of symbols, right? Right? The creation of symbols, okay? Okay, now a third way of looking at it is that it combines both language and technique insofar as it is the primary form of technology, right? Okay. Now, technique is not the same as a how-to guide or a manual written down, right? Right? A technique can be verbally transmitted, right? Okay, through verbal speech. Okay, does not require a technological medium, right? But the ability to transmit technique, right? It's easier done, right? When you create, now you see how the creation of symbols creates an extra layer on top of technique. And this is why, you know, language is the primary form of technique, but also it's seen in the beginning of time as the primary form of technique, but it's also seen in the future as the most advanced, as the highest achievement in technique, right? The highest achievement in technique is the ability to transmit symbols, right? Because the highest advancement, the most cutting edge advancement in technology is communications technology, right? Communications technology, right? So this brings us to what we're engaged in here. We're talking about the median we're using so that we're not taking for granted, right? Right, that the tools we use change the outcome, right, and how we manage our perceptions, because what we're using is tools that manage our perception, right? The median is the message, right? Okay. So the place where, okay, that first we create tools for our use, right? Right. And then, right, we start to change our outlook on the world, right? You know, we become, in a way, an extrapolation of our tools, right? How does this exchange happen with large scale technologies, right? With the externalization of the ego, okay? Through the mediation, right? Of the tools we use to communicate, okay? This is the primary issue that we're dealing with. This is why we start our analysis with artifice in general, right? And you could look at, right, how much of nature is pure mechanism. Now, nature has a creative impulse. This is true, right? Since nature has a creative impulse, it has a intelligence, but is nature, right, creating technology? What distinction can we make between nature and technique, right? Right. Right. Now we begin with nature. right? Nature is past oriented, right? Okay. Nature is the primordial, right? Okay. Now the scientific is the futuristic, right? That's where we're headed, right? So we're talking about the origins of the scientific worldview, right? And we summarized it in so many different ways. But one of the primary ways we summarized it is with the idea that man becomes, involved with the idea of progress, right? And this is the notion where, time enters the idea of creativity, right? The creative aspect of man, right? Our creativity and the use of our time becomes linked to our productivity, right? And that's because of our use of machines. It's fundamentally due to our use of machines, right? Okay, the speed and pace of innovation, right? The rule of experts, the myth of progress. Okay. The lack of divide between object and subject, where man himself becomes an object, right? Right? Nature becomes mechanistic, right? Gets transformed to mechanism, to pure mechanistic systems, right? Mind and intelligence get taken out of nature, get put in the transcendental realm, right? God gets taken out of nature and placed in the transcendental realm, right? Right? Nature becomes the fallen state. It becomes the primordial stage. It becomes the standing reserve. Okay, time and progress and development, right, becomes removed from nature, right? Nature becomes static, right? Dead, right? The only thing that imbues change on nature, right, is mind, right? Right. And they fashioned that mind existed apart from nature. This is the uh, place where, Hermeticism begins, the conflict between mind and nature, right? Okay. Okay. Because these are fundamentally two separate things within the Hermetic and the Kabbalistic understanding, right? Nature is the tabula rasa, right? And the mind imprints what it wants onto nature, right? Okay. So the mind is the antithesis of nature. Okay. It gets placed in the transcendental realm, right? Nature gets reduced to pure mechanism. Then you have to get rid of the transcendental realm. You get rid of religion, get rid of Plato, right? Right. But you keep some of Aristotle, right? During the time of the scientific enlightenment, right? You keep the idea of telos in nature, right? But you put it in terms of man's technological progress, right? You remove it from nature itself, right? Because the rational principle is now not found in the transcendental realm. It's reduced to man's creativity, right? Right? As Rousseau talked about. We're going to talk about Rousseau, right? He talked about our moral understanding changing over time with our conception of God changing, right? He said that first we took God out of nature and placed him in the temple, right? The temple is akin to the transcendental realm, right? Then we kicked God out of the temple and we moved into the temple ourselves and declared ourselves God, right? Over nature, right? Okay. So this idea that man is in a perpetual conflict with nature, he's being developed from the inside out, right? The separation between the objective and the subjective, and then nature gets reduced to pure mechanism, right? Mind gets placed in the rational principle of man, right? Okay. You get rid of the transcendental realm, you place the rational principle back in man, right? Nature and is still pure mechanism, right? Now you can imprint on nature, right, through man's rational principle, right? Create whatever you want because nature is a standing reserve, right? And the progress is not found in nature, right? But it's found in the convergence between man and machine, right? Okay. Okay, because spirit, they think, comes from the development of matter, right? Okay. They don't think that spirit is primordial, right? But that it's developed over time. Okay, so the entrance of time into nature, right? And this idea of progress, right? Progress is a myth of science. This is what we were talking about yesterday. Progress is the myth of science, right? Okay. Okay, progress is the myth of science. Let me read again what I read then, and then I'll move to our other reading, right? And I'll read this very quickly. Yesterday, I gave many, many different explanations and, critiques of these words and themes, okay? So you guys could go look at that if you want to, right? I did a 3-hour show last night, 4 hours roughly, okay? But yeah, give instruction to a wise man and he will be yet wise. Teach a just man and he will increase in learning. Speak not in the ears of a fool, for he will despise the wisdom of thy words. Right? Both of these lines are from Proverbs, right? In chapter 81 of the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu says, true words are not always beautiful. Beautiful words are not always true. What is the relationship between beauty and truth? Plato says that wisdom, truth, beauty are divine muses for the highest semblance of human consciousness. But the truth is much stranger than either wisdom or beauty. While beauty is sometimes dangerous and wisdom mysterious, in reality, only truth seems to guide knowledge. But knowledge can only tell us the difference between right and wrong. Wisdom, which comes by experience and cannot be rendered purely in the domain of abstract thought and imagination, not only differentiates between right and wrong, but also finds out what then to do with that information in the application of activity in the world and in the application of projects of political organization, and to the deep-rooted questions of trust and morality associated with one's conscious and psychological engagement with other humans. Ultimately, any philosophy that refuses to answer the question, then what, is doomed to failure. Hence, just as truth and imagination are superior to knowledge, which is limited by other forms of knowledge, and just as the way in which organization and rhetoric are superior to logic and argumentation, wisdom and experience are superior to truth and beauty, and courage is superior to knowledge. Right? I said that to make this point, that the heart is superior than the mind, right? I gave many different explanations of this, but let me continue reading. Ultimately, the goal of knowledge is moral action. Beauty is not superior to truth or power. Power is not control or justice through the rule of righteous through the rule of righteousness, but can sometimes engender mistrust and fear. He who uses fear for control must rely on anger and retribution as a tool, and those who play with fire may get burned or may go free. But this is for sure. Power relies on the weak, just as beauty requires ugliness by contrast, and love is part of hate. Just as form requires emptiness and space, movement and time require stillness and impermeability. Truth is singular like light and consciousness, but falsehood has many layers. Falsehood has many varieties and versions and parts and is compartmentalized into types of knowledge, while the truth is whole. Truth is heard but not seen, while falsehood leads by false representation and disinterested idealism of a mass conscience, and is vastly promulgated, right? The attunement brings us to our current endeavor. Our endeavor is not future oriented, but past oriented. Those who do not know where they come from know not where to go, but those who know not where they are going, any road will take them to their aimless direction. There are the dumb, deaf, and blind. They do not know where they go, leading others, right? Leading each other because they are not enlivened by the traditions of the past. Why do you not have rights? RITES, right? It's because somebody gave you rights, RIGHTS, right? In exchange for them, right? This idea comes from the equality-based ethos, right? The species being, right? We gave several presentations on the evolutionary view of man and how it reduces man into an equality-based ethos, right? It gets rid of all of the traditions, right? In its extrapolation that man is a category of animal species, right? Anyways, we believe history is superior to science. Okay? History is superior to science. And that philosophers should distinguish themselves from the cold and patient truth of scientists. History is superior to science because science and philosophy themselves have a history. Science is a methodology that is determined in part by past research and in part by cultural disposition of those called scientists. Granted, as such, it must function under the bounds of social agreement. Under the bounds of social agreement, and is imprecise as any other tool. Okay, see, science is just a tool, but history is architectonic. Okay. As I said yesterday in the presentation, you know, the future is just as mythological as the past, right? Anyways, since in the modern world, social organization is itself determined by technological advance and forms of social organization are themselves technocratic means, science is determined on the one end by historical processes and on the other end by advancements in technology, which is the goal of science and not science itself. Hence, the notion that technology is created by scientific enterprise is false. Science does not create technology, but it is technology that creates science, both via knowledge of the past and drive for technological advance which exists in the future. Primary to technology is man's creation of symbols and the architectonic arts of history, religion, and philosophy. These determinations are where we situate ourselves in the present for knowledge, right? God is truth manifest, and the truth, and only the truth can sober us. Okay. Now let me read a secondary part to that, right? That I wrote. This leads us to the apocalyptic paradox, where religion as well as the basic science of entropy or empiricism suggests a constant devolution and unification of the contents of the world. while the scientific and the occultic view suggests a utopian yet collective ethos of man as a microcosm of the macrocosm that is reified through chaos and change, right? The religious impulse finds unity through the one at the beginning of time and sees all creative process determined by chaos without change. The futurist seeks change in the future, emerging through chaos and transcendence from nature, right? Hence, the religious ideal seeks a return to the unity of the past in the future that is not man-made. And science and the occult seeks to achieve formation in the future through the man-made. This is partly why the New Age spiritualist seeks a merger of all religious sects in the future, while the religious ideal seeks a return to the direct and primordial connection with God existing at the beginning of time, apart from human contrivance. Although science cannot predict the future according to its own epistemological framework, it contemplates future as the ideal, while religion prophesied about the future but contemplates nature as the ideal which existed at the beginning. A false dialectic exists in the modern age between religion and science, as the modern is itself a dialectic between science and art. This dialectic can be summed up in 7 points, support for which can be found throughout this work. Okay. This is a writing I wrote, right? The 7 main points where science and religion form a false dialectic are as follows. 1, science does not mean free inquiry, right? And we went over all this yesterday, right? But it's ordered and structured with the rules and experts and hierarchical organization similar to religious orders. Science arbitrarily chooses where to direct its focus and does not exist in a vacuum of objective analysis, but is really driven by human concerns. Science and magic are similar in their manipulation of nature, okay, and imposing a similar dialectic to the one formed between science and religion. Science ascribes a pseudo-eschatology to the progress of human knowledge. Science is not antithetical to the practice of religion. Religious people have made scientific discoveries that are important on a scale and are not wholly divorced from their religious motivations. Certain types of religion have an affinity for the scientific method. Innovation can be used by anyone and does not necessarily lead to improvement, as belief in progress suggests. And moral and ethical considerations must be made interpreting the relevant methodology that is necessary to proceed, given a scientific or religious endeavor and any endeavor. One has to rely on the instinct to a certain extent. Decisions made only on the basis of science never yield complete results. Waiting for the results to come often takes too long. A world ruled by science is highly ordered, but very selfish. Okay, now this brings us back to our current analysis. Okay, we're looking at the origins of science and civilization. Okay, now there's 4 layers to the proverbial cake, all right? One is mythos, right? This is the semblance of art, culture, and man's religious impulse. Nature peopled with spirit, right? Spirits, right? Now you have the separation of spirit, right, into the transcendental. This is the Platonic realm, right? This is logos, right? Now you have the separation of God and nature with theos into the theological realm, right? Then you have the dismissal of the theological and the metaphysical realm and the reduction of nature to matter, okay? Materialism, right? Right? Then you have the re-emergence of mythos in the form of science and spiritualism, right? Science needed a mythos, right? Because it got rid of the transcendental world, right? So it created the pseudo eschatology of progress and evolution and transhumanism to supplant, right, this notion, right? Now, the notion of mechanos is going to be fed back into mythos, right? The dragon is going to start eating its fucking tail, right? Okay. Right. And so we have this, right? So we have this Science as a Form of Mythology by Henryk Skolmowski, right? And we're going to read more Skolmowski in a minute here, right? We're going to take a little musical break in a minute here, right? Okay. And let me find this video I made before I do that. Or a video that my friend made, sorry. You know, my friend made a great video that I'm going to queue up here, you know? We'll play this video, you know, about the Architectonic, right? After I read this Skolmowski, right, we'll take a little musical break and we'll watch this video that my friend made, okay, in dedication of some of my recent presentations, right? Shout out to NPC The Game, a great friend and also a very astute pundit himself on a number of issues. You know, a very great interlocutor, right, on a range of issues, right? I'm happy to have many of those types of people, right? All of you, you know, all of these, you know, clown ass motherfuckers. I mean, you know, you know, you could pretend I have nobody to talk to, right? But you know, these presentations are for, you know, the public, all right, in general, right? And I'm thankful that we had over 700 views last time. Thank you guys so much, right? You know, but every civilization is rooted in a mythology. Okay, this is what we come here to talk about, right? Every civilization is rooted in a mythology, all right? Written by Henryk Skolmowski, right? I'm using the term mythology, quote unquote, not to signify a fable or a fiction, but rather a set of assumptions. Rather, a set of assumptions and beliefs that form of the basis of a comprehension of the world. The ancient Greeks had their colorful mythology, mythos, quote unquote. Medieval Europe had its religious mythology, quote unquote, theos. All so-called primitive societies had their respective mythologies. For all its claims to the contrary, science is a form of mythology. It has its unwritten and unproven dogmas. It accepts uncritically and unapologetically a form of voodoo, which is otherwise called the scientific method. It worships certain kinds of deities, which are otherwise known as objective facts, quote unquote. It deifies a certain mode of behavior, otherwise known as, quote unquote, the pursuit of objectivity. It gives sanction to a certain moral order, otherwise known as, quote unquote, neutrality. The structure of scientific mythology is neither less complex nor less question begging than the structure of traditional mythologies. I'll read that again. The structure of scientific mythology is neither less complex nor less question begging than the structure of traditional mythologies. I am neither deriding nor trying to diminish the importance of science. Mythologies are terribly important in the life of societies and civilizations. Our mythology is not less important than other mythologies. But let us firmly bear this in mind. It is not less mythological than other mythologies. Okay. Let me engage with the chat and then I'm going to play some videos. All right. Thank you to all who are watching. What is the convergence? You know, here we attempted to answer this question, appeared here before the show began, right? I said it goes singularity, then convergence, then evolution, right? Singularity is the birth of the thinking machine, right? Convergence is the convergence of man and the thinking machines, right? Then is the evolution of man and machine, right? Together, right? Blessings. Thank you guys so much. Neutral ground. Virgo moon. You know? TML. Yeah. What's going on? Green Diesel. Blessings. Yeah, I got some good some hip hop music I've constructed, right? We're gonna be listening to that soon, right? Some remix, right? Convergence is accumulation of many things at once. Very true to freak. You know, greetings, Lizard Tree. Greetings, Abraxas. You know, thank you for being here with me. Mindful Exposures. Thank you for being here with me. Axis Rat Blood. Nice. You know, that's exciting. You know, Axis Rat Blood. 200 plus. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of information we covered. You know, it's only been a year. Oh, yeah. Shadow and Light. Thank you. Square Peg. Blessings. Jake. Good to see you, my friend. Arpo. Dominic. That which is Sterling Ray, the OG. Science is a religion when it cannot be scrutinized. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. The Machine, Nico Pluto. Blessings. Listen to the facts. Exactly. That's all I implore. Listen to the facts. All right. Yeah, good to see you. Hope you're doing okay, sis. All right. Or at least I think it's a sis, right? I think that's a female, right? But yeah, let me play this video that my friend made, you know, and we'll continue the show, you know, with some remixes that I made, you know, music remixes, right? I've been trying to upgrade the musical palette for people, you know. We need more electronic music mixed with hip hop, you know, and cyber. You know, we need to bring back the 90s style of rapping, right? And we need to upgrade the beats to these type of cyber beats with the electronic music that's coming out. I mean, so there needs to be an advancement in terms of music for sure. I mean, but yeah, here you guys go. You know, there needs to be an update in terms of culture, our cultural views, right? Our historical views, right? Right. We need an update, right? That's why we're bringing you adult education. Thank you guys. Yeah, this is basically an explanation of what they try to think is all of these arcane thoughts and philosophies that they think that most people don't have the ability to comprehend or to look at the sources or to read about themselves or to implement on the people. They're going to weaponize these things and use them against the people. You know, because the average person is not going to be able to go sit around and read Kant and Hegel and Quine and all of these, you know, arcane sources, or even Frege and Russell and Cantor and all these, you know, strange sources, or even look up the dialogues of Plato, or look up the occult manuscripts, or even study any of these things, or even sit down and fucking read the Bible, for Christ's sake. You know, they're not even going to do any of that stuff. You know, they can't even break down the most basic things, the Bible and the Tao Te Ching, the most translated works of all time. And they can't even sit down and you know, explain the most basic, you know, philosophical concepts, or understand what a logical fallacy is. You So fat chance they're going to be spying out or explaining to people any conspiracies or the way that anything in the world works, or anything that functions in terms of current events, or anything that goes on in the world of technology or innovation and science. They don't understand where this project of human knowledge started or where it's headed. Based on the people who basically started and are leading it. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, excuse me, bro. Sorry to cut you off.
No.
They may want to read Kant and Russell, but life has a way of getting in front of life. Like, people have families, people have things to do. However, that's part of the crazy thing about it, is all these things trying to get your basic resources. Even though we live in a quote unquote technically advanced society, we still don't prioritize trying to better ourselves or figure out these mysteries, which shouldn't be mysteries, because these things are right in front of our face. But and the best some people feel like they can do is watch it like a Days of Noah stream, where he talks about all the people you mentioned, in the span of a 15-minute video or a live stream, and they feel like, okay, I learned something, and maybe they did, but it's at a visceral level that doesn't really stay with you. And most people aren't relating it probably to what they're actually doing and how they're contributing to it too. Everyone's just, they're all over the place. And I've been there, and I'm growing from that, but it's a real thing, bro. I'm finding time management to
yes,
take
but
care
there's
of
always
yourself.
time for sports ball. Going the hand egg.
For sure.
Yeah. Unfortunately, as smart as the brother is, Days of Noah is not giving explanations the kind in which Pill Eater are giving in terms of philosophy, and also looking at the sources for these problems. He's mainly talking about on a sociological level and on a level of mass psychology, which those are his areas of expertise. But those are simply cultural critiques. They're not critiques on an architectonic level, right? So that is a little bit different. And it goes to these ideas of theology, philosophy, those root causes, which people are afraid to talk about, because they're not going to blame Christianity, and they're not going to blame science and technology. They're afraid to blame these things, right? They're afraid to blame how these things are being used, right? So they want to say technology is not the problem, science is not the problem, religion's not the problem. The problem is that man is flawed. We're living in a flawed world, and you can't create a utopia. I believe that's a false framing of these issues, right? It's about how we're trying to corrupt nature, right? Use man's hubris in order to control nature. Okay, nature is good, right? We can't believe nature is evil, right? The way that they say, we can't believe that technology is good, the way that they're selling it, right? These people that's exactly what the transhumanists believe. So the framing of the issues is what I disagree with. I do agree that the myth of progress, our use of technology has run away with us, and all of that, all of those ideas, I totally agree with, right? But the solutions is what I disagree with, right? The way they're presenting the issues, the way they're framing the issues, and they're not framing them, A, with enough depth, and B, with enough of a understanding on what the actual issue is and what's being forsaken in the process, right? What are we losing ground on, right? And what do we need to protect and stand up for, right? So I implore them to talk about those greater issues. I'd love to see a bunch of Days of Noah shows where they talk about Kaczynski's manifesto, and they read Ellul and all that type of stuff, and they break down Jacques Ellul and all that type of stuff. He used to do that once in a while, right? But now it's a sociology, looking up news articles and stuff and current events, and and poo-pooing conspiracy theorists and all that type of stuff. And it's like, what is that ever going to do, or accomplish. You know, we need to look at things in a much more rigorous fashion, you know, to really analyze, you know, what tools these people are using in order to come to their conclusions. So then we can, you know, fight back. I mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
you know, so
What I see him doing, that's a good point, Machine, because what he's doing is he's strengthening his community. You can call it a tribe or a cult, you know, by reading those articles and current events and mixing it with some of the stuff that you talk about, like a light thing. But mostly, he's trying to hit that primal brain, which gets a lot of people in a state where they're wide open to whatever you talk about, and they end up just, you know, rotating on the same ideas over and over again without finding a real solution. When only the tribe, his tribe, is the thing that's getting, I guess, stronger or whatever. But how's that really helping people in their individual situations, or even in the bigger macro? How's that helping society? You know, so if it's a cult of personality, man. People are just vying for their tribe, their internet tribe, to be strong, so they can get the attention they want, as well as money too.
Yo, also, what's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next?
yeah, I put the link out there in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. You know, we're gonna play some remix music that I made, and then we'll be back with a expanded reading of Skolmowski and the ideas and the development of the scientific mythos. Then we're gonna be moving on to ideas of Dr. K, all right, on the, you know, concept of the development of modern society, right? There we're going to read some of the writings of Dr. Skrbina, where he talks about Dr. K, a revolutionary for our time, before we move to some of the faux ideas of revolution, right? The token rebellion that's given to the masses through in the form of leftism and leftist ideologies, right? So we're going to look at Dr. K's critiques of leftism. We're going to finish that out. And we may or may not get to a review of my debate with Andrew Wilson, which was the first episode we ever did on the live stream. So we may go ahead and review that. At some point, we're going to sit down and review the entire thing. You know what I mean? So we will be reviewing the first live stream video we ever made, right? We never did a review of that debate. We did a review of the other debate we did on Christianity, right? Okay, we did several reviews of debates we did on Christianity, but the debate on technology is a novel sort of a debate in that there hasn't been that many people who are willing to argue the positive side in that debate. So I'm thankful to Andrew Wilson for going ahead and arguing the positive side, because it helps us push on and you know, sort of magnify some of those concepts that we find in the manifesto. Of course, we've completed our reading of the manifesto. You know, as we said we were going to do on the 100 episode, we said we're going to go ahead and read through you know, Kaczynski's manifesto, and we've done that here on this channel. We've provided a analysis, you know, over the course of, you know, 20 or so episodes. You know, we continued reading. We went through every single paragraph, right? But yeah, here's some music, and thank you guys for joining us. You know what I mean? Okay. And the first video I made, I tried to put it to some of my friend Neurojack Schizo edits, right? But yeah, yeah, thank you for being here with me. You know what I mean? All right.
What's up, son? You know, I hate MCs. They always talking about they could do this and they could do that. You know what I do, God? I rip. Begin initiation. It's been too many years of waiting. While other niggas fell off, I've been contemplating what's the best way to blow up the scene. Murder all the whack and get away clean. Plan 1, all the whack got done. State by state, one by one. And peace to my niggas in the ton. Here come Plan 2. Separate they crew, divide and conquer, because it's evident I'm stronger than the average man generated by the ganja. Some MCs got 40-ounce hearts and blunt brains, and they frames are supported by spinal cocaine. But I'm rolling dimes with your mind, sipping your heart, and on time just finest in lines. Exported to Peru and I'm about to flip on something iller. Tipper, Heineken or Miller, blank page filler, until ya bring the buck. This is just madness in the cup. Whether in the studio, on the road, or on tour, my mic remains raw. Verbal metamorphosis, a metaphor. In the cocoon to incubate and send a higher race. Never no time to wait. TV can kill the rhymes, annihilate. Minds are fixes, pause are fixes, mad elixirs. Don smoking blunt fixes, a flow snatches the earth off its axis and leaves civilization in galactic paralysis. My analysis leads me to an exodus. Synthesis like photo, Africa like Toto. Now on to my dojo, the setting is Pluto. Then back to Earth to kill niggas with my judo. 16th century Google, on horseback, through your thorax, relax, drink up. This is just madness in the cup. Supersonic madness. Supersonic madness. Line by line I combine phrases to phrase kit, the grooves of my wax form labyrinths of mazes, melting glazes, cause my rhymes warm globally, broken ozone casualties of microphones, whites, baritones in my headphones, whirlwind MC, and my flows are now cyclones, go on, blow the earth up in the stars, and I tiptoe the constellations just like Starman, but even as particles I build rhymes by molecules, black holes are falling through, reveal yourself in follicles, my brain cells are gel cells, where my thoughts dwell, amongst the smoke of 1,000 elders still increasing. Peace signs to wrap my peace in, and I'll be keeping tissues for those that's weeping you. Win it all or lose it all. Riches to the winners, to the losers shall fall. All in all, I'm breaking hearts and hiding traces, uniting the races and gaining mastery from cop chases. This places, looking up. This is just madness in the cup.
The message, you know, or whatever, that Marshall McLuhan quote, you know, the medium is the... Yeah, that's what it is. There's a rise in mental illness. There's a rise in petrochemicals. There's a rise in all sorts of genetically modified foods and stuff that change the expression of your genes and shit like that. So,
hey,
so yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to ask you one question. Where do you think all the mental illness is coming from? And do you think it went up, or you think it's just like there's just more people and drugs involved?
Well, I think there is a dissociative quality that comes from using technology or having your thoughts and feelings projected or having a constant Okay, and here's the other one. That's like Planet Asia. I love Planet Asia. All right. Yeah. If you got some, trees, go ahead and smoke with me. Thank you guys. Blessings. All right.
Draw, war, lords. Yo, Slapbox 52, hand combat, man down, now you getting treated like a little youth. Pearl handle, black Ruger popping up, it's the return of the trench coat mafia. You gotta click, but I bet they won't die for your last nigga that fronted, I Muammar Gaddafi them. I'm busting lead in, Armageddon, God is 7, top of the dome, it's embedded. I said it, step in the realms and get sweated. My foes get beheaded, live with no edits, shredded. Negative thoughts about the G.O.D., you better dead it, cause that's bad credit. All night, me on the mic is athletic, high height, seeing my sight is like heaven. Fire and flights of bad weather, whatever, get it together, my neck leather. Once again, welcome to the fucking next level. Metal plus netter, stretch limousines, machine guns running up with 26 villains. Fuck everything old, we fight for the children. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. I'm throwing flying guillotines from Philistine. Came with an illa team to run up in your castle until you're king. I'm doing my thing, dance with the Lord in the ring, standing firm in the square like Butterbean. I'm hotter than Shambhala, draw swords before Makata. Rude boy shot for top dollar. I'm not a fake ass rapper that's not solid. I got it, to say I'm the hottest is just modest. My ass is to melt down anything, so anything in my lane, man, I'm killing it. 2 bottles of jewels, 1 spoon of ignorance. It's the vigilant spit, chemist is injuring any contender wanna act like he bigger than I. It's getting baked and fried, and that's minimum. MCs who wanna compete, I take 10 of them. Clowns in the street want heat, I got diligence, and that's how it really goes. So get familiar with it and stop looking at the motherfucking videos. Choose your weapon, my tools is lessons. True connections, wrong draw, you lost your profession. 10 steps wrong, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps wrong, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors.
Let the rhythm hit him, chew him up, spit him out, get him out. Let's see if the barrel fit in his mouth. Hear the lion roar, what you crying for? I'm at the hot gates, open up the iron door. I'm the king of the jungle, so ready to rumble. Gunshots put the room on humble. I flip beats and make the words tumble, and flip bricks and not sleep on a bundle. Claiming you're off the chain, homie, I'm off the board. Dunk in your face, I'm the lord of war. I'm so much more, you bitches should never step up. I never let up, you fuckers will never get up. Ice in my veins, ice on my chains. I'm nice in the lane, think twice for your fangs. Shoot around like dice in the game, you crap out. Breaking bones when I make you tap out.
10 steps wrong, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps wrong, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors.
Yeah. Yeah, let me go with this for a minute here. And yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Like to make my own type of music. But yeah, ever since I figured out you could just put 2 instrumentals with fucking acapella shit, I still haven't gotten used to the technology that it takes to produce music, but there's comparable software with AIs and shit. You could produce acapellas and shit. So yeah, I still haven't looked into it, but yeah, I'm about to get cooking on a lot of different ideas and concepts with that. I'm just getting started with that. But yeah, thank you guys. But yeah, this is a writing by Dr. Skolmowski, right? Excuse me. Called Rationality, Knowledge, and Violence, right? This is an extrapolation of what we've been talking about, right? So he says science and people, who controls whom, right? On October 17th, 1780, the ship Lincoln Galley anchored in Williams Cove on the east side of Islesboro, now in the state of Maine. Right, on this ship, there were a group of scientists and students from Harvard College, led by Reverend Professor Williams. Right, their purpose was to make observations of the total eclipse of the sun, which was to take place in this part of the world on October 28th. Right, there is nothing remarkable about scientists making observations of the eclipse of the sun. What was remarkable about this expedition was that the fact that it was in time of war, and the part of the coast they were going to was held by the British. Earlier in October, Professor Williams, representing the new American Academy of Arts and Sciences, wrote a letter to the British commander, Colonel Campbell, requesting permission for the expedition to enter British territory immediately. Our business, quote unquote, he wrote, is solely to promote the interest of science. Solely to promote the interest of science. That's what he said. Which is a common interest of mankind, unquote. Whereupon permission was granted, the gentlemen from Harvard directed their telescope on the sun on the specified day and made their observations. These observations are now part of our scientific library. Science, as conceived by Professor Williams, is the embodiment of human dignity and eternal truths. Let us therefore note the first conception of science as the embodiment of human dignity and eternal truths. Okay. Okay. Because this man literally said the common interest of science is the common interest of humankind. Right? The common interest of science is the common interest of all humanity. Right? Okay. So there he put a ethical justification, right? An ethical justification, right, for the continuation of scientific progress, right? That science is related right to the common interest of all humanity, right? Okay. So progress of science and the arts is fundamental, right? For the discovery of eternal truths about our own human dignity, right? The idea of untouchability of science, says Skolmowski, of its entirely beneficial nature was so strongly embedded in the midst of the people at that time. The end of the 18th century, that the gentleman from Harvard could devise not only the idea of crossing enemy lines in order to make some scientific observations, but could actually carry it out, war or no war. Right? Okay. Okay. All right. He's saying that these scientists risked their lives, right? Because their discoveries had to do with the progress of the knowledge of all of humanity, right? So they sacrificed their time and energy, right? So this is a deep moral sacrifice that these people were making, right? According to themselves, right? Let us contrast this with the untouchability of science and the disgraceful misuses of science in the 20th century. It suffices to mention I.G. Farben in Hitler's Germany, right? the infamous chemical company which provided chemicals for the gas, right? Lunatic asylums and special camps, right? And Soviet Union, as described, for example, in Solzhenitsyn's The First Circle, or research on biological warfare conducted on our campuses to see at once in the 20th century, science can no longer be regarded as an embodiment of human dignity. No longer. No longer. Right? Science can no longer be regarded, right? Okay. And we already discussed earlier, right? Is subject to history and many other ideas, right? Okay. And it's also subject to technological innovation, right? Yeah, it could be that they're hiding my stream. I mean, but yeah. But yeah. You know, the justification, right, of science at all costs, right, as business, right, that is involved, right, as this gentleman said, to promote the common interest of all of humankind. This is a false assumption, right? Before we engage in more detailed analysis of contemporary science, let us review some of the conceptions of science in the past. From the 17th century, as we distinguish another concept of science, science as a glorious entertainment. A glorious entertainment. Okay. Moliere beautifully satires this notion of science in his play, The Learned Ladies, where he shows science invading not only fashionable boudoirs, but also the chambers of servant girls. In the French salons of the 18th century, particularly those attended by French encyclopedists, right? Okay. As glorious entertainment positively flourished, Voltaire's mistress, Madame du Châtelet, wrote a very learned and lucid account of Leibniz philosophy, of which La Mettrie said, quote, everybody understands monads, since Leibnizians made the brilliant acquisition of Madame du Châtelet, right? Okay. All right. Okay, he's saying that once the debutantes in the society learn about the philosophy, right, it becomes common knowledge, right? Okay. That this satirical understanding of science, right, as an artistic or cultural expression, right? Popular science, right, in a sense, right? Okay. Okay, that there's really two different movements, right? There's the science that people actually perform, right, through demonstrations, right, and analysis, right, and research. And then there's the cultural aspect of science, right, which is the cultural integration of scientific theories, principles, ideas, right, and obviously of the fruits of the goals of the scientific enterprise and what's actually driving the scientific enterprise, right? Technology is sort of strange because it's not only driving the scientific enterprise, right, in the past, right, but it's also the goal of the scientific enterprise, right? The god of science is the machine, right? Right, the pseudo eschatology of science, right, is progress, right? These are embedded into the mythos of science, right? This is why man has to merge with the machine, right? In the transhumanist ideal, right? Right. So this is the idea that, you know, that's seen in, you know, Samuel Butler's Darwin Among the Machines as well, right? Now let's read some of this. It might appear from these two conceptions of science that historically, that is before the 20th century, science was altogether benevolent entity capable of causing no harm, ideologically indifferent, and exerting no significant influence on the destinies of societies and civilizations. Such a conclusion would be premature. For already at the beginning of the 17th century, science can be seen in altogether different role. The burning of Giordano Bruno in 1600, the trial of Galileo in 1633 marked the appearance of science as an ideology. The ideology, capable of swinging people's minds from the path of faith to the realm of doubt, from truth as rendered by the church to the inquiry of truth as rendered by human reason. The Holy Inquisition seemed to have been perfectly aware of the potentials of science, hence Galileo's trial, right? So he's saying that Galileo's trial was a complete understanding of the church that science was going to overtake unless they put a, stop, on the goals of scientific progress and the development of technology, right? Right, that they would actually, cause them to become eradicated. So in other words, their preemptive jailing of Galileo and all of these, and the burning of Giordano Bruno were just simply, anticipations, right? Anticipations, right? They knew the full capacity of the scientific enterprise. They knew about the claims of science, right? They knew that it was going to dominate both culture and art and civilization, right? Okay. But they knew that actually, the church had to fulfill this role, right? This is why they have to create a new mythos for mechanos, as I said earlier, right? Because a mechanistic worldview needs a new mythology, right? Right? Because science, as we said earlier, doesn't give a damn about transcendentals, right? It just doesn't care about that, right? Okay. All right. Okay. Anyways, but one may imagine that science itself can be put on trial for quite a different reason and in quite different circumstances. Might it not be the case that in the course of a time, science itself became a bondage, restraining and suffocating us as people, as society, as a civilization, right? Nowadays, we no longer believe that science is the embodiment of human dignity, and we do not believe that science is concerned with eternal truths either. For we know that every theory established by science is tentative, subject to revision and replacement. Eternal truths are not replaceable. Replaceable or refutable truths are not eternal. Since every theory is replaceable, tentative, or conjectural, as we often say, there are no eternal truths in science. However, the old idea of science as something utterly permanent still prevails in many quarters. Science is then equated with pure knowledge. Science handles ideas, as the argument goes. As such, it is not responsible for the disastrous effects of the intrusion of technology into the fabric of society and into the sanctuaries of our private lives, right? So science is quick to distinguish itself from technology, right? From the applied sciences, right? Okay. The theoretical sciences are quick to distinguish themselves from the applied sciences, right? Okay. And we've read many explanations of that in the past, right? The debate between Harding and Freeman Dyson, right? Okay. Okay. But Skolomowski says something else that's interesting about this post-truth world, right? Where there are no truths, no eternal truths, right? And in the analytic domain, right, you have the complete separation between truth and reality, right? Okay. All right. Now let's go to this. Science as pure knowledge is equated with the body of descriptions of nature, the sum total of ideas which illuminate for us the behavior of nature. Science seen as pure knowledge does not and cannot control people. It is simply a category mistake to ask in this context whether science does control people. For control, if it is to mean anything, must mean an influence on the determination of some courses of action of many individuals, ultimately the determination of the course of the whole society. When we equate science with pure knowledge, the center of gravity remains within science. When we see science as controlling people or people controlling science, we shift the center of gravity from science to society. It is only by broadening the concept of science to include its social implications that we can talk either about science controlling people or vice versa. Okay. To say it once more, the conception of science as pure knowledge precludes the problem of science versus people, because the theater of pure ideas is so hermetic, so airtight, that it does not include the social consequences of scientific ideas. The Pythagorean theorem, taken in its primary sense as expressing certain geometrical relationships, is a cognitive concept, not a social phenomenon. Okay. Okay. And there's also this notion where large scale innovations in science and technology, right, their impact on society, right, cannot be predicted in advance, because changes within society, right, okay, they're not easy to measure, right? So this is why there's been such low development in the social sciences, for example, right, as compared to physics and mathematics and computers and that sort of thing, right? Right. Is because, you know, societies operate on a level of complexity that is far more hard to predict the changes, right? Right. On a large scale, right? And actually changes in society, okay, happen. See, the technological advances have been slowly coming for a long period of time, right? So you had little innovations, right, that built up over time, right? But in terms of society, right, social changes, societies form and collapse, right, at such a staggering rate, right? Right. The current stage of, you know, like 300 or 500 years is basically like the lifespan of a nation that actually is a almost like a world dominating force, like a Rome or in America. There's like 200 military bases in other countries, right, where they have tons of resources, right? Even then, nations only have a lifespan of a few hundred years, right? About, give or take, 300 to 500 years, right? Anyways, Pope Urban VIII in Brecht's play Galileo, torn by indecision about what to do with Galileo. And actually, we're going to read a powerful example of how technology, right, accelerates, right, way quicker than society can adjust to it, right? So that's going to be the next topic that we are engaged in, right? And we're going to open up the panel in just a little bit here, right, and engage with the public, So we'll see if anybody wants to join the conversation, and if not, it's all good. You heard? Now, science as an integral part of okay, here, hold on. Pope Urban the eighth in Brecht's play Galileo, torn by indecision about what to do with Galileo, right? No doubt thought about science as pure knowledge when he said, I want no condemnation of physical facts, no battle cries like, quote, here, the church, their reason. But then, under persuasive influence of Inquisitor, he is made to see that science is much more than physical facts and pure ideas, that its reach extends to sacred shrines of the orthodoxy, and the Pope concluding that, quote, that is certainly an impertinence, unquote, decides that the spirit that emanates from Galileo's mathematical tables must be destroyed. Galileo must be tried. Now, science as an integral part of Western civilization is certainly much more than a collective of physical facts and a body of pure ideas. It is above all a social phenomenon. It is only with regard to science, so conceived as a social phenomenon, a part of the fabric of society, that we could meaningfully ask, does science control people, or do people control science? Okay. All right. Okay. So that's the first part of what we're reading here, right? And yeah, we're gonna be doing some other things. We're gonna be opening up the panel in a little bit here. You know what I mean? Thank you guys for joining us. And yeah, I'm going to continue reading here. We have arrived at another conception of science. There's a fourth conception. Science is a civilization. Okay. There's a link between science and civilization. All right. Okay. Yeah. Ready for the panel? Yeah. No promises. It's a pretty quiet night. I'm always doubting that people will actually come and talk to me. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Obviously I shared this link with dozens of people and nobody came, to talk. But yeah, we have arrived at another conception of science. Science as a civilization. The institution of science is the history of the development of science, which includes its impact on the interaction with society. The point is that our social institutions have been shaped by science, not only in their structure and organization, but in the goals and aspirations. Science has inspired us to set up such institutions that further and foster the development of science. The most spectacular example illustrating this point is the United States space program, which fired the imagination of the whole society, but which drained a great deal of the resources from this society. Science can be seen as a blind force, which tends to multiply itself. Okay? Sorry. Is perhaps okay. Hold on. Militarism as an extension of contemporary science is perhaps not so much an expression of the corruption of scientists' minds, but rather an expression of the inherent tendency of science to multiply itself in whatever form. Right. Okay. And you know, I feel like I've summoned these friends here. Thank you guys.
Yeah, I'm just here to listen right now. So
Whoa, Neuro, your audio is a little bit scratchy there. You got itchy and scratchy.
Had some. I'm here. Also listening.
Yeah, thank you, Zephyr. Yeah, there'll be some people to engage with, I'm sure, in a minute. Or everybody's abandoned us. You know what happens, you know. Yeah. You know.
I don't think everybody's abandoned you.
Well, you know, it's okay because I thrive in solitude, you know. So
Well, if you want me to go away, just let me know.
No. I also like never you know, turn away company. So there's also that aspect to things, you know. Like I don't actually detest company. I actually love people a lot, you know. Even when I just go to the store, you know, I see like humans, I'm like, whoa. You know, but the thing is that, you know, I actually don't see myself as part of this world, you know. So I don't know what that is. I don't know where that comes from, but yeah, I feel like a stranger, you know, on this planet, you know, in general. But the entire idea of it is that whoa. So I can hear myself when I talk through Zephyr. So yeah, we're having all sorts of audio glitches. Neuro, do you still have your glitcher?
let's see. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're fine now. Yeah. Yeah, you're fine now.
Well, see, and I have headphones on, so that's weird.
Here, wait, unmute yourself for a second, and let me see if I could hear myself. Okay, yeah, I could hear echo, but let me see if I could turn on echo cancellation. Is that a possibility? They have that possibility here. Let me see. Edit mic. Echo cancellation. Did that work? Okay, it kind of worked, but like I could still hear like a high pitched version of my. Yeah. I guess it is. I guess it is working. Yeah, I guess it is working. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you guys. Blessings.
I think someone has your. I think she has you on the audio in the background or something because I can still hear you faintly. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know.
We'll
Maybe
figure
I'll
it
leave and
out.
come back. I could leave and come back. See what happens.
Yeah, we'll
So
figure
is-
it out.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll figure it out because like it's just a matter of just like fucking tinkering with this fucking machines. But yeah, the fact that they're so inaccurate, you know, in their function is really says something about what we're experiencing here. You know, there's tons of, you know, that brings us back to technique itself, you know, where you don't really see how what's being delivered through technique is being delivered to you. So this is the concept of enframing, you know, the hidden aspect of technique, you know, is that the more advanced the technique is, the more it, you know, tends to hide how it delivers what it's delivering to you, right? So, you know, the hidden danger of the advancement of science and technology lies in the advancement and the complexity of information that it takes, you know, to transmit, you know, what the machine actually produces, right? So, you know, the more efficient a machine is, and the more seamless the technique it uses, right? And the more seamless the technique it uses, the more the function is actually hidden from the user, right? So, you know, not that that's a um a goal, but it's definitely a feature, right? So
It's almost like a hidden hand. You might say.
oh yeah, oh yeah. That's why these ideas of the invisible hand and the tabula rasa go so well with it, because it's the mind imprinting onto nature, nature imprinting on the mind. So you have to have both nature as a standing reserve and the mind as a blank slate in order to accomplish both, right? So correspondence theory needs to invent these two spaces, right?
Well, what comes to mind is how would you know the difference between a parasitic and a symbiotic relationship? How do you really measure that? I don't
Yeah,
know if it's
exactly.
very clear cut.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a problem of communication within the correspondence, right?
Because words
And
suck.
yeah. And so yeah, science now. If it's true that science has pervaded the fabric of society, if it's true that every established institution in society has a tendency to perpetuate itself, if it's true that the American society is the most saturated with science and technology, it's quite natural that science will flourish here in a variety of forms, in which militarism is one. The Star Wars defense project is a syndrome of both the insane drive of the nuclear superiority and the tendency of technology to multiply itself. Right. Obviously, Nixon, Reagan, some of the most Discordian presidents, you know, and they're both basically connected to uh, Donald Trump in a lot of ways. Right. It's very interesting. Right. The iconicity. Right. Uh, in terms of Reagan, there's the support for scientism, the support for space travel, right? The relations with Elon Musk and the advancement of science and technology, right? Um, and the obviously the assassination attempts, right? Similarities, right? Uh, the incel weirdo guys that basically carried out these events, right? And then you have the ideology in terms of Nixon, and his advisor Roy Cohen, right, which was one of Trump's mentors, right, as we discussed on this show earlier, right? But yeah, you know, so yeah, so we're going into this technophile age, right? You see this both on the left and the right, right? Support for the growth of science and technology, right? 100%, right? Let's see two things that they always support is the growth of science and technology, and they support Israel, right? It's like generally issues that both parties support. Now, our Weltanschauung, our worldview is acquired with and through our knowledge. It is scientific Weltanschauung that we acquire in our tools and in our academia. Nature of knowledge determines the nature of the world around us. We perceive and understand what we are made to perceive and understand. Through the knowledge we acquire. The dominant position of our science and our system of learning assures a further perpetuation of what is called scientific outlook, and what is tantamount to a vision of the world through the spectacle of science. Seen in this context, science does control people. It does control people subtly and indirectly because it furnishes them with the categories of understanding. It acts as a series of filters through which we view reality. Okay? It's now the 2 hour mark. I will graciously open the panel to the spectators. and we'll see we'll see what's unveiled. But as I said, no promises. But I sense a dark trend emerging among the panels, and I sense that we will be barred from participation either sooner or later.
Is that better with the echo? I think I might have fixed it.
Yeah, I think you fixed it permanently.
Sweet. I see a lot of Schadenfreude lately.
What is that?
It's like getting pleasure in seeing other people make mistakes and like laughing at them, kind of like it's finding joy in that, which is unfortunate.
What is the term for that? Schadenfreude?
Schadenfreude. Yeah, it's a German.
Schadenfreude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like I see the word fraud in there. Right? It's like fraud.
Yeah.
It's like defrauding. Schadenfreude. Like shade
I don't
and
know
fraud.
I don't know what the direct translation is, but I like the way that German. It's like if you have an on ramp or an off ramp, it's Asafata and Insafata. So it's like that's pretty funny.
I think it refers that when people say throwing shade, I think it's like that. It's like you're
it's like Schadenfreude. It's shading.
Showing someone's light or something like that.
Yeah, throwing shade or something.
But yeah, I definitely get a sense too. I mean, I'm not going to name names, but definitely the general direction of the panels is like seems that there's kind of a general like we're going to support this kind of general right-wing thing, but we're not going to like actually like critically take a look at the situation that we're in. And if you do, then you're just debate bro or something. It's like don't actually have any strategy, just run into a bunch of gunfire like your ancestors did. It worked out great for them.
Yeah, except for it's not real gunfire, so.
Well, exactly. They say, well, there's no danger. It's just the internet. It's not dangerous. It loves you. It just wants to make you nice and safe and sit in your pod and all that. And don't worry. The warfare now is only spiritual, and so there's never going to be a physical struggle against technology. Resistance is futile, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's that doom and gloom, personally, but.
Well, the point is they don't make it serious. They make it like a mockery. Like technology is not really a problem.
Totally is. Yeah, it's a joke, and they're just arguing amongst themselves.
Well, they want to like rearrange the chairs on the Titanic and say, well, we may be sinking, but don't worry, there's a digital lifeboat that we can jump into. Don't worry.
Yeah. Well, that's funny because I was watching something earlier today, and it was all about how
was that like
the Titanic. There was like 5 guys that died on the Titanic that could have stopped the whole Jekyll Island thing if they hadn't have died. It kind of makes you wonder if it's an inside job, but I don't know. Whose fault is that? The guys that got on the boat or the guys that sunk it?
Just to contextualize it a little bit, basically you had like American robber baron people that kind of like managed America, and then the old money's like, you guys are doing a great job, but we really want to like control you. And they're like, I don't really want to be controlled. They're like, well, we have this kind of thing called the World War I we really need to get people into, so you guys need to get on board. And they're like, I don't really want to do that. And they're like, well, you should take this boat ride. That's kind of my contextualization of it.
Yeah, kind of perhaps that might have been the way it went.
Well, if you look at how many Europeans died in World War I and World War II, I don't know if it was a mistake on the part of the British Empire or not, but the results are hard to argue with.
That was a long game.
But yeah, I
And
don't want to take away from the panel thing.
and
Go ahead,
real
sorry.
people died too, and that sucks.
Neurojack, I hate to inform you of this, but there is no panel. It's just us.
Oh no, I was going to ask. Zephyr was on a panel earlier, and I didn't catch much of it. I joined for a bit, and it was.
Where were you guys at?
They thought you
didn't
ran
follow-
away. I was like, no, he probably just had something else to do.
Where were you guys at?
NPCs.
Oh, NPC. They thought Neurojack ran away from NPC the game.
No, Tommy did.
Oh, Tom. Yeah, well, Tommy's always making this claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, his claims are illegitimate.
Yeah, he kind of blew up.
Yeah, he's a LARPer.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like if I can't have a productive conversation or at least like get to where I want to go, then I'd rather not because like I know I came off as like I'm derailing the conversation, but it was just, I mean, I was being contentious on purpose, but it wasn't for no purpose. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah, I know.
It was more like, I don't know. It's just strange. It's just like strange when like everybody has like, everyone has an agenda, I guess, and that's fine. But I don't know. I just don't. I don't really feel very welcome at most panels, and I think that's maybe it's me, but that's okay.
I don't know. I saw a lot of people taking a lot of shit personally. But it's like, so I can understand why people wouldn't want to tolerate it. I'm just really super patient, and so I stick around for it. I think NPC does that too, which I respect that, to a point. I think Machine is really good at that too. Like, but it's like, I don't know a better way to deal with it. So who am I to say? I just stay if I want to stay and leave if I want to leave. If people want to talk shit, they can talk shit. They could do it to my face too. I don't care. But what is a better subject to talk about? Because I have a feeling that there's better things to discuss.
Yeah, this special is essentially just like me just fucking smorgasbord of ideas about science as a symbol making mechanism where it actually invades the territory that Mythos used to occupy, right? So then it becomes because it's not architectonic, so it's sort of, does the Buffalo Bill, it just like puts the mask of Mythos on itself, and it's just like it puts the lotion on itself, right? And it's like, hey, I'm now architectonic. I mean, right? So science becoming the architectonic filter means that it's encroaches into the territory of human control, right? That it is controlling humans, right? That it's gotten away from us. Right? The scientific enterprise is no longer human based, right? It's post human, right? To borrow a term from a writer that me and Neurojack deeply appreciate, and actually Neurojack's got his namesake from Gibson, right? So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I think Gibson is one of the people you have to, if you don't at least look at some of his work, it's very hard to really get a grasp on like why I'm very concerned about the future. But go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just
Or
going to
about the
say,
present,
so
I
is
should
it
say.
post-human, like post-punk, like, because it's still punk. It's just post-punk punk. So I'm just wondering if that was like similar taxonomy.
Yeah, cyberpunk, So
you know, it's really funny in the Mage White Wolf game. There is the technocrats, like the technocracy. It's like one of the classifications of mages because there's like all sorts of different kinds, and that is one of the kinds that there is. So it's really funny that and this was like, I think back in the 80s is when it was written. I think I used to play the game like in the 90s. So I assume it was before that because it wasn't new. But yeah, it's really an interesting role-playing game.
Well, I wanted to mention something before I forget. Our conversation with Canuck was very interesting because I like the direction it was headed. It's actually like if I could have that conversation with people in a similar framework, but people who actually wanted to have the conversation, I think it was a very useful way to frame the discussion. But it didn't get productive too much on that go. But I think that generally like that. And you said something the other day about how. Or I mean, I played one of my old videos earlier today, and it had a clip of you that said Gnosticism pretended to be Christianity, and then people mistook Christianity for Gnosticism, and that's how we ended up where we are, at least to some degree. And I think that that's a very subtle thing. It's subtle because people can't perceive it, but I think that's a very subtle thing that people miss in a lot of ways.
Well, the main idea is in dying, to become reborn, right? So this was reframed inside of the Gnostic, mythos, right, as basically, reemerging in the transcendental realm, right? Reemergence in the transcendental, right? So, and I guess we'll just have Hank there. Hey, Hank.
Hello. I think Ezra is correct. The agenda is to keep everyone scared and angry, which is why I'm going to say something happy and bubbly. The agenda is just fear porn. But I'm not worried about the technology so much as the people using it. But I need to just start reading out just what's going on that mailing list. The tech people are at each other's throats, but it's been that way pretty much since they have technology. They're just nerds, so they're gonna fight over their territory. It looks like Game of Thrones in there. And it's always looked that way.
Praise science.
Be Revenge of the Nerds, wouldn't it?
Well, that's the kind of funny thing is like you're gonna play great Game of Thrones, but as a Revenge of the Nerds like overlay, and you'll think it's all real, and then you'll wake up and it'll be a dream, and then you'll you'll kind of be like, okay, well, I wasted all this time fighting this thing that wasn't real, and I was playing against a bunch of nerds who don't even believe in anything. So, like, I think Revenge of the Nerds is actually one of those movies that is very underrated. It actually gives you a very good insight as to what the elite tech nerds really think, like how they actually think. I think the nerds were the bad guys, personally.
Yeah, and I probably think the way they do. So, go figure.
Well, yeah, exactly. They don't even want independent people like you, Hank. They want you're too independent even for them. That's the funny thing. So
Exactly. So I pretty much I just the only way I can get out is literally climb to the top, which is annoying. So I'm gonna look for like an alternate way to resolve the issue.
Or you gotta let it just burn out.
that's why I was just going to say that's why I give you credit, Hank, because you're actually looking for another way, but most people are thinking that they already figured it out.
Exactly.
As soon as you guys went silent, I'll just be one of those assholes. It's like, I wasn't listening and I just popped on this panel. What are you guys talking about? It's the first time I've ever done that. I love that.
Yeah, what I do is I just watch for a few minutes before I go up on panel, and I would strongly recommend doing that.
Yeah.
I get it all the time. I just wanted to give it once.
Copy that.
Well, if you were him, he would be you, and then he would use your body to do the other thing that you wouldn't do.
Or I just wouldn't do that.
I know you know, I know you know, I know you know.
Very interesting. I'm taking notes. What's up, Inner Darkness? We got. Oh, he's got a different name now. Who that? Oh, Super Satan. Oh, Lord. God protect us.
Oh Lord, I
That's
love
right.
that.
That's right. He's Satan and he's super.
Can he go into Super Saiyan 2?
Nah, he's a Super Saiyan God. He goes above Super Saiyan.
Did you say, does he go Super Saiyan or Super Satan? With a T.
That's right. It's all in the word. Super Satan. Don't you know what the S stands for, Hank?
I'll take the soup, please.
The S doesn't stand for hope on my planet. It stands for Satan on my planet. Super Satan. He's going to be your savior too, Hank. You just won't admit it. He's your savior of the souls. Satan saves.
I save myself by training.
That's going to be my new brand. Satan saves.
Okay.
Satan loves you. Satan loves you. Love is love, right?
Oh shit, we about to have an esteemed guest, Green Diesel. Oh man, that would be a treat. You know, this dude's been watching the show for a minute. I think he's UK. Yeah, bless. We'll unlock a new character. Yeah, one of he does what NPC the game says. He says we unlock a new panel character.
I thought it was coming on right now. Yeah, unlocking new characters might go on so many side quests. So.
Yeah, I mean we've done that many times out here. You know, we've been, you know, having exclusive guests. But yeah, like our exclusive guests are not esteemed pundits anywhere on the internet. They just like talk here. So yeah, it's fascinating. But yeah, Truth or Cop, what happened to your show?
What show? Which one?
No, I assume you had a show at some point.
Oh, last week? Well, I mean, I did a stream on my other channel earlier today, but that was just like a stream of an event. But tomorrow I'll probably go live.
Yeah, I like some of your coverage there. What you were talking about, you know, with because I was because I was saying that shit. You know, like I was telling my wife some of that shit, and she was like, "Really?" So you had the receipts with the shit with Justin Bieber with the song.
Oh yeah. Oh,
he actually says like,
well, I was gonna. Yeah, so I built that on TikTok by the last one by like reposting all these. I've been TikTok is a great resource right now. I don't know why it's allowed to push like certain information so readily, but yeah,
Because Elon's not policing it. He's too busy with his rockets.
God, man, Elon. He's such a psyop on people, man. People, I was speaking to someone about AI earlier, and they were like, "But Elon's AI, the Grok or whatever, that's open source. It's gonna be the good one." It's like, oh my God.
I I don't recall Elon releasing anything as open source yet. So it's probably BS.
Yeah, the Grok I guess that was supposed to be open source or something. I don't know what they were saying.
Grok
But I mean,
and
there's
grep.
already open source language models that you can download and run. Why should I care about Elon crap? Especially when we have records that he's a scammer with the Hyperloop and the Boeing Company, the welfare queen. Thunderfoot has like 30 videos on Elon just trying to pull the wool over our eyes.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I used to watch him years and years ago. I haven't seen him in forever.
And don't forget, he got a cameo in the Marvel movie. Don't forget. He got to talk to Tony Stark. That's right.
Yeah, I'm motherfucking baked out here. Yeah, but the thing is that, on another, note, is that this whole idea of Diddy grooming Usher and then Usher grooming fucking Justin Bieber. This shit is disgusting, yo.
But
Like
who
it makes
groomed
me
Diddy? That's the real question. Who groomed
Oh,
Diddy?
that's a question nobody's answered yet.
It's
I'm
like
so
a
busy.
hierarchical grooming thing. It's like fucking shit. It's like some ancient Greek shit. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, dude. But this is the shit that's been going on behind the scenes the whole time. And so, as much as I know your channel's about the machine lies and arguing against technology. It is a tool that shows people there is a record being kept, and it gives us access to it.
No. Well, no. On that note, if you read, a pedophycracy, and other works, that show you the ritualistic abuse, that the actual, ritualistic, abuse is actually able to be hidden through all of these technological means too, and produced at a massive volume and distributed secretly on the dark web and other places.
Right, but there's always a
So
record of it
so the
now.
increase, look at what Diddy was producing through this. He was producing videos that then they were selling on the black market, right? So the whole idea is thanks to the technological medium, and also the evidence hidden by the police, right?
Well, it's not behind the scenes. Like most of these guys are Disney stars, and they do it right in front of you. So they don't even need the technology; just do it right in front of you. What are you going to do to stop it?
Well, it's just important to notice that the CP, that it's exploiting technology as a medium, right, in order to invade
I
local
agree,
communities.
but I think that now this is like I get over optimistic.
Not only that, it's the amount of human trafficking that's happening through the dating apps and the other shit that's
right
going
in the
on.
public, right. And I think that the FBI has been keeping tabs on it, and now they're starting to crack down, and they really are cracking down on a huge web. And it is important. See, like I'm looking at who they're going to call out and not call out, and put charges on and not put charges on, because it could be a big distraction. Like, hey, we're doing something, and they're not. But what I'm seeing is it is because there's everything. There's a record of everything, even on the dark web. Whatever, it's going to come to the surface. There's a record, and it will come to light eventually.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, all one really has to do is destroy a friggin' hard drive. It's over. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Generally
Well,
speaking,
now people are just live streaming their conversations like we are, or like freaking P. Diddy and Kevin Hart did, where they're putting out all that information about what.
No, you could just take the stream down like Neurojack does. It's not.
Yeah, there's gonna be more hard drives at the bottom of the ocean. It is what it is.
Yeah, and if they catch it and they want to pop the guy up later, they'll just retcon and say, well, they're an adult later, like some religions may have done.
That's if you don't underestimate the B system and assume that everything that's uploaded to the dark web is not cataloged in some type of quantum computer that can pull it up at the drop of a hat. So, assuming that's not true, you might be safe.
Yeah, it's not true. They can't do it. The quantum is a FUD. It's they can't do it. It's lower than simple von Neumann machines. It's a waste of money. It's a scam.
Oh, you're talking about more Thunderfoot narratives. But there is something to the quantum computing because they are trying to build a bridge between this realm and the spirit realm. That is their intention at certain points.
Well, we already have bridges. It's called imagination.
Well, yeah, but they're trying to build technology to do the same thing. Yeah, to mimic that.
It's called animation. Just strong the thing out will bridge it probably strong enough.
But Hank, you don't believe that demons can work through technology too, as much as they can humans? Because I believe that. I believe that demons and demonic entities can use technology just as much as what humans can.
Yeah, you're behind. I do it myself.
Okay, but you're making it seem like it's completely impossible for it to happen. That's the way you're making it sound. You're making it sound like it's impossible.
You're not listening to me at all. You're listening to a copy of me you made in your head. Just saying something completely different than what I'm saying.
We're listening.
And what I'm saying is that you don't need quantum computers. Just drawing the thing out, making a comic will bridge them in. Your desktop at home is good enough.
Yeah, the next guy they should look at is Jermaine Dupri. That's an ugly motherfucker. How did he ever, but the thing is that with Jermaine Dupri, he wrote all those songs like by Usher and Mariah Carey. So it's fucking crazy. Like Jermaine Dupri and P. Diddy. You guys remember Jermaine Dupri?
No, I never heard of him. I haven't even seen his name pop up yet.
What? Yeah, but you don't remember like from the 90s, Jermaine Dupri? You guys don't know?
Yeah, I think I vaguely remember. I don't remember. Throw out a song. What did he sing?
Like the song,
Wasn't he
like the
singing
song,
too?
like the Usher song "In a Relationship." You make me want to leave the one I'm with and start a relationship with you.
Yeah, I remember
Right,
that song.
that was a very popular song in the 90s. It would come on all the time. It actually still comes on the radio, right?
Well, see, that was Usher when how he was like a child at that point, basically, like 16.
Yeah,
was that?
Jermaine Dupri wrote that song.
And then he was like 16, right? He sang it, Usher.
Yeah, that's right. He produced Little Bow Wow, and Little Bow Wow got diddled. So see, this is what I'm talking about. They're gonna come out with this next. Right?
See, that Little Bow Wow, and then the fucking Bahama Boys.
Yeah, you guys remember Little Bow Wow, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Jermaine Dupri produced Little Bow Wow. Right?
He was like a Nickelodeon star or something.
Yeah, they do that to most of them. So
no, I think you're getting him confused with Little Romeo. That was Master P's son. That was a Nickelodeon star, right?
Yeah.
Well, okay. I know Little Bow Wow too, though.
Yeah.
Here's my problem with the whole Justin Bieber thing. Why is everyone so caring about Justin Bieber, but no one cared about what happened to Miley Cyrus? Everyone saw what was happening between Disney and Hannah Montana, but no one cared when she came out like a wrecking ball. So, yeah. It's another distraction. It's another distraction.
Yeah, that's true.
Worry about Diddy and Justin
Miley's
Bieber.
Just fine.
Oh, of course you would. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with getting on stage and flaunting your vagina lips for little kids to see. No, there was no MK Ultra there.
Yeah,
I don't know. Her dad let her kidnap a rooster.
Oh, it's her dad's fault. It's just her dad's fault.
Well, someone argue MK Ultra.
There weren't powerful people who control her and her father. There weren't powerful people who, sold her at a young age to probably old men and,
Oh yeah.
couches.
Dolly
Or if
Parton
they,
is still
weren't
kicking.
watching her, like, that's all. Yeah.
It doesn't happen in just Hollywood, so it's probably happening in your neighborhood.
That's true. That's true. But people look up to these people, and that's how they build up this whole thing through like this dark magic ritual of like being immoral in public and getting away with it. It builds up their esteem in a dark sense.
Yep, just like Lil Wayne on that one video from a few years ago. It's hard to find now, but he kisses Birdman right on the lips. But he a thug, right? But yeah, he kissing another grown man right on the lips. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, some might say I do it too, being more in public and get away with it. But unfortunately, the people saying that does things way worse than I do. So I don't know how we're gonna police this.
It's just about being. Hank. It's more about not looking up to these puppets, right?
The idolatry, too many idols. Just like Joyner Lucas's song where he talks about in that one where I want to be nothing like you. I mean, you sit here and promote the worst kind of people, Doja Cat, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, and you wonder why your women grow up degenerate and spread their butt cheeks for $9.99 a month. I wonder why. Because I paint the town red.
Well, they do it because it gets them money, easy money.
It's not just the money; it's also to help deprogram and to degenerate the human mind to the point you'll no longer be able to tell what it means to be human, which is why they're trying to erase what being a baby means. Once you make people believe that you can be cats and dogs or be the opposite sex, what's the next step? It's pretty obvious, and we're getting there. There's only a handful of people in the world who would deny augmentations from robotics. Most of us would say hell no. But there are plenty who, if ordering a Big Mac from Burger King was easier by the press of a button on your arm, people are going to do it. So you can't sit here and just deny that people aren't going to willing to basically, like we've done with our rights since the Patriot Act, and the rights that the elites are taking away from people around the world every single day. It's obviously to that point where if people are willing to sell their souls basically just to keep their quote unquote freedoms,
I never consent to that.
To me, I think it's zombies. Yet you say that now until they freeze your bank accounts. You can't use your car. You can't get access to electricity or fresh water. You can't go to the store and use your credit card, use your EBT, use your TANF card. You say that until you have to be out there in the woods and know how to hunt your own food and live day by day by what you're able to get because everyone's killing each other or they're hunting you down, killing you themselves. It's all easy to talk about it when you've lived a life of luxury. Even people.
I do not live a life of luxury.
Okay, are you living in a war-torn? Are you living in a war-torn country right now?
No, I'm not.
Okay, then you're living a life of luxury. So yes.
I have some survival skills, just so you know.
I'm very privileged to live in the United States of America, but you know what? Even I know that America is susceptible to foreign invasion, EMPs, nuclear attacks. Just because they say that they have defense capabilities doesn't mean they can actually fucking defend me. So, I'm not trying to live in this bubble that I've been taught my entire life that, oh, it's all fairies and rainbows. It's all lollipops and gummy bears. There's no violence. You're still living in like me, like everyone else, you're still living in this matrix world of everything's okay. We are seeing the decay. Everyone around us is seeing the decay, but everyone's perfectly okay that the boat's on fire and that we have no paddle or no other way to get onto shore other than to swim. And most of us apparently don't know how to swim. So,
all right. Yeah. I guess it's just run around that circle like you do.
What's your solution?
They're already doing it. No, I'm sorry, but the only real way is to depopulate the earth. You're never going to be able to make 98% of the population change on a grand mass conscience scale. You're never going to get mankind to do that. Only God, if there is a God, can do that. Or Satan, because in effect, a majority of the world is supposed to be following Satan. So,
as my grandma said,
oh
my, can't never could do nothing.
yeah, all people like we can do is actually just try to wake up people to the system around them. You can't, by the silver tongue lining of your mouth, be able to convince like Adolf Hitler a bunch of people to, throw people in concentration camps. You're not going to be Stalin and be able to convince people it's okay to starve a majority of your people. You're not going to be able to be George Bush and convince a majority of your young men to enlist and go and die for a complete and utter false attack on American soil, so that way they can further new world order agenda. I mean, you're sitting here and fighting against a system that's older than all of us combined on this earth right now. If it's been here,
wouldn't it make more sense for me to put them asleep so I can have advantage over them?
Oh, we should just all give up then.
Well, it is a new technology, and like TML often points out here, because this is what I was drilling them about the other day, like the Kant and all this. Like, does the technological shift, like, does it cause like differences in the consciousness of people? I forget how I even phrased it, but now we have a new technological shift where we have everything is monitored, recorded, tracked, traced. And to me, it's all just a mirror of the fact that when we die, we're going to have to have dealt with or deal with who we were. Like, that's all it points to at the end of the day to me. And then we can use it as a tool from there, and it's used to oppress people, but it could also be used to see what's happening and to help people and to bring light into different categories of humanity. Possibly. I could be totally off there, maybe. I don't know.
So is the question we're posing is machines or technology, even anything down from nuclear fusion for clean energy or whatever to a nuclear bomb for destruction, is technology inherently evil? Let's throw away God and Satan and mankind and just say that only machines existed. Is machines in itself inherently, if it's non-sentient, where without human influence, killing is wrong? Okay, it's like the Alien from the Alien franchise. It's pure raw science. It has no conscience, it has no morals, it has nothing but instinct. Is it inherently wrong for it to bomb a city? I mean, because we have morals, we see things in a humanistic way. Yeah, it's wrong, but to a robot or to a machine, it's not. So, I mean, for me, the argument isn't really technology the root of the evil. It's, yes, I agree, it's how we human society use it, because as much as what people like TML and people like me and other people have good intentions of using technology to help mankind, like defibrillators and nuclear clean energy and all this other amazing stuff that technology has been used for to help people see, walk again, all the other stuff that we know in the medical field that technology has been able to excel in, like MRIs, CAT scans, and all this other stuff. But then you turn around and all the pros and cons, and you're trying to weigh them out. To me, it's not really if machines are the evilness, it's humans. And unfortunately, no matter how much you want to argue for good or bad, which is why I say, you have to see the devil and God in everything. So as much as we want to say that technology is good, it can be holy, if you want to say that in some ways. It can also be unholy, it can also be evil. But to me personally, unless you want to spiritually believe that demons can inherit technology, kind of like a transference kind of thing, because either they need a soul or don't need a soul bullshit, I'm not going to go into the specifics. No, I think humans are the vessel in which technology can be used for either the greater good or the greater evil. But it's going to be endless debate all day long. The problem is like everyone says, well, what's the solution? Well, unless you're going to build EMPs big enough to completely wipe the slate, or there's going to be a solar flare that sends us back to the Stone Age, there's not much you're going to be able to do unless you're going to form a resistance like they do in the movies and video games. Good luck with that.
While demonic presences maybe not be able to inhabit, although I think Satan's consciousness could possibly inhabit the AI system. I do foresee that's possible. Maybe if you're saying demons don't, they will influence people to speak and believe and to do the things that require them to get into that. And they do it already.
Oh yeah,
Otherwise,
for
like,
sure. Social media in itself is for me personally, it's kind of like how everyone believes that on back during the mud flood. I'm going to use that as the conspiracy theory about how they had antennas around the world in all these different places that pulled in electric currents, and they were able to have all this amazing technology and electricity, you know. And even when you look at some of the earlier shit that the Smithsonian was digging up about 8-9 foot tall, giants, and some of these people, when you're looking at how technology, I can remember when I first got on YouTube, back when YouTube first came out, you could look up stuff about 9/11 and you could get the entire 5.5 hours of everything from the dude standing in the street to the people jumping out to the reporter who's standing right there in the front to 2 hours after the towers fell, and you're interviewing the people and the wreckage. I mean, there was 5.5 hours of just what first happened. And then now when you get on YouTube, look what happens. You're lucky if you get a 5.5 minute actual interview or 5.5 anything that was even remotely available to the earliness of YouTube. And even nowadays, if you get on there and you search certain things, clearly they push your search results to the very bottom. Even someone like me, I'll look up certain Bible passages, and even though I know the exact Bible passage I'm looking up, it will give me a complete reference to something completely different that I'm not even talking about. So to sit here and say that they're not using technology in a way to coerce us, manipulate us, dumb us down, I mean, to say that's not happening, yes, but I mean, how are you going to combat that? I mean, we're trying to combat that in the education system, but look at the education system. I never went to college, but sitting here and you're watching half of the interviews of these people who go to college who are younger than me and spending all this money going to college, and yet they can't answer simple questions of what a fucking woman is. So, I mean, how are you going to sit here and fight a system that's already got its teeth and its fangs already in generations
right.
younger
But
than
I
I
see how
am?
you're saying, so it's up to the people to stop burying sin,
Yes.
to stop burying their past.
For me personally, because I've been able to analyze human beings, and because as much as I am an empathetic person, I can have feelings for people. I can also see the good in humanity, but also the ultimate evil. Because to sit here and pretend that the evil and cruel shit that we hear about every single day, whether you want to call them conspiracy theories or not, we know that this shit happens, and it does take a mental toll on you. So when you're able to apply that kind of mindset to everything, whether it's something you watch on TV, a movie, a song, a magazine, a newspaper, and then you're able to every single day you're starting to see that. I know it sounds stupid, but for the past 4.5 months, I've been seeing nothing but red and blue cars. Red and blue cars are either passing right by each other on the street, or they're turning at a light, or I'm seeing a red bucket and a blue container sitting somewhere. Like today, I saw two dudes who apparently didn't even know each other, but yet shook hands, and one was wearing, both of them were wearing shorts. One was red, one was blue. I don't believe I live in a matrix, but I do believe that spiritually, most human beings cannot handle if God himself spoke to us. I'm not saying that, so what makes us not special like people in the Bible or whatever religion you believe in where God has spoken to someone. I'm not saying that we're not special, but all of us are not nowhere near as spiritually in tune as what I believe is what people were back during the ancient times. So for someone like me who saw a UFO, honest to God, I don't swear on anything, with a witness, saw what I to believe what tells me super intelligent technology from another planet. And then literally the next day, as I'm out in the ocean swimming at the beach with my family, two F-18s start doing a circle over at the very spot where I had seen the damn thing. And then the stuff that I've witnessed in my life where the demonic possessions are enough to make me testify
Was that
that in
the
the name of
Atlantic or the Pacific?
I'll tell you, it was Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
I saw something. I was in LA once. I had taken a bunch of morning glory seeds because they have the LSA or whatever, and some guy tapped. Dude, I was walking past him. He stopped me. I wasn't even like seeing, like, I just had to put that I was on something. It wasn't, this wasn't the reason I saw it, because somebody else stopped me. Who was walking the opposite direction, was like, dude, look. And we saw this cloud that was illuminated from the inside, and it moved. Like, it was like moving like a ship, but it was a cloud illuminated from the inside. And then it like whisked away a moment after I saw it. It like whisked, the luminescence went away and just disappeared. And
That's
me and this
crazy.
dude looked at each other and we were like, what the fuck? And we just went on the opposite directions.
Right. But you see, that goes back with like technology. You know, I love X-Files. I grew up on the X-Files, kind of. I always looked up to Fox Mulder of I want to believe that there's more to what I'm seeing with my eyes, when I'm able to hear with my ears, taste with my taste, et cetera, kind of the sixth sense kind of thing. And as someone who has been able to witness someone or something that is beyond my human ability to describe in you or to you in like a realistic way of what I'm seeing. So basically what I'm saying is except for the UFO, everything that I have witnessed in my life has been what I consider spiritual attacks. And I've witnessed it in the people around me. I've witnessed it in the common population. And, I would have to say that TML is one of the first people who have ever actually pointed out the connection between technology and the spiritualness. To me, it's a spiritualness. It really comes down to is, unless God gave machines souls, the only thing that makes us different than machines, other than that we're not made out of, plastic and metal, is God gave us a soul and gave us a mind and a heart and a will of our own, compared to, what we're trying to do with the Terminators and, the kind of technology that's, dude, I'm 30 years old and I've witnessed technology skyrocket. I remember being a kid playing on Game Boy Advances, playing Pokemon Yellow, and you need to use the street lights on the road at night in order to be able to even see what the fuck you're doing, dude. Now you can take, games like Resident Evil 2 and Dino Crisis, which at one time you had to have a whole entire cartridge or disc or 2 discs, and you needed a whole entire computering system in order to be able to play it. But yet now I can go right on my tablet and download the game and play it with a controller, and it's almost, at which the way, like what Timo was saying, at which the rate technology is advancing, even if there is a God, how long before technology basically replaces us? And I'm not saying it's like Rise of the Terminators or anything like that, but he is on a very good path of like, look, if you don't get control of technology, either A, it's going to control you, or the advancement of it is going to be so far out there that, by the time we try to stop it, it's going to be too late. And for me, I'm just adding the spiritual aspect of, for me, if the Antichrist is going to take power, it's going to take more than just his demonic minions, and it's going to take more than his human minions who are going to work for him during the Antichrist system to keep a worldwide control. And if you're paying attention to what, all these RFID chip technologies, all this different technologies that they're putting out in your media for over the last 25, 30 years, at least since I'm growing up, because I'm only going to speak on my experience. I can't talk about people who were born, in the before the 90s, before the in the 80s and 70s. I can only talk about people born from 1994 and up. And I am able to differentiate the difference between my video games. Okay, I know when I get on Grand Theft Auto and want to go window shopping, which is me getting in a car and hearing people go thump thump underneath the vehicle, and I laugh out loud about it. It's not because I actually want to go out there and do it, but how many people out there cannot differentiate between the media and the technology that's in their face? And we look at kids nowadays. How many times can you not go somewhere like church or a park, and you rather see a kid like an ostrich with their head in the sand? They rather have their face sucked to a screen, and for me, I think it's a spiritual aspect, because I believe that things like even YouTube, even though it can be informational, even Facebook, it can be informational, all these other places like Instagram and all these other deplorable websites that promote filth and debauchery, it's a collector of like human suffering. It's a like demonic juice form, kind of like Luke Skywalker when he's drinking the green titty milk from the monster. You know, they get off of not just adrenochrome but human suffering as well. If you truly believe that there are demonic servants of the devil, and the devil hates you so much that he was, willing to throw away what God had first given him to go against humans, and you think that that's not everywhere, including your technology, and you hear people dismissing TML, it's just, for me, you have to apply a spiritual aspect, because even if you remove God and the devil from the human nature of the world, there's still clearly people who do believe in either one and are working for the bad guy, as I call Super Satan. And, what, the next 10 years? I mean, everyone says, you Bible thumpers, you've been preaching, for a long time that it's supposed to be happening. It ain't supposed to be happening. I'm just saying, we could all be crazy. Maybe we are in a simulation. Maybe TML is right. Maybe machines really are the ultimate evil. I mean, someone told me, I remember one time I had a religious fight with someone and they told me to go fuck off and kill myself. I said, well, at least I'll exit the simulation. Right? I mean, how do you know? I'm not advocating for anyone to harm themselves because I'm a survivor of it myself. But still, the point is like, how do you know? How do you know that the pain you feel is real? How do you know that the suffering you feel is even real? Because you don't remember what it was like before you were born. So, how do you know as a human being if God himself doesn't speak to you, if the devil himself doesn't speak to you, if your alien overlords haven't taken over and turned everyone into cattle to eat them yet, I mean, what do you do as a human being who's continuing to live in a situation where the only thing that seems to be supernatural is that the earth resets itself every supposed few 100,000 or a few thousand years? I mean, it's getting to the precipice where either technology becomes our overlords, Satan or Jesus is going to do what the Bible tells you, or all the other religions are true, or no religions is true, and human beings are going to destroy the planet they live on. We're going to genetically modify our race into the point we're no longer humans, and we're going to attempt to colonize other planets, but I call all that shit horseshit. So, mine's a much more spiritual base, and I think anyone who thinks that they came from a monkey in a tree or primordial goop is so far psyop that they are the agents that are talked about in the Matrix. They are the everyone and the no ones. They can be your loved ones. They can be your friends, your doctors, your lawyers, your teachers. It doesn't matter. They could be your best friend. But, to sit here and deny that this, what I call the ultimate conspiracy theory that links all conspiracy theories, no matter how stupid, all the way from your Admiral Byrd landing in Antarctica and discovering more land to, microwave, why they created microwaves in the first place, which is to, dilute the population's genetic code, so that way the more your kids come out a little bit on top of the other, people wonder why your family has no history of cancers or lymphoma or anything of diabetes, and then boom, because of all the food you consume, how they poison your air, they poison your water, they poison you in your VA excesses or in your asses, and then you have people who are actively promoting that system, who are actively defending that system, and just as much as what probably me and TML would lay down our life to fight against what I believe, Antichrist system, whatever he believes in a system, we're still fighting for the same cause. But you have people who are working for the other cause, and look how well they are able to influence the other people. People call me crazy, but yet you're never going to see me sell my soul to the devil. You're never going to see me rape. You're never going to see me murder unless, it's self-defense and I have to protect my life and the ones who I love. And even then, that's up to God. I'm not going to go into a whole philosophical debate on why I see things the right way, but people believe that I can see things that other people can't point out. And I can take people's perspective, like TML's, Neurojacks, this person. And for me, because of my experiences, like TML claims that he has had demonic experiences and that he's seen things, what I consider to be supernatural, is what Hank likes to call it, magic. Either way, whatever pharmaceutical word you want to give it, it still all leads back to a very ancient good and a very ancient evil, and for me that's a god and a devil. People call me crazy because I believe in Christ, but Christ saved my soul, so what does that tell you?
You hit on this point earlier about like the collecting of human suffering, and I can't find the quote, but it was in this documentary, The Social Dilemma. You can find it on archives.org for free. It's a Netflix thing. But they, one of the people that was like a designer from one of these tech places that they sought to like keep people's attention for as long as possible. What he said basically at the end of the day, AI's sole goal is to cause subtle, imperceivable changes to our behavior. That's the goal of it, because that's what they're paid to do.
Yes, and one of the very examples that I know I hate talking about the Matrix, dude, but proof of it myself. Do you know how many? I know now. When I was a kid, you never really saw red and blue cars, but I remember when the Matrix came out. Even as a kid, you started seeing everyone getting red and blue cars, and even here, 20 years later, you know how many cars in the very 8 blocks of neighborhoods that I've traveled in the last 7 years that I've lived back here, that every couple or everyone who has more than one car for some reason has to have a red and blue car. So what I'm saying is you have people like a Satanist who denies that he worships Satan, but yet worships Satan and claims it's not real. And then you have the exact same effect in human society, and technology, especially in my lifetime, is the number one, I believe, other than the very small factors of indoctrination, is the technology is the number one factor of why society is violent. Because society and humanity has always been violent. Sure, it's not purge level yet, but the one thing about what people don't realize about the media is, does no one see about the purge going on around you and how they're able to keep it hidden through the technology? Like I tell people, when you look at the news, how do you know that that's not? Look at your deep fakes. How do you not know that what you're seeing on the screen, or the text that you're reading on the screen, or the very words that person is reading is not fake? Yes, I know seeing is believing, but I saw a UFO, but I believe in Christ. So who am I supposed to believe in? Am I supposed to believe in the little gray men who come billions of light years to come and anal probe me? Or do I believe in the man who saved my soul from the demons? I'm going to go with the man who saved my soul from the demons, because why? I actually experienced that. But you have so many people, especially through technology, where how many kids would kill someone over their phones? It's funny. I've been hearing about it in the media. You hear a kid goes on a rampage and beats and shoots their mom because mom or dad took away the cell phone. Yes, to sit here and say that technology
they literally
is not
identify as they identify that as a part of their being.
Yeah, technology in teen lives. Now, for me, yes, I'll say, if I'm being truthful right here, if God's here to judge me, and I can't lie to the Lord God, my biggest idol is my video game system, because why? I grew up on video games. I always remember going into my brother's room and watching them play Resident Evil and all these other old PlayStation 1 games, and even though I didn't always get to play it myself, just sitting there and watching it got me in tune. I got older, started playing Tekken and Mortal Kombat, and started getting older and developing in more violent video games. But I remember my aunt, bless her, she tried her best, but they're the ones who taught me morals, respect. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. You shake your, when someone shakes your hand, you shake it nice and firm. You open the door open for a woman, et cetera, et cetera. They're the ones who really taught me respect and morals. But then those very people who taught me how you're supposed to approach an adult, when I was 15 years old and had a 40-year-old man at school say, man, you're more mature than half the kids in here. Just because I can't understand all these pseudoscience words doesn't mean that I don't have a maturity level that's beyond people that I know for a fact is 30 years older than I am. So from being at a young age, I would say when I first woke up to the truth was 11 or 12 years old. Okay. I was always a straight A student in science. Okay. I knew the location of Uranus, and I mean that as a joke. I'm trying to break the tension, but I for years on end in middle school and high school, I never failed science class. I thought I was going to be an astronaut, dude. I took the fucking test. You know why I wasn't allowed to go? Because I didn't believe in it no more. That's the reason why I didn't go to
saw
space.
Green Diesel was going to pop up earlier. I don't see him up on panel.
But to get to the whole root
it's
of
all
what
good.
Sorry, yeah, just to get to the root of it, the system of technology is so constrictive, as from my point of view spiritually. The only way that normal people, like what TML wants everyone to do about technology, the only way that's going to happen is that there's a spiritual change in mankind where they go, I don't need technology except for, okay, a defibrillator or, but how are you going to limit that type of technology? Like when the Antichrist comes, he's going to be able to get the entire world to lay down their nuclear weapons, supposedly. Okay. Well, unless you're the Antichrist or, something like him, how are you you're never going to get to that point. You're not going to have the complete control of the hearts and minds of a majority of the human beings who are on this planet at the time. So the only way I can understand from what I've listened to TML for so long is yeah, like even with him, you can use technology for good. You can make people laugh, inspire them to do good in their life, like Jack Talcott, that love is love. But what are you going to do about the, 7 other billion people on the planet who use it to distribute debauchery and filth? I mean, you can't make everyone put down their iPhones, stop using their computers. Are you going to upload a super virus to everyone's computer and phone in the world like Skynet and be able to shut off all technology simultaneously?
But at the end of the day, it's just that one series, The Black Mirror. All it is a reflection of the other side that we can't perceive usually. It's a technological reflection of something that's already on the other side. Because people can't see it, it needs to appear here so that we get in tune with it, because that way we can actually reflect and bounce back to it and maybe perhaps bring some people back that way rather than being lost. But at the same time, it's going to enslave people too. So I don't know which way it's designed by. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, someone like me, I tried waking up people in school when I was going to school, and you know how many people went right back to getting on Facebook or getting back on their whatever websites or whatever they're using? I mean, I've tried going in there and getting young people my age or people a little bit older, even people who I know that served in the military who, claim that they don't love the military anymore because they were misused by them. But yet they'll sit right there and sit in front of the TV all day and watch football and get drunk and forget their pain and PTSD until they have a PTSD attack on July 4th. So, for me, it's a system that its nails are so embedded that the only way to get out of it is AKA escape the matrix. So either you have to be able to completely detach your life and everyone around you to an extent of which you can control them to get them, even if you have to cut family off. For me, I've had to cut off everybody but like 2 people in my family, just simply because it's not just technology that's convinced them, but it's their spirituality. As much as it is technology, I think it's also a spiritualness to where, look, you can't even go and say, hey, how you doing today? Or, hey, have a good morning. And if that person's already had a bad night, they're going to shoot you or, want to, rough you up over it. I mean, you're living in a world that's so spiritually wicked that technology is just another, whatever word you want to give it, a vice, influence, a spirit like alcohol. I mean, to me, it's a Hydra system where you can cut it off at a certain level, but at the end, one day you're going to die. So what happens once your voice is gone, or once your inspiration is gone, or once your influence is gone? Once you're gone, the other 8 billion people on this planet are just going to go about their lives not even listening to you. We're just a bunch of people on a podcast who are trying to change the minds of a bunch of people who either don't care or they know what's going on and they're so complacent in the system that has been perpetuated by technology through, to me, spiritual means, to the point they know that they're like what the last Matrix was. Everyone talks shit about the last Matrix movie about how it was stupid and how it was woke, but yet they're putting right there in your face that we can literally shit in a can and have you gobble it up and you're going to call it soup.
Well, I mean, the way we're headed, they're gonna it's either immortal life through technology, upload your consciousness into this computer system, and we're gonna keep you alive forever, or it's gonna be like, hey, we're gonna entertain you while you fly to this other star galaxy. We think there's life over there. We're gonna put you in a spacecraft, and they shoot you out into whatever space is, in some sort of a machine where you're hooked up to the Matrix equipment.
You're already living in a world where you can put on a VR headset and jack off in it because you can watch virtual reality corn. So I mean, come on. I mean, how do you
in space
defeat a
in no
system?
time. They won't even know.
Go
they
to
won't
space
even know.
and wink.
Yeah. There's porn when you're in space. Don't worry.
Okay, but for me, I also like to, for games like Resident Evil and Splinter Cell and from how I can see the side of both things, there is going to eventually be a grand, aka awakening. There is going to be a conscience shift of a certain amount of people who are going to okay, the system is collapsing and they're telling us to stay here while it's collapsing on us that way they can get away. Eventually there is going to be that point, but from what I've been able to tell, all the previous attempts have been squatted out and pissed on. So, it could take another 100 years of what we're talking about now before that change ever comes. But, to say that TML is not on the right track, or to say that I'm not on the right track, or people who are truly trying to, if you want to call it utopianism, I don't want to call it utopianism because I believe, like in the Matrix, like how the architect tells you, I don't believe that humans want a utopianism anymore. Maybe before they fell into sin and before they were influenced by the devil, but I think that after the influence of sin, the knowledge of good and evil, a human cannot know true utopianism until you're brought back to God and you're returned to the Word. So, for me, this system is completely flawed. It's always going to be flawed. And how do flawed beings help defeat a flawed system? It's a very hard water to navigate. Like they say, I can't remember the saying about high water, but it's, to me, people like me and TML and Neuro, we're trying to get people to, swim to the fucking surface, but they're melting the fucking iceberg so quick that by the time we're saying, is anyone alive out there? Can you hear me?
Well, people also naturally float by the, nature of beingness, so no need to take too much credit for yourself over here.
No, I'm not saying that there aren't people like you or TML or the other people who come on here who don't have the understanding, but you're on a boat with 99.9% of people who don't, and they're going to throw us overboard so that way they can stay on. That's where it comes back to, as I hate to talk about the Matrix, everyone and no one is your friend. Everyone and no one is your enemy. I mean, especially on something like the internet, you can never truly know who's your friend, who's your enemy. How can I trust this person that this person isn't taking everything I'm saying and going back and telling, the three-letter agencies all my shit, or that they're not doing it for nefarious means? I mean, you're trying to use, like TML says, you're trying to use the medium to reach the people about the medium, while that medium is being used against you in more ways than what you're able to count.
It comes down to the intentions of the heart. Even in court that stands. That's why it's fascinating to watch how that unfolds. TML, give us some input here, man. I can't keep talking to Super Satan over here, dude.
Well, I'm gonna get up in this music in a minute, but the whole thing about it is that they say seeing is believing, but I don't believe that that's true at all. God is heard and not seen. It's gotta be that we develop an understanding through words and ideas. So there's this whole concept that's coming around, of a sort of secular understanding of how we can relate to, technology, and to say, take away the spiritual world, take away the demonic world, right? And we can still ask ourselves, how much technology is necessary, A, to live a good life, B, can we control the speed and pace of innovation? When it's at the conceptual, when it's at the level of conceptual framework, then we can't control that, right? Because it's dealing with the worldview, the Weltanschauung, the eyes we use to view the world, right? And when those are perpetually distorted, we cannot perceive truth, right? So the whole idea is, and I'm about truth. I'm not about getting to heaven or reaching happiness or any of that type of stuff. None of that stuff impresses me. You know what I mean? So the whole idea, what do I value? I value the truth. God is truth manifest. So in order to have an understanding of what we are to do, right, we have to perceive the moral, controls that we can, use, right? Now, if the use of technology is not optional, right? If technology is engendered through a rule of experts, it can be that it's a hydra, right? That if you cut off one head, it reformulates. But the more and more the technological system becomes complexified, right, it's going to engender a sort of interconnectedness, right? And each part of the system is going to function on each other part. That's when you get the technological monism, right? This is when the system, becomes putting all your eggs in one basket, right? Then if the use of technology is not optional and you cannot control the speed and pace of innovation, and that's duly dangerous because they've constructed the myth of progress, right? So it's already the predictive programming that, the future is coming, right?
Yeah, to agree with you, stuff like Star Trek, as much as I love Star Wars, any movies or media that pushes we go to space in thousands of years or anything like that, it pushes this idea of, oh look, humanity is going to continually progress until we what they say, you're going to level 5 civilization status, or where you're able to build Dyson spheres around the sun.
Right. So live like a pig and shit where you eat, essentially.
Yeah, they got the technological civilization as stage 1, then the unification of the world's resources as stage 2, then living off the sun of the planet as a resource in order to inhabit other planets as stage 3. So already at stage 2, you need world government, right? So, like Star Trek, it presupposes that there's a world government. So it's working on this Kantian, sort of idea, already.
Like one of the first things that Picard says to that woman in one of the movies is that they have no need for money in the future. I mean, if that doesn't tell you how even years before, I was a little kid when Star Trek Generation it came out a little bit before I was born, but even when I remember growing up, I remember the episodes coming out, my uncle and me watching them and stuff. And even I can remember back then, while being a little bit religious, it's like they're kind of pushing this cashless society. No one sees this. I mean, even in things like Star Trek, even Star Wars, there's anything that pushes a progressiveness of mankind to a utmost, how they say that we're going to be close as what we could to fourth dimension beings once we're able to travel light years in seconds and open up wormholes, or what they're trying to do with CERN. Everyone wants to talk shit about CERN.
The biggest thing is the replicators and the transporters. That is a mind-boggling idea, and it speaks to our communication technology in fundamental ways. And the idea of these transporters, and also the replicator technology totally collapses the value system that we have today, and the concept that of distance, like how technology totally creates a post-geological framework because you could send money through the air, and that is part of the pre-transporter, synthesis, and the pre-replicator synthesis, that the molecules and the that resources and stuff is just can be generated right upon will, right? So that is more of a level that that's the experience that sometimes people have with technology and going to a store, even though they don't realize it, right? And using money, right? And sending money through the wires, right? But they don't really realize it. It's post-geological. It changes our understanding of time. It changes our understanding of value, and the idea that we're separate from nature, the idea that nature is a standing reserve, the idea that, reason is above nature, all of these concepts, and they're fundamental to our understanding of the world around us, right? But we're
Well,
going to take a little
that's an
musical.
important. That's a good position to take against Jim Bob. Do you believe you're
Oh
separate from
yeah,
nature?
oh yeah,
Are
we've
you
got
separate
tons
from
of
nature?
yeah, we've got tons of positions against, but we've got
I
no
never.
challenge.
Well,
We've
he
got no
sits there and
challenges.
shits on natural law all day. It's like and
Oh,
doesn't.
we just took a big shit on Kantian philosophy, right? Like for
Mm,
3 or 4 episodes. So you already know, like, we got what it
yeah.
takes. But the thing is that there's no challengers. The problem is that there's no challengers. Those shows are curated, as I stated earlier, right? Their opponents are chosen beforehand, right? And it's part of fake and gay Olympics, right? That is basically
I didn't mean
sort
to
of
laugh out loud, but
Well, I'm
yeah.
suited well for that.
yeah, it's like like I said, there's like 8 or 9 people, and all they do is debate each other. So they're obviously controlled opposition groups for each other, right? So that doesn't really surprise me at any rate, right? That people would only choose to debate people for clout, right?
Yeah.
So
Did
that
Did you ever know that these kind of people also seem to just love talking shit about each other? They're never there to, like, for someone like me and you, we focus on the truth. You deal with your haters when they come and go, but you don't let it dwell on the next podcast or stream. You go on about your philosophy and what you're teaching that day. And that's one of the things that drew me to you, is that you're not like everyone else, like Talcott or all these other people who sit here and you might record something if you needed to, for defense purposes, but it's not in a nefarious purpose of other than, aha, I got you too, because you're doing it too, or whatever. Compared to these people who, it's like they have 100 people watching a stream, so that way every little thing that every little person said can be go back and used and somehow twisted and used for nefarious, cruel purposes. And technology is just as much as a part of that as what the humans are.
But it all tests us about who we are as people and what we're going to let others define us as too, in a way that's never been demonstrated so quickly. Like, we have people challenging our perspective all the time on here in so many different ways, and it's like having a bevy of, like, when you
Yes,
die.
but the problem is being able to tell who's there to actually have an intellectual debate with you, or just there to smear campaign you like they do every day in politics. How do you
But
differentiate between
if you're there,
someone like me who 100% has the best intentions for TMO and actually want to promote the betterment of mankind, but then you have other
I
people
would ask how
who,
you have the same intentions about me. I don't know.
I mean,
Like,
exactly.
we have to be willing to, like, uplift everyone at that. Like, that's my perspective. Like,
You have to have faith
to try to.
that the person.
Here, hold on, guys. Let me engage this viewer just in case she wants to come on the panel. We're actually going to be, after I take a little musical break, we're going to be touching back on many aspects of the origins of science and civilization, and the effect of technological progress on society, and the effect of technological growth and innovation in such a small scale of time on society. So we're going to be covering some of those topics, reading some of the historical views of the development of science. So in the first 2 hours I was doing that. Last show I did a 3-hour special, me and the brother Talcott, who's in the chat here. Thankful to have him. I find the number of people who like to use my name and talk shit about me online to be fascinating. Yeah, especially, yeah, for sure. Brother Talcott knows what's up. Technology and society, what is the direction? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sounds technical. Yeah, it is and it isn't, because it's such an abstract topic, right? But we're going to take a little musical break. We'll see if anybody wants to hop on the panel. I'm thankful to have you guys here with me, and allow me to take a little break and smoke some cannabis with you guys, and then return to some of these topics. Thank you guys so much. And I hope you guys like Big Justolium.
You know what I'm saying? Keep the movement subversive and all that. You know what I mean? It's the black mamba serum right here. We gotta, you know what I'm saying, inject these poisoned individuals. It's all snake biters out here, you know what I'm saying? But on the real, son, what was that shit, that little trickle of beat you had like two songs ago, man? I'm saying we need to massacre that. We need to make moves on it. I'm saying I got some ideas for that. I can plot that out. We need to, you know what I'm saying, let me siphon filter that. You know what I mean? We need to filtrate that. But on the real, all in all, this smart spec and all that, you know what I'm saying? We out here, you're saying, trying to build things. I mean, all these little scallywags out here. all these paper bags, you know what I'm saying? These recyclable niggas and shit. You know what I'm saying? We trying to bring some new barbed wire to the table for y'all niggas to play with. You know what I'm saying? Play with matches and all that.
Mark II, he was the whatever type nigga. You know, the type of nigga that would do anything at any given time. A live wire.
Believe me, kid, you don't want this guy unless you are 100% sure you need him. He's a fucking monster.
It's biohazardous. I hold my sword so immaculate. Peep the asterisks. First place Brody championships. Z was right as jagged Arabic to make the planet switch on panic strip. Verbally, I hold the banana clip that'll rip the flip amulets and turn niggas inanimate. Now I'm banished with my click for planning hits on presidential mannequins. Tampering with cyanide and aspirin. I peeped your Mary Magdalene's table dancing out in Nazareth. Seen you in your ambulance. Catch me acting arrogant. Walking past Jersey through Los Angeles. Too many niggas on that faggot shit, that fabric. We was never having it. Instead I keep that parliament funk. Smack fiends wanna bump. My style 360 metric ton of opium gum. Slowing your jump. These Forrest Gump niggas think they got their hands on a pump. Remind me of this little pregnant chick who tried to stun and got straight when she was 7.5 months. You repulsed. Shit's fucked up. I juxtapose vanilla tie mixed with clumps. A chocolate skunk. Global planet stumped. Punch drunk off the grimy city dump. Beat bump. New York and Jersey niggas say they keep it drunk. But niggas don't wanna be rich. They wanna be Illuminati just like Turner and Trump. But we perverted like monks. Now we chant the Gregorian, Torn Peoria and the Ori. The valedictorian, Roll Warrior and the DeLorean. Feeling euphoria, distorting like historians. Or brothers who hold their glory in a 40 and sound like broken accordions in empty auditoriums. It ain't no wax that trap my auditorium. Just ask Kevorkian if he got any more of them little capsules that he store me in.
For a few seconds, this place was Armageddon.
No dessert till you finish your vegetables. 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 Deathbed instrumentals. Bleeding through your eyes every beat I put my pen to. I shine plus the sun reflect too. The blade walker at your rescue. Pray a Lord bless you when I make your chest move. It's back to the essence or the test tube. Jersey play my nights with Lancelot and make chess moves. Strategic slow death. Imhotep call me nephew. You was that nigga y'all don't wanna stand next to. Mr. Hyde, cause I don't respect you enough to let you be Dr. Jekyll. Plus your movie ain't scary. Paintball, guerrilla war. It's gay soldiers in your military. Now listen clearly. Broken cherries got the screening calls through the secretary. Catch me offline. Inspect at hotmail.com. Shoplifting hackers. Get down cipher. Survivor TV. Trap me in a world full of actors. Catch me on the street. Start my own fight club chapters. Style free as Napster. It's always tears amongst the laughter. The brilliant savages keep all the eggs in one basket. That's why your carcass smell like fried cactus. Brody chaps and slap a sound scanner with the back of a hammer. And all y'all Highlanders get buried alive in glass caskets. No dessert till you finish your vegetables. No dessert till you finish your vegetables. No dessert till you finish your vegetables. No dessert.
Yeah, mate, welcome to Plaster Fixer.
Get off this damn machine. What is everybody doing listening here? What are we doing? What are we doing to us? What are we allowing to happen? Come on now. People are gonna like join some cyborg machine that flies through space, dude. I'm serious, dude. It's too easy. It's too easy from where we're at already. It's too much. But I gotta jump off here. That's why I'm being so vocal. I gotta get out of here. But it was good to speak to y'all.
Greetings to our friend here. Thank you for joining. And greetings to our other friend. Blessings. Thank you.
Hey,
Hey, how you doing today?
good. Long time no see.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's good to see you, my friend. And I hope you and Jesse are doing okay. You guys are all right?
Yeah, things are going great. Missing Link's doing good. Back up and running. So
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here talking about science and civilization. And Skolomowski comes to the concept here. He says, in the context that science formulates a worldview, those fundamental ideas that engender our understanding of the world around us, the worldview borrowed from this German term, Weltanschauung, that this is a primary, that on this level, the dominant position of science in our system of learning, that on this level science controls people. He finally comes to this conclusion that on the level of the conceptual framework, it actually controls people. So I'll read a little bit of this in this paragraph here. He says, to put the matter in more general terms, our thinking is to a large degree determined by our language. The conceptual framework is a matrix which enables us to express certain relationships, does not enable us to express other relationships. Every civilization is under the influence of these subtle yet all-encompassing conceptual determinants. The conceptual framework of Western man in our modern times has been profoundly influenced by science, and so was his language, his thinking. Here again, we see an indirect but important influence of science in the thinking of man, thus on the thinking of society. According to the proverbial wisdom, our habits control our lives. Is it not also the case that the conceptual habits of a society control the destiny of the society? Question. We have analyzed science in yet another context, science as a conceptual framework determining our thinking. The conception of science may be regarded as a part of science as a civilization. So, part and parcel of science as being used as the tools that engender, you know, the level of use. So now we have science at the level of instrumentality. It goes beyond the level of mere instrumentality when it goes into the conceptual framework. You know, as I said, when science puts on the mask of mythos, you know, it starts to create its own myths, like the myth of progress, then it's anybody's game. You know, it's totally running wild then. You know, it's, you know,
Well, I heard something recently. I don't know that I agree with it, but if technology or bots are running things, then on some level they'd have to keep it in balance to keep us here, right? They'd have to equalize any imbalance as they go, which, you know, some people think that might be the trap, is the technology within itself.
yeah, I guess it goes to how can you know, something rule yet not project its dominance, you know, and that will happen with the equal understanding of how we can balance things with technology. But the fact that we say that we have to mitigate the influences, right, and that you know, we have to manage control, that also presupposes the concept that the use is already not optional, right? So it goes to that aspect where it's like, well, we just, you know, there's no actual going back at this point, you know, so we're at a point of no return, you know, so what we need to do is now manage the present circumstances, you know, so the idea of balance, and then, you know, with the concept of um trying to balance our power with our control, you know, that goes to ideas of, you know, what is the fundamental nature of things. And since science encroaches into those areas, you know, and it creates its own mythology, you know, then you can say that, well, because as I was trying to outline earlier, I said that science, you know, it wasn't always part of the conceptual framework of man, right? There's other ideas that predominated, right? So obviously there was the religious framework, you know, and before that there was the mythological framework, right? Before the religious framework, right? And there's also the idea of the transcendental realm, you know, that gets brought in with this concept of logos. So sandwiched in between, you know, this notion that the world is that heaven exists and God exists in heaven, you know, there's this notion that there's a total separation between the material and the immaterial, right? Because human beings start to notice that their creativity, um, you know, is basically dissimilar to nature, because nature has malleability and it's impermanent. But they notice that ideas are immaterial, right? And they have permanence. They actually exist throughout time. So they create these notion of these archetypal forms, right, that persist throughout time. you know so you could see that with mythos, because mythos is already trying to tell us something about time. Because if you read Homer and Ovid, they're talking about where humanity came from, for example. So they're talking about the origins of man, right? They're talking about histories of wars and themes that happened, um in Greece. So there's all of these concepts that you could relate to those, right? So yeah, so it's already encroaching into the theme of time. So that's why when science gets going, like scientific progress is the mythos of science, right? Like I say, that the future is just as mythological as the past, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting way to think about it for sure. I don't know. You said a lot of things there, but not sure where to go from there. I know I can speak to the psychology and the brain and the way that the body works, and how the fact that we can be wired to certain things is something definitely to think about, because technology does do that.
Yeah, it presents us with the capacity to, as I started saying, the median is the message, right? So the whole growth of communications technology, the advancement in communications technology, is a sign. And why would people want to engage or in the advancement of communications technologies? Well, it would be, I think the primary motive for that is the manipulation of human consciousness. To put it quite bluntly, right? We want to be able to manipulate and perturb human consciousness, and maybe even um, uh, have the ability to engender human intelligence, as a technological resource rather than something that is engendered by skill, because skill is dynamic, whereas um, um, mass production, that doesn't have to rely on skill. It can just rely on technique. So you could just reproduce it upon will, right?
Yep. Also created out of laziness, right? And progression, I guess, in a way, because we can have something else do things while we do other things, I guess. So, yeah. I know
And the initial.
television. Oh, go
Oh, go
ahead.
ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was like, the initial creation of that, though, is creative, isn't it? But then being mass produced, it's like it loses a bit of uniqueness, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely. I know television was originally created as a weapon. And I know too that Now we know that one of the biggest ways to wire us is through emotion. So when you have movies and shows and stuff going that produce an emotion within us, it also wires some of the things in that program into us. Sometimes I wonder if everything that we feel is even partially wired, like how we feel love or when we feel anger. How much of that have we learned from television shows that created emotions, that wired us, that told us that when somebody does this, this is how you feel. When somebody does that, this is how you feel. And so we kind of like live out of that. And you have to wonder how much of that is programming.
Yeah, I remember I started consuming only the shows I participate in sometimes, right? So sometimes I'd have the TV on and somebody would say the machine lies, and I would think that somebody's talking to me. You know what I mean? Right. So I would respond like as if somebody's talking. So I'd think like, oh shit. So I think I was in my mind went to, I have to respond on the panel. Right. But I'm not on a panel. Right. I'm just watching the TV. Right. So this is in schizophrenia, it's known as a source monitoring error, right? Where you actually think that some stimulus is coming from a place where it's not coming from, right? Right. You fail to attribute the proper source, right? Right, to the stimulus, right? So this is actually being caused by the overstimulus of technology, right? All the time, because and we have another friend here, I believe. Oh yeah, he's just in the dark. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, in the dark person.
Yeah, I believe he's actually been on the missing link as well. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. But yeah.
Oh man, it was weird. It had the whole bottom screen completely blank for a minute there. Continue, resume though. I'm chilling here.
Yeah, just talking about programming. That's right, predictive programming. And as I actually end the show with all the time, I say that the first step to seeing beyond the program is to realize how you've been programmed, right? So in a way, a good definition of freedom is to realize what's beyond your control first, right? And then move on from there, right, to manage what you can control, right? Because obviously freedom and control are not exactly and precisely the same type of thing, and neither is power and control, right? So power, that is just physical force, right? And force has no direction, so in that sense, science doesn't really knowledge really, is pretty neutral, right? I say once you create a how-to manual, anyone can use it, right? So the more idea of instrumentality is not the same as technique, right? Use is not the same as technique, right? In my opinion.
Yeah, pretty much.
Technique is like one form of use, though, right? It's an individual usage, can be a technique.
Well, I don't know if you guys saw the first SpongeBob episode where he's like blowing a bubble and he's like, do you know like the perfect technique? And then he says like technique like a million times, and he tries to show him the technique. And so it's just pretty funny because that's Alul's favorite word, right? He says it's not technology, it's techniques, right? We've become inundated with techniques, right? And so it's this great French word, right? That essentially comes down to the nub of, you know, what I tried to say is a little bit different from skill, because skill can be developed, right? But a technique has to be engendered, right? So you can modulate techniques within the technique. You can develop a technique within itself, right? But the way a technique develops is closed off from anything in its environment, right? Right? Skills require growth, and they require a human participant, right? The better a technique is, you know, the more the user is basically interchangeable, right? A great technique doesn't require a great user. You know what I mean, right? You know, so they said that use, you know, the universality of a tool is the scale of technique in which it functions, right? So that would be an appropriate definition. You know, if I could extrapolate on a term and concept, you know.
That's interesting because, like, with art, like painting technique, it is a talent or a skill or a combination of both. But technique, like that's one of those words. It's like an entendre, right? Polytechnique.
He's
Machine,
a
what up?
Luciferian. He's a Luciferian. He's talking about manifesting.
Yo, stop calling out Lucifer's name just unexpectedly. I mean, anyways, but yo, Machine, what
Why
up,
you
man?
afraid of him?
Good to meet you. Nah, man, I ain't afraid of nothing in the spirit realm. Come on now.
What's going on?
I was thinking about this the other day because I'm selling solar panels that are going on a smart device system, baked in a smart home with a smart refrigerator. And I realized I had to separate myself from my phone the other day because I had to like distinguish boundaries of what technology was trying to have me do. And I just realized that like basically what happens is people try to go for control of other people and accumulation of wealth, and they think they're going towards what is eternity, but in reality they're actually just going towards the most comfortable death, like comfortable understanding of death. And I just realized that I just go, oh, so eventually if money, access, women, or whatever becomes what technology wants you to do when you're in your smart home on your smartphone with smart nano in you, I was like, what is life? And then at that point I started realizing, and I go, oh, there's a switch where someone just wants to train someone and or learn with someone and value their learning process and education process. And that's like what the death is of becoming a parent. And I still don't know what it is. But like I've been around enough kids now to realize that like a lot of people in our culture, they need a predictable schedule. They need a routine. If life were to just come at them and they just had to go into people's houses, pitch people, talk to people in public, at that point, you're pretty much surrendering to nature. And the death of any sales team is when people start practicing mimicry. And there's this behavior where there's the in-group and the out-group. And it's a narcissistic defense. And in our culture, I just find it very confusing because what it does is it allows, like, technology interlaces, in my opinion, it interlaces with that component. And it just basically becomes life is that they're trying to make it that social credit score, right? That social credit system. But we just have to understand that there's a greater truth than that. And certain people are adepts and they're unraveling it. I, as of right now, don't have the time to read. Don't get me wrong, I'll read an audiobook, but life has sped up so much that I'm like, what the fuck? I wake up every day, dip out the house, just sell. just sell, work, clean houses. And like I think that's the only way to live, because I was thinking about it. What's your life philosophy if you're paying corporations? Why don't you just go out and get your money every day? You know, we have to get off this system. We have to start growing food. We're doing it slowly, but eventually it's going to come to a point where people need solar, they need clean water, they need clean food. And in my opinion, the culture as is already too focused on the election. Like, I don't know. America is destined to fall just like it did in 1776. It's like inevitable, but anyways, I had to share that tonight. I appreciate you. Thank you. And you put this on the Tao Te Ching. I was reading this earlier.
Yeah, this whole idea that, you know, seen in the conflict between the followers of Confucius and the followers of Shen Nung, you know, the Taoist emperor, you know, where he's talking about how laws, restrictions, the autocratic state, the technocratic state, the development of technology, the idea of, you know, the point of life being to gain wealth and security, you know, that all of these ideas will lead people to ruin. You know, he primarily addresses this in several chapters, you know, but you know, such as chapter 29, he says, you know, do you think you could, you know, change the world and improve it? And he says, I don't think that this
That
can be
can be
done.
done. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right. So the whole idea comes to a fundamental concept that is missing within the notion of scientific hubris. And he says, rule a nation with justice, wage war with surprise moves, become master of the universe without striving. How do I know this is so? Because of this. The more laws and restrictions there are, the poorer the people become. The sharper men's weapons, the more trouble in the land. The more ingenious and clever men are, the more strange things will happen. Right? Knowledge is about deception. Right?
Yeah.
You know, if you give people knowledge, that means that you're giving them the tools to deceive them. If you don't also equip them with the ethical framework, and also if you don't, you know, equip them with wisdom, and you know, correspondence with you know, other human beings and all this,
Yes.
you know, they'll actually use the knowledge and the desire and to destroy themselves, right? You know, like the best way, you know, I've said it before, the best way to destroy a fool is to make them king for a day. You know, obviously, you know, like you equip somebody who has no idea how to wield the power, the ability to use it, and you disappear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's a sad truth, you know. But yeah, you know, the more strange things will happen, you know, and that's why I was arguing with people where they were saying, you know, this is a Christian a rhetorical argument that they use, that they say, well, doesn't it say in the Quran that Allah is a deceiver? Right, so they say, well, your God admits that he lies. You know, that's what they'll say. You know, so I'll say, well, you know, first of all, that's just one translation. The other translations say planner, you know, so the word is interchangeable with planner, right? But the whole concept of deceiver, that doesn't mean that somebody is fundamentally deceptive, but the ability to have knowledge gives the ability to deceive. Right? Because
it gives that right and privilege in the realm of polarity. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because you cannot deceive somebody without knowledge, right? You know,
All right, ready? This is how you deceive
there's
someone.
dangers to knowledge.
All you do is ask them
Yeah, go ahead.
questions that get them feeling. You go, how do you feel about that? Tell me more. When you think about that, how do you feel? Tell me what you perceive. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you think is going on. And you start priming people, and then you have to change. You have to question your ethical code. I had to in my life. I still have to, you know? Think about how much you can set up a frame around someone's life, around Christianity, around what they view God, what they view their center, what they view their most importance value. I mean, come on. This whole culture right now is they're consenting to a law form in Christianity that I don't think they know what it's like, because leaving it is not fun, and I have left it, and I know some other people have too. So trust me, once you start realizing, you start asking philosophical questions about the nature of reality. Who wrote the Bible? Was it Plato? Yes, it was. And a lot of other things that went on in the New Testament, you start really questioning. You don't know reality, because there was a Caesar family, the Julius Caesar family, the Josephus, and Italian family. They were the ones who wrote the Bible, and they encoded it. There's a book called Creating Christianity and all of Scribina's work. But fucking, I mean, I can't go to church anymore. I can't play church, you know? After reading Nietzsche, after reading, you can't do it anymore. So then what happens is there's conflict. There's things that need to be resolved. People are kind of upset you're asking questions. At that point, you start questioning what their faith is. And you start realizing that there's like angelic beings, and there's like an angelic council and a whole law form that you don't even know about going on around you. But that's why I stopped going to church. Don't get me wrong. I think Jesus Christ is a beautiful being. Jesus Christ is a powerful being, and everyone knows that. But it doesn't mean that you have to consent to a group of books and then repeat and chant those sets of books, you know?
Yeah,
Forget and
absolutely.
move forward. It's programming, but I don't know.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
living in Massachusetts is an interesting time. Right on the border of Massachusetts and New Hampshire. It's pretty much the Republicans against the Democrats right now. And it's pretty bad. But the best way to, like you said, I think you said something along the lines of become human and communicate with other humans, human to human, right? Like we need to adjust how our life operates. We can clearly see, this is the thing. We're in bed with Zoom now. So are we just embedded with videos the rest of our lives? Yes. But then what point does it reach where we actually just go inside ourselves? You know what I mean? What point will it become that, or is that a fanciful reality? I think it could be. I think the nature of reality is still undetermined to me. I'm a student in this shit, but I know that this reality has holographic inserts. I know it has all government programming. I know it's all heavily embedded in our dreams. So, I mean, at this point, you have to remember your dream, but then also assessing reality every day and not being reactive to what someone basically, our government wants us to consent and give over our consent keys, and I do not, and I think most people don't. But at the same time, man, I feel like I don't know if we're at a tipping point with just the level of poverty. It's poor. Most people are poor in America right now. Don't have money, are in debt. Real estate market's too high. We definitely, like, if you're young right now, the only hustle is starting a business. You have to, out of just like a natural instinct, like a natural reflex. Like, come on, like you have to learn how to do something with your hands, do a skill, do a trade. Like, I mean,
Why?
nowadays,
So that way all the illegal immigrants can come and take it from me?
Nah, man.
Hey, greetings, Jack. How you doing today?
I mean, man,
It's
I'll
good to
hire
talk to you.
immigrants. I have
My
immigrants
back
on my
hurts.
team now.
I'm
Oh, your
old.
back hurts.
I
Oh,
know
sorry to hear that.
But hey, listen, I'm all for the border, but I still, if people are here, I'm gonna treat them human. I'm not gonna treat them foreign or.
Okay. Well, see if they feel the same way about you when they're kicking in your door.
Hey, guess what? I'm pure light. How are they gonna hurt me?
Yeah.
They love me. I see
Pure
them now.
light. Okay,
I am,
Neo.
buddy. I am,
Let's
buddy. Hey, buddy.
see you dodge
Hey, buddy.
5 people.
I am, buddy.
Mhm.
You don't know me. You don't know me, son.
Well, I want to address this comment here. You know, knowledge prevents deception. This is true, but knowledge also gives the ability, creates the ability to deceive. right? So knowledge is a double-edged sword, right? Technology is going to be used for what it's designed for, right? It's more or less, you know, part of the general, because nobody has really determined on a grand scale if they can control the speed and pace of innovation, right? The use is not up to any one individual, right? Use is not limited to instrumentality. Technique is not limited to instrumentality, right? And also, use is not generally, optional when it's at the level of conceptual framing, right? So there's all of these factors that I've mentioned. But yeah, you know, and that one chapter, I mean, that is just one example from the Tao. There's so many from also the Shangzu, and there's many as well from some of the other writings, right, throughout history. So we presented tons of writings. But yeah.
So COVID, the other guy brought it up.
Yeah, we can't talk about that. Yeah, we can't even. It's an automatic. Yeah, it's an automatic flag. Yeah,
That sucks,
it's
man.
automatic flizzag.
Okay, let's not talk about that.
So that
back in the 90s, I remember having religious conversations with people because they were cloning dogs that could fucking glow in the dark, and there was all this genetic argument of what was right and what was wrong. And those freaking religious people all took the side of this is God's fucking side. This is wrong. We should outlaw this. We should ban it. And it wasn't at the time. It just felt like those were the people in charge. Does that make sense? Like the fucking guys at the top, the whoever was not just in charge of the fucking country, but the goddamn state, and the everything, down. And maybe, it was just that coast that had it. I don't know. But fuck, man, if they didn't ban the shit out of that stuff, right? And I remember reading in magazines, articles, talking about the fact that, they're fucking moving to China, and China's outsourcing that shit to Korea, or whatever, true or not, it's hard not to see we banned it. That's where it's still legal. That's where shit's going on. Right? Now, those same people, I feel like, had the goddamn reins again, and now their fear was those articles, that's where that shit's going to come from anyway. And we didn't want it,
So hang on. Are you saying that the United States is incapable of testing on their own populace? And like Resident Evil, if you don't think that they're testing on Americans as much as they do the rest of the population of the world, you're nowhere near the knowledge where you need to be. Trust me, they're testing on us every single day.
It's cheaper and cleaner, and you're less likely to get a revolt if you outsource that shit. So why would you? Are you stupid? Unless,
I don't know. A majority of the population seems to be they continue to eat the hamburgers. A majority of people still put on makeup despite the fact it has chemicals in it that'll eventually rot your skin, or take ibuprofen that gives you stomach cancer or bladder cancer, but that's what your doctor recommends.
Yeah,
I mean, you're literally living in a system. You're living in a system. You're living in a system that from the moment that you're born, you're given about 20 fucking injections. So what are you going to do about it? You're already infected. You're already sick. Your DNA is already depleted.
I hear you. Yes. But that's not testing. Not on a grander scale. That's just like, well, who gives a shit? If the stupid wants to do stupid, I hear you.
Oh, so we should let the majority of the stupid. Okay. Yeah, that's great to me, because the majority of the stupid around me is killing the ecosystem
You
around me.
stand
They're
in the
killing
way of
each
somebody who wants to
other.
hurt themselves?
But we should trust in the
That's what
majority of
you're
the
saying.
stupid. That's what it sounds like.
I'm
So it's like
saying,
the
no,
movie Idiocracy, right? Everyone's real stupid,
stupid. Why would you
the
do that?
smartest man on the earth is the one in danger. Nope, all the patients from the asylum. That's for sure. That's what I see every single day I get on the panel. Just a bunch of patients who got loose.
Yeah. Well, why would I fight that either? I don't know.
Yeah, thank you guys all for joining us. We're gonna be reading some more of this, but really, I'm wondering if I should move on to um the speed of how technological increase happened. But there's still a little bit more of this. Let me just read some of this, and we'll see. And you guys can butt in at any point if you guys feel that you're interested in the general ideas that are being discussed or put out there. He says there's one aspect of science so conceived as a conceptual framework which requires special attention. This aspect is related to the notion of rationality. As developed by modern science, it is this notion which often determines whether our behavior, decision, or action is deemed rational, thus thus acceptable or not. But it so happens that scientific rationality favors frameworks and situations which comply with the structure and scope of the universe as established by science. Our judgments, which are a subset of conceptual habits, are without question under the influence of scientific rationality. There would be no room for conflict here if the universe of science encompassed everything there is, encompassed, in other words, all aspects of the human universe, since the universe of science does leave out certain aspects of the human universe. A conflict may arise between our human judgments and our scientific judgments. If the force of scientific rationality is such that we must obey it, okay, of being called unscientific, okay, for fear of being called unscientific quacks, even though we feel that some aspects of the human universe are violated, then the issue of science controlling us as people again arises. The conflict can be even deeper. I will demonstrate in the next section when rationality becomes a ruthless dictator of one's life. Right?
When it turns you into the NPC. Yes.
Yeah.
If you look at it like there's always going to be this religion, there's always going to be these people. These people may fall in and out of that category at any one time, and they can be complete hypocrites, absolute fundamental down to the core, but the numbers are probably going to be about the same. Yeah, that's interchangeable world. That sucks, and it's us who has to flow within that. Go on, I hear you.
Yeah, and rationality's taken some crazy turns in the past, as I've demonstrated. First it existed with the gods and in nature, right? So rationality was in nature. Nature was peopled with spirits, right? Then it was placed in the transcendental realm, in the immaterial realm, as I stated. Then it was placed in the mind of God, right? So it's basically still in the transcendental realm, but it's placed above the transcendental realm and the correspondence between God and man, right? So this whole idea of the universal mind, was created. But then once they got rid of the transcendental realm, rationality had to be then placed within man in the scientific enterprise, right? Because there is no actual notion of rationality that exists in the transcendental world as a transcendental concept. As Kant said, there's no such thing as pure reason. In this critique of pure reason, he says there's no such thing as pure metaphysics, right? It's all synthetic, as he would term, right? But yeah, uh, the whole notion goes to the concept of you know, of the mind being a blank slate and nature being a standing reserve. This dualism that exists in man, right? Where rationality had to be placed back within the scientific and the technological enterprise.
My back hurts today. I got nothing, man. Let's hear from these other guys.
Okay, for sure.
You know, actually, yeah, I wanted to ask you a question, TML. Where do you think human beings would be today if we didn't have any technology? I'm talking about down to light bulbs, the most simplest of electricity, batteries. You know, where do you think we humans would be if we didn't go in the realm of technological advancement?
Better off, probably. We'd probably be grander, if that makes sense. Like the idea of like, I don't know why the fuck I'm doing this. My parents did this, and we built this massive thing, and their parents did it, and we just kept doing it, and because we live right here, and because it's cool, and look how far we've gotten. You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking, go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it would really require a lot to make that happen. Historically speaking, you would have to have either the collapse.
No, because you're not doing that for money. You're doing that because that's what you do. Life, the things that you actually needed was less, and you know,
Right.
you weren't getting it from the other side of the fucking world, but you
Right,
you
exactly.
had whatever you needed. You still lived. You still survived.
Oh yeah, definitely. Artificial needs are created by international trade, and international trade is created by
it's
our
not that
techno.
far back, man. That's like if you look at New York and when these buildings were made, you know, like way back when, man, that was still a time of like they were shooting for that. You know, that was still the world they were trying to, and that was fuck, man. Go on. I'm sorry, man. I'm interrupting. I'm gonna
No,
go
it's
back
all
to
good.
chat. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you. My back feels better.
For sure. Yeah, good. See, I healed his back. See, this is what's going on. But yeah, blessings. Yeah.
I sent some energy too. As soon as I
Yeah.
heard that, I felt it in my own back. So
Nice. Thank you guys.
I was thinking about nature today and how it is the first teacher. Like, I think everything that stemmed to where we are now, if we came here and have a memory wipe, then starting from bare bones, nature was our teacher. That was the beginning of revealing or helping us remember, was from nature as our ultimate teacher, right? And I think my fear with technology is getting too far away from that. Because if we, obviously, the farther we get from nature, the more of a mess we're going to make. Probably our own ultimate demise, not so much nature's, because nature doesn't finish end being, right? So I don't know. I think it is gonna have to find
Where
balance at some
where I
point.
think TML is getting right about technology. See, for my personal belief about God, you know, when God created Earth and the system for Earth and everything that we know of that we live on the Earth with today, you know, down to the oceans, its ecosystems, the ants, you know, the smallest bugs in the dirt, you know, the flies and everything, you know, it was made perfect in that moment. But when sin entered the world, it kind of like the cosmos, like they're trying to hide from people, it's slowly decaying. The matrix is breaking down, and they're actively every single day, whether it's spraying your skies, technology, distracting you through your movies and your video games and your bonbons and baked beans. They're trying to let humanity stay ignorant to the fact that, you know, this reality around you is breaking down. Now, whether you want to say it's the actual matrix or your actual physical reality is breaking down, but it is. You know, there's a reason why when you go outside now, your skies are no longer, you know, when I was a kid, my skies were actually dark blue, but now that my son is 6 years old, he can't go outside and enjoy a nice day if there's not 15 planes in the sky who release chemicals suspiciously at the same time every single day, and then 7 hours later it spreads out across the sky to the point you can smell what smells like the inside of a hospital and tires burning. But they're not actively not only trying to make you sick and kill you, they're also hiding the truth that your reality is breaking down around you, and they're desperately keeping people in tune. And I have to say, technology is the at the forefront. It's the final frontier of the conspiracy theories when it comes to how they're keeping dumb down. Look, if you want to believe conspiracy theories about the moon, that's on you. But as someone who doesn't believe that you can go to the moon, because if you believe in God, you can't believe in the moon landing. um you know so when, like I said, once you're able to apply that, conspiracy theory, see it from the spiritual aspect, all I see is that they're just through also technology, through a spiritual aspect as well, they're hiding the truth that it's, you know, I'm not a prophet. I'm not saying that the earth can't go on another 1,000 years. I'm not saying that, but with the rate that we're not fighting against the control that they've had over us for so long, before our grandparents were born, before our great grandparents were born, before their parents were born, it's the same system. It's just constantly evolving to the point where people like TML and people like me and Neuro and all these other people like you, are trying to keep up with it and find ways to, you know, attack it, and it's just, we're getting to a point where, okay, well, what about the next 10 years? What can we do right now in this moment, in the next 30 days, next, year?
Have to completely veto AI and make our own AI. It would have to be a break off civilization. What would have to occur, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
But now you're fighting
I
against the
will.
very thing that TML is saying, which is you shouldn't trust technology to save you, which is one of the
Hey, don't worry
moral
about me.
questions.
I'm good with nature, bro. I'll be growing food in Vermont and New Hampshire. That's all I do. So I'll be good. But we got to clean the water. You're right about that,
You're assuming that they don't have a level of control over you. What you think, because you have a bunker and a bunch of land and can grow your own food, that they can't come onto it and take it away from you? I mean, you're really starting to sound like you got like an army of people, like you're not part of the system. So you still sound like an agent to me.
I'm definitely not an agent. I'm definitely from the Boston and Massachusetts area.
That's nice. That okay. Their controls worldwide. What does that got to do with anything?
Because basically we've already walked through what the previous statement just said. We've already walked through this statement of yes, eventually there will be drones coming to our house, and at that point they'll just stop us from having food. But we don't need to get into that right now. We need to understand how we're going to connect and how people are going to build businesses where they're not. The businesses also nourish their children. That's the disconnect. That's why everyone should take a course or some type of training or something to get help with how they communicate with their kids, with their partner. It's the only way forward. But guess what? It's not that we're lazy. We're just we're highly stressed right now, and we put too much weight into money, our time, and because of that, a lot of our culture is divided. And it really is just I think it's like a psychological fracture that is healing. I don't know how to describe it. I think we're gonna come to an inflection point, and then there's gonna be after there's gonna be a bounce back effect or something, right? Like that. What is the Tao? The bending of the bow. But shit, I don't know. I'm ready for it. But I whatever happens, happens. But listen, I think it's actually in waves.
Whatever happens, happens. You said shit. Whatever happens, happens.
I'm going out. I'm going out with a bang, yo. That's what it is.
Oh, here comes somebody who's gonna burst all y'all's bubbles at this point. But yeah, Angeline, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I was just thinking nature is honestly, I believe on a physical and spiritual level, nature is a reflection of us. So you talk about how sick nature is right now, and I think it is a direct reflection of how sick we are as human beings right now as well. Our health is the worst right now, our mental, our physical, and the more we disconnect or out of tune with nature, the sicker we get, and the sicker nature gets. It's physical and spiritual in that way.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that. If you grow up in the city blocks or you grow up anywhere downtown, like try walking around with a tent. Like try going downtown in most towns, cities in America right now. Not a good place to be. Like we're pretty banged up. We're pretty sick. COVID hit us with a big fucking wave. I know we're not going to go into it, but damn, I mean, most people, Americans right now, they're down and out for the count. They're pretty much they know the election's bullshit. So I don't know. Everything's high. Mortgage rates are high. Interest rates are high. All insurance is high.
The
Like we
optics are
definitely
high.
Trump rationally to like come in and just like kind of set things straight as a businessman and like help small business owners because they need it. We need it.
So I just want clarification from Super Saiyan. Do you think God isn't smart enough to build a moon or rocket if he wanted to?
Who said anything about God? I said man can't go to the moon. No one said God. What's there, Hank? You don't listen.
Well, God knows how to do it. He could teach men
Okay,
how
what
to
does
do
that got
it.
to do with it? Do you not remember the story of the Tower of Babel? What happened the last time mankind tried to reach the heavens? Did we not learn from that? Oh, that's not real according to you, Hank, right? Because your God's not my God. Your God's the daddy of my God. Shut up, Luciferian.
No, that would make you the Luciferian.
No, it's not. Because my God tells me that he doesn't want me to aspire to heights that he knows I shouldn't achieve. So hush your mouth. I know the Lord Jesus Christ. You don't.
Here we go. Here we go. You two, listen. You can take all that energy that you're using right now to go back and forth.
He's the one who came at me. He's the one over
Hey, hold
here
on.
talking about the God that you can't go to the moon. I never said
Go
anything.
back inside yourself and just chill. That's all I was gonna say.
That's right. Let me pull back the Spirit of Christ. I'm sorry. Fire in me, boys.
Bro, I've been hit with the Spirit of Christ before. I've been hit with the Holy Spirit. I've been hit with all that. Guess what? You don't have to consent to it, and that's a law form. And I would advise.
That's nice. Well, well, then you're denying. Then you're denying God because when God calls upon you, He's the last person you're going to want to say, "No, thanks. I'll do it later." What happened to Jonah? He ended up in the belly of a whale. Hush, Luciferian. Because when my God calls upon me, I won't hear it. I won't deny it. No thanks. Just like how Hank tried to get me to deny Christ the other night. You won't ever get me to deny my faith in Jesus Christ, nor will anyone ever get me to shut up about it.
But you were trying to get me to deny my faith in Christ.
Read the canons of
You don't believe in the same Christ as me, Hank. You don't think you should lay down your life even for your enemy. Yeah.
Law form. Read in the canons of sovereignty. Read a canon about the Christian law form, the holy law form. You'll that book will change your life. Read the 22 dogmatic principles in the.
Nothing's gonna change my life about the fact that I believe a man died on the cross for me. Hush, Luciferian. Hush, Luciferian. I won't deny Christ, you demon.
Hey, bro. I'll show you the text. I'll pull it up.
I'll show the text. Oh.
So you're a corpse and you're a dead entity, and then you fill yourself with the Holy Ghost. That's the law form. That's what the book
Yeah,
is.
I know that. I was dead, and through Christ I have life. What are you talking about, Luciferian? Your doublespeak doesn't work on me.
Nah, I promise.
I'm Super Satan. Hush. I'm a Luciferian Christian. Hush.
Bro, you're believing in a story and a fable. You know nothing.
How do you know? Maybe I claim that Christ is my God, but really I worship Satan more than what you do. Hush. How do you know?
Listen. I'm not.
You tell me not to judge. You tell me not to judge. I'm not judging you. I don't judge you if you take dick in your ass, but yet you're judging me. Hush. Hush. It's 2024. I can be whatever I want.
Well, let's let
I'm a billionaire. Love you, TML. I love you, TML.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, Zephyr. Thank you for being here. And this whole concept, there's been three things really, and I know Hank came up here to pick a fight. You know what I mean? And also to facilitate conflict. so thank you, Hanko Flamio. Blessings for your presence on the panel and your continued engagement as an interlocutor on a range of topics, and also to Super Satan, now Super Satan, previously Inner Darkness, and also our astute friend Michael, a great pundit and analyst, and of course the very yes, and of course the very knowledgeable and astute Angeline, who's given several presentations, critical presentations with a number of hosts and guests, and definitely understands the this idea of nature, how nature existed before we got carried away with the technological progress, and how the way that we can improve technology is to actually look at nature, right? So that's one of the things, is that there's no going back, right? So we have technology, science has a mythology. It's just as good or bad as any other mythology, but so to speak, we also have to understand the dangers right therein. So the whole idea comes down to this, is that there's three things, right, on the table, right? And there's only three damn things on the table at this time, right? And that is, one is nature, right? The other is science, and the third is technology. Right now, there's distinctions between these three. Now, the first thing is how we can distinguish between the technology of nature. And people say, well, nature is a creation, right? But nature is God-made technology, and the technology that we make is an imitation of nature. As Plato said, he was correct in that, right? That it's an imitation of nature. So it's man-made nature, right? So we're recreating what God made. It's a second order nature, right? But also it's a mediation, right? It's a tool of mediation. So what it creates is, see, nature creates a simplification of means to a plethora of ends. The same river could feed and house life forms, and it could go to many different tributaries, and it could accomplish many different purposes or ends, right? So a river doesn't have a one purpose or end. I mean, but it is a simplification of means in order to deliver many ends. Now, technology conceals its means to get to one specific end or purpose. The whole purpose with a technological activity is the end goal, right? Not the task, not the process. The process is to be hidden from you, right? Now, the second thing is, so there's ways in which we can distinguish and not distinguish, right? The barrier between nature and technology. And then we have this whole idea of science. Now, people put the chronological order thus. They say, right, that, and I know Hank is chomping at the bit, it's either going to be um that, look, it was nature, then science, then technology, right? But I'm saying it's nature, then technology, then science. And I will read something on that in a minute, but go ahead, Hank. You want to
I actually kind of like your model, and I actually agree on the order: nature, then technology, and science. So I agree on the order. I actually like your model. Um, I the only thing I may pull at is just is I guess second order and subsets the same thing. I guess I just have to agree with you. I'm just going to agree with you this time.
Well, let me read something, and then maybe you'll disagree with Skolmowski, so I'll give you more ammo here. He says, we are now ready to examine the last important conception of science as technology. A sharp distinction is often made, particularly by the priests of pure science, between science and technology. So I don't know if you guys knew that, but they do distinguish between science and technology, right? Science, technology, engineering, programming, these are all distinct activities and forms in terms of the experts, right? But anyways, So a sharp distinction is often made, right, between science and technology. The rationale given is that science is innocent and that technology is responsible for the present crisis of society, right? And that goes to a greater delusion of the myth of progress that, you know, man is the problem and technology is the solution. You know, so they're always
Science is a religion. Science is a kind of religion. It's one that's kind of productive most of the, I guess, let's say, little under half of the time. But it is a religion, so you can't be held innocent.
yeah, and yeah, he says that technology seen in the broad perspective of science as a civilization is only an extension of science, and it is only within this broad perspective that we can meaningfully discuss the social consequences of either science or technology. One commits a category mistake, as we have argued, if one attempts to discuss the social function of science when science is confined to the body of pure ideas. Science is an integral part of the bloodstream of the Western civilization. The new civilization was erected not only on the piles of Galileo's physics, but also Bacon's program. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Okay.
Well, science nowadays is barely science. It's more of a religion where people just tell you stuff and you have to have faith and believe it. Science is so lost because we should be the ones doing science in our everyday life. Like, we should be the ones testing and repeating and watching effects and taking notes, but we don't anymore. We just kind of like hear a mass message covered with science and go for the ride. Like, it's a little bit ridiculous.
So it always has been that way, but like higher up, it's always about disproving the next guy or disproving yourself. So yeah, it's the way it's always been, really.
It's not even disproving anymore, though. It's just who pays who pays who the most next, right? And gets the next.
Well, yeah,
result.
until the president gets fired because they cheated at the research. So it's so it's still happening. But I just want to accelerate the process so we can get rid of like a couple of branches that haven't been productive for the last, let's say, 100 years.
Realistically, we're going to reduce the amount of people that are in the government or the people that do those exact behaviors, like charitable, questionable charitable donations to each other. Like, man, I've been in Boston. I've seen it too many times. Like someone from Harvard esteemed or someone from MIT anywhere, and they're just shady people. They're weird. But yeah. I mean, they it is like a cult. Like, it's weird. There's an clear in group. There's a clear indoctrination. There's a clear like setting up and gaslighting. It's very interesting. Yeah.
The fun thing is that if you make your own tools, you can largely ignore those guys and just do your own thing, like Stephen Wolfram has. He does his own computational research and makes money with his own company based on his own research. So you can if you can put if your techniques are good enough, you can ignore the ivory tower until you can just raise it to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, we can all start practicing science, man. We can do water tests. We can grow our own soil, do soil science. Like you can grow mushroom cultures. There's a lot of science that can be done, but we need to have the discussion where it's like, what are we actually voting on, and why aren't we all communicating in a better communicative way where there's like each person's vote or voice has more of an equal say. I mean, I don't know what else we can do besides revolt. We have to we may have to stand up for ourselves at some point, you know. Will America do it? I mean, we should all be strapped up. You know.
Well, it don't
Well, I
matter
want to
because
address
Joe
I want to
Biden
address
says nuclear guns.
But the thing
yeah,
is, what
yeah,
it's so
yeah, but I want to address Hank on on this Wolfram Alpha stuff. Yes, he did create his own company, but the whole idea of Wolfram Alpha, right, where you can this machine basically completes these advanced computations, right, for you, right? So, the whole idea that, programmers don't need to actually but or engineers or anybody has to actually that mathematicians are using the Wolfram Alpha program to complete advanced computations, right? Means that, yeah, it's not actually, machines are being used. I will actually went and saw my friends who were in the master's degree program for philosophy and all that type of stuff, and they were using programs, logical computation programs to do advanced problems, in symbolic logic. So, the whole idea is that, people are using technology to assist them in advanced computations, and that's really what Norbert Weiner said. He said, when you create complex systems, you need machines to do the programming. Because to have human beings sit there and program these complex systems all day is going to be very, very, cumbersome. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, in science and pretty much in the gym's an elitist game. I mean, only the top couple of percent's gonna actually have any traction. So it's an elitist game. So you have to use whatever you can, and that's why we have university presidents that go out and outright cheat because they're desperate. So
And
Excellent.
Steven's in the back.
Which Stephen? Oh, King Stephen? No, thank you. Have a blessed
Just
day,
letting you
sir.
know.
Yeah, with the you shouldn't have teamed up with the Lumitami and said all those nasty things to me. Now you want to come here and pretend. Have a blessed day.
yeah, I teamed up with Illuma Tommy
Yeah.
and Officer Snaps.
Yeah,
So
my email is posted. You can come have a personal conversation with me and apologize to me, and then we can talk about your other behavior on these panels and why you LARP so hard,
yeah,
and why you're putting on this
Damn,
performance.
you just set him straight right there. Wow.
yeah,
What did he
yeah.
do? I missed.
Yeah, not to worry, King Stephen. I'm probably gonna host tomorrow. You don't have anything better to do. You don't have work. You can't afford to pay 20 smackaroos. So 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 you could probably talk to me tomorrow. I don't even need an apology. I just need you to be accountable.
Damn. Set him straight. You guys are hilarious. My question is like, where do we go? Where do we go once we start getting into like gene editing, and only certain people can do gene editing? But then there's like that's
Cr-
my question. Like, what happens when do we just
CRISPR already
completely
exists. It's in
disillusioned?
people's
Like
garages.
I feel like most people are gonna get brought somewhat back to the Stone Age. They're gonna have their phone and their devices, but then they're gonna either want to like go back or they're just stuck on the same thing, same running program. But I mean, yeah, it's a quandary. Is that the word? It's a difficult situation. Most of humanity is right now with like, oh man, people are struggling with what what it is actually to have meaning. Because if you lose value, you lose what you treat with value and with reverence. Then at that point, that is the true value system. So otherwise, it's just like a
Yes. Now, how do you depopulate a
failed.
majority of generations of people who have been taught and bred and indoctrinated to think that they have no purpose?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is, it's basically a mathematical equation. It's like then at that point you just have to have loss or immense entropy to the point of like stagnation and then rebirth. You have to. I don't know.
Remembering our own power is really important though too, because you worry about gene alteration, but we alter our own genes as well, right? Like that's been shown that we can do that also with our thoughts, with what we put in our bodies, things like that.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, but at the same time, what happens? Like, man, nah, I don't think people realize what it is. I don't think
Yeah, I
people
think I
realize
think
how
I
big
think there's a big
right.
difference between certain people in countries who eat certain fruit that like rots out their teeth, but it gets them high or something for a little bit, and it's like a really intense high, but it's a fruit, compared to what we're
Oh, you're talking
considering.
about the cotton.
Yeah, yeah, compared to like gene editing, which, if you believe like me, even the Nephilim, as far back when they existed, were tampering with not just human DNA by fallen angels mixing with humans, but we're messing with animal DNA, probably plant DNA, and what we consider, which is a conspiracy theory about where the alien franchise comes from, is the facehugger, the progenitor virus. You know, I mean, I think there's definitely some truth. Everything that they put you in the front and the media, there's some occultic, some liminal message that if you're just there, you can pick it out. You can be someone who believes in the Matrix and come to the exact same conclusion as someone who believes in God or the devil. It's just, how do you combat almost a majority of the population who are just trying to get by in their daily lives? They don't care that the elites are taking over the world. The only thing they care about is providing for their kids, or you know uh getting their next yacht, or you're living with a greedy race of people who only, because of the system one that you're being told to live for. Everyone cares about, their next paycheck. Can I afford this? Can I get the next, race car? It's hard to sit here and fight a system that's so infectious that at every single level and aspect in the mind, soul, and body, that they have you just constricted. They have you so complacent with the system that you're in, that even people like us who want to, I don't want to use the word overthrow, but actively, disintegrate it. How do you get past this phase of just simply talking about and being able to initiate it to the point where they have? I mean, like I said, it's so bad that you have a population of, the baby boomers are dying out. So the people who are around my age, about 30, a little bit younger, a majority of the ones who I interact with and walk around, been throughout my daily life, a majority of them don't believe in God. They don't really believe in anything. They only care about one thing and one thing only: getting money and having sex. How do you depopulate a generation of people who have been taught that the only thing that matters is humping everyone's leg and consume, 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 like in They Live? Put on your fucking sunglasses and realize that it says obey and serve. But how do you begin to do? Look, you can put it in the movies like they did with They Live. They put it right there in the fucking movies. They're not telling you that they're fucking aliens using satellites to control the masses. They're telling you that it's a spiritual warfare going on, and all you have to do is put on the glasses and see what's actually going on. And I hate to say that They Live is a great example, but I mean, spiritually, when you can see some liminal messaging, someone like me at a young age, when I watched that movie at like 12, 13 years old, I sat right there, and anytime I looked at a newspaper, I looked at a history book, a science book, any media that my parents had ever consumed, what my grandparents were telling me they had consumed, what's wise. I mean, look at in the 1950s, they had how many people convinced when they read George Orwell's World of Worlds on the radio? You know how many people called in claiming they were seeing UFOs, yet it was a fucking book being read with sound effects? I mean, come on. To sit here and say that even as far back as 2,000 years ago, when Jesus Christ supposedly walked the earth, that look at the Pharisees. If Jesus Christ was actually standing in front of these people, they themselves had the literal Son of God standing in front of them, and because of the system that they were around even back then, they rejected the very miracles that were supposedly happening in front of them. So, for me, my stance is that it's a system as old as time. As I hate to use it, because time is irrelevant to me when it comes to God, but it's been here since Lucifer said, "You're not going to die. Go ahead, take a bite. I'm sure it tastes great." And since then, it's been just a complete system of debauchery. I mean, we're getting to the points. To me, I don't think we're quite in Noah's time, but if technology has always been around, we're getting very close, because I'm telling you, you're take some of the technology that you have today's time and put it back 400, 500 years ago, when people were still carrying around katana swords and fighting in feudal Japan. Okay, and take some of the technology that you have today and thrust them into today's world. What would they call that? Magic. Whatever, spiritual stuff. To me, that's no different than today. So when I saw that UFO 3.5 years ago, I don't look at it as just technology, because I've already had in a spiritual awakening that I can look at the sense that just because I see it, just like with my supposed demon attacks, just because I've witnessed it supposedly physically in all aspects, in all senses, I experienced what I experienced, doesn't mean it was actually real. But I mean, when you're trying to fight a system like this, for me, you have to separate yourself humanly. Because this stuff begins to take a mental toll. Oh, what the elites are doing. You know how they're killing us. You know how they're controlling us. This and this and this, and it takes a mental toll on you. It's like the mentors from Harry Potter. To get back on the whole social media thing about how it's a negative energy collector. Look at how all these people get off on hurting other people. It's a he said she said thing. I mean, you know,
this brings us back to the original question here. Is that how do you know there was ever a time this tech didn't exist? Right. Yeah,
exactly. And I believe
definitely.
it always did, T-Mail. I think you are 100% right. Just like how people say about the chariots of God, what they described about how they looked like wheels upon wheels or whatever and stuff. Well, that to me was no more than like the Oracle tells you in the Matrix about, kind of in a way, about anytime you ever heard of an angel or a ghost or a demon or a vampire or werewolf, something that you can't explain. It is something, aka your reality, a spiritual connection that your
Yeah,
mental
and it
mind can't place.
yeah, and it being here earlier does not really negate the fact that you know the the idea that it's being spread and created into a world system as we speak now, right? Because it could have existed as a technologically advanced state in the past. So what's wrong is the notion, coming back to the original premise, is the notion of progress, and not the actual idea that we are non-technological in some way. Obviously technology is inextricably linked to humankind, right? As I said earlier, man is a symbol making animal, and both the crafting of the symbols and the symbols themselves, they relate to the complete, proliferation of the highest aspect of technology, which is the communication technology, right? Their ability to craft symbols and to create languages, right? And to embed new meaning within those symbols that are even beyond our language structures, right? But yeah, I'm gonna read some of this. This is going to go to more of a different side of things. This is a paper that was written at the beginning of the new work that we're going to be reading here. But if anybody else wants to chime in before then,
Yeah, I just
yeah,
wanted to tell you, I do have to go. It's getting pretty late here for me.
yeah, no worries.
I appreciate always,
Yeah, thanks for
T-Mail.
yeah,
I
yeah,
love
thanks for
to
yeah,
get the
yeah,
enlightenment
for sure.
going, as always.
Yeah, blessing. Yeah,
Love
yeah,
you, man.
blessing. Thank you
Stay
so much for your
safe.
contribution. Yeah, yeah, I love you too, for sure, dude. Yeah, thank you
Peace,
so much.
everyone. I hope everyone has a good night.
For sure.
Good
Thank you,
night,
my
bro.
friend.
Bless, bless, bless. Good night.
Yeah, bless. All right. That brings us to the second part of this stream, and this is an introduction to the um, you know, the second part of the second major work that we'll be looking at. We read about the manifest. We read through the manifesto. So you know on the stream and analyzed it. So it took like 20 or so streams. We also got people involved in a number of discussions on the topics that were in there, right? People from all across the world. It's England and Israel and all sorts of different countries, and people chimed in. All sorts of different types of people talking on this issue, right? So yeah, it's been real interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna read just a little bit of this, and please, guys, chime in at any point you guys feel necessary. And if nobody chimes in with anything, I'll go ahead and take a little musical break, and we'll read and be back with some stuff. We also got our friend here. Greetings.
Greetings.
Denizen, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm gonna go across the room and grab this vaporizer. Give me a second. And I apologize in advance for the music and the musical break. It is going to be pretty loud. All right. So if you guys don't want that, go ahead and just, mute the sound there. But yeah, blessings. Uh, we are steeped in a technological milieu. Okay. Technology surrounds us on all sides, envelops us, and perhaps suffocates us. The first thing, when I went to Dr. Scribina's um classes, and I was talking to him, the main thing that I couldn't wrap my mind around at first was first the idea that the religious worldview led to the technological worldview, right? He thought that because you know, God was taken out of nature and that nature was reduced to stuff, and the world was seen as a fallen place, that all of these really contributed to the notion that nature is not like sacred. So for him, and he's a panpsychist, he felt that the Christian worldview had contributed to the technological worldview. And to me, that didn't seem correct, because I thought, well, isn't it true that we live in a secular age, right? So there is some truth. Later when I talked to him, I found there is some truth in what he's saying, and also in this other notion that he presented, that you know we can't really control the spread of technology. That technology, it creates its own values. The use of it is not optional. We can't control the speed and pace of innovation, and it's not reduced to mere instrumentality and use. So pretty soon, after many different times of arguing with Dr. Scribina and going to his office hours and just really, really arguing with him for a long time, I've started to accept this notion, because I found no reason why I should, really, you know, promulgate, the idea that man has this great control over technology, when almost every single thing, the speed and pace of how it grows, and the overarching uniformity of how the system operates on a worldwide scale, you know, um, there's no reason to believe that it's under our control at this point, you know, um, and that's just basic. But yeah.
We have to recognize, though, too, that we are machines, but we're more than machines, right? We are programmable machines, and we can also, if we are aware of that, can program ourselves. And the only way to do that is to become aware beyond our programming. So that would be the connecting with that higher source or whatnot that is not, that is beyond our programming, so that we can take on something new, like something new for ourselves and for everything around us. We can't do that from our programming. So like there's different parts of us, right? We're not just machines that are programmed and doing everything we're programmed to do, the first step in healing is just becoming aware that we're not our programming, right? We're not our auto thoughts, we're not our autopilots, we're beyond that. And it's up to us to pick where we're picking, it's up to us to pick where we're going to get information from to program ourselves. Like, whether we're just going to let the world program us for us and just autopilot go for it and not be aware of anything, or are we going to come to a space where we can acknowledge something outside of our brain, our mind, our programming for something new to be created? Right?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I
that's
agree.
well said.
Everyone, well, maybe not everyone, but a lot of the systems that be around us are attempting to program us in different ways to varying levels of success, and we've been programmed since birth, right? But I don't think the answer is to reprogram the reprogramming. I think the answer is to deprogram, right? Which kind of brings us back to our biological innate instincts, free of programming. Now, I don't think there's a binary existence of an unprogrammed man or woman. That'd be like saying a alpha male. It doesn't exist. It's an idea. It's an archetype. So with that, I think there's ways that we can deprogram to a certain degree. For example, maybe in a smaller way, I think meditation, yoga, the grounding, that is, so to speak, the deprogramming, the stopping or slowing of thoughts and observation thereof, attempting to empty mind.
Yeah, the breathing and the grounding, absolutely. That's what interfacing with nature and technology is, for sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
More programming.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
We need yoga. We definitely do need all of that movement. We need reading. We need schools. We need people testing each other, challenging each other. I don't know what happened to America, but it's not what it used to be.
It's
I don't know.
a dumpster
It's not that
fire.
innovative. Yeah, it really is.
When I say reprogramming, I don't think we're going to be reprogrammed by a source, but our programming is part of the flesh and it's here to keep us alive. And it's where all fear exists. All fear exists with the fact that we don't want to feel pain or die or watch somebody else feel pain or die, right? And so it's here to keep us alive, but it's what I mean, it's still good to reprogram on a level on our autopilots, because every time we're unconscious, we're just going to be moving on our autopilots, just the things we do every day. But I agree that letting go or going beyond this machine, period, is a way to go beyond programming in letting go of all of that into a space of nothingness. Because if you can come to nothingness, I don't know how to explain nothingness, because nothingness in a way is also everything, right? But that's where creation began, and we can't create something new from our old programming. So in letting go of all those things that are distracting us and bringing thoughts and whatever, I'm just saying something new, a new inspiration, something new can come from somewhere else outside of our programming if we can let that go. That's why meditation and stuff is so important. Learning to, in a way, it is brain training, in training our brains to shut up, right? Because they're always going. That's why it's so hard at first. And that's why you have to become the observer of your thoughts instead of becoming them and feeling them and building on them, but just watching them as the observer and letting them go by until your brain, and then going back to your breath or whatever you're listening to, until your brain understands that you're in control, not its autopilot, and you can find that space of nothingness so that that energy from outside of us can inspire something new, right?
So back to about 3.75 minutes ago, you were saying our programming keeps us alive, correct?
Well, our brain is just an is just an organ that wires itself to keep us safe. It starts to be programmed from when we're a child. We learn healthy and unhealthy ways in our childhood to get our needs met. And then that programming kind of carries on into our adult lives. And if we don't become aware of it, it can really be sabotaging, right? Because
Right, but
maybe it helped us then, but not now.
wouldn't you agree that a lot of that programming that you were referring to in childhood, as we can look at the average American who's in terrible shape, I don't mean physically, although included, but mentally, psychologically, purposeless, this sort of thing. Wouldn't you agree that a lot of that programming, maybe more than not, is not helping people survive, but sort of the death of people, quite the opposite?
Well, that's what I mean by, like, when our programming mostly happens between the ages of 0 and 7, it is to survive. We are born into whatever we're born into, and we learn that, this behavior gets me fed, this behavior gets me love, this behavior gets me pain, so I will stop doing that behavior or withhold this part of myself, or I'll pretend to be all these things, or, like, we program ways to get our needs met, so I kinda got lost there on what you said, sorry.
No, that's fine. So for instance, you know, well,
Oh.
actually, let me put it like this. In the big picture, I'd say our society rewards bad behavior and punishes good behavior. So quite the opposite of what we would want in theory if we cared about people and shit like that.
Um, yeah, what I was gonna finish saying too is
What's up,
that
Math Pig?
our programming goes into our futures, like our adult selves, and we don't even realize or are aware of our programming. So maybe we keep picking the same kind of people, or we keep creating the same circles over and over again
Right.
that hurt and sabotage us. So
Yes.
that's part of having to become aware so we can move beyond that programming, because our brains, they are machines, and as they develop, they build programming, but you can overcome the programming, but not unless you first become aware of the programming, which most of us
Agreed.
aren't,
That's the
right?
first step, is being aware, right? Being honest with yourself.
Yeah.
The more you know.
Dun, 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 dun.
Word.
And knowing's half the battle.
And
Yeah,
that's
that.
where meditation comes in.
Joe.
And what up, machine? What up, Denizen?
Yo.
But yeah, you were saying, Angeline, about meditation?
When we were just saying that awareness is the first step, and that's where meditation can become really helpful. Even like most of the world walks around not even knowing that their thoughts aren't them, that it's a
Right.
tape, that it's a recording, that it's a pathway that's been created.
They're
That,
oblivious.
yeah.
Awareness is the quantum woo-woo that allows for change. But I think what you're doing is you're becoming aware that all you are is programming. And so that acknowledgement gives you quasi-power, because now you can say, well, let me try to program myself with this upgrade and this upgrade.
Well, without the spirit, I'd agree with you.
I like to
Right,
think
but
of it like when I talk to my neurologist, they kind of explain it like snow on the brain. So say you have snow on the brain and you grow up and you think a thought and it creates a pathway in the brain, like you like say a sled path, okay, and it gets deeper and more ingrained and more iced over, and it becomes so easy and fast, right? That pathway, that thought path becomes automatic. It
yeah.
becomes our wiring. So the only way to build new wiring is to one first become aware of that thought, so that because you can't if you're not first aware of it. And next, just trying to choose a different thought, like replace that thought with something better or different. And every time that thought comes, kind of like how they say in religion, just like take that thought captive, right? But in a way, it's just becoming aware of the thought and then choosing a different one. But it's going to take time. It's going to take time for the path of the new thought to become deep enough to become the autopilot, and for this old thought to be left long enough or abandoned long enough to fill in and no longer be the autopilot. Like it takes
The
time.
longer, the stronger it becomes, the more difficult it becomes to rewire or reroute whatever. And even physically, as I understand to some degree neuroplasticity, that our brain physically changes as we change, and therefore one would actually be building new physical pathways. But with that said, I think that's obvious then why older people, in particular, relatively, have a very difficult time changing versus somebody who's younger. So it's sort of like the older generation of the U.S., for instance, they fucked. They're done. I wouldn't even bother with them. If you didn't figure it out in 50 years, 60 years, it's done. But the younger generation, who are arguably more fucked, but they have at least a chance to become aware and to make change.
I agree with you on the neuroplasticity of elders, but I think this gets lumped in with some of this, like the comment that was just posted, where we're innocent as children and completely able as adults, and I don't buy that.
Wait, what don't you buy? Which
I
part?
don't buy that you are completely able as an adult. That's suddenly you hit 18 years in one day, and now all of the things that were against your will and that you had no say in, these are the things that literally predict the way you think, the way you feel, the way you act, how you operate.
Sure.
Now all of a sudden you're in control of all those things. I don't buy it.
That's life. That's reality. What do you mean you don't buy it? What's to buy?
If you think of
I
it the
don't-
way I described it, it's not auto. It's just not one day you're like, oh, I'm aware of something. Snap, I'm different. Like, as I described it, it takes time to put in the new pathway. It just takes repeating and a discipline to consistently be aware, right?
I am no more response able at 18 years in one day than I am at 12 years.
Well, you're wrong.
At 6
Legally,
years.
you're responsible. And if you decide to be responsible as a man, then that will be part of the burden, is deprogramming whatever was unfairly, as you point out, fucked when you were a child. But it's now on you.
But if I'm not even aware of that choice, then how old I am is irrelevant.
Yeah, but ignorance has never been an excuse. If you're not aware, then figure it out. And
I don't know about an excuse. I would just say that it's everything.
Well,
awareness is a prerequisite.
Sure. How does one become aware of anything? Is it just chance in your mind?
Yes. Yeah, chance and environment.
So you don't think people find things that they're looking for?
And a consequence of that pre-programming that you had no say over.
Sure, to some degree,
it's the
but
most,
not completely.
To the greatest degree, it's the most effective.
Well,
it's the most effectual part of your programming.
Sure, but it's not absolute.
When we start to become aware is because
only a Sith deals in absolute space.
So we start to think like, what the heck? How do I get out of this? Why do I keep doing this? That's step one, right?
Yeah, and those answers aren't guaranteed either.
No, it is a guarantee.
The depth of the why, I would say, is just as varied as any other human capacity.
Look, it's a guarantee that at some point you're gonna have the opportunity to figure it out. Life will show you. Right? Like, think that you can go without drinking water. Oh, nobody ever told me I was supposed to drink water. Think that you can go without it. And then try it. See what happens.
I can live my life without compassion.
That you need to drink water. Right?
Where you going? Wait, where you going with that, Base? Where you going with that?
Well, what I'm going with it is exactly where I started. That life will be your teacher. So if you're not aware of a deficiency or a problem, as Denison's pointing out, well, maybe somebody just isn't aware. They didn't have the luck, so to speak, of awareness. Well, it's not about luck. Life gives everyone accountability. Some point, people don't always like the timing. They'll say, "Oh, karma didn't work the way I wanted," or "This didn't lead to this result, and it should have." But the point is, you see, right, throughout your life, how many times eventually everyone sees accountability. Eventually, life lets you know if you didn't figure out the previous, less harsh lessons.
I'm kind of base corner. In fact, right now I'm thinking life kick your ass a little more. It's even beneficial. Weed out the weak type shit, right?
Plenty of people die ignorant and happy.
Because they're insulated from nature right now. Right? You get all this shit to keep you insulated from reality. Maybe that's a bad thing.
It is.
Well, I'll tell you.
Keeping you dull and weak.
Hey, Angeline, so good to see you. I'm sorry. Hey, baby.
If you're subjected to nature, without technology, one could argue you wouldn't have any space of mind to consider these things to begin with. You'd be too busy trying to survive.
If you were without nature, I thought that's what we're.
If you were subject to nature without technology,
you'd be without. Yeah, okay. Hey, Jamie.
And you'd be pure in mind, and there'd be absence of thought.
I don't know. I think you get a handle on nature, and you'd find time for philosophy and building and science.
Denison, I think if you just look at logic, pragmaticism, right? If we delete soul, we delete the variable of love, then I agree with everything you're saying.
Oh,
yeah, I don't presume a soul.
I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying that's where you and I would align with what we're talking about. But given the heart, the soul, I do believe in God, although not of a religion. That's the variable that changes what you're talking about.
Dope again, base.
Well, that's the claim that religious people make. I have not found it necessary.
Well, religious people and me. I just told you I'm not religious.
Well, believers, we'll put it that way.
Believers in reality?
Believers in God and spirit and souls. In the spiritual realm. I find it that it's not required. I suppose if everyone had a soul, then it would be guaranteed that everyone could achieve these things. What I find is in nature, in the real world, most people are incapable. They're incapable, unaware, and that's because they're just human. They don't have souls, and it actually takes unique gifts and insight in order to even become aware that you're a programmed machine. And that is the first step towards any of the other stuff that we're talking about. So I need not elaborate or get into the weeds, because you will never get to step one.
I may not, but I think your take is that of someone who is a control freak. I mean, yeah, I'm not. Is a control freak because you don't know all of what is, just like I don't know, just like all of us don't know. It's easier for you to be a control freak in a way and put it in a box and say,
base is hot tonight.
I can't explain this shit, and therefore I'm going to take the safe route.
Yeah, that's
You're projecting though. No, yes, he is. I'll explain why. I'll explain why.
Okay.
He's the one who's got the box. I have nothing. He's the one who says soul goes here and everyone can learn, and there is anything that you can't know.
I didn't say any of that.
That is your argument. I'm arguing not everyone can know, that the unknown can remain unknown, and that you don't have control, that your control is an illusion. You're the one who believes in control. I'm a leaf on the wind.
Was that Jesse I just saw? No, that was what the fuck?
Yeah, Jesse Dunn.
Your bastardizing of my argument, I do appreciate it. But no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you don't account for the variable of creator, purpose, Because without a creator, there is no purpose. And so your idea, I think, I'm just talking about your argument, it has nothing to do with anything outside of this, is that of life is just pragmatic and logical, and there's nothing else.
Nah.
I don't know of anything else, and therefore I don't consider.
Nah, I don't even believe in logic.
Right? You get that though, what base is going. It sounds safe and fearful when you say that. You don't have to go out and take chances and shit.
Yeah, Joe Cool, when Base describes something I don't believe and has nothing to do with what I'm saying, it does sound that way. I agree that his description is accurate of his description. Yeah. My contention is it just has nothing to do with what I think.
All right, I hear where you're going. And I hadn't, because it just sounds so logical, I hadn't even thought about the debating part aspect of it and that part of it. And see if your shit got some validity. I'll throw it around in my head a little bit.
Well, you know, look, I just told you my opinion. Now I could ask you, do you think that there's any purpose of life, or we're just here and we're pre-programmed, we don't have choice, we don't have self-will?
Well, I mean, that's like 4 different questions. Which one would you like the answer to?
Well, I figured they'd all be the same, but if there's...
That's your problem.
Well, I don't know.
And it's a common conflation. They're not. It's a common conflation among the spiritual. It's why you get confused about it.
Hey, could y'all ease off a little bit? Let Jesse and maybe Angeline, they got them smiles on their face like they're thinking of something. Jesse and did you, or maybe you guys just looking at each other?
In the house.
So that's what's up, Cecil. Well, he's not going to add to the conversation, but
did I hear someone say that people don't have souls?
Yes, I heard that too. That was Denny say most people don't have souls. That's us.
Jesus don't have souls. I'm an entrepreneur and shit. Happy 200th birthday, Machine.
All right. Yeah, thank you, my friend. Blessings.
Yeah, thank
DML.
you.
That's crazy.
I'm an entrepreneur and shit.
I don't know if it's so much that there's people without souls, but there might be people who are less aware of the fact that they have souls, like more.
That's
like
more logical.
Before, right?
Yeah, that's more logical.
What is
they haven't.
soul?
They're unaware, as you guys were talking about when I walked in. They're unaware. They've had all these things put in front of them, and they haven't fostered their souls where other people have.
What is a soul?
I don't know. We're going to get into that shit, I think, where if you were here before you got here, and when you die, you continue on. That part of you, I think, is the soul, if a person even believes that.
So is reincarnation a prerequisite to having a soul?
Not necessarily. Could be here once, and you'd come back in another form, but not necessarily here. I think reincarnation is a prerequisite.
It kind of seems that the soul believers don't even agree on what a soul is. So
You can't get.
I'm gonna have to remain unconvinced.
The flavor of vanilla ice cream is vanilla. People don't agree, but you still got to talk about it.
A soul is a spiritual.
Well, I think we can all agree what a tree is, right? Go ahead.
Have you not met
Joe's
some of
smoking
people?
some right now.
Right there you go. It's not a tree. It's a bush. It's not a. It's really a.
Hey, I was gonna go the tree direction, true, but a soul is a spiritual fingerprint.
A soul is a what?
Spiritual fingerprint, he said.
Okay, so that's what we were talking about, the end result of your programming. And in that case, I think what Angeline said is accurate. Some people are unaware of their soul.
I think that's accurate. Then
it's not
the end result of your programming. You don't think,
spiritual fingerprint by definition doesn't make sense.
No, not his. Fuck what the way Dennis
fingerprint.
Just put it.
No, I'm talking about this. Spiritual is the relating to moral feelings. Fingerprint is a physical thing. It's not. I get the base.
It could be a metaphor.
Yeah, the metaphor. If anything, it'd be a metaphorical thing.
Yeah, it's not the lines that your soul leaves on a glass when you take a drink from it, right? It's the identify the unique makeup that is your spirituality as a result of all your experiences, beliefs, and programming.
I like it. Who could argue that?
Nature of your culmination of life.
Well, then excuse me, because then you just made me think of something. There could not be such thing as time, because your soul is probably has had some experience before.
Our soul could be our consciousness that exists outside of our body.
Yes, and they would have had to have an experience to be what it was before we got in this body and after. It's probably even complete in some aspect.
Unless you're. Yeah, this is fascinating because me and Azmaroon were having our first discussion yesterday, and he was talking about the soul. I'm sure he has lots of opinions on the soul.
I'd love to have him up here.
Maroon is the shit.
Yeah.
Unless you're talking about the limited extent to which consciousness is an emergent property, then I'd have to say again, I don't believe in the soul. But I definitely like what Cecil was saying. I think I could agree to that.
What would scare the shit out of me is if I think Angelina said it. If the soul does exist outside the body or outside the consciousness of the body, I think my soul would be fucking very pissed off at me. So that ideal scares the living shit out of me.
But the gentleman that was talking about the tree analogy, I'm on board with that as well. Like, we're all leaves on a big tree named God. And
I would agree to that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what Den was saying, though. He was just talking about, some things are obvious.
It did occur to me, though, as I mentioned it, the thought he just expressed.
Anarchy, what's up, man?
We had two similar thoughts.
I saw somebody.
What's up, AT?
Gave you
what we're talking about right
86,000
now is the whole
seconds
reason why me and Dennison even speak to one another.
What do homosexuality got to do with anything?
Why is that, Jamie?
Because you are an anomaly. You have you've done the same thing that I've been able to do with my life without guilt, shame, and remorse brought on by indoctrination through religious and spiritual ideas.
You gotta expound
without the presumption of any spirituality at all. In fact,
right, and that's why I speak to you.
Wait, Jamie, you're saying Dan has got where you got. You guys just took different ways. You took the spiritual course, and he took the unspiritual. That's
and we wound up at the same spot.
Interesting. So truth must be a thing, but I mean, you can get there without spirituality. I think Dan is wrong. I think Dan is just hurting in a shell, and it's easier not to associate. You don't have to be charismatic. You don't have to do all these
what
things.
What are you talking? Right? That's how you think about me? In a shell, uncharismatic?
Yes, that's what I think about. Any. That's what I think about. Most people who don't have 8,700 friends. It's safer.
Dude, I don't know what to tell you, but the friends having to interact on the intimate level, which I do with the friends that I do have, is far more dangerous and terrifying than having casual relationships with 10,000 people.
You could do both, though, and I think
I've
a healthy
never been
person
accused of
would
being
do both.
Charismatic before, though. That's a new one. I'm in my early 40s.
Well,
That's the first time I've heard that accusation.
Well, let's not act like I'm coming out of left field here. If you were more charismatic, you wouldn't be on the internet for 12 hours at a time. Your phone will be blowing up. 8 niggas will be at the door. Hey, give me a lift. Can you run me to the grocery store? You'd have made all of these fucking bonds. And the reason
Dennison
people
realizes
don't,
that friends are expensive, and he formats his life in a way that it's not overbearing.
Friends are not
which is
expensive.
smart. Bullshit.
Wow. I mean, if you're doing it right, they are, brother.
They're not expensive.
If you're doing it right, they are.
If you got open wounds, friends are expensive. If you're
it means I have a small circle of friends, and I try every day harder to be able to even have the capacity of love and generosity in order to be a true friend to the people that I have in my close circle. If it were doubled or tripled, I would have even more shallow and less meaningful relationships.
What is
and I got them all with charisma too. I mean, if I'm not on the internet 12 hours a day every day, first of all, but even if I were, I mean, the people that follow me, the people that watch my streams, that subscribe to my channel, and that who I talk to offline, I believe might have a contention with your assessment of my level of charismatic.
They'd be wrong.
capability.
Give me 5 minutes. They'd be wrong.
I'm
It
always
wouldn't
the
be
center
hard
of
to prove.
attention whenever I'm in a room, offline and otherwise. I'm accomplished both professionally.
Hold on, I'll
and...
answer you as soon as he.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead, Jamie. Go ahead.
So what he's talking about and what I'm talking about, it isn't necessarily financial, although that is a part of it because my friends do cost me money at times.
Yeah, but we wouldn't talk about that. We would talk about the other thing. I wouldn't talk about.
Well, because
money.
if my friend needs something, I'm going to provide for my friends.
Yeah, but sometimes it's a better friend not to provide, so that your
Well,
friend isn't
I'll
like
make
a squirrel
that,
in
and
the
I'll.
park.
Yeah, but see, you're assessing that in a way that I'm obligated to, and as a friend, if I'm a real friend, I will make that. No, you're making an observation and an assessment that's inaccurate to what my parameters are for friendship. My friendship with other people is, well, you made the assessment that I automatically give them money. No, I assess them and find out what they need, and if it's a valid reason, and if it's just hard times, I provide that for them. But if it's a pattern of behavior that's driven them to a point of needing money, then I'd fucking tell them to go fuck themselves and fix the goddamn pattern.
Look, you said they're expensive. You brought up the money part.
No, I didn't bring money.
Why.
You assimilated expensiveness to monetary fucking shit.
I know that was left field. Who thinks of expensive with money? No, what the fuck?
No, I got it.
More so in time and energy.
Expensive, yes, as in they can hurt you and that type of shit. When I heard expensive or said expensive,
that too. Emotional cost.
Well, yes,
vulnerability, right? But you're saying that could be a casualty and expense.
Yes,
not if you have 10,000 friends, though.
If you have
10,000,
if you have 10,000 friends, it's not expensive.
Joe Cool does.
Maybe Joe Cool. If someone could pull it off, it's him.
Joe might be the first person in my life who's ever told me I'm not charismatic.
But I think I struck a wound or something.
As Varun, I can answer that.
Give me a minute with this, man. All motherfuckers, in my opinion, not just you, Dan. I ain't picking on you. You can measure them to the point of their fear factor of dealing with other people. You got the ones who he said that I don't fuck with people like that. You got that extreme who can't wait to cut a motherfucker off, and then you got the motherfucker who on GP, man, I can't believe that he got to cut a motherfucker off. It's because he's hurt. Every level of that, someone has hurt motherfuckers, and they felt hurt, and they decided it's easier just not to deal with people, not just that person, people, period. If you get rid of that, where a person's just a person and it didn't hurt, you can be friends with that motherfucker to the end of time.
That's
why I say
with
people are
what
hurt.
you just said.
That's a lot of projection.
With what you just said, Joe, if you do take that route in life, whoever it is, it doesn't necessarily have to be you, but if anybody takes that route in life, you've officially, in my eyes, failed at life.
All right, keep going, because I fuck with everybody, right? I say people are people. I see their shortcomings. I see their positivity. It has nothing to do with me. That's his burden to bear, and I can still fuck with that dude. That's the way I
it
move
doesn't
around.
mean and it doesn't mean you're obligated to fix his problems, because then you'd be taking away from his life.
It doesn't make you that person's friend either.
All right, well, we're going to go into definitions. I would go
quick.
further. We're going to end up with, I love all you motherfuckers, not just friend. I absolutely love all you motherfuckers with your flaws, faults, and shortcomings, and mine.
Well, you must be a very charismatic individual.
So, as Varun says, he wants to understand how America achieved civilization within 500 years. And I think it's strongly having to do with the melting pot effect. It's a culmination of collective learning from many different cultures, and we've assimilated together.
And we ain't 500 years old or no shit like that.
No, he said before. That's the usual standard, is like 500 years to actually become civilized. But I think that we've actually gotten to the point where we're pretty fucking civil.
Shit, I think we might have been more civilized before white folk got here and killed everybody. It's
Shut the fuck up, Joe. It was your
first
people.
250 was Indians.
Right. I got it. Joe's trolling today.
Hey, Joe.
He's in troll mode. That's what's going on.
For you,
no,
Joe.
I'm not. I'm seriously, I'm not. Say again.
I got two numbers for you, Joe. 13 and 50.
No, based. People do not kill each other. Only white people kill people.
Of cigarettes.
Oh, I was trolling.
Only white people kill people. Before the whitey got here, everybody got along. Nobody ever hurt anybody.
That was a troll.
I don't even want to talk color. I'm just talking culture, and I think there was a lot of truth to what Joe said.
I forgot how you said that part. Yeah.
You stupid fuck, Joe.
I think you would say that because you're a cracker.
I mean,
cracker.
94% about. Yeah.
But Jamie, what I meant for that, the first 250 years of America looked at totally different than the last 250. Yep. That's what I was saying. Every motherfucker.
Well, we've come into another problem. We've added something to the equation, and it's the convenience factor of technology. We're working through the evolution of society, of civilization, and there's
still in the first 250 years of America, by the way.
We're very far ahead, though. That we jumped very far ahead.
We jumped very.
We're behind the technology curve.
No, fuck the technology.
No,
American culture is a dumpster fire.
It is true, though, that the white man is the most lethal. The white man is the most militaristic. The white man is the most murderous.
Right.
You're saying it backwards, though.
And I don't even know if I believe that, man. I don't think.
What would that add? How would that help the conversation?
It's also not true.
It's bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, if it were true, how the fuck would that help?
It is absolute truth that the white man is like the ultimate warrior.
What is the white man?
Based on that premise, I would say that the white man has a different form of evolution and a different kind of intelligence that's geared it towards self-protection and security, and has made those of the utmost importance for survival in the world, which is human existence in its entirety. So
that would have to happen. That could be true if there was such a thing as a white man, and there's not. We're gonna go back to culture.
There you go, Joe. There you go. Finally, you're back on the logic train, Joe. I love it.
People who kill people and mass hypnotization and programming.
I burned the wagon. I burned the wagon, Anna. I burned the wagon for you.
Cecil, be nice. Don't just start yelling over motherfuckers, especially chicks.
I burned the wagon, Anna.
Angelina's pumping the stress ball right now, like this motherfucking bastard.
Yeah, so ignorant. Like, what a fucking rude fucker.
I don't think he burned it. I think he's off.
He can't help it.
I burn wagons, all for you.
Yeah, all right, as Varun's here. As Varun, could we hear about your analysis of the soul and different ideals?
No, the soul really exists. One thing is that I may sound crazy by saying this, but I've been to a place where they exorcise evil spirits from a human's body, and I've seen them coming out. So ghosts, the souls, the afterlife, it's all true actually. But no one's going to believe me. But over there, they do it free of charge, and many people come over there. And even though it's a Hindu shrine, even Muslims come over there too. So I've seen a Muslim man's wife. She was possessed by some kind of a spirit, and she was speaking in a different language. They speak in Urdu over here, but she was suddenly able to speak in a different language. And I saw that being exorcised, the spirit out of her. So the fact that the soul is the center, like you can say, the most important thing, and that the body actually is like a cloth actually, that what do you say, you can say it's just like another it's discardable, but the soul is eternal.
Anybody disagree with that part? And
so I got a question for that.
Yes, I do disagree.
Can you turn AS mic up a little bit, Machine Lines?
His mic. The woman that was talking crazy or whatever that you saw get exorcised, or you heard about, whatever. She was just being a woman. I mean, that's just normal. So I don't know what they took out of her, but...
And as long as Base took it there, I was wondering if you heard her speak that other language herself. Was it a known language, and was she just babbling? I didn't want to divert the conversation with those things that popped in my head. I got to verify shit.
You mean, was she a Baptist?
Yeah.
No. She was a Muslim. See, there is
he just meant speaking in tongues.
They're still women. What do you mean?
Yeah, but that is there. But there's a cultural divide between Hindus and Muslims in the country. Generally, like, the relationships are a bit sour. So if a Muslim comes to a Hindu shrine actually to get exorcised, there is some truth to it, and they're doing it for free. They don't charge any money over there. The woman was speaking in some kind of, she was speaking in the local language. They speak in Urdu. They don't speak in the local language over there.
Interesting. So she's speaking a real language that she did not know.
Yeah. When she was possessed.
Presumably. That she did.
Presumably, yeah.
So as Varun, I have a question based on your analysis of the soul. So science tells us that nothing is ever gone, right? That nothing ever really dies. It just changes
matter.
Structure. Yeah, like matter, like you can't, you know what I'm saying? So would you say that the soul would be the rawest form of non-existence once matter depletes?
It'll actually be in its original form. There are 5 sheets. There's the Manomaya Kosha, or the astral body, the Pranamaya Kosha, or the energy body, then the physical body, or the Annamaya Kosha, made up of food. Then after that, there's the Vijnanamaya Kosha, the sheath of intelligence, and then the Anandamaya Kosha. The soul is enclosed within these 5 sheets. So we came from a kind of universe that transcends all kinds of dualities. God sent us over here to experience every aspect of duality and its contradictory nature as well. So the soul will exist actually after the body gets wiped out. It is, what do you say, in the US, many people have experienced sleep paralysis where they'll be sleeping and suddenly some demonic entity comes and attacks them, or they've even experienced astral projections as well during sleep paralysis. Right. You can't say all of this is psychosis. So there's a difference between psychosis and this really happening to you.
Right. I can call it all psychosis.
It's completely unrelated to psychosis.
No, it's a closely aligned with it, but it is totally separate. It's
a willing suspension of the perception between reality and like hallucination.
But
right? What happens is that you're not just experiencing a hallucination, you're leaning into it.
Does that make it unreal? I think you're
labeling it as a mental problem.
No. Yeah. The thing is, the psychiatrists, they label it as a mental problem, but the people who've suffered, they've literally experienced being choked actually by these demonic entities, their astral body being pulled out, being experimented on. So you can't say all of this is hallucination, but the psychiatrists term it as a sort of psychosis. There, the psychiatrists are wrong actually.
I've had it happen to me with the leaving the body shit a few times.
So have I.
Right, so how can we just say it's psychosis? It sounds like a hand wave.
Yeah,
because I knew it wasn't actually happening. You convinced yourself it is.
I have
it's literally the definition of psychosis is not being able to discern reality.
I need to know.
How liberals want to call everything mental disease. That's why.
So all of us have mental diseases. That don't make.
I mean, we all.
No, actually they don't. But all of us have misdiagnoses by liberals.
No, it means that we're temporary states. We have temporary fucking shit that happens, and it's closely assimilated with, or closely aligned with things that have been written down as mental.
I don't care. Don't call my spirituality a mental problem.
You fucking did, weirdo.
There's too many unexplainable things.
That was me.
Paranoid, delusional fuck.
Coming out and like seeing their bodies and seeing what's happening to them. Or hearing conversations that are far away, and then they come back and they relay that information, and there's no way they could have known it.
Yeah, so there are some. Duke University just did a really good study on that 500 near deaths, and the only ones they put in the study were the ones they can prove that went somewhere else and saw something like someone writing a letter, something that they could not have seen, and came back. Those are the only ones that they talked about.
I love that Jamie believes in God and therefore the afterlife, right, Jamie?
Mm-hmm.
Eternal soul. And his face, he's still making the same exact face that the atheist is making right now. He's my homie. What can I say? We're brothers.
No, that's the best.
though.
You got to examine every facet of it. That's the good thing about it.
Just because you have this this written doctrine, okay, this ledger that we have called the Bible, just because we have it, it was written by man. It's very incomplete. It's translated into so many different things and just so many different perceptions of it
Angles
over time.
of it.
You can't write down everything. Okay, to write down everything would be like I wrote the book of God. That's not a fucking thing. That's not a fucking thing. It'll never fucking be a thing because we're not God. We cannot at all comprehend or have the amount of fucking data in our minds to actually be able to analyze, get rid of all personifications of different things and explain everything contextually perfectly. There's just too many fucking trees branches on that whole fucking thing. That's bullshit. And the problem that we run into, honestly, is that we're all looking for this perfect fucking playbook. And it's like, dude, if we had, we're not going to get to that fucking point, though. That's fucking stupid. That takes away life. That takes away experience. That takes away everything.
It cheapens your
God or whatever the fuck gave
experience
us.
in life because I didn't get the whole pie. It was worthless. Woe is me.
You sell yourself short because you didn't go through the pain of learning. You didn't go through the pain of growing as an individual.
Baby, that's dignity and experience, baby.
Hell
I
yeah.
don't think you can get to the end of anything because we're constantly expanding. Honestly, I think it's a huge part of why we're even here at all is to expand ourselves on the whole, right?
There's no finish line.
Nope. Only with life there's a finish line. Not with knowledge, not with analyzation of life experience, none of that shit. And for us to be fucking picking and poking over shit like that, we tend to miss the most important things that we could ever fucking experience because we weren't out there experiencing it. We were fucking arguing about it. We were debating my fucking pride is better than your fucking pride because I can analyze and I can fucking I can speak it clearer, all this other shit.
And then we cut each other off because we have disagreements. Well, he thinks like this and I think like this, so I can't benefit from him. I can't learn and grow with him.
But we can damn sure say a couple things that are wrong. There's a flip side to that.
Satan?
Yeah, we could say what's wrong. And by wrong, I would have to say it'd have to be like things that don't promote productive existence, like things that don't make us healthy or
destruction itself though is creativity, isn't it?
Partially, yes. Yes, it is.
The earthquakes are to a girl's guitar, it's just another good vibration.
Remember my question to you a while back, do you think what I do can be measured? Do you think that I can say that I do more good than harm online? And we said to each other, and you said to me at first, you were like, well, we would have an incomplete equation. And you're right, because I can't analyze outside of my own experience.
I experience your ass. I'll give you a number. Do you do more bad than good? You're barely over the 50-50 mark doing good. That's if you're curious.
He's like 50.5.
I was thinking about 53. He's barely crossing that.
He experienced your ass. Shame.
He might
When
have.
I-
He's from Chicago, so he might have.
If I'm going to describe like what someone might call bad, I guess for me, I'd say there's life-giving energy, and what is bad is what blocks it, and what is good is what allows more of it, right?
Yeah,
that's complicated.
That's a good measurement.
It's complicated. What is life-giving? What is the life-giving energy?
What'd you say, Angelina? What was the last part of what you said?
The thing that gives us life? What do you mean?
I mean,
the last part.
Go ahead, Jenny.
I just didn't hear the last part, Angelina. Sorry.
I don't know if I remember.
Yeah, and I was asked. She was like, "It's the life-giving energy. Whether you do something with it." I wasn't sure what the life-giving energy.
What gives us life. It's like, just think about it. If we're bumping up if we're resisting or building walls up against or bumping up against what expands us and gives us life, then we experience the dis-ease of that. we don't have as much life, and it creates chaos.
Can I
Right?
replace what gives us life with what grows us? Is that a adequate
it's good.
substitute?
Grows, increases, grows, expands, all that.
I can wrap my head around that
But
one.
even on a physical level, it's like I can be healthy and full of life, or I can start to become sick and dying. And there's like a difference, like life energy flowing through me, or life energy meeting up against my own blocks through
You can be
belief.
sick in the soul.
Exactly. It grows, expands. My penis is spiritual.
So you're saying you can be sick in the soul?
We can be sick in the body because we resist life-giving energy to the body.
What does that look like? Give me an example of me resisting life-giving energy, so I can know
Okay,
what we're
say you're
talking
in a
about here.
situation. Okay, there's a couple ways. There's millions of ways.
Give me the obvious. Give me an obvious way right now.
Okay, say that say you know, like you're having inspiration towards something that feels good, and or like that
pussy.
you know is good or in alignment, right? With your
Wait.
highest self
Feels
and
good and good.
expansion.
Feels good or good. They're two different things,
That
right?
is
Feels good
in
could be.
alignment with your highest self.
Okay, all right.
And you resist it. Say you resist it. Say I have an urge to do art, and I'm like, but I'm too busy, but I have to do this, but I need to serve this person, but I need to, and we resist, or maybe we stay in something we know we shouldn't, or whatever. Eventually, the more we resist that life, the more we get sick within our energy body and then within our physical body. Does that make sense?
I think I'm trying to encapsulate it. What makes
I wouldn't
you
know what
feel
highest self is.
Okay, your lower self when you're stealing from your neighbor just because he left his apartment open. We'll call that lower self. And higher self would be the guy who's like, I really don't have time, but this guy needs some help because he's falling apart, and you take time out of your busy schedule to go and try to help a friend feel better because his wife cheated on him or something. We'll call that higher self.
That sounds like Joe Cool's definition because you're all about service.
Yeah, I knew that higher self wouldn't flow with you. Whatever you consider higher self, then. Intellectual, adding intellectually, building your whatever property or something, preparing for the future, whatever you consider.
How do you know service isn't my idea?
I'm asking you. I'm just trying to come up with something. From stealing, I think we both agree that in most cases, without your family dying, you're bogus just be running up in your man's house stealing shit, and you're better when you're helping your family, feeding your kid, or making your house better or something.
It can look like that, but not always. Sometimes we can help some people to our own detriment. We have to love ourselves, also, right?
Yes, and you learn quick, especially that city shit about helping people to your own detriment. You fuck with people every day who you would not let in your crib, so you can. There's a way to fuck with people,
and you can help people to their own detriment as well. So
you're not really helping, man, are you? I think you might think you're helping, but you might not be. Yeah,
enabling.
Yes, enabling, right? Which is why the good and bad things get so murky. Sometime at a certain time, a person needs a hand up by learning the hard lesson, letting nature get to him. Then he'll be a better, or she'll be a better functioning person. For example, some chick might need to be smacked, forgive me, when she was young, and she would know that you don't, disrespect somebody later on, talk crazy to motherfuckers. She'd have learned that young, and getting smacked, it looked like, holy fuck, that was crazy. Bessie smacked Sally. But that's what taught her, oh, I better use my conversation and my intellectual skills as opposed to that mouth. In a bullying fashion.
Joe, you suck.
Yeah, Joe said you might need to slap women around. Clip it.
I think so. That's the flesh trying to train the flesh, right? That's programming. That's not necessarily.
Yes, control.
Some hoes just need to be smacked, right,
I
Joe?
do love some flesh on flesh action, though. It definitely makes me feel like my higher self from time to time.
Awkward.
I'll smack a hoe, bro. I reached nirvana that way. Shit. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's how you reach Nevada State Pen.
You know what I'm saying? I reached nirvana. I smacked a hoe. You know? Shit.
You got smacked like a hoe?
Well, on that note,
Same.
gentlemen and lady, I bid you adieu. Thank you for the conversation.
Oh, thank you, man.
The fuck you going?
You know you got no friends. Where you going? Wait, he left?
This motherfucker's only fucking friends on the panel. This motherfucker leaves. Where the fuck's he going? Oh, he's going to please the flesh. And yeah,
yeah, that makes sense now.
That motherfucker.
You can't
So
get
as
past
for
beliefs that block.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
What do you have to say about the fact that what you were defining earlier with the so like possession? The funny thing is that it can happen to non-believers as well as believers. Pretty much more prevalent than a believer in the non-believer. What do you think about that? Is there a ideal that you would have about that?
There was this guy. He was into the satanic rock cults, like these guys who make satanic music. And he went so deep into it that when he would sleep, he would see these kind of blue demonic beings suffocate him every night. So then he started really realizing that he went into something which was very wrong, and he thought it was these people are just doing it for fun or whatever, and they're exaggerating it. Then, like, after he started getting choked, actually he started praying sincerely to God, and he started praying to Christ as well, and he got healed, and these beings stopped coming to him. So he was a non-believer too, and now he himself says, if I tell this story to anyone, people will think that I'm crazy and no one will believe me. And if he was one person, that's fine, but many people in the US have reported this happening to themselves. So you can't, and they don't know each other as well. They're all random people. They're not related.
Yeah, I seen the interview that you're talking about. Kind of pudgier guy, got fucking all kinds of ink and fucking
let me ask you,
satanic
Jamie.
shit.
I thought he started off saying that some blue people would come and choke this guy.
Blue demonic beings. Something like they were blue colored demonic beings. They would come and choke him.
How do you know they were blue? This is what his account of it?
This is his description.
Okay.
And like him, many people have described what's happened to them, and they themselves have said, if we tell this to anyone, they won't believe us. They'll think that we're even more crazy. But it's happened so often in the US. There was this channel called Chris White on sleep paralysis. I used to see it. He's done an excellent job in covering up the whole thing. So sleep paralysis, when you're asleep, sleeping is actually worse than dying. It may rejuvenate the body, but it makes you very conscious of your limitations. That's when these beings come and attack you in your sleep.
Yeah, because you're at your weakest.
Yeah, you're at your weakest then.
Well, it would seem you'd be more vulnerable to the other things that we, at least some of us, believe exist in your sleep than when you're conscious. And I think cats like Den would believe that sleep is just sleep. They wouldn't believe in that doorway or other consciousness, and
and some people attack back in sleep, so I'm not scared of sleep at all.
Yeah, I'm really good. I got over that shit when I was a kid. I've been lucid dreaming for 30 years, man. I'm Neo in my shit, yeah.
I was on mushrooms, and all of a sudden the Grim Reaper popped up beside me. We were in this bar, and I swung as fast as I could, and as soon as I got to the face, it disappeared, and I just about knocked out the few people that were around me.
That's funny.
Later on, the guy that I was with on mushrooms tried to kill me later on that night, so I think that Grim Reaper was just letting me know that something was going down. Someone had bad intentions. The guy tried to run me over. I had to actually dive roll over a fence as he was trying to run me over with his car on mushrooms. So it was
You ever
really
notice that shit? I used to do that shit, do mushrooms and hallucinogenics and shit with other people. And it would seem, and we all come to the conclusion that someone were possessed by something evil. And I always would be in the room before we do the shit. I'd look around and know who, because I think there's a true evil out there. And in some cases, I tell them, man, listen, you can be possessed when we do this shit. And we would experiment. Not all of us would do the drugs and shit like that, but everybody would be in on the experiment, would have the experience. A guy who didn't do any drugs suddenly, wants to rip you apart. He didn't even do none of this shit, but that evil shit had possessed him.
It's interesting how that. Go ahead, Angeline.
I was going to say, everything has energy that we can feel, right? Like, everything has energy that we can feel and pick up on. And sometimes when we do drugs, it opens our minds to more things, and then we interpret those things, right? So you can be a lot more sensitive to the energy around you. And maybe for you, Jesse, you picked up on the energy from that guy, and it presented
That's what I think.
Right, as that Reaper, and then like you,
I like it.
Yeah, it interpreted something, so our minds interpret things.
Do you guys still think that doing psychedelics with other people out in public is still a good idea, or do you think that
it's a horrible idea?
It depends on what you think out in public is. If you fucking I don't know, go somewhere outdoors, but you don't want to do the shit downtown New York and run the traffic.
Yeah, I think it's a horrible idea.
Half the time it's been no issues, but the other half there has been like some kind of crazy energies that, maybe it wasn't the best to do it with.
Every time, man, as a bad guy in the crowd, maybe it's the people I hang with or something. I would, because I'm an egghead, I would get teachers, graffiti artists. I try to, gang members, try to grab a bunch of different people. We go out somewhere and do that shit, and they get crazy.
I have a question for Azraroon. So on the psychedelic side of things, do you think that psychedelics put us in touch with what's ingrained in our DNA, and maybe that they're just like, I don't know what the word is, but like apparitions of past experiences, and some really fucked up way a computer like comes up with random distorted bullshit data, and maybe that's what we're experiencing?
I understand what you're saying, believe it or not.
No, because psychedelics, when it comes to drugs, what these sadhus and all they do is they have spells. The spells will nullify all the bad effects. They know what they're doing. So when they take the drugs, they'll be able to go beyond body consciousness after using the spells that nullify the bad effects. We are normal human beings. So when we take it, we'll just hallucinate around something and we'll reinforce our limitations even more. So there are spells that will nullify the bad effects of alcohol or drugs or whatever and convert it into something positive. So you need to know the spell. Oh, fish.
So I have a question then. Okay, so me personally, I don't think it's very safe for me to ever do psychedelics on any level, especially around other people, because I barely have control of myself while I'm sober, let alone taking psychedelics
and naked and shit.
Oh, dude, no, it's not even about getting naked. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like literally causing harm, not
you're
wanting to do
one of
so.
those guys, the bad guys that get possessed by the bad demons. You can see them niggas when you walk into a room.
Yeah, and my question is, do you think that there's ever a time in your life where you can rise above that and actually not be a danger to everyone around you?
Interesting. You'd have to. Oh, go ahead, Azraroon. He was talking to you. Damn it, he dropped.
Oh, look, now you pissed him off.
I think you'd have to. I think that's a bad spirit. I don't want to sound religious here, but I think it's a bad spirit. This is just the verbiage I would use, and you'd have to get rid of the bad spirits. I don't know how you would do that shit.
Yeah, so I was reading a book. I haven't read the whole thing yet, but just like certain parts of it that's been suggested to me. It's called "The Body Keeps
The Score."
The Body Keeps Score. Yeah, The Body Keeps the Score. Yep. And I was reading some of that, and I was going over it and kind of thinking about it through the last like 6 months, and I don't think that you could ever, zero out the score. I don't think that you could ever go back. You can lessen the negative side effects. You can lessen the bad parts of like the physical manifestation of like the character defects and the shortcomings and stuff like that. But I don't think that you can ever get to the point. No, not you can alter it, but you can never wipe it.
A bad one. Yeah, but you can never wipe it. I think you could get it to that side. I don't know how, but I would assume without just presenting a certain way that you can get it to that side where you're 100%, where you're with the good guys. And when those energies come, the bad ones cannot even touch you. They can't even be in the room with the good ones, which is what happens when I do it. I call upon the good guys and they come. And any bad demon in a motherfucker makes them act out and want to attack people, hurt themselves or something. I think you can get over to that other side, and you don't have to zero it out to get anywhere close. Once you're over there, you're over there. Even a shitty guy like me.
You know what the fucked up part is, Joe? What took place? Like the one good trip that I had, and like I've had like 10 or 12 total, but the one really good trip that I had. The tail end of it was horrible, but I was sitting there on my phone and I was watching Kaleidoscope. And what I figured out about myself is that when I heard the music and I seen the circle, I wanted to be smack dead center in the circle with a chair for the rest of my life. I never wanted to leave that circle. And I figured out that like I have a problem going outside and being around people because it's too much for me. Like I can do it. I do it on a consistent basis. But if I had my preference, I would be in a room alone with soothing chamber music for the rest of my life, looking at the most vivid colors and not concerning myself with any of the bullshit that I have my entire life.
What do you draw from that? What do you make a conclusion from that? Because
that I have to do the direct opposite to fulfill myself. That I have to be around people all the time. That I have to actually interact with people. That I have to fight that feeling of selfishness and self-centeredness by isolation.
It must be a balance. I agree.
So you're saying you discovered that about yourself through the
trip? Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this: do you think that you're two questions? A, do you think you're better off for that? And B, why would they release psychedelics and drugs to the public so
they don't
irresponsibly the way they have?
They don't.
So here's the thing. Okay, so one, the first question, was it beneficial? Yes, it was beneficial. Even the bad parts were beneficial. They were scary as fuck, and thank God I was able to actually have somewhat manageable control, but it scared me to the point where I wouldn't want to be around anyone while I was like that. Cause you can't go back from some shit.
I got a friend killed his whole family. I got a friend killed his whole family. His sister was the only one. She jumped out a window. Yeah.
The second part of what you asked, I would say it like this. We're to the point now in a society where we have readily available technology. Like back in the day, we had the cookbook, the book that no one should own or whatever the fuck they called it. And now we have such access to just so much different information that they can't suppress it. Do I think that they're releasing it to people dangerously? Yes. Because let's say someone that didn't have the intelligence that I have, but still has the same background, traumatic experiences, shit like that, and physical ability with stature and whatnot. Like to give someone like that that didn't have the amount of control that someone else would have, yeah, that's extremely fucking dangerous. Like,
is that what you were asking, Neurojack?
That would scare the shit out of me to see 100 motherfuckers like me that were slightly, a little bit more retarded be tripping.
Well, definitely. These are all good panelists except for Neurojack. Thank you, Dennison. Actually, I like you, Dennison. I know that you think that I don't like you, but I do. So yeah, I think that that's a good point. I mean, you look like a scary dude. I'd be scared to be in the room with you. Just being frank.
I'm a nice guy.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, but still, like, you could probably rip my head off. But and if you were on mushrooms, I definitely, or whatever,
I wouldn't do mushrooms with you.
I would definitely be nervous. But again, like, no, but when I look out, here's my theory. I think that the fentanyl is for those that either A, should be in a mental institution, or B, got out of prison, or C, both.
Have you tried it?
Never, and I don't think. I hope I never will. But
fentanyl, I think, and this is a theory of mine, just one theory. Fentanyl's been out for a long time. I remember doing fentanyl when I was like 16, 17 years old, and I'm 35. I remember when fentanyl started getting real popular, and they started hitting bags with it, and they started doing, massive sale of it. It was so hard to get that it wasn't even a fucking blip on the radar to get the raw fentanyl. Like, not the patches, not the gels, not the fucking powder bullshit. I'm talking about the raw fentanyl that comes in the fucking bottle about yay big. I think it's got something like a half pound in there, and it could kill fucking a whole state, if it was distributed correctly. The thing I think's happening with the fentanyl is the government finally came to a point where they looked at it like a business. They said, we're tired of pouring money into recovery. We're tired of pouring money into things that don't have a provable working model to actually cause a good change. And they're just simply trying to kill people off.
Are we talking about things that open your mind? Is that what we're talking about? Because I think Zach's argument.
I'm creating a caveat. My caveat is I agree with your assessment. I think that more or less on that side of the drug use, they're trying to basically either A, subdue people, or B, kill them off, or C, some combination of the two.
Keep them under
I think so. That's why I say that it's for the prisoners, the ex-cons, and people who should be in a mental institution. They don't want to take care of these people. Right. They don't want to put them in the prison. They want to put them out in the street, drug them up.
I get that.
I thought you were going a whole different direction with hallucinogenics. Open your mind.
Right.
Why would they let them?
But on the other side,
have them.
Right. On the other side, I think I don't know exactly, but I have a theory that with the even weed, I would say, like, weed is a lot stronger than it used to be, in my opinion, and it's a lot different than I remember personally. But
and they
I
sell
think
synthetic versions now.
I think most of it is. But so you have like weed on one side, which is a psychedelic, but it might be a lower grade, but I still think it is definitely psychedelic.
Yeah.
And then you have on the other side, you have the DMT, all the other stuff, right? So I think, for me, it's like if people were ethical and moral, I don't think it would be that big of a problem. The problem is most of the people I see doing it have significant trauma and problems, or they're very sheltered, and then they get thrown into that underworld with people that are damaged and they don't know how to handle it. And I think the drugs are kind of like a plot. I think it makes you very open, right?
It's a foothold. It's a foothold in an area of opportunity that's being definitely taken advantage of. And what you're talking about with the subduedness of like the nation. And when I first really believed this was during COVID, when I seen that the church was closed, but the liquor store and the dispensary was open. I was like, oh, so you don't want people to get, spirituality, but you definitely want them to be subdued enough, sedated enough to fucking just, go along and get along.
Oh,
I get it.
And I think that I really agree with you. And I think that's, for me, if you have no spirituality and you're doing DMT or these other things, it's like, I think that's extremely dangerous. Like, I think you're just really playing with fire, because the truth is we don't know if it really connects you with something or if it's actually
reactionary,
just messing up your brain. Either way, the results seem to be. I'm not saying that you can't get benefits from it. I think I've seen a lot of people who come out okay, but I think I also see, like, for me, like, put it like this. Let me put in this framework just to give an example of what I mean. Have you ever seen these girls who go to like raves and stuff like this? Like, I don't think that raves as an idea is bad, but a lot of these people that go to a rave and they're like, they think, oh, I'm just going to do MDMA with my friends and I'll be whatever. And then they end up sex trafficked or end up in a weird hotel room with guys they don't know, or who knows. And again, maybe it's fine the first time, but you do that 10 or 15 times. You see what I'm saying? Like,
are you saying you get sex trafficked, or are you saying your morals get low?
Well, you think it's okay to put yourself in stupid situations. That's kind of what I'm saying. And then because the drug use makes you more open, now you think, well, maybe it's not so bad if I do this crime or hang out in this particular group of people or end up sex trafficked because that's the people I hang out with. They're my quote unquote friends. And again, I'm kind of thinking mostly about women, but again,
can I equate that to alcohol brings out the real person?
Alcohol brings down the barriers, right? It's the gateway. All of a sudden, all those barriers come down, and you're going to open yourself up to things that you probably wouldn't do. And then the next step is these drugs that make it okay.
Yeah, more different mental effects, different experiences. Like alcohol's really kind of, it just brings down all the walls. There's a physical feeling, but it brings down all the walls. You throw drugs into the mix, now you're doing fucking chemistry. Now you're fucking expanding your effect, and you're getting to the point where it becomes like totally fucking backwards. It's not doing what it should do.
Dude, let's see if this theory holds, the alcohol drug theory, because with the hallucinogenics, psychedelics, it seems like as long as you go in there with a good heart, you can't really have a bad trip.
That's bullshit.
I know, but just try to take it for what it's worth. I didn't express it well. I don't want to get detracted. But if that's the case, if you go in with good spirits, you have a good trip. Is that a thing with alcohol? If you're a good guy and the alcohol brings out what's really in you, can it bring out any harm if you're a good guy?
Yes.
Besides your drunk ass hit somebody because you're stupid. Yeah. Go ahead.
100% yes, it can. And
it'll make a good guy do bad shit.
Yes. 100%.
Not always.
Not in every case, but it has a 100% effect on people that have repressed shit and have like held off on saying fuck you to their boss and go fuck yourself to your wife. You're a dirty bitch.
I don't know if that's the good guy. I'm talking, maybe I should have said peaceful guy. Or
well,
something.
He is a peaceful guy because he's gotten himself to the point where he is a peaceful guy, and he's trying to get along, and he's trying to make the best out of fucked up scenarios.
That's not it. No, he's not. Yeah, that guy's an idiot. I'm talking about a guy who's healed, who's not damaged. I don't run around thinking
that doesn't exist.
No,
the premise for that person doesn't exist. I know what you're saying, but it doesn't exist in reality.
I think too maybe why you're doing the drugs or alcohol, because if you're doing them to escape or suppress, then
I was talking about a healthy person, right? A healthy person who's good, loves his family, his neighbors, and all of that bullshit. He goes and drink alcohol. He don't suddenly be like, bitch, you dumb bitch, go cook something. I don't think that happens.
Oh yeah, I've known lots of people who drink who are nice. Like, in fact, sometimes they're more nice because they're so introverted and walled up. But sometimes it allows them to kind of.
I don't know a lot of drinkers. I don't know a lot of drinkers, and the couple few I do, they're nice drunks. I don't know the raging guy. The people I know get really introspective and shit.
I think it really depends on so many factors. It's hard to say. I mean, for me, like, I generally don't drink just because, my general thing about drinking when I was younger is like I would usually be the one who's totally under control. And then everybody else would be like kind of like pushing me or like, kind of pushing their luck. And it's like, it kind of puts me in a position where it's like, I'm sober of mind, but I'm going to tell you what I think. And then you might react, and then I might have to take it to the next level. So it's like, even if you're sober, and you're loosening up, it's kind of like puts you in a position where it's like now you might
get too loose.
You might get too loose, and then it's not that you're doing something wrong, but you're dealing with other people who can't take truth or reality. And like a lot of the guys I knew, they would drink and they would just like, I don't want to say they would be like violent, but they would like act as if they're going to be violent, or they would seem like fun and stuff, but then you kind of see that little dark side like twinkle coming out, and I'm like, or like all those like little emotions that they would repress in normal life will start coming out, and then you start seeing like you're actually not the good dude that I thought you were. Like in reality, you might be someone who like really doesn't appreciate the people around you. You don't appreciate the things that you got. And so then it's
if
like,
you're wise,
you know
you
what I
see
mean?
that shit in the guy beforehand, right? I know at my age and my level of discernment, I would have saw that shit would have stood out like, because you see broken motherfuckers all day who think they walk around looking, appearing whole, and they don't.
Highlight Sean Osborne's fucking very simple but astronomically accurate statement.
And somebody
Drugs
read
don't
it. So
make, they let.
Drugs don't make, they let. Very good.
That is fucking dead on.
Very good. I think that's exactly what the conversation is about too. I'm trying to see if alcohol fits in there. I think they do
all of it.
For sure. I mean, I would agree. And like, and again, like I'll tell you, like as someone who was experienced with cannabis, significantly, although I don't do it that much anymore. Like I'll tell you, like I have very mixed feelings, because like I look around at like how popular it is here in Cali, and in general, like California is a pretty peaceful place relative to how much shit should be going on. Like honestly, it should be way more violent than it is, to be honest with you, but it's not. And I don't think it's because of the weed, but I think it does kind of like
it plays a part. It plays a part.
It plays a role. And so like I have mixed feelings on that, because I almost think that like if people did get a little bit violent, they would actually like sort their problems out. But I think a lot of what I see is like people are avoiding confrontation, and
so here's the problem with that. Here's the big problem that I have with that. And I know exactly what you're saying, and I have a hard time like what side of the fence I would be on with that one. So the premise that I have is, they're sedated, and they're a little bit calmer and a little bit less reactive and stuff like that. And that's a good thing. And I'll never say that it's not a good thing. But there's this other fucking part that if you're not building on yourself and you're relying on a substance to give you the ability to fucking take life on life's terms and not grow as an individual, to experience that pain, uncomfortability, or intense fucking bullshit, that you have to deal with feelings wise. If you're not learning how to grow and expand through that situation, you're running at a fucking detriment. You're not doing what you should do.
Great fucking point, Jamie, and I will have to think about. Hold on one second, Jack.
Well,
I agree. To think about that, because I do that same shit. If shit is stressful, I will smoke a low grade indica, and I feel like it is not such a problem anymore.
Not a big deal. Fuck that. I'll burn these candles. Fuck that light bill. Fuck that light bill.
I know rage drivers, right, that are like totally rage drivers whenever they're sober, and as soon as they smoke a joint, they're driving Miss Daisy. Now, is that weed like good for them? That, especially when they're driving, when every other part honking, going around people, like really raging. But as soon as they smoke, it's like the most nicest, calmest, peaceful driver. And I think that's what Neurojack is saying. A lot of people there, that are high, it's a very high cannabis state, are much more calmer and cooler because they do have that cannabis in them.
The problem is, so any drug, is finite, Any drug that you do, it doesn't matter if it's cannabis, doesn't matter if it's alcohol, crack cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, you're going to develop a tolerance. You're going to need more and more. And furthermore, it's going to evolve in the way that it doesn't have the same effect. It might give you partial effect in some areas, but with me. So if I smoke weed, eventually I'm going to do what's considered maintenance smoking. I can smoke 4 or 5 fucking blunts, a 30% fucking THC content, a sativa, and just be normal. If the original state that was created by the drug starts to diminish, you're going to typically, I'm not going to say everybody, but me personally, I'm going to go on to that next thing that gives me a similar effect, and
whoa.
it's not a
Next
similar
thing.
effect.
Okay, so now you're talking about not just getting stronger weed. You're talking about I may look for a different drug that gives me what I'm looking for.
Drug delivery system, all of it.
I think that goes with what you were talking about before about things happening when you do these things, because there's some type of unhealed trauma that needs to be resolved. So if you're doing these things and needing more, there's something internal that needs to be fixed, because you're always looking for that higher hit.
That's where he's going, I think.
That's exactly what I explained in the beginning, and I'm so glad that you're the one that brought that up, because I didn't want to guide the conversation, but since you did, this is the thing. So you said the guy driving, everyone around him honking his horn, and he's driving like a fucking maniac, and as soon as he hits the button, boom, all that shit's gone, no stress, right? So the problem that I have is that if I'm depending on something outside of myself to give me the fucking steadfastness or whatever makeup mentally that I need to have to get along in life and go through life calmly, I'm selling myself short. I'm selling myself short, and I'm not building the different character.
I hate it because I smoke weed, but I like it.
Well, in a perfect world, though, that'd be ideal. But there's some people that aren't ready to deal with that trauma, that unhealed resolution. So it just makes them better to be in that state, because
I think that's a coddling state of mind.
But maybe they'll never deal with it.
I think that's a coddling state of mind, and coddling kills people. What I've observed in 24 years of inactive and active sobriety back and forth is I've seen thousands of people die, whether it be by suicide, whether it be by overdose,
I had a lot of
whatever, gunfights, whatever the fuck. What I've seen is the more that you tell people it's okay if you're not ready. No, bullshit. You are ready the fucking minute that you make the decision you have a fucking problem. You are ready to fucking face everything that you could possibly face. The in-your-face fucking therapy that they do nowadays, I don't know what the medical terminology is for it, but the in-your-face shit, that is the most beneficial to anyone that could ever try and work on themselves, because if you're just pussyfooting around it, you're going to get pussyfoot results. Half measures never availed me shit.
Jamie, check this. This is what I use for weed. If I'm smoking because something's stressful, I'm usually because somebody's bitching in the house or something. It won't be a bitching at me or just don't want to hear some negative vibes or something. I meant that. Normally in my daily shit, I smoke for different shit. If I have to edit, if I have to write, I can't smoke. So I'll either smoke bullshit or I don't smoke. I'll even take edibles and shit because I know it changes your mind. But if I have to edit and just be creative, now I smoke and it's suddenly beneficial. If I'm driving and I have to think things out, like figure out, finances and or theoretical physics or whatever it is, I'll get the weed. So it'll be beneficial in some form to help me. And I've been doing this long enough. I know the mixture to make for the road trip. It works for me, bro, and I don't think I'm escaping shit. I'm using it as a tool.
You're trying to be a pharmacist. I get it.
Yeah, I'm getting good at it. I'm gonna get on the road in about 3 hours. I got my mixture, Joe. I don't want shit that's too heavy that's gonna make me sleepy. I got 2 trips coming up, so I gotta prepare mentally, and so
and go ahead.
No, you first.
No, I mean, there's a lot of stuff I wanted to say along the way, but basically, I wanted to say I agree with everything I've heard. Really, all you guys say. I mean, for me, I would say like that. Again, I'm pretty experienced with it, so like I've experienced both sides, where I could do basically everything while using it, and then now I've done everything without it, and it's like it's a kind of a weird thing, because like my biggest problem with it is like you said, like when I get like a high tolerance and stuff, like I didn't realize how irritable I become when I try to like stop. And I think it's like it's one of these things. And also the other thing is like I don't want to say that it makes me aggressive, but like sometimes, like, I see weed as like, here's how I look at weed. It makes you very, very, very hyper aware. And sometimes I become so hyper aware that, like, I don't like people very much. And so, like, I'll be straight up like a hateful motherfucker because they deserve it, right? But sometimes that's not the right approach. So that's the other side of it, where, like, I'm happy and I'm joking, but, like, the truth is, like, I'm cutting deep on these dudes and they can't handle it. So you see what I'm saying? Like, and I know Joe knows what I'm talking about. When you're around black dudes, you know what I mean, and you're all smoking and you're all looking at each other. I know because you guys are cutting each other deep because you know what this motherfucker is plotting on you or plotting on somebody else. You know what I mean? And I hate that shit.
Yeah, every situation and circumstance is different, and everybody's different with how they consume and what they've gone through. And just because you're feeling that way doesn't mean anybody else is. There might be other people that have similar thoughts and feelings, but a lot of it has to do with this unhealed trauma. Because when I'm around people and I'm smoking, I'm enjoying their company. I really like people. And so the people that I'm with and consuming cannabis with, we're having good times for real. There's no deep, thinking that these people are out to get me or whatever, because I wouldn't be hanging out with those type of people if I felt that type of vibration at all.
Yeah, but that draws a problem in itself. So if I'm only assimilating or associating myself with different people who are of my own like mind structure, and I'm not going a little lower to try and teach other people and reach other people, then I'm doing what we started this conversation off like a while back when I told Dennison. I think that if anybody tried, or I told Joe this, that if you cut yourself off from certain realms of people and you don't try and help them and you don't try and teach them and you don't try and reach them, then you are failing at life.
But nobody said that. But nobody said that. That's going and getting high with people. It doesn't mean in all other areas that you're not going and trying to help people, communicate with people. This is actually like letting your guard down and actually going. And for me, like I used to when I was younger, consume cannabis like 24/7 basically, right? But for the last 10 years, like I haven't smoked any in a couple months now, right? So it's nothing that it's every once in a while. It's every little bit here and there. And for me it's a different place and time. But what I'm saying is when I'm around people and consuming, of course there's sometimes you're in a public place or in a party where some idiot comes in and you're just like not liking that person or whatever for the way they rub you off, or the energy and things like that. But in most situations,
I don't think the weed amplifies that shit though.
So do you know
that Neurojack's shit? Just because some asshole is like that or bad guy, I don't think weed. If I'm smoking weed, it makes me think one way or another about him. I don't start thinking he's scheming on me. If I think
here's the thing.
What I'm saying is, I'll just say really quick. What I'm really saying is like I enjoy analyzing people as it is. When I'm smoking and I can really analyze them really fucking well, really quick.
What is the negative there? So what? I don't start hating people because I can analyze them better.
Sure. What I'm saying is I enjoy making them suffer for their bullshit.
I hear where you're going. Trolling them, I think, is where you're going. I troll them and grow them up a little bit is the way I put it.
So based on what Jesse was talking about, you said certain times when you want to let your guard down and you're at a party, so seeking enjoyment and seeking camaraderie with people, and the people that come in and rub you the wrong way. So I have a quick little Jamie story time for you. Two of my best friends that I have ever met in my life, one of them's dead, one of them's still alive. Two of them, however, that are at the top of the list above everyone, that I literally pray for on a daily basis that they're all right, and that the one's in heaven hopefully enjoying life or enjoying his afterlife or whatever. So I've met these people and at first glance hated them, like to the point where I wanted to harm them just by looking at them. Did not like their vibration, did not like their fucking appearance, hated everything about them, hated how they talked, hated how they walked, how they looked, how they fucking acted, everything about them. And yet they became my best friends in life. That has taught me 100% fuck vibration. I get that's a thing, but for me, fuck vibration, because sometimes that shit's wrong. Sometimes you just need to understand that we're at a constant state of fucking motion, that people change, and sometimes what someone's producing in front of you is not the
Jamie,
product.
the fault in my view of that, the fault was in you, and you saw him, and you saw whatever defects or whatever made you hate him. The fault was in you hating him. You could have objectively saw whatever it was in him and not felt that way about it. I think it wasn't his fight. You don't know what I'm saying? Okay. No. Like the same guy walks up to me with those same fucked up. I don't know why. What made you hate him? That should have been the first question I asked, and I'll ask it now. What made you hate him upon meeting him, seeing him?
The fakeness. I could tell that the fakeness was real.
Okay. Now, you can look and you see that this guy fake and has that line of deficits and shit, which you think is really fucked up and stuff. But can't you just not hate him? If anything, be empathetic or feel sorry for him?
I don't think I was at the phase of my life where I could make that distinction maturely or accurately, or something that could actually be gauged.
Now suddenly now you see how he can become your best friend. It's easier path. Now, when you see he's just broken a bit.
Yeah, you know what the funny thing was? So that opinion changed in the matter of an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah. I walked into a meeting. I sat down. I looked across the table. The motherfucker was there. I instantly hated him. After the meeting, walked out, had a cigarette. I was homeless at the time, and the motherfucker offered me a place to live.
Damn. Yeah, you were
for free. For free. Like nothing attached to it. Just you need a place to stay. I got a couch. You're welcome to it for free. I got 6 months left.
Was he still fake later, or did you misjudge him?
No, totally misjudged this motherfucker. Okay. Like hated everything about him. Like I hated that he was a fucking gangbanger. I hated that he was a fucking vice lord. I hated that he fucking wore a 150 cap with a fucking chain and fucking wore a grill and all this other shit. Like I hated everything about him. But after actually getting to know him,
young mentality. I was that dude. All you had to do is live on the other side of
fucking hated you the first time I seen you.
Yeah. That was young shit. I don't do that anymore. I don't give a fuck if a guy kick down the door talking about, oh, look who let the cone in the room. I hate them anymore. It's not even a thing.
Well,
who let the cone in the room?
I had somebody said that the other day. I'll talk to Mooks.
See, this is where I think it's an interesting thing that you're saying there. It's like, some people are like you said, you see some gangbanger guy, and like I've hung around gangbanger guys, and it's like some of them are trying to do the right thing, and some of them are genuinely good guys.
They're like regular people.
And exactly. And sometimes you meet people like here in Cali, like you said, they look fake on every level. They have a chain. They look like weird, and there's something off, right? But then you get to know them, and you're like, okay, this is how they progressed in their life. They came from a particular place in life, and they're still representing that for whatever reason. And sometimes there's reasons to be quote unquote fake. Sometimes there's reason to put up a front and look a certain way because of the audience that you're dealing with, right?
Wait. I can't let you go no further. I'm sorry. A reason to be fake. I don't know about that part. There is a reason for a front and all of that shit, but fake.
They're trying to come into themselves is a better way to put it.
All right. Yes, they don't understand yet. They haven't gotten there yet. Okay, I get that. Yeah.
So what I was trying to get at, though, with what Jesse was talking about, is that I tried to go out of my way to put myself in front of people that I don't like, that I do not want to fucking listen to, that I do not want to fucking be around. And I try not to fucking put people on a scale, but it's a really hard thing to do. And that's why I liked when you said, let your guard down. I was like, that's it. I have a guard, and my guard is fucking people and relationships and friends are expensive.
See, it don't cost nothing. Fuck the
whether it be monetary, whether it be emotional, it is expensive. Bullshit.
That's on you. That emotional. No, you train yourself, and you will get there. You're just
it's hard, motherfucker.
You will, but you're on that route. You will get there where it won't. irritate you or anger you when people do stupid shit. That is really not your prerogative anyway. When people do stupid shit, that is not your time to pounce on them and all of that shit. I get what Neurojack was saying. Sometimes they deserve a lesson, and you feel a little sadistic when you get to give it to them. Right? I get that part too.
Well, yeah. And just really quick, what I was saying about the whole fakeness is what I mean is like if you're going out to go meet a certain type, like if you're going to a business meeting and you show up in like dirty overalls that haven't been washed in 3 weeks or something, like obviously you're not reading the room, right? And then
but that's not fake. That's ignorant or something. Fake would be different, right?
Well, the other thing is like if I go wearing a pinstripe suit to like, you know, the middle of the ghetto in Cleveland, like I'm probably not the wisest thing either. So my point is sometimes you have to kind of put on camouflage depending on where you're headed. And that's kind of what I'm saying about these guys is like, even if this guy is like a good guy and all that, but he's wearing the chain, he's wearing the grill, whatever, I shouldn't judge. But see, the other side of it is this, like, if you really go out, like where again where I live at, a lot of people like gangsters here, they have a uniform. They wear the Jordans, they wear the color, they wear
gangsters everywhere. Jeans. I agree.
It's a uniform, and but the thing is, like when they're walking around with balaclavas all day, am I sitting here to say like
flip flops?
Oh, I'm not joking. People literally walk around all day with balaclavas on, and I'm like, should I just like, well, I don't want to judge you, or should I be like, you probably done something to get capped? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, that's
wait. You should definitely judge motherfuckers, but you know, understand that you know you're shit. Like some people think that mask in Chicago is just a thing. If you're hip, you know, and you're a street guy, you wear masks. So you can't wait till it get cold so you can wear masks. But that's just the average guy. Now, you know, someone may judge and think, you know, that means that guy is violent, is going to attack me or something like that. That may be misjudging, but definitely judge. I mean, that's what humans are about from the beginning of nature. So you can determine whether something's a danger or not. If I see some guy with a cowboy hat, I assume he likes cowboy music.
Let me test that theory. Let's say that I show up in your neighborhood as a white guy, the only white dude in the neighborhood, and I got a balaclava on. Nobody knows who I am, and I'm just walking around.
First of all, no one's afraid of white people. First of all, especially
Joe, if I walk through your hood, what do you think people are going to think I'm there for?
Buy drugs, 100%. And even if you got a fucking face mask on, as long as I can see those white eyes, you're not there to rob a damn thing.
They're gonna think
heart rate is not gonna go up.
They're gonna think you're a cop, 100%.
Yeah. That's it. He got it.
Or a cop, yeah.
As Varun, are you there?
Is there any recent hail damage in the neighborhood?
My phone, the power of my phone went off. That's why it got cut.
Okay, welcome back. I have a question for you. Secrets of Past Peril History says Jesus said, "Stop judging people on their outer appearance and start judging on who they are on the inside," and switch the word judging to discernment. What do you feel about that?
I love it.
Can you repeat the question again? Some guests came.
Discernment and judging are kind of the same thing.
Secrets of Past Peril History said Jesus said, "Stop judging people on their outer appearance and start judging people on who they are inside, and switch the word judging to discernment."
Right, you're not really judging them as if you're gonna do something to them and shit, but use your discernment. Oh, I got a text, squirrel.
Shut up, Joe. Asvern, how do you feel about that statement?
Yeah, he's right. Appearances can be pretty deceptive.
Yes.
Many times I've seen the ones who look pretty innocent and sweet and nice on the surface, they tend to be very deceptive and quite scheming and cunning and manipulative in the inside.
Agreed. Too slick.
It's quiet ones you got to watch out for, right?
Yeah.
It's
the ones who keep talking all the time are the ones who keep talking all the time. They are actually like, what do you say? They're not capable of scheming and thinking in the long run. They just keep wasting their energy by using words all the time. So they're not so much of a threat.
You know, the scariest motherfucker to me is the over charismatic dude. That is the scariest fuck to me. That's trying to ingratiate himself. He turns out to be the worst in my experience.
Yeah,
that's my man. I love that nigga Joe. Oh, that's my man. You know, he just met you. Yeah. That dude is probably gonna be a bad guy.
Do you guys have the concept of the whole alpha beta thing where you're at there, Asfarun?
No, that the alpha beta thing is not there. It's like over here, how it goes is like whoever is born into the highest caste, he gets the most respect. Like, let's say he's born into the Brahmin community, they're the priests, right? They get more respect over there. That concept of the concept of alpha male and beta male, it's still not come over here. But I think that concept is also very weird, to be honest. It makes no sense. Alpha males and beta males, like, if you look at the situation of the world, when circumstances become too tough, how can anyone be alpha at that time? Even the toughest man will break.
Hey, yes. What is your name? Oh, Asfarun. Let me ask you, what you just said about depending where you were born is the status you get. Do you think some of that goes on here in America as well?
I think in America, how it goes is if you're born with a lot of money and if you're good looking and if you are famous, over there, that's how your status is cemented. Here, it depends upon which caste you're born into. If you're born into a high caste, your status is cemented. You'll have access to a lot of perks and privileges. So that's the difference.
Do you agree with that, Asvarun? The caste class?
I don't agree with it, but it's the way things are in this country.
I think there is a caste system over here as well. Yeah. You know, if you're from Jersey or something, you're a chick, they know that they're judged harshly and they try to get rid of that Jersey accent. I think there's a caste society here too.
Yeah. But it's different. It's kind of different in the US. It's kind of different over here. In the US, I think like hybristophilia is pretty prominent actually. So if the person is very good to look at and he's committed crimes or something, all is forgiven as long as he looks good. Because you look at many of these criminals who look good, they get love letters all the time, like Ted Bundy, Richard Ramirez. Then
that's not a thing over there. If you're in a lower caste system and you're really gorgeous.
Over there, it's like if you're in a high caste community and you have all the perks and privileges, powerful families will come to offer their daughters to you so that the power gets multiplied actually.
What if you're in a low caste and the guy is really handsome or the girl's gorgeous? Is there any chance they can advance?
And then the high caste guy will take her like as a concubine or something like that. That's it.
Right.
That's a sad chick or something. Damn.
Bringing those low vibe.
I think that would be the difference then. In India, the caste system stays the same and they don't want to remix into the caste, where in America, or in the West world, it all depends on, how, devious snakes will prosper type of thing. You can get yourself into that high caste system by how much money you make or, what you're willing to do for it.
Yeah. Right. Wow,
it's a good point.
And the good looking shit helps too, because you can be used here.
Is bullshit, in my opinion, because it can be used and taken advantage of, or it can be exploited, or it can somebody might favor you, but why, right? So I don't know.
It's everybody knows, and the studies show you get your good looking chick in the front office and that type of shit, and it actually helps. The
West is all about exploiting the looks.
Yeah.
That's why I do so well.
The weird thing is, I've seen so many shows and I've seen the lives of so many celebrities. They have the best of everything: looks, money, status, and then they always go through failed relationships and failed marriages. So I think looks is looks is not the constant for having a stable and long-term relationship in the long run.
I think Angelina just said that looks are bullshit.
And what you're
So as
talking
we're-
about
Money
is the
doesn't buy
people that are
happiness.
in these systems, like the ones that are celebrities, the ones that are out there in the public eye. A lot of them have had to sell their souls, so they're not happy
Yeah.
as it is, right? They've
Yeah,
had to
makes
be
sense.
compromised in one way or another, so they're going through drug addictions, they're going through alcohol, they're going through all this
Depression
crazy
and shit.
depression because of stuff they had to do in order to get that success
That's
and
dope.
fame, in order to
So
be
they would
controlled.
break up faster. Yeah, that's dope.
100%. Fatty?
Yeah, anyone who gives privilege based on looks is usually with an agenda, and
Yes,
so I mean, you can like
Agenda.
100% of the time.
so you can wind up like it doesn't matter, like you wind up in all kinds of bullshit with people, and a lot of people who like maybe are good people like don't talk to you, or you can feel isolated as sometimes as well, because they like sometimes if you put someone on a pedestal, people won't
Yeah,
approach them and stuff, right? But who
yeah.
will? The creepers, the people who want to take
That's
advantage,
dope.
like,
Good point.
right?
Yes.
And so, I mean, we all, it's
Or
disadvantage
the
and advantage
ones,
to everything.
or the ones who want to take advantage of you all the time. So the better looking, you can get a shitload of people you got to weed through. Like being super wealthy, I guess you might get a low energy people trying to get with you. The people who actually will try to get with you would have their agendas.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I know a lot of fucking rich people that are miserable as fuck. So I'm not entirely convinced that the whole money thing fucking makes all the be all.
I think it's just like looks. I think that's what we're saying. They're both will probably give you more mental problems than good.
I think it's part of the
I think it's all
programming that you
placebo.
judge a book by its cover, and we have no idea in reality.
For sure.
I think one more thing happens, like there's a lot of repressed jealousy and envy in human beings. So if they see someone who's very, very beautiful, someone who's very rich and doing very well in life, they say, that evil eye will hit them. The eyes are the expression of the emotions. So like that jealousy will actually be transmitted from the eyes to that person whom they feel jealous of. They'll be wishing in their mind, if this guy just gets into some kind of a miserable situation, I'll be happy. So that way the good looking guy or the good looking woman and the ones who are very wealthy and successful, they'll be hated deep down by many people in the inside, and many people will envy them, and that envy will act as a weapon against them, and it will make them miserable.
As around, I think 100%. When you're successful, all of that fucking energy that people, the haters, are putting on you to bring you down can affect you, and it's real.
So, Secrets of Past Parahistory says you can have all the money in the world, all the friends in the world. However, if you do not have Jesus and serenity and peace in your heart and soul, then that all means nothing. And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier. If we're basing our life on certain shit, and it's true character development is a good baseline for judging success and the ability to get through things, problematic situations, tough times, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Then you're basing yourself on something that isn't finite. Okay, like money is finite, fucking food, security, finite concepts.
Yeah.
When it comes to like living for other people and living to try and spread your information to the next person and share collectively to have them avoid the same pitfalls that you have. And it doesn't have to be drugs. It could be finance. It could be whatever the fuck, your background is, whatever your experience is, as long as you share that with another person or a multitude of people, then you're living for something that's higher, and you're developing the true essence of the word spiritual. The relating to moral feelings, and what's more based in morality than trying to save another person the trouble and the heartache and the pain of going through life. And when you're going through some shit like that, and you're baselining yourself on a life that's geared towards unselfishness, whether it be based in your unselfishness would be based in lack of humiliation, or what's the fucking word? Not humiliation.
When you're in service to humanity, when you're in service to people, it doesn't matter how much money you have, or if you don't have any money, you can be ultimately happy. But when you're in service to self, then you're worried about then you're worried about things, worried about losing that money, worried about losing your status. You're always constantly in that rat race, and it's such a different vibration than if you're actually in service to self, when it doesn't really matter if your money or not is in your pocket.
I like it.
Yeah, because you're looking for something that's not true fulfillment, and not only are you doing that, but you're irritating yourself and you're compounding the problem because you're basing the solution in something that's fucking far off from the end all be all equation in itself.
Right. For a multitude of reasons, you're wasting time. You're going in the wrong direction.
Right.
Yep. And money can be taken away from you at any time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But your heart can't. And if you have a good heart and you're, like someone said, humility, and how you got like a good heart and you're actually doing things for the goodness because you want to do good things, not because of how you look or status. Nobody can ever take that away from you.
Check this out. Yes. And now that makes you healthy when you base yourself in that as opposed to money and shit. Now you don't have all of that scared feeling of scarcity, that shit's gonna leave you and all of that shit, so you become a healthier person without all of those fractures and shit.
I think a big problem is, so words have a pretty good composition for like meaning, but to describe feelings and to describe different emotions, it's very complex. And I think words fall very short. So, and embarrassment was the word I was looking for. So if I share with other people, embarrassment and pride and ego separate me from actually giving you the truth, because I might feel embarrassed about some shit that I've done or experienced or had been done to me, whatever the case is. So there's this disconnect. And when you transmit something that you have, like emotional currency, and different life experience, trauma, whatever, relation, empathy, however the fuck you want to explain it. When you go to those lengths to get that, you get something that's way more powerful than $1 or anything that could ever fucking fulfill you.
I think so, right? I feel great after. Go ahead.
What's that word, though? What's the word for it?
What's that? The explanation of what I just gave? Yes, serenity, right? Solace, fulfillment, wholeness. Fulfillment would be the best. Humble. And that goes back, and Fatty, you know what I'm about to say, with like doing things in secret, and what Jesse was talking about earlier with not doing it for the aesthetic look of how other people will perceive your action, but to in fact do it in secret and never fucking say a goddamn word about it, because if you do, then you're getting your payment. And it says it right in the Bible. One of the parables that I like is, you've received your gift. And if I've received my gift, I don't find it fitting for what I do good for other people to be fulfilled while I'm on this earth. I do have benefits as a result of not being so fucked up and confounded and confuddled or whatever from the happenings of everything that happens, but there's certain shit that I'd rather just keep under my fucking hat and just not say anything about, because I don't want to do things. It's not a trade. It's just boom, I did it, and now I'm withdrawing.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't want to go through life with a messiah complex, going, when we have to brag about the help that we gave to others. It's kind of a disingenuous giving, isn't it? The messiah complex of, I should be held above others because I've done so much help and so much good for others, that
it can lead to the messiah complex. Bullshit. You think you're better, smarter, wiser than other people. Oh yeah.
Speaking of that messiah complex, has that not you noticed more and more people are getting it? More and more people are publicly having that. Like, it's like unreal. Like before it was only one here and there, but now it seems like more and more people are getting that in them.
Well, you know why, right?
It's the need
Jesse?
for status, though, isn't it? Isn't it the need for it's the climbing of the ladder, right? It's the punching down on the ladder. It's the it's the envy of others. It's the coveting, right? It's the coveting of other people's shit, not just his wife, right? But all their possessions, all their things, and that's why it's said that in the red letters that give away all your possessions, sell all your possessions, and give everything you have. Give your entire self.
Because you realize how meaningless it is.
Right. And that's where you find the serenity, and you can get away, I think, from the striving after unmanageable expectations to the understanding that you can only change what you can change. I would love to end all wars. I would. Do I think
so?
That's
as Varun,
a possibility? Probably not. Am I willing to work for peace? Yes. Am I willing to fight for peace? Yes. Do I think
so?
That
As Varun,
trying to fight the system is a worthy cause? Sure, but how far am I going to get with that? We got to be realistic in knowing what we can change.
Yeah.
So we don't get caught up in that.
I got a question for you.
Well, before we get to that, Jamie, I think Angelina, do you remember what you wanted to say? I think it was related to what we were talking about.
No chance. Angelina got that deer in the headlights look.
I was just gonna say, like, when we were talking about fulfillment, they measured like vibrations of different feelings, and one of the highest ones was authenticity. And so I think, like, when we're trying to find fulfillment, alignment and authenticity are some of the biggest things there is, because we're in our biggest flow when we're in those things, right?
I will remember that.
And it doesn't matter what that authentic is. It could be angry, sad, mad, whatever, but that's the highest vibration of being authentic and being able to express that authentically instead of, hiding those emotions.
I think the most
I never felt more alive sometimes than when I was road raging.
No.
I think the most
seriously, like,
fulfilling authenticity is when we're in alignment with our highest selves. Yeah. And when we get to experience that, that is the most fulfilling. Like when that higher part of us comes out and it's flowing, like that's so fulfilling, right?
I'm sorry, but Fatty just distracted me with the road rage thing. To me, that is a sign of a person who has issues. That is the first sign. A motherfucker cut you off in traffic and start cursing. I think this motherfucker has mental issues he hasn't dealt with.
Oh yeah,
he's not grown up yet.
Fucking steering wheel top of cars and punched out freaking windows and I was the worst freaking road rager, dude.
All right, so
as Varun, I have a question for you. You're familiar with what they were talking earlier, just about 4 minutes ago. They were talking about sell all your possessions, give it away to the needy, and like the parable that's connected to that. Well, one of the factors there's a lot of different connections to that, but the parable, the connection to it being, you'll understand it's not a literal translation that says do this, but do more of this and you'll get the same effect, that the reason why they're making the sentence, the speech in the first place.
No, I mean, like, the thing about giving away your possessions and doing charity, the effect won't reach you immediately. It will reach you in your afterlife. Like you take many people who are very rich and successful or who are very good looking. Now, how did they get it, and how is it that majority of the people are suffering? They would have done a lot of good deeds in their previous births, and that's how they just got it like that. There's no such thing as fluke, or it happened by accident, or or it's just that they're lucky. They've done a lot of good deeds in their previous births, and they're reaping the benefits of that by being successful, handsome, or beautiful, or famous in this birth. So these things, the universe will pay you back in its own course of time. It won't happen immediately.
It's a good way to put it.
You know, our fate and our dharma versus karma, and hierarchy, place on earth. I think some of that can be transcended. I think there's ladders that can be climbed, and I think there's ways to help each other up those ladders. But there's so many more ways to punch down those ladders and to throw those ladders off the side of cliffs. And
it's easier to destroy than it is to build.
Can I join you guys back within half an hour? After some guests have come, so can I come back within half an hour?
Of course, yes, of course. Yeah, no worries.
Okay, thank you.
You ever been in a big ass boat that's got two motors?
Yeah.
Right. It takes about 10-15 minutes to get those motors. They're at the exact same RPM, right? But that boat, the whole entire boat is just it's off, right?
I didn't know that.
But you can feel the second those motors align, right?
Yeah.
And it's just the, you got two of the exact same vibrations. It's
waiting for him to hit that sweet spot sync. Fatty, turn your camera off. You're glitching.
Right, and really become one. I think that's about. I mean, like a lot of times the first folks, or the first times we meet folks are a little bit abrasive maybe, but then they end up being your best friends in the end. That it's the similarity that attracted you.
I hear you.
But it's the same.
And then you reach the same frequency.
That's pretty good. That's actually really good.
I mean, especially with recovery, because I mean, there's nothing worse than having some tweaked out freak in the freaking group and everybody's vibing real good, and this guy comes in 10-15 minutes late and it's like, oh, what are you guys talking about? Oh, hey, this guy's a pedo and that guy's a pedo and this guy's a pogo. You're like, dude, we were having a great conversation before you got here, brother. Don't mind, hop on in, but read the fucking room type of situations that especially in recovery end up being very abrasive and eventually become those folks that you can really resonate with, that you can really vibe with and really kick it with on a one-on-one level, that become those strong relationships.
What's up, Ray?
You know what I've been trying to do a lot more, Fatty?
I'm going that way tonight. Good citizen media. I'm heading out about a couple hours. I'm hit the road here, Joe.
No one cares about your fucking A1 auditing, Joe. So, Fatty, you know what I've been trying to do lately? And this is like within the last 3-4 months, maybe. And it got brought up on a couple of different panels, but it's so me and you are addicts and alcoholics, right? No, not Legos. I love Legos. I got a shitload of sets. I'm going to build them. Don't worry about it. So it's the fact that we've compartmentalized these labels, right? And we got all these different fucking things like addicts, alcoholics, bipolar, manic depressed, all these different fucking human conditions, we'll call them. We won't even call them fucking mental instabilities. We'll call them human conditions. And I've been trying really hard to see them as all the same because it's the same process mentally, psychologically to get through them. It's the same process. And I'm not saying 100% across the board because nothing's like that, but I'm trying to see a lot more or a lot less compartmentalization of different kinds of human conditions, whether it being addict, alcoholic, depressive, or whatever the case is. I've been trying really hard to separate that and keep it all grouped together as one and trying
Labels
to see.
Are good. We got to use judgment. We got to use discernment. We got to label things so we can identify what they are. But we don't hold that label to the ultimate authority of what that thing is.
Yes.
And in all reality, labels are just another form of divide and conquer. We can easily point out what is the negative. We can look and know what we don't like. We've programmed ourselves to know that. But when we find something we do like, can we look past the one little stupid fucking thing? It's like, I bring this up in these church groups and church talks. 4,200 gods worshipped on earth today, minimum. Let's just say 4,200. Everybody, let's say we got the 5 of us here. We each say you guys each pick one and I pick none for the sake of argument. What's the difference between us? Is it 4,195? Or is it one?
It's one.
It's actually one. It's just one choice. And it's the gap that we see in front of ourselves that we project in our projected reality of trying to find the path of least resistance. We never look for the path of the hardest resistance. We never look to go up the cliff rather than up the trail.
You know why it's one though, Fatty? Honestly, and I was on a retreat 3 weeks ago, and it was when the Pope made a very, very bold statement. And I never thought that I'd hear something like this in my lifetime, but I was really shocked when he said it. He said, and I think it's finally no longer a fight between, Catholic religion. And this might be me having grandiose dreams or whatever, but he said that all religions are a pathway to God. He didn't use Christ. He said God. And when I heard that, I was like, oh, wait, hold on. So What you're telling me is pride and ego are now off the fucking table, and it's no longer a matter of who's right and wrong. This is no longer a debate. It's more of a, you have yours, I have mine, and let's all fucking rise above.
Yeah.
That was
which
that
pope?
was
we got to rise
the
above.
Pope
That's
of the Catholic Church.
No, which pope? Like the current one?
Like
the current one. Yeah, no, the fucking came back from the dead. No, I'm just playing with you. Yeah, the current one.
No, I 100% believe in that our diversity makes us stronger.
It does.
And
it's provable by America.
At overall, I mean, today, right now, straight up, I'm say it like it is. We got a bunch of Christians running around saying, "My Jesus trumps your Jesus."
Right. Yep. And that's the problem.
And
that's a
to
big
me,
fucking problem.
That's just absolute. That is the biggest form of all the negatives that come, in those books, in those scriptures.
It says it right in the Bible. We are to respect all religions, not mine's better than yours. It doesn't fucking say that. Them motherfuckers look right past that shit. And I see certain shit like that, and they cherry pick away from that. And I'm like, no, that's not acceptable, because that's a very meaningful fucking verse. And you chose to just, fucking obfuscate past that and say, no, my Jesus is better. Like, no, motherfucker, we're all fucking serving God. However you want to define him, it was, it's no different than the Protestants and the Catholics fighting, saying Jesus Christ is the only way, and no, I could just bypass him and go straight to God on the Protestant side. All these simplistic fucking debates are just separating us further from the actual fucking end game.
Exactly.
And that
from
is
God,
so fucked.
separating you further from
Yes,
God. If God is love and people are using this to divide themselves, they're dividing themselves from God and using God as the reason.
As the reason, yep.
That's the justification and the rationalization to treat each other like shit.
It's a banana republic.
Yeah,
exactly. Picking out a bunch of Old Testament terms to tell me how Jesus felt about things doesn't make a lot of sense, bro. I mean, use a red letter scripture at least, okay? I mean, that's why they're there. You want to tell me how Jesus felt about something? Don't go to like Genesis. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's all good.
Don't give me Moses' version.
It's not bad or anything else, but the fucking Bibles are not boxes of ammunition to be used against each other.
Nope. The direct opposite. It's meant to build with one another.
And how many use that as that, and they call themselves a good, loving person, but yet they're able to shoot people with their words.
Right. The pride and ego, the people trying to solidify themselves with knowledge and backing from religious books, and gatekeeping and a lot of other things. And the words in the Bible and any other religious text, I don't care which one it is, if we look at it, there's way more similarities than there are separations. Okay, similarities meaning the end all result, the treating one another with respect, love, kindness, charitable, whatever you want to call it. It's all right. The golden rule. It's all based around that. And the more people focus on that, the better off we're all going to fucking be. It doesn't matter what you call your God. I'm pretty sure that when we die and all get up there, and let's say all of us were fucking wrong with the name, I'm pretty sure he's not going to give a flying fuck that we didn't know his name, because he's God.
It's all the same one. It's all the exact same one.
Yes.
Yep.
It's just defined differently. Different fucking brand. It's like a liquor bottle. Different brand. It's all fucking whiskey or it's all fucking vodka, but it's the same shit.
And that's very grown up to, have that attitude, because there's a lot of people that still need a spiritual enema and need a lot of growing up to do.
That's why
it took me a long time to lose that.
It's our, unity is the way, and that's finding that similar vibration in each other. I mean, I can resonate with the guy that I've never met. I can resonate with folks over the freaking internet, but when we get together and like actually put a smile on our face and walk around in public and give that smile away, and walk up to a random freaking stranger and give him a high five, and then another one and another one, dude, that's the energy that builds. That's the energy that like changes the fucking world. one little tiny vibration at a time, you know.
Daisy Sophia, she said something. She put a chapter and verse. Daisy Sophia May, cult member, quoted John 16 or 14:16, says, "And I will ask the Father, and he will give you another advocate to help you and be with you forever." Advocate. Key fucking word. Advocate. Doesn't mean it's required. It's just a helper. And I'm very glad that you fucking quoted that, because that was dead on. Thank you.
Yeah, 1 John 4:20 is my new favorite. If anyone says I love God and hates his brother, he is a liar. For he who does not love his brother, whom he has seen, cannot love God, whom he has not seen. We got faith in this thing, but we don't even have faith in each other. You know, it
that's the pride and the ego that's stepping in and fucking distracting us and telling us to be at odds with one another based on like intellectualness or fucking being well read on something or the most vocal or the most like broadened vocabulary. And this is why I have people that have better vocabularies than me, because I can't always define or like vocalize
when we come
best.
to the table.
Fatty, I think you're having internet issues, bro. Real quick, Sophie said, Daisy Sophia said, the helper is the Holy Spirit, the comforter. So I had a big problem in my adolescence with guilt, shame, and remorse. And I took it the totally wrong way. And I always viewed guilt, shame, and remorse as nothing but detrimental. And I failed to realize, because I was young and, you know, didn't have a whole lot of life experience, that guilt, shame, and remorse can be very detrimental if it's only focused on one type of way. If it's bringing something to the forefront of my mind that I shouldn't be doing this, or, you know, whatever, basically that I shouldn't be doing it. If I utilize that and put it into perspective and don't beat the living shit out of myself so much, over time, I think it can be one of the most positive, influential things that can occur in the human mind is guilt, shame, and remorse, and to come to terms with different, you know, character defects and shortcomings that you're experiencing. That's something that also took me my whole life and still continuing to work on. It's hard. It's very hard.
Most stuck emotions are detrimental. You want to feel the emotion and let it flow through you. If you're going to be stuck on it, unless you're that happy, positive, stuck on just love vibration, that one won't be detrimental. But every other, you know, one, if you get stuck on it, it can actually cause you physical harm.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because it kills you in a way that it removes you from forward progression, and it maintains you in a helpless, hopeless state of mind. And before you know it, it's from a state of mind to a state of existence, and it's physical, you know, shit that you experience. It's pretty unique.
Hi, Angeline. You're looking beautiful.
Jesse.
The machine lies.
Too.
That bald head is looking something else.
Like
machine lies. Steel. How you doing, brother?
I'm having a great time, and I'm loving the types of discussions that are going on here. Usually we don't get many guests. Actually, I don't want to say that too quickly, because there has been some notable discussions that have been had, but it's been mainly the same people. I'm glad to have some new faces here. So yeah, thank you guys so much, you know. And yeah, we will be ending the show soon, but I'm just waiting for As Varun to come back, because he's a notable figure. I just met this guy, so yeah, I like talking to him a lot.
We need to take a collection so that we can adapt As Varun, and we need to bring him here to us.
I like hearing him talk. It's just the sound of his voice, and it's just, and he's got, some knowledge. And I like talking to him about the caste stuff, right? Because it's the Brahmins. Like, think of John Wick, and, they have the high table.
He's the guy.
But the high table, right? And that's where, the top of the top. But when John Wick needed to, get out, who did he have to go talk to? He had to go talk to the guy in the desert, the Brahmin, the one that was above the high table. And, sometimes these movies tell us what's going on. So, what is that telling us? That, maybe we think of these families as the top, but is there, something above them?
I know a couple people that are similar to Asvarun, and Asvarun's got him smoked, like flat out smoked. That dude didn't waste any fucking brain cells in his life. He didn't. The amount of pure discipline that he probably put into actually becoming well read on so many different topics and being able to integrate them to work in different ways, like, it fucking blows my mind.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a true fact. Yeah, that's a true fact. Actually, a lot of Indian people, Pakistani people, they're very good at technical skills, but they're not very socially relatable. They don't have a lot of social skills and a lot of acumen in terms of explaining stuff. But as Varun is obviously more eloquent than most of the, Americans you meet. So I find that to be staggering, in terms of, most Indian people, like, they have a social complex where they avoid other people. They're very isolated, and I found that with myself when I was a kid, that I never talked to anybody. Indians are characteristically shy people. But yeah, he's got a very good ability. And also I have a friend named Annapurna. And that's the thing, that's the horrible thing about it, is because Indian people are very intelligent. They're extremely intelligent, but they're not very good at communicating their intelligence. So for whatever reason, they don't put a very high value on eloquence.
It's that social structure machine. It's exactly what you referenced about yourself, that you didn't talk to too many people. And it's the culture structure that they have created with themselves, and different, standards of life and different existence of, like, hierarchy or whatever. And it's the fact that sometimes you get so scalable, like that you scale people so much that it becomes so fucked up, because you don't know how to have conversations with people. That was the hardest thing for me getting sober again, was actually learning how to hold a fucking conversation with people. I wasn't too talkative when I got sober. It took me a long time.
Why do you think those social skills are less important, TML?
To them?
Yeah, I think as Varun said it all, that it's an honor-based culture, it's an honor-based society, it's merit-based, it's less democratic, it's not based on democratic values, it's not based on an equality-based ethos. None of those things really exist. And also, in terms of the social hierarchy, there's also an idea that individualism is not as important. They don't have a developed concept of individualism as they do in the West, because there's a certain sort of individualism that the technological scope imparts on them, because, obviously technology is a socializing mechanism, so, technology socializes you in certain ways that other things don't, but it also isolates you. So you'll find that a lot of Indian teens, they're addicted to technology, so they have all
It takes
sorts
away that emotional effect, that cutoff. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're already emotionally castrated,
Right.
So like, you add the technological world on top of that, and they just become swift, mechanical, and that's why they're so good at like these call jobs, these mechanical repetitive tasks, that they're engaged in. They're perfectly attuned to it because they follow authority. They're they don't have that many emotions, what I mean, right? So they're perfectly tasked to a technological setting, because you need top-down controls in such a setting, because large-scale technologies, they have a centralizing effect. You need more higher security to run large-scale technologies. There's more at stake, and there's more experts at play, so they're very attuned to follow the expert structure. So you'll see less Indians that are entrepreneurs, right? But they'll always be at the top of some company. Like every company, like Google and Facebook, like you'll always see like some house Negro, like Indian dude that's just like basically at the base of the operation, but not really the main progenitor of the operation, if you will. So
is that
like
because the caste system, they feel that they shouldn't be at that, owning, that they should just feel that that place is to be working for someone in a higher caste?
Yeah, it also comes to this idea that Indian and Pakistani people, and this goes doubly for the Muslims, right? Because the Muslims, they believe that technology is not going to pollute their way of life, right? But they want superiority over the West. Now, the Indians, they want camaraderie with the West, right? It's a little bit different system, right? Because of the whole idea of Israel, right? The idea of Israel is sold to the Hindu people as Hindu nationalism. So they basically say, well, you could have your own form of Zionism. If you do it correctly, you could have this ancient state and a nation and a people that it could come together in this beautiful way. And then with the Pakistanis, it's that if you adopt the technology of the West, you'll become superior to the West because you have your own value systems. You're not encroached upon by these false value systems such as scientism and humanism and individualism and this freedom-based ethos and this equality-based ethos that you'll come to dominate because you're perfectly attuned to technological growth and innovation. Here, we have the brother back. Thank you.
A well-balanced integration.
And taught to be more superior. That's what the culture's about.
Well, it depends which side of the coin, right? If it's Indian or
Pakistani. You're talking about the Pakistani people that they're actually, bred to feel they're more superior.
Well, it's just with I think Muslim people in general, right? It's with Muslim people in general that they have a complex about Western civilization, right? Why do they have a complex about Western civilization? It's because of Israel, right? So they believe that the West has historically supported Israel as a state, right? So they are traditionally, very much opposed to the West. And if you look at polls, that'll be the thing, which is a kind of sad view, because the thing is that most Israelis and Jews, they see Israel as a gift of the Holocaust, right? So there's all of these mixed tensions and ideas, that come into play, because obviously most Muslims are not Arabs, as I stated earlier, but most I guess and actually most Jews are secular, right? So it goes to this idea, that most, most Arabs are. Wait, I think did I say most Arabs are not Muslim? What I meant to say is that most Arabs follow Islam. It's like 80% of them are Muslim, but most of the Muslims are not Arabs, is what I meant to say. So they're not all like there's more Muslims that are not Arabs. I mean, that are, but it's been equated to such a large extent with Arab culture, right? So there's all of these tensions that Islam does not have a culture that's Western, right, in any sense, right? But so in terms of world cultures, right, it always is on a it's vastly juxtaposed, and that's for a variety of reasons, right? It's also because of the scientific worldview, right? As many have stated, I think it was like all these scientific atheist guys, they talk about how Islam hasn't reached reformation or an enlightenment, that it's the last culture on earth to not reach a scientific enlightenment, right? So when the people who created, the secular rule in most of the Muslim countries, they thought, well, if we have Islamic values and we take the technology from the West, then we're going to dominate. Then that it's going to be Islamic culture that dominates the world, right? Obviously, that's false because technology deforms culture, right? Technology imparts its own monoculture, it socializes you in a special way, and it deranges your traditional value systems, right?
Yeah, it's happened in every single form of it. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
And that superiority complex comes with Christianity, comes with Judaism, and comes with Islam, right?
Yeah,
well,
but the extreme prevalence is more so in Muslim.
I think it comes with every form, because if you look at the Hindutva ideology, if you look at Zionism, if you look at Eurasianism, you could look at any
Buddhism.
The parameters are
Buddhism, Eurasianism. You could go to many different ideologies. Nationalistic ideology.
Point, though, Machine. He makes a good point with Buddhism. So maybe not
Buddhism.
Not Buddhism. You are correct.
Oh no! You definitely have an encroachment from Buddhism that we're gonna get into.
That superiority complex, though. That's what we're just talking about.
Complex is way
superiority
less
complex. I don't see that. I don't see that in the Buddhists.
Oh yeah, they definitely have it.
They have it, but the in your face, like the amount of it is very low.
Yeah,
very low.
If you go to Myanmar and if you go to the Zen Buddhism being used for the Japanese fascism in World War II, right? There is a war drawn element within, for example, being used for the kamikaze pilots and all that type of stuff. And the samurai, right? The samurai followed a Zen Buddhist philosophy, right? And they were almost like killing machines, right? So it's not that the Buddhists are not violent, but there is a certain stripe of Buddhism, right, that practices nonviolence, right? So if you go look at the different Buddhist sects, you can extrapolate, just as there's certain Christian sects like that follow Saint Francis of Assisi and all of that take vows of nonviolence and all of that type of stuff. So I mean, you could take it from the philosophy, right, and apply it broadly, but generally speaking, or historically speaking, I guess no ideology or religion, because at one point, Buddhism became the dominating ruling force within India as well. So it had to maintain its political power structure through some way, right?
Okay, awesome. I gotta go. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Yeah, blessings.
Good chat.
Jesse.
Bye.
Sending you guys love. Thanks for having us on.
Thank you guys. Blessings. Yeah.
Night.
Yeah. Good night.
As Varun, what's up, brother?
Nothing, man. Nothing.
Yeah.
So, what do you want to talk about, as Varun?
I don't know. Whatever you guys were discussing, I'll elaborate on that. That's it.
What do you think of Buddhism and non-violence? Do you think that Buddhism is generally peaceful, or do you think that there's aspects of Buddhist ideology that can be used for violence? Right?
Generally, Buddhism, this is what I feel what happens to a religion. The religion will start with a man who's God-fearing, peace-loving as well. then it will get royal patronage from a king. Then what will happen is that slowly over a period of time, the people will also assimilate into that faith. Then institutions will come up to propagate the faith. That is when it becomes aggressive. It happens to all religions. They become aggressive in some way or the other. They deviate gradually from the teachings of their leader or the one who founded that religion, and then they become what do you say, commercialized. And then in order to gain more followers, they will use all types of methods like war or deception to gain more followers. So every religion will undergo a phase of royal patronage, institutionalization, and then commercialization, and then it will become corrupt actually, and then it deviates completely from the original teachings of its founders. It happens to all the religions.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you go to Myanmar, you know, the Muslims and the Buddhists are not allowed to marry each other. You know, and this is a policy that's implemented by the Buddhist leaders. You know, so they don't want Muslims to be part of their society. You know, so it's not that.
Yeah.
You know, so they could be as nonviolent as they want, but when they don't want people to be part of their society, they're going to take violent measures in order to implement, those means, and that's what's historically happened. So, you can't say that because I mean, in a technological state where the objective force is power, there's not a instance of a low-tech society existing next to a high-tech society. And so the fact is that they could be as peaceful as they want to. They're going to be subsumed within the technological society, right? Because they're going to be sitting ducks. They're going to cut themselves off from participation in the power structure, right? So
And I think people are fickle minded. They're only loyal to an ideology or a concept as long as it gives them materialistic gains. So your loyalty to any religion, whether it's Islam or Christianity or Hinduism or Buddhism, it'll it's like people will be a bit patient with it as long as it provides them with materialistic gains and comforts. If it doesn't, they'll become more hypocritical, and they may just follow it for because of social pressure or whatever. But inside they'll have a lot of doubts, and they may not genuinely follow it. So the main food for the normal person is material comforts, materialistic pleasures, being successful on the materialistic path. They think that this religion or whatever will give them that, because of the false teachings of the followers of the leader over a period of time. Their loyalty is not absolute. Actually, people are fickle minded.
Yeah, and there's criticism of this within Zen Buddhism, that talk about the encroachment of spiritual materialism into their traditions. And they talk about, oh, look at this ritualistic madness. One of them even says the Buddha is a shit stick. They used to wipe their ass with a stick, and then hang it back on the wall, and they said the Buddha is the same as the shit stick you use to clean your ass. Because they're saying that, look, you're saying that this great enlightened being, that you should make it an icon and worship it, but you're falling into materialism. So the solution, they said, was that, if you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. That's what one of them said. They said, look, you shouldn't idealize or make it a goal to become Buddhist, because the goal is acting and living through the practice of Zen. It's not to become a Buddha. That is goal-oriented thinking, and they actually preach against the ritualistic aspect of it. So there's different sects,
Yeah, Gautama Buddha never said make statues of me and worship me, and what do you say, like do this and do that in my name. He just did it to get enlightenment, and he helped some people out. But then after that, like what happened was that the priests later on got corrupt, and they started indulging in carnal pleasures in the monasteries with the female nuns. It became a mess actually. So over a period of time, the religion got very badly corrupted.
Yeah, that's right. And they even have a messianic tradition. If you go look up the tradition, of Mahayana Buddhism, which, by the way, Alan Watts preaches Mahayana Buddhism. So if you go to these Western teachers, they're teaching 11th century Buddhism. They're not teaching Buddhism from the time of the Buddha from the 4th century. They're not teaching the Abhidharma and all of this stuff. No. They're actually teaching the new wave Buddhism that has all of these messianic, and it's more amenable to Western thinking, and it's preaches this non-ritualistic side, which then they can plug into their scientism and their understanding of their new age understanding of the world. So I mean, it's all just most of that is a scam anyways.
No, now the biggest scam on the planet is religion. Most of the religious leaders are scamsters, and irrespective of their religion, they'll just use it to they'll prey on the naivety of people to enrich their lifestyle. That's all. All religions have just become a means to attain materialistic progress and some kind of heavenly pleasures. That's it.
Yeah, and it fits perfectly into the technological scope. That's what people don't understand. That it's not separate from the goals of science and technology, right? Because because if you look at the world, it's the docile type of thinking that actually gets you to regard this world as just a stage into another new world. That this type of idea fits perfectly well with atheism and the idea of technological progress. That this world is perfectly, just a secondary category, on the stage of human development, right? So nature is mute. It doesn't have anything to say. It's human creativity that is actually driving innovation and progress, right? And man is headed towards a perfect state of being. Now, people think that this is antithetical to the technological scope, but it's going to be merged into it, right? So and it already is developing that way. So that's what I mean, that science is gonna develop mythos, right? It's gonna develop its own mythos, and it's gonna get shoved into. There's gonna be a mythos of mechanos, so the mechanistic worldview is developing its own spiritualism, and that is the hidden danger, right? In terms of don't let people keep on going with this train of creating new ideologies for you to follow.
Because it might wipe every base premise that we've ever had. It might wipe it all off the map.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that,
especially at the speed it's coming at. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Right. And you know what's kind of fucked up, and I've thought about this for a while too. Like, even though the ideals that we've come up with and the ideologies with religion that we've come up with, the necessity for like a story, like a fable. Okay. So we'll take Jesus Christ, and I'm not going to say like a bunch of horrible shit about Christianity. I'm not going to do that. But what I'll say is that the fable storyline that's presented in the Bible, I'm not going to take anything wholesale, and I'm not going to say that I agree with anything 100% because that's just not a fucking thing. But the necessity for the story, the necessity for like the fairy tale fable being presented for people to latch on to and envision over 2,000 years or whatever. I think the effect produced with that injected into it, it's dangerous, but it can have a positive or negative effect depending on how you analyze it or how you perceive it. And I think that regardless of if it's true or not, I look at the clear-cut picture that I have and say to myself, well, whether the fucking fable was true or not, whether a man walked on water or Moses split the Red Sea or any of these things that are injected into it to drum up attention span and captivate the audience, like Alan Watts, like you were talking about Alan Watts, like a charismatic individual, charismatic storyline. I think of the byproduct of it was able to captivate people, it was able to convict people, and it was able to grab people's attention with enough tenacity to shift them into spiritual change, to shift them into different forms of, existence that are productive and expanding and just progressive ways of living, like progressive ways that'll help, regardless if the story is true or not. It still helps 2.8, 3.1 billion people on a, daily basis. And, a lot of the things being injected into different parameters of Western, ideology and marketing and social media or books as a whole, or however you want to look at it, this thing had a massive effect. And it wasn't just Christianity. It was, being a Muslim. It was every other religion too that did the same thing. And I don't think that we should concern ourselves so much with the validity of the storyline or the validity of the fable that's presented, like the storybook that's, read like a fable to us. I think that we just need to concentrate on what it's gearing us towards and take fucking ego and pride and emotion off the table, and just get down to the bare minimum facts that this shit helps us. Because if it was just us living for right now, in the now, like the physical world, I would be like, fuck this world. I don't want to live for this world. This world fucking sucks. I'll tell you right now. I've experienced a lot of shit in my life, and I've experienced good and bad. But I would definitely say, if this is it, if this is all I got, and that there's nothing after this, I don't know how I'd feel about that. I'm pretty sure if I didn't have an imagery or a fable or a storyline to say that I'm going to ascend into heaven or hell, I'm pretty sure I'd just call it quits.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to that critical idea that we were talking about in terms of, the soul and spirit, and what's the difference between the two there, right? And also what how the mind plays into the whole aspect of reality. Now, we know that the material world is not all there is, but what about the immaterial world, right? What type of experience, right, does it hold? And also, what about the unseen? Right now, I think that the unseen is more powerful than the immaterial in terms of matter doesn't really have straight up definitions to it, right? So matter is basically mysterious, right? So, we don't actually know what matter is, right? But we understand the principles of mind, at least the basic principles of how mind interacts with reality, as it were, right? So we can look at reality. They've given up on truth, but they haven't given up on reality, and they claim that these are two separate things. But the whole idea of the immaterial, I'm suspicious about that, but I'm very confident about the idea of mind, right? So if I can extrapolate different concepts and ideas, I could look at the unseen and the mind as being the place to start. The mysterious, and if you go to that, it does seem like, that there isn't that nature is real, right? But time doesn't seem real,
right?
But time seems more in the mind than nature, right? Nature seems like you can't really do anything to it, right? Nature seems solid, right? So and nature also seems intelligent, right? Like the universe seems to be course correcting in some way, so so like your experiences are not straight up given to you, right? And it's not just based on your own decisions. In a way, it seems like there's something being pushing you along, And that's the thing, is that there's never anything that's pulled into anything. Pull is like an illusion. The attraction is an illusion, but you know, movement is not an illusion, and people being pushed and shoved into their present experience, that's not an illusion. You're pushed into the present moment, and then you move from there and you influence all things. Like it says in the Gita, you're entitled to your actions, but not the fruit of them. So you decide what you do, but not what comes of what you do.
The manifestation of discernment, and the push not being a physical push, but a mental push. Yep. Yeah. That's the hard part.
Yeah, like it says in the it says in the Tao Te Ching that things are being basically moved, and it's not as if there's something that's guiding. The heavy is the root of the light. So what has a effect or an impact has a negative sort of a negative impact on the energetic side, right? So energy is not exactly I guess energy, if you look at energy throughout time, right, it's interesting because if you put evolution on the scale, and this is what actually destroys the theory of evolution, right? And I will say this before I take like maybe a music break, and then maybe I'll get back to this evolutionary synthesis of the progress of technology, because it is an interesting idea, but ultimately I have to deny that evolution is a thing, because where does new information come from? And then what the novelty that's produced by the creation of life, and new information that's produced by the creation of life, is like on a scale that is far more productive of energy per density and physical complexity per scale, that it's at such an astronomical level, based on like compared to like a Milky Way galaxy. Like if you look at the whole Milky Way galaxy and the star systems as a whole, a galaxy system, how it functions, it contains less complex elements in it than a beetle.
Yeah.
So like that doesn't make any fucking sense, to where it seems like there's not only that there's not progress, but there's definitely refinement, refinement on scale, right? So there's refinement on the level of scale, and it's getting more and more complex and more smaller. So smaller units are packing more energy per density and more complexity of information, and there's no way to account for that based on just studying entropy alone.
Yeah.
So it's just a mystery of life and mind, right? And I think that's what spirit and soul really are. They're life and
because you
mind.
could never map it. It's in constant motion. We could never map it, even though we'd like to, and it would make us seem like the most powerful fucking things on the planet or in the galaxy or whatever. We can't map something that hasn't had a start and an end. We can't map it unless it ends. And if it's constantly moving, that means more variables enter the equation. And no matter how hard we try, like you said, with entropy or observable fact or whatever you want to call it, we'll never be able to define it, because we would have, like I like to say a lot, we'd have to be God. You couldn't fucking define something like that unless you know everything and in real time, like way beyond a quantum computer, like a quantum computer times, 10 to the trillionth or whatever the fuck. It would be so vast that you wouldn't even be able to explain it in a fucking millennia. It's just too big. It's too much. And let's say that we were able to fucking, reiterate that to people. What would there be left? Why would we even have a reason or a cause to live at that point? We know everything. We can't experience something new because we've already mapped it and defined it. It takes away everything that life is drawn towards, which is, the mystery of existence. And that would really fuck everything up if we were able to do that, because our whole baseline, our whole fucking end game for life would be different. You know what I'm saying? It would just fuck up too much, and we think that it would solve so much, but it would really just distort and destroy everything that we've ever known to be important and to actually be meaningful in human existence. That's what I think personally, and I wouldn't want that. that goes back to the fact that if there is no afterlife, and that is ever confirmed to me, like 100% confirmed to me, and I think this is the reason why the Catholics went so hard on their indoctrination and their, analysis of the Bible or any other religious text, you can, easily see the correlation. I think that's the reason why they were so stringent on technology becoming very slow and only taking it piecemeal, little at a time. Because if we ever did get to that point, we would realize, first of all, we're fucking retarded. And second of all, that all the parameters that we've designed as a human species don't matter. Because now we've got to that end game. We've perfectly established that this shit is temporary, and how would we treat one another if we realized that there was nothing after this, that our only judgment would become a death, and that would be a very, very scary thing to watch happen. I would be fucking, if I was ever scared in my life, that would be the most scared that I would ever be, is in that moment where people realized that this is it. This is all we got. And that there's nothing to answer to. There is no, A grade, B grade, C grade, and flunk. There is none of that at the end of the road, that this is it. Because I think that we would all fucking kill each other if we really came to that conclusion. I don't think there'd be civility at that point. My rant is over. As Varun, how do you feel about that?
Oh, this is my take. See, we humans are mortal, and in this world, there are a lot of things that are subject to time. Time is relevant for anything that's mortal and that has a lifespan. It's not an illusion. So, because we need the time to, calculate the movements of the heavenly stars and then the heavenly bodies and how they affect us, the question of time does come over there. When the body dies and the soul drops out of the body, then you drop out of time, space, and causation. So time is relevant for mortals like us. It's not an illusionary concept. I just feel that the problem is that the knowledge that's present in the universe, it is too tough for mortals to handle. So the more knowledge you give them, it will drive them crazy in the end. So it's for our own benefit that we are kept in a state of ignorance, actually. Knowledge is very difficult to handle, and human beings are incapable of handling it. They may go crazy by trying to learn more and more and more. It's for our own good that God has kept us in some kind of in a limited state.
Yeah, Genesis, the most important thing in Genesis that I found was the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. We eat too much of the tree of knowledge and we will die. Because we separate ourselves so much from what is actually keeping us alive.
Yeah.
Damn right. I fucking love you, Varun. You just tell us how much you need to fucking clear up things in your homeland, and we're gonna make this a fucking thing, bro. We're gonna get you clear, we're gonna get you above board, and we're gonna bring you to America, and we're gonna have you as like our god. You're gonna be our god.
I don't want to be anyone's god, man. I'm still evolving. Actually, there's so much
That's
for me to
okay.
learn.
You're gonna help other rejects and retards evolve. We're gonna be better off.
Yeah.
We're gonna make you like a history book. Yeah, exactly. What the fuck? I'm not the best with words, so I say crazy shit. Don't mind me. I'm the Lego guy. Don't take me seriously at all. What's up, Denny?
Yo. What y'all doing in here?
Did you get done eating and jerking off?
No.
No?
Never done eating or jerking off.
Oh, okay. That's good. It's good to know. So how do you feel about the conversation?
I wasn't listening.
Oh, you son of a bitch. I swear to God. Friends like these. What the fuck?
Yeah, I got a bit of show. Yeah, go ahead, Azroom.
Difficult then, and do you like reading Roman history and literature and even history of the Renaissance?
Yeah. Well, I don't like reading too much. So I'm kind of a multimedia kind of guy, but I do find myself I'll start clicking links in Wikipedia and just keep going and going for hours.
Oh, because I feel Italians, they've contributed a lot to society and they're very intelligent and enterprising people and they're underestimated a lot. They're like the underdogs.
Yeah, Italians are pretty based. You know, we paint the things, we sculpt the things, and we conquer the things and then give them back.
Yeah, us Germans are similar, Dennison.
Oh, and food. See, that's where the Germans kind of fall away.
Yeah, we're not too good on food.
Yeah, their food is awful. Italian food is amazing in its simplicity.
Well, that's why we ended up getting Mussolini on our side, because we needed food. Even though we were left out, we needed food.
Much like your friend Denizen, I'm special in how simple I am.
Yeah, you soft brain motherfucker.
Soft and smooth, like a baby's bottom.
Like the top of my head or my nutsack. Either one. Super soft.
I like titties.
Titties and cock are a good mix.
Yeah, and I just noticed this article is super duper long. So maybe I'll only read like a page and a half is going to be what it is. You know, it's only going to be about the first beginning of it, but we're going to continue reading it over several shows. And we also have Uncle Fatty back here. Blessings.
Hey, what's up, Fatty?
See what happens when I quote scripture?
Yeah, dude, fucking God struck you down, brother.
Dude, freaks rubbing off on me or something.
Muhammad, will the show be available even tomorrow? Will you be streaming tomorrow?
It depends on whether I get the copyright strike or not.
Right.
Yeah, and there's also notable people who will go and look and see what type of stuff I play and go ahead and try to strike my thing. So that's why I have to mind my P's and Q's in terms of what I present here. But yeah, most likely it will be available within the next 3 days if it's not available immediately, right? So I try to repost it within the next 3 days. Yeah. But yeah, most of almost every show we've done is available as of now. So, you know, we've done almost all of the all the shows we've done except for our appearances on the other channels, obviously, because we can't keep track of how many different channels we've appeared on. You know, so only our most notable appearances and interviews we've included on our channel here, but all of our live streams are posted. So every bit of the content from our live streams is posted except for the strikeable content. Yeah.
Yeah. No, because I needed to go, so I thought if you'll be streaming, I can join you back again tomorrow.
Yeah, I will be back on Tuesday. So
Okay.
yeah. So look out for my stream on Tuesday night. I'll be back, and at
Okay.
that time I'll open up a panel. Possibly
Okay.
it'll be at 9 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. So come check me
Okay.
out then, Asverum. Yeah.
Okay.
Blessings.
Thank you for having me on your show, Mohammed. Thanks,
Of
everyone.
course.
Bye.
Of course, blessings. Yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah.
Have a good night, Ezra.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna go ahead and take a little musical break, and then I'm gonna read some of the ideas of Dr. Scribina's support for Uncle Teddy. So we're gonna get into some of that. And,
all right, guys, you have a good night, and thanks for having me,
Jimmy.
and I'll see you on the next one.
So much. Yeah, thank you so much. It was brilliant conversations today, and yeah, you have a peaceful night, my friend. Thanks for being here. And this is Alec Empire. A song, you know, that he made from a very famous album called Intelligence and Sacrifice, you know. But yeah, thank you guys so much.
Everything starts with a fight! Hey! 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 Blood inside! Blood inside! Everybody inside! And the land of freedom! Come on!
Someday I'll go to heaven. Jesus said I would. If I'll obey his laws each day, as all good children should. So, everything I think and see and hear and do and say, my prayers and every hardship, I offer him this day.
Take him down!
Pass me the tiger piss. I tunnel ran to the hidden habitats of Kalar's dark inferno. No turning path back. The half man have orders to burn the village and get out with both hands intact. I'm not a mechanism born from the stain. I had to be trained. Now I catcall with dead walkers. I'll send a postcard from the Nang if I can get onto the roof in time to hang from the leg of this last chopper. Son of an Eloise, burner perturbed, growing the road, rotating bug colors, brick textures, and others modified climate make nasty tongue plunge. Headshot, opposite a chameleon blend, cardinal dreadnoughts. There's a crash by the side of wide test on the track that you go to my boss body before I had a chance to take my life back. And it's a born band to surprise where at the recruiter's office, learning how to get ahead of advertising. He said, sure, others have passes is the gate to definition, but that's not the singular attraction to the setup, not the action of the sacrifice of past draftees. Actually more of a layaway Douglas plan for young get up and go out motivators. See the new soldiers smolder different from the antiquated taste of stately hatred. When I came from Melvin Options on a D train to the lobby. See academics play second on my life, no matriculated brain hobbies. Not my dedication in ranks, plus one training. Loss is not a big problem, it's all about what I be gaining. Will you get power, respect, an audience, a check, a car, money for school, honey with uniform fetish on your tool. Travel, for bonds, be a part of something, have a structure, cash bullets, or I make cash bonus. See this gold plaque, you could own it. After killing $500,000, it's such a good feeling to earn your country's respect and love. So what do you say, son of you, my man? Fucking sign me up. Rock, rock, B-boy. Rock, rock, man. Renang, 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 renang. Rock, rock, B-boy. Rock, rock, man. Renang, 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 renang. Rock, rock, B-boy. Rock, rock, man. Renang, 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 renang. Rock, rock, B-boy. Rock, rock, man. Renang, 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 renang. I'm not a mechanism born from the stain. I had to be trained. Now I catcall with dead walkers. I'll send a postcard from the Nang if I can get onto the roof in time to hang from the leg of this last chopper. Chopper, chopper.
Now marking to the front. The bush. The shape.
Yo, L, man. Yes, sir. Talking to the most, man. We gotta get on stage, yes, man. It's the last show of the tour, man. I'm saying, man. Niggas is tired of this country. It's been a long time coming. I really wanna go home. Me too. And I'm happy to do this shit. Coming out bloody, Bring it. Emerson, Lake Palmer, aka Dirty Laura, spray harder. What a marvelous daughter maker. 50 gig Toho, dusty digital makeup. Melt when we slow this round. Technical retardation, sound round one, sound the hardest. Heartless, harmless, farthest. Fahrenheit allotted. Hot shit, hopped up and shit, sick. Monster, ancient makeshift ministry mic on. Nervous slur palm, teleprompter, sights on. Laser head looks like a linguist. Fighter lights flurry down rounds like a ration. I like force stranded. Stranded like a lord of the bugs and disbanded. Better bring the band-aid. Hustle shit, fantasy, gun talk. Erotic logic, walk out of bodies. Dead thug hugs, blood metal like molten. De-evolved thug crawl back in the ocean. Hop your ratio choke and broke potion. Broken most potent afloat. Flank the facts, face punch, black jacket. Jack of all trade, embargoes. Faded like 88K in fashion. Back like Packers. Mongoloid melody trap backwards. Broken into fragments. Token time flows that broke down biblical tablets. Broken down handicap, casting attraction. Rapper sick deathly, but chest effects with no F. 6 steps to affect the waste containerism. Fat thighs chafing the summer from humidity. Human to unhuman. Brains of blue tulips. Hung between animal thoughts, but we talk about confusion. B-boy lucid. Ugly motherfucker for faces of our addicts. Just for my people. Persecute plagiarists, dangerous at a close range. Those brains close to the range of those brains for the celebrity roads. Most celebrity aspirations get tossed in the mode. With a mackerel, actual track catapult. Corpses act animate. Walk around the backyard, lunching a brain cabinet. Tag with erratic, irregular predator with bad brain magic. Magic is a sick freedom roar with boys special. Back at the top of people bruising. Border leaking out, pop box and hot cruise. Straight bruising. Chainmail codes with bullets from chokers and loads. You can hope it's only to get half choked. That's half a joke. Adamant. A-wall to the last atom. Active axe handler. Handle her merchandise flirt. With a nerve word device devised. More pertinent ties. Time to work commando pitch wise. Show me those New York eyes. Isolation eats at the face. A phrase bite. Bite bleak void. Small world, big noise. Swallow my void. Wallow my toys. Hollow metal sun penetrated. Just demonstrated. Fucking fake face. I hate it.
Okay. Welcome back. Welcome back to the discussion here. That we're having. And we're steeped in a technological milieu. Technology surrounds us on all sides, envelops us, perhaps suffocates us. It determines or shapes every course of action that we take in our daily lives, how we live, eat, sleep, get to work, where and how we work, how we entertain ourselves, how we run our government, how we conduct our wars. Technological considerations dictate what we can and cannot do, how we do it. Okay, notice there's a lot of hows, right? Technique determines how, right? Whys are irrelevant. Okay, but as was previously discussed, right? We're living post-truth, post-human, right? Humanity is irrelevant. The goals of humanity are irrelevant, right? Okay, because there is no moral considerations left on the table, right? The objective factor of power is the technology, right? The moral framework rests within man, right? As we said with Kant, the tabula rasa, right? It reduces morality to practical reason. This was the development of Locke, two people, Locke and Kant, right? As we previously discussed, morality is taken out of the framework, right? All that's left is happiness and technological growth, right? And happiness is secondary to technological growth.
Yeah.
So here we go to, and of course, we're not focused on, what ought to be the case. We're just focused on the reality of the beast system. Let's take a look at this. Technology and its direct effects are in our air, our water, across our landscape, in our bodies, in the developed nations of the 21st century. For all practical purposes, there's no escape from its pervasive effects. Needless to say, yeah, go ahead. Is somebody talking?
I was just thinking about, they're finding microscopic plastic in every living being, even the cedar trees.
Oh, yeah.
In the middle of Alaska that are like 20 miles away from streams.
Yeah, the silica in the soy, the BPA, in all different objects, contamination. There's all sorts of things that are getting into people. There's the reduced iron that's in the bread and the products as a preservative, so people are ingesting all types of metals and plastics and wood filings, in the cheese products and all that type of stuff. They got wood filings in them, so people are ingesting, inanimate objects at an increasing rate, plastics, wood, metals. This is the reality of the situation. They're ingesting, yeah.
Yeah, 10%, up to 10%.
Yeah, vegetable vegetable material that's not edible for humans. It's being used to make food, processed food. Right?
Yeah, everything's that way. All the junk food stores, the supermarkets. That's why you gotta live in the country, grow your own food, raise chickens, and share it with your neighbor who raises.
Now there's good
milk
options now too for urban gardening and rooftop gardening. That needs to be taking place. That's a lot to do with the greenification of the cities, with the National Association of Home Builders and shit. Is rooftop gardens, getting away from the asphalt shingles that just reflect the heat back up and doing light colored roofs and white and silver colored roofs, and trying to reduce the heat aspect of all the reflection and shit, you know.
What?
Yeah, now notwithstanding the idea of evolution, and I caught most of what you said, Uncle Fatty, but you are kind of going in and out. Sometimes your audio is going a little bit in and out. So if you go back and listen to yourself, I think you'll see that something's getting fucked up a little bit, and you know what I mean. But yeah,
Yeah,
I heard most of
what
it.
here. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. But yeah, notwithstanding this whole idea of evolution, which is a debacle, right? Let's get up in this whole piece here, right? Needless to say, this was not always the case, he says. For the vast majority of our existence, humanity has lived without advanced technology. Ever since the genus Homo emerged from African savannas 2 million years ago, humans have survived and thrived with only the crudest of tools. We lived as wanderers, typically in groups of 50 people or less, only occasionally stopping to establish temporary encampments. Of the 2 million years of our existence, we had controlled use of fire for perhaps only half the time. Durable stone-tipped spears appeared 100,000 years ago. Okay, you got the Clovis, right? And arrowheads.
Where are they getting all these hundreds and millions of years from?
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, we're not. Yeah, we're not contesting. They're basically faking gay story for this present analysis. Obviously, there could have been a case way, just in the recent past where there was technologically advanced civilizations going, maybe 500 years before, that I guess, before Plato's civilization in Greece, and before the so they talked about great civilizations existing before them. So we don't have any trace, or the history may be hidden, but the whole thing is that this is just a conventional story, right? So if you take their faking gay story at face value, right?
Yeah.
Then you look at it and you go, wait a second. So for 2 million years, we didn't have any technology. We were just living in caves. Then 100,000 years ago, they finally made spears. So this is their story so far, right? And arrowheads, and then harpoons, and then 25,000 years ago, right? That's just 1%, according to these people. That's just 1% of humanity's lifetime, right? Right. Especially 1% of humanity's lifetime is from 100,000 years ago to 25,000 years ago, right? So the whole 2 million years before that, they didn't even have spears. That's what they said. Nobody did, and they just wandered in groups of 50 people. This is their story. So I just want you guys to realize that this is the story, and if you look at, I could show you guys the timeline, right? And if you look at when they developed agriculture, it's not that long ago, right? It's only like, fire and agriculture was around the same time that the stone-tipped spear really appeared.
Yeah, but they taught us that shit in kindergarten.
Exactly.
And it's true because we learned that shit in kindergarten.
Well, it made sense, right, at the time. So that's kind of the whole thing with our school system is, being designed in the 30s to just create factory workers.
Yeah, and of course, and even the Christians. And even the Christians went along with it because remember they had Adam and Eve as a caveman.
Yeah, right.
So, but
yeah.
Not true Christians, some fake Christians.
Yeah, not true ones, but yeah, for sure.
Fake ones.
Only on the seventh day, right? Not all the time.
Wait, you cut out there a little bit, Fatty. Say that again.
the once a weekers, right? Just the guys that are only once every 7 days, not every day.
Yeah, exactly. Here. Yeah, thank you.
No, I'm an everyday.
Yeah, so this is the story so far, right? So okay, I think I skipped a little bit. So yeah, 1% of humanity's like we face all the challenges and threats of nature with only spear and the hand axe, wearing only crude furs and simple woven clothing. For some, with a campfire to keep warm and cook food. I will not idealize the primitive life. It was hard, brutal, sometimes violent, sometimes cruel. But it was the life humanity came to live. Like it or not, our bodies and our minds are adapted by 2 million years of evolution to a primitive low-tech existence, according to the experts. Yet today we are surrounded by ubiquitous, advanced, inscrutable technology. And therein lies our predicament. Okay.
It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
Pre-flood.
Yeah. How can we? Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rocky.
Well, pre-flood, there was very much advanced, like pre-flood history. The Bible calls it antediluvian, before the flood. That's where you had high technology. They had people that lived 1,000 years, and they were smart motherfuckers, and they fucking it was all destroyed. Yeah, antediluvian. Well, that's when the smart motherfuckers, and then we don't evolve. We're more like we turn into mutts and we get stupider and dumber.
Well, is it just cycler or circular? I mean, it's. I don't know. Yeah, I think that as we climb, we keep climbing.
Yeah, the death cult or the pharaohs have ruled for a long time. The death cult, the pharaohs, the secret orders, the masons, the builders. They are the pharaohs, secrets of the death cult. Pharaohs. I'm checking into it. There's something about that I got to look into.
Yeah, and even if you take, okay, so grant 6,000 years, right? Now up until you have Plato, right, talking about the flood myth, right? You could still grant that there's at least about 3,000 years since that happened. And then in that time, there's been no there's been little to no technological advancement in terms of advanced technology, at least, right? So then for 3,000 years, they still didn't have advanced technology, right? So that would roughly mean that we've spent 50% of time, given the 6,000 year story, right? We've spent 50-50. It's been 50-50. In terms of there was advanced technology, right? And I don't know when in that story, the angels came in and corrupted humanity and all that stuff, and then God had to wipe them out. That must have happened down the line because Adam and Eve were existing for a while too, right? So you had all of that stuff until Enoch was born. So even then, you grant yourself, if you look at the genealogies, there's still about 1,000 years there. You know what I mean, right?
Oh,
so there's so there was 1,000 years where humanity lived in harmony with nature. Then there was about 2,000 years, right, with the Nephilim, right? Then the flood destroyed them. Now about 3,000 years, we've been in relatively low-tech civilization. For most of the time. So even grant the 6,000 year story, and just say, okay, the evolution story is totally fake and gay. Even then, it's pretty significant, So
for sure.
But
the Nephilim had. So if you reconnect with them now, I think they're giving forbidden knowledge. That's what the whole thing was. Back in the times of Noah, they had forbidden knowledge, and now it seems like at the end of time, it's like in the days of Noah, they're using forbidden knowledge, like
well,
AI.
there's the factor that you guys were talking about earlier. machine was the time. You know, you guys were right at the very edge of where Einstein was, because everything we know, everything we can imagine is bound by our perception of time and distance and speed. And even he knew that most of his stuff was for the most part full of shit, because his mind was bound by those factors. And until we can get past our inability to imagine only so far, like we have a hard time imagining faster than light speed, so to say. We create our own, we are our own boundary. We just don't have capability to evolve, so to say, right?
Yeah, and for those who are of an atheistic mindset and they regard the Book of Enoch as myth, right? You could simply understand that in the Book of Enoch, they're critiquing Greek culture and the Greek gods and the pantheons of gods that exist in the pagan myths, and they're saying that those are basically demonic forces that came to Earth to teach mankind. And some of the things they taught them were technological expertise, because man already had knowledge of nature before that, because Enoch gave Methuselah books that contained the knowledge of nature, right? And all of the things, because God already told Adam all those things. So when it came to Enoch, he already knew how nature works and how all these things operate. And then he was given knowledge of the heavenly things, right? So then what did the angels basically create or usurp among mankind? Well, it was advanced technology. It was metallurgy and genetic engineering and all this type of stuff. You know, that they actually, it says that they gave them advanced technology. You know, it literally says that in the writing, the Book of Enoch, that's found in the Jewish writings of the Maccabees, right? It was a group of Jews that were, eventually overtaken by the Romans. We went over the entire history in previous shows.
Kind of the last remaining major sect of the Jews before the Romans took them over.
Yes, precisely.
You know, you touched on something there too on the timeline. You know, over all those stories, whether it's the 6,000, 4,000, 3,000, 2,000, there's one thing that remains constant through all of those stories. There was always somebody fighting over the land. There was always somebody fighting the land. That piece of land been contested since as far as we can in throughout all of time.
There's more than one Book of Enoch. Make sure you get the right one, because there's a fake one too.
There's a couple.
They live to be 1,000 years, because God said,
yeah, there was.
If you eat of this fruit, you will die this day, eating of this fruit. So they died spiritually that day, but physically they lived and died before 1,000 years, because 1,000 years is like a day unto the Lord.
Some of the quantum physics guys, Rocky, are trying to basically using quantum physics and quantum math to prove divinity through sacred geometry. And like the past few months on this, the monastery.org and a couple of these other whatever kind of science chat rooms, that these guys are like, you know, big time scientists, but they're into God. Like they're big time into God. And some of the stuff
if you believe the scriptures, you can,
like, on those timelines, right? We can say that maybe the Earth was going faster around then, and it was rotating a little bit faster, and there was a climate of more CO2 and highly concentrated oxygen, and that, you know, that's why maybe we see giants, and why we saw bigger plants at the same time, you know, through the fossil history, as we would see giant skeletons that have been, you know, suppressed by the Smithsonian and all that shit.
You know, sounds like a bunch of scientific woo-woo to me, man.
Right, but it's using science to justify God, to, from their point of view.
Hey, science!
Science.
Science.
So-called science.
Yeah.
Oh, the spinning
Jesus,
ball.
science. Yeah.
The spinning ball theory.
But either way, there's always there's something that says my science is better than your science, or my God is better than your God, type of thing, and that's the, perhaps the root of the technology is the, it's
so
bringing
if Abraham lived to be if Adam lived to be 1,000 years, then Noah probably knew Adam before he died. Or
those timelines never say that only those selected people got to live longer.
So we have the genealogy from Adam to Moses, from Moses to David, David to Jesus. And if you understand that, then it goes back about, I think we're maybe in 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, who knows? But it's not like 1,000,000 years or even 100,000 years. Now the Earth could be 100,000 years old if you realize that the first verse and the second verse of Genesis says, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth." Period. And then it became void, and it became void. It wasn't made void. It became void. So, in other words, the earth had a different age, like the angels maybe before they fell lived on the earth before they fell, and God made the earth void and then it was recreated in 6 days, regenerated, which is what pretty much the scripture says. It wasn't.
But that's all bound rock by our perception of that time, right? We can use multiple variables in that equation, and the timeline ends up all over the place, right? Because it's our perception of time and distance and speed that bind our reality, right? That given one factor of any one of those variables, we'd be talking about a negative amount of time, depending on the variable, right? So it's like it says there's no good reason to expect that human beings, right, that we've lived basically unchanged since the Stone Age. That's not a very, and then we think about that whole big amount of time that would be in front of that our entire evolution, everything we know right now, is like not even, almost 1% of our existence on Earth. That we went from this hunter-gathering, supposedly, peaceful and one with the Earth. What's the technology for? Is the technology to get us somewhere, or is it to control us? Where did we come from? Ancient alien theory would say that all of this is just a form of control, and that our perception of time is such that 1,000,000 years to us might be one day to somebody else who's controlling this shit from an outside, So it's just being able to understand concepts beyond the one timeline and see that. Time. What the fuck is time? It's just a tool. It's just a construct. It's part of the technology.
It's running out. For you, man.
Shut the fuck up, Donnie.
Who's in control? Who's in control of AI? Who's making AI?
I think
it's not a
given the
NVIDIA.
I think Uncle Ted would use AI. I think Uncle Ted would have plugged it into AI as far as we know it, because all it is really just linguistic machines. And he was definitely into vocabulary.
Yeah, so this is interestingly, related to the time thing. It says, how can we, creatures of nature who have spent 99% of our existence, remember only 1% with tools, it says, right? Of our existence using only simple tools, thrive and live well in a high-tech world, right? That's the modern world. That he hasn't gotten to the explanation yet. But yet, rationally, it seems impossible, and it is impossible. There is no good reason to expect that human beings whose physiology is virtually unchanged since the Stone Age could adapt well to such a radically altered lifestyle. Now let's go to down here. By way of illumination, compared the 2 million year lifetime of humanity with the 50-year-old man. Humans have been non-hunter-gatherers, that is, farm, village, or city dwellers for only the past 10,000 years. This so-called civilized portion of history represents a mere 0.5% of our species' lifetime. Okay, so it's 0.5 of 1%. Okay, on a scale of 50 years, then, this modern quote-unquote existence corresponds to just 3 months in that span of time. Okay, of 50 years, right? Let's say, hypothetically, we find a man born and raised as a nomadic hunter-gatherer in the wilds of sub-Saharan Africa, utterly unaffected by civilization and high technology. We wish to quote-unquote help him by introducing him progressively over 3 months to all the benefits of modern life. So we take him first to a small farm, show him how we grow domesticated crops and raise domesticated animals, organisms he has never seen in the wild. We introduce him to sowing, weeding, harvesting, animal husbandry. We allow him 1 month to adapt. Okay. Then we take him to a small rural village. We show him writing and teach him the basics of metals and ceramics. He interacts with a relatively large number of people every day in relatively close quarters. He is subject to the rules of the village. We allow him a 2nd month to adapt to this. For the 3rd month, we take him on a tour of human cities. Okay. And this ever-increasing cycle is representing, from the farm to the village, right? Then to the city, right? A very fast scale of development within humanity. Oh, wait. Rocky fell out here. For the first, okay, wait. For the 3rd month, we take him on a tour of human cities. Smaller first, then mid-size, finally to large modern metropolis. Over the course of his final 30 days, he sees in turn complex wood, metal tools, guns, mechanical clocks, large buildings, ocean-going ships, railroads, cameras, refrigerators, bicycles, gasoline engines, telephones, light bulbs, cars, radios. On the final day, we show him for the first time ever jet planes, televisions, computers, nuclear reactors, nuclear weapons, integrated circuits. I think you guys are getting the picture that this is a very, very, according to the story, this is a very exponential and fast increase. Right. Then we turn him loose. Okay. We finally give him a few dollars, a small home in the suburbs, dress him up with a suit and tie and say, have a good life, quote unquote. Be a good citizen, we say, and don't do anything wrong. But don't worry, you'll adapt. We did. What shall we expect from for our African friend here? What are his prospects for the future? We humans as a whole are no better off than this 50-year-old hunter-gatherer. As individuals, we are, of course, born and raised. Okay? And the playground is where we spend most of our days, all right, in the technological world, all right.
Some people outside the school.
Exactly. So we think we can adapt, but our physical and mental selves are really locked in the past. We try to hide this past with fancy clothes and sophisticated language. We arm ourselves with all varieties of clever technological aids, but our ancient hunter-gatherer selves are still there deep inside, struggling to make sense of the world. Right? So this is a telescoping picture, okay, applied on the scale of technological advancement to the scale of a single lifetime, right? So to show you the level of and the rate of acceleration, right? And according to what it takes to adapt, what it takes for societies, okay, individuals to adapt to these circumstances, obviously psychologists and anthropologists have all types of information on that, right? And most of it is false, because how could they possibly measure such a rapid increase, right? Such a quick rate of adaptability, right? How could they apply that? Right? Right? It'd be impossible. They have no idea what an accelerating rate of technological development is doing to the average human. In other words.
Or what spawned it, or what triggered this in our brains to be able to, go from eating leaves to learning that we need to cook meat to now where we're at. Yeah, it's protein, right? Protein intake. That's, it's everything as far as science would say that spawned the brain into acting like a computer, I guess, right? Being able to compartmentalize and label and discern. I don't know. No, that would be that looks like a beef rib. Yeah. You're muted.
Rocky, sir, we cannot hear you for some reason.
I think you're muted.
Yeah. Nope. Nope. Yeah,
got too much barbecue sauce in the old microphone, man. Tell you what. Dude. But yeah, the freak hits it here. The claim is that it's all non-humans, right? That is our evolution creating us to be non-human, or some type of humanity? We find all these ancient things. The Sage Wall is a new one here within the past few years in Montana.
Can you hear me now?
Ancient architecture, huge. There you go.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you, sir.
We find all these huge ancient megalithic structures, but we don't find the tools that made them. And everything that we could even imagine at this point in time, we can't even imagine how we would create these things out of solid stone that was apparently maybe even turned to liquid concrete type of situation. Like, we're just a bunch of we're a bunch of animals. We're a bunch of animals. That's what I'd say. Without rules, we are amongst animals, because rules are the only thing that make us different than the animals.
Mm-hmm. Well, they have a priest class, and the priest class keeps all the secrets from the people, because it's like a caste system. The upper caste,
the only secret is that it's all a grift.
They have all the secrets, and one of the secrets is they're all fucking retarded. They inbreed. No, but seriously, they make a law. They make a certain people above the law, using the law, when the law is not supposed to be used to plunder, like the elite stealing from the poor. And so they make certain people like above the law. And instead of using the law to protect rights, they use the law to plunder and steal from people. Like taxes.
Well, use the words to make people do things that they think that they're doing right, even though it's 180 degrees opposite of what their so-called ideology is, right? It's the control system of the people that know that they're doing this, the people that know they're using this word of these gods and word of technology, word of science to manipulate and control people. Those are the ones that are the perhaps the actual Satanists, so to say, or the.
If they make it something lawful, and you want to go by the law, that if you go by their law, what they made is lawful, is really a terrible law. It's just because it's called law, like the law that they can tax you or steal your money, or they got all these. It's really not natural law. It's more they use law to plunder people by making one class superior to another. And it's a certain class of people, they have all the secrets and they hide them.
They just
they use contract. They trick you into contract. Like signing for your driver's license. They trick you and they say, okay, sign here. What did I just sign? Oh, don't worry about the fine print that says you just sold your soul to the devil. That's no big deal. What it really, when you sign a contract of driver's license, it's giving them permission to be over your driving shit.
Yeah, you give up your sovereignty, right?
Yeah, you let them, okay, I'm signing, you can be in charge of my driver's license. Well, I don't have a driver's license. Oh, well, you have to have a driver's license. But I'm not driving, I'm traveling. Oh, okay, you're not driving.
Well, isn't that what it's all about, though? Because if you sign the right contract earlier in life, and you hold that contract as the only contract that's true to you and your Lord and your spirit, your higher power, your Trinity. Isn't that the contract that matters, right? All others are null and void at that point, right? So, but if you sign the contract at the crossroads, that fucking contract holds true as well, right? And then you can buy into all
your birth certificate. Contracts. It starts with your birth certificate. So your birth certificate.
You can even say it starts before that. It starts up there, right?
Well, they start a fictitious entity off your birth certificate and make a straw man. And so you have to know that straw man belongs to you. It's your straw man.
And all good systems are broken from the inside.
Yeah.
Right? So you got to play the game. You got to play it to beat it, right? You can't just watch the game and pretend it's just not happen, or that we can just imaginary just make it stop. Or
they speak in a different language. They use this dictionary, Black's Law's dictionary. They get all their definitions out of here, which is trickery. And this is what we speak. We speak English. So we think we're saying something that they know means something else. Like, do you understand me, Schaefer? It's just like saying, do you stand under me? Are you submitting to my authority? So the first thing you go in court, you never answer the judge. You always answer the judge with a question. The judge will say, hello, Schaefer, how are you today? And you always say, Your Honor, do I have to answer that question? Because the moment you answer, the judge's question if you come under that judge's jurisdiction. So whenever the prosecutor states, we have this evidence that Schaefer was drunk, and okay, Your Honor, I object. The prosecutor needs to be sworn in on the stand because he's declaring evidence and he's not sworn in. So you always object to whatever the prosecutor says. And then the prosecutor, and make sure the judge doesn't say noted, like something like, okay, I noted you did that. He's either got to sustain it or overrule it. Your Honor, I would like you to overrule or sustain that objection. Make it record of the court. Otherwise, it doesn't become record of the court that I have just objected to the prosecutor. My statement won't be admitted.
They had no authority over you, Rock. If they had no authority, why are you in court in the first place, right?
Yeah, when we come into appeal, if you don't get, because I never answer a question, I always first thing I ask the question, Your Honor, what's the nature and cause? Is this criminal or civil? He'll say, it's criminal, Schaefer. Okay, Your Honor.
But if they held no authority whatsoever, anyways, you wouldn't have gone into court and addressed the judge.
They always want to argue the cause, but I'm asking the nature. Is this criminal or civil? He admits it's criminal. Okay, now there's two jurisdictions under criminal. There's admiralty, maritime law, and there's common law. Your Honor, which is this jurisdiction? And they'll never answer. They won't answer that question. Because they don't want you to know you're under martial law.
That and most of the judges are in the trap and in the game, right? They don't really understand those words that you're even saying as concepts. You know, they can't imagine a world that isn't ran by their Jesus and their God and their
There's equity law, there's admiralty law, equity law, common law. There's and then there's God's law. There's God's natural God's law, and then in commerce there's mercy law. And so whenever you're being charged. That's equity. So it's kind of like equity. You're being charged for an offense, and it's going to come off your Social Security. You're going to take it out of your fucking wages, or they're going to. So it's all fucking commerce. So when you go in there, you tell them this, they won't admit that it's commerce, because then they would have to show, why am I security for the national debt? Why am I being held responsible for the security of the national debt? Because the nation is broke. They won't admit they're all fucking broke, and they're stealing from the people in the courts. They're a bunch of thieves.
Yeah, but if we do the on taxes though, like where's the money really going? Because there's way more money going into the system according to how many people are there and how many people pay in.
Taxes don't mean shit. The only reason they have taxes, because they don't need the money. They print money. The reason for taxes
control
to oppress the people so that they have less.
Right.
And you don't need to pay taxes.
Against the whole concept that there's a diabolical.
I barter with my neighbor. If I exchange my goods for his goods, then there's no taxes. You don't. So you just stay away. So the best thing to do is be separate. Be separate from the world. We live in the world, but you learn to be separate from the world, because he who loves the world loves fucking the devil, basically.
I did 2.5 years off grid, bro, and I'll tell you what, ignorance is bliss, bro. I'd rather live in fucking society and use these tools than be packing water and packing shit and everything.
You want to take the blue pill?
No, I'll take the gray pill. I'll take the purple pill. I'll take the blue and yellow purple pill. with some mushrooms. That's where you really get a little bit of new synapses and new receptors in the brain activated, and that's why they're doing psilocybin studies, and that's why they're doing studies on mushrooms and hallucinogenics in general for recovery, PTSD, for all kinds of different situations, for creating those new synapses in the brain. So we were talking about with Angelina and Jesse that it's the programming that makes us who we are. We're not responsible for the programming with these kids, right? That's just that, and just the receptors of building thought processes. And the first time that you build something that says, this is how I drive my body. Okay, you get your routine down, and then it's all muscle memory. Same thing with your brain memory. It's building those pathways of how we learn and how we act. It's everything that we are, and then we go through life and we change those. But when we take some mushrooms and get all fucking tripping balls, we tend to see things like in a totally different way, man. It's because we're building those new synapses and firing new trigger points in the brain. I think protein and frickin' mushrooms were one of the main reasons that our brain started perhaps developing, other than genetic manipulation by some exterior, faraway beings. But there's something to the mushroom. It's history as far as we can go back. It's the mushroom symbol and the sun symbol, which is, in other words, the swastika, are the two oldest symbols known to all of humanity. The mushroom and the sunshine. Animals came after the mushroom when they cook. Pickless shit. Was it the mushroom that inspired the artwork, or the artwork that inspired the mushroom?
Yeah, we got a fan of Uncle Fatty down there in the chat. Lindsay Smith. Blessings. Yeah, thank you guys so much for being here with me. But yeah, it's coming to that time where I'm gonna have to shut this boy down. It's about 9 hours here, and I also have a little 2-hour video I'm gonna play where I argued with the gentleman Canuck Serum. I don't think that he will ever talk to me again. So it went pretty bad. So if you guys want to see it, yeah. I mean, if you guys want to see a train wreck of a conversation, and I think our friend Rocky's frozen here, because he's not moving. But yeah, blessings.
Yeah, my camera froze up.
The camera's frozen. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, I'm gonna let you guys, say some closers. How about you, Uncle Fatty? What you got to say to these people? Go ahead. Anything you want to say, take as long as you like. Thank you so much.
Be excellent to each other and party on, dudes. Just gotta have fun, That's what it's all about. Just have fun, enjoy the ride. We're not promised tomorrow. It's only one debt that we owe to life. Could fucking come at any point in time. Your vessel implodes and you're at the bottom of the ocean and you're the size of a tuna can.
Yeah, and I don't know what's going on with Rocky here. But yeah, it says device is not connected. We're trying to get Rocky back in here. We'll figure it out. But yeah.
We had some windstorms this past few days up here and a lot of power lines and shit down, and who knows what's going on with the internet up there.
Yeah.
You gonna get out and get an elk this year, Rocky, or what?
Do what this year?
You gonna go get yourself an elk this year, or what? It's archery season right now. Rifle season opens in like fucking 5 days, bro.
This is homegrown, grass-fed beef.
Oh yeah.
Bought it from my neighbor, but I've been off grid for 25 years. try to separate from the world. But I found out that they make laws that protect a certain class of people, and they make these laws to control the people, but they're the law is supposed to protect people's. Law is justice, and when the law becomes injustice, the people sometimes revolt and start a revolution. But then, if the people start a revolution, will they also want to plunder? Will it get worse? Will it just be like communism where everybody wants to plunder everybody? Or so yeah, they're plundering us through their laws right now. And it's fucked up.
You got to be a willing receptor, though, right? You got to play their game of being plundered, right? That's part of the problem, isn't it? That
well, there's still a way to use their courts to let them know who that you are, and that they have no jurisdiction over you. But you got to know who you are, and you got to stand up. You can't just let them walk all over you. But they want to arrest you for not having a driver's license or something, driving down the road, and they want to beat the fuck out of you and do this shit, steal your money. It's like a gang. It's like, and then the cop takes you before the judge, and the judge in front of the prosecutor, and all three of them are officers of the court. So that means they're all working in collusion, and it's a kangaroo court. They're using color of law. They're not using justice. They're actually perverting justice. They're using the law against you to steal from you because it's codified law. We got the law here. It says that you speeding, so you got to pay $150 ticket. There's no crime. Where's the crime? Where's the victim? Where's all these victimist laws they got us? And people don't realize that they're using the law to plunder people. The exact opposite of what law is supposed to be for. It's supposed to protect your life, liberty, and your property. But yeah, that's fucked up. Sure. So I would have you study the law and read the book The Law by Frederick. I just got done putting the audio. My last video was a recording of The Law by Frederick Bassett, and it tells you what the law should be and what it's become. The law has become the tool of a certain people, Democrats or whatever, and Republicans, to certain class of people to use the law to plunder the people through fraud. Basically, it's basically fraud. It's codified. That's why they use this book, and they speak in a language you don't understand, which is basically what spell casting is. They're spell casting. They're using a language you don't understand. It's called legalese. And so anything done under fraud and criminal, that's criminal behavior. That's fraud. They're using color of law to commit fraud on you. Just because they tell you it's the law. So
it's a shell game, right? It's a look over here while I rob you, right?
Right. So it's the exact opposite of what the law should really do. The law should, because every man has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And if a group of men get together and decide we're going to have this group of men protect our rights, liberties, and the pursuit of happiness, then these people have only the right to do that. They don't have the right to like start a welfare program or a school system or this or that. And use
I know.
Shit.
I sure hope Wi-Fi isn't in charge of this new magical society we're creating here.
Well, it will always fall and crumble. Eventually, it will be too expensive to plunder. So when it becomes more expensive to plunder than it does to not plunder, then
I would almost argue the opposite, that there's no money in peace. Right? There's no control aspect in world peace, in peace in general. That it kind of takes away the whole puppet mastery of controlling when everybody's money, right? So we perpetuate these negative aspects into all of society. That without the negative aspect, where's money come from, right?
Go to my channel.
We agree to.
And go to my channel and watch. Start at minute 47 is when the audio goes on, because I tried to read it myself. I was reading the book, The Law. So I just decided to put an audio on.
I fought the law and the law won. I fought the law and the law won.
Yeah. But go to minute 47. It's a really, everybody should have at least read the book once or heard it on audio at least once. And so I put that as a service for people. Go check out my latest video. It's called The Law by Frederick Bichette. And start at minute 47, because then you get to skip all my nonsense. Go straight to the audio recording. All right, I'll let you guys go. See you around.
Yeah, have a blessed night, sir. Thank you so much. And and how about you, Uncle Fatty? You got anything else to say?
Yeah, to each other.
Thank you. Yeah, I love that movie. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah. Thanks for having me up as well. I dropped that Circle of Life song back there for you. You'll like it. It's pretty good for an AI song. I asked AI to tell me what all the different philosophizers, what their point was, right? And then took that and just plugged in that answer out of like 12 different guys and plugged that into a song.
Wow.
Turned out pretty
It's like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy type of stuff right there.
Yep, kind of like that.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you, Uncle Fatty. Yeah, you have a blessed day, and I'll be back on Tuesday.
For sure. Have a rest of the weekend.
Yeah, have a blessed night. Yeah. And also, Denizen's doing an after party, so you guys go check out Denizen. You know what I mean? On this new stream, for the people who stick around, you're going to be watching my conversation with Canuck Serum on Neurojack. We'll play some Neurojack for you guys. If you guys haven't been watching on Traditional Culture Preservation Society channel, TCPS Unfiltered, right, and on Neurojack's channel, Silver Tongue Cavalier, right, we've been presenting tons of information. So you guys, we've been having tons of conversation on those channels. So check those out. Obviously, there's Denizen. He's going live. He's having lots of intelligent, interesting conversations. Very chill vibe and representation on his part for his panels and stuff. From what I've seen, excellent moderation. You guys go check some of that out. And thank you so much for being here, my friends. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, to see those forces that impinge upon your freedom. And we've been looking at some of the constraints of the ideologies that are connected with the rise in both science and liberalism, right? And in the pursuit of modern civilization, right? that they've how they've established this technological age, right? We've been looking at the root causes, right, in terms of the architectonic, and we're giving more presentations on that. We're just scratching the surface in terms of our presentations there. We're going to give a series of presentations on modern ideology, the modern state. We still have tons of articles and issues. We have one on Bentham. We have some ideas of leftism that we left hanging. You know, we have some obviously the ideas of Dr. K on leftism, right, that we left hanging, right? We're going to bring those back. You know, some of these items we're going to discuss on Tuesday, right? There's extrapolations of these concepts by modern philosophers. We're going to give a whole presentation on that, right? So there's lots and lots of issues and topics. We're going to bring back the Skrbina article about the rise of the technological age, right? And several ideas there. We're going to give Dr. K's critique of not only the leftists, but the anarcho-primitivists, right? And we're also going to give a concise and multi-layered presentation on the origins of Buddhism, right, as a philosophy that developed independent of Western philosophy, but still came to some of the same conclusions. So we're going to have lots of different presentations, right, given. And we also have a series, Antichrist Burnout, you know, where we're discussing arcane theological issues and occultism, you know, and also Nietzschean philosophy, right? We also have a series on deep ecology that we're doing. And we're trying to get Pill Eater in here for more discussions on postmodern ideas and hypermodernism and some of those new concepts. But yeah, blessings. Thank you guys for being here. And I hope you guys enjoy this conversation. Play some music, you know, listen to some music with you guys, and then we'll start this conversation that I was having. Now, this conversation went very similar to the conversation I had with Andrew Wilson. We will be reviewing the debate I had with him as well, right? But since the debate is like, it's like an hour and a half long presentation for just the debate portion, plus the, you know, question and answer, it's quite a lengthy, especially if we're going to review it and talk at length about those ideas, right? Where I defend the idea of technological collapse, right, and the anti-tech ideas that are mentioned in the manifesto, Industrial Society and Its Future. Now that we've read through the entire writing, right, or piece by him, right, we could take a clearer look at, you know, the arguments that I laid out there, right? So yeah, thank you guys. And yeah, take care, guys. Blessings. You know, thank you guys for being here with me.
Yo, it's that jet black flow from the southwest to LNDRN. It's second nature, I defend them. Rebel, routine, with scheme and plot. Ain't no use in stepping if you ain't stepping hot. Let those movements be made, there's scopes to be getting. No second for a low finger fretting. Why there's all these ugly bands on my TV screen? I wrap my head with fur, so I don't catch them means. Persona or Bologna, don't afraid for step solo. Free far flow front end, Captain Kant. The sun, trekker, full time I climb. My tip deep in thought as I sow seeds of thought. The fruits of the roots, a vision of splendid, splendidness. And I'll be proud to build, spitting in the face of the beast. With each and every move I make, every shot I make. They might watch me, but I watch them too. Ain't a thing they can do to stop me. Boom, what did? When I watch these, in the towns like that. How we look on things, Baba, man. Look for yourself. When I swing on far-fetched like Hicks from Hicksville. Hot steps got me trekking from Peckham to Box Hill. still I stand firm, though the strike convict. Motion slick, hit to every rank, politrick. So I spread love like Lennon and Yoko Ono. Kick rhyme slow-mo for a whole 10 June. Double put him in coon, you catch a move to your jaw. We pull back, drink that, can't sweet no flow we have. Don't see our peoples and burst their back. Work hard for eons and pay tax, and we have not seen Jack in return. How that shot burn, it could well make a guy lose sense Sebastian there. Run two kamikazes on street. It's eyeball for eyeball, teeth for teeth. While we spinning this ball of confusion, I cite no solution. He says bitches get more frowsy. Chemical rain got me drunk and the drowsy rowdy. I got no choice but to be a living example of a roof fight, new type soldier. Bowling through like there ain't no tomorrow. Brave them to range of pain and deep sorrow, but still we keep rolling on. I try to make sense of the madness, but it seems like I'm wasting my time. It's best I just go get me mine, find some inner peace, climb to higher heights, embrace the light. Oh my dear, what's mine? In town, see ya, how it, you're gonna take my ball, your folio stay. This living dead news, the bane of life in the West, moves out for civil unrest. In times like these, comrades is hard to find. The beast keeps the masses towing the line. With them sneaky tactics, they'll keep their wars running so they can have a market for their guns and ammunition. Keep the fur burn in a stagnant position, begging for monetary aid from IMF. We don't seem too keen to write off the third world debt, cause they profit from holding it down. Soon there'll be no dollars, no yens, no pounds. This madness, microchips and high-tech war, and all because the beast wants to gain control of each and every mind, body, spirit, and soul. But what is, what's mine? In town, see that, how well, you're gonna take my ball, man, you're gonna stay. But what is, what's mine? In town, see that, how well, you're gonna take my ball, man, you're gonna stay.
Your whole fucking congruent and tepid. So when I Pearl Harbor, don't let me catch you intrepid. I'm telling you, the wishbone been broken, my favorite crumb cake, your mistake. Enterprise is the indelible, the #1 field back crew of the season. Just give me one reason to splash, lost another flag, half-mast, take down the wallow. Company flow, the toughest penis, sucky. So of course in an attempt to defend, you end up on camp. Plus this agent get orange, ELPFCF rock. First cousin asleep, red dye, #5 be the potion. It is subterranean, order from Gem of Fate like stop motion. Best to get Aka Nicholas, her mass on intangible. Auto man versus manimal. We answer to no one, we 911. Silent alarm, this is harm, fear the duck alerted. LP phase through these walls like vision. Choked in the shallow water, a bad executive decision. Release the Kraken, please, put down your skin fruits. How could ya motherfuckers think ya to this mercenary sunblock 2000 burner? All of your knowledge is truant. Unlearn all of the shit, then in over time you become fluent. Sell a fucking store. At the opposite end of the spectrum, your career's never no more. Enter the rectum, and at twilight we'll skip stones and laugh about your poems. But a blood red book, when others got fun crust is a spot. The terror fabulously gets psycho flomasi. Walt Disney meets Kaiser sauce. There will be no grand comebacks unless Lazarus the Carter. Inflicted bitch styles indicate with stigmata. When locked in a box, but you can't say jack. Trying to paint them fucking red doors black. Like that spilled milk spoils. While Ted Turner and Bill Gates rub each other down with olive oils. Company flow, fuck please. Put away the fucking piteous punchlines. Blue blockers break under the red light, be lit up by my designs. I don't try to be different, I am. So inevitably my style will survive when your now turns to then. LP, vastly crapophobic. 3, 2, 1 contact, never no more, that's the promise. You hold toast, while I hold Thomas. Golden nooks and crannies. Win more ticket raffle off the recycle thought shopping spree winner. Congratulations, I dropped it, now you got it. But it's only a matter of time before Waldo gets spotted. Pulled out of the crowd and martyred. A good old fashioned stoning, my children. The professional is like the fucking building. Until, but for now, you can't get run at night. Curfews is issued in the daylight. Until, but for now, you can't get run at night. Curfews is issued in the daylight. Population control. Now, you can't get run at night. Curfews is issued in the daylight. Goblin, even unannounced, we rip shit up.
The two franchise players that make your whole squad look right. Who fought the March Madness competition till October? Got you thinking that shit came a little bit harder. These niggas is fucking soldiers, indelible mercenaries. That's why ball niggas be on a nutsack. For the murderous intellect, highly infectious on contact. You need to come quicker than that to snack the cheddar from the mousetrap, small timer. It takes crazy engineering to fuck with anything from quantum physics to thought transmitters. Next up, be that over 400 switch hitter. Out the park, Kingpin Dave putting through justice, pound for pound. It be these 2,000 rap slugfest. Hardcore with future MCs fight future wars. But for now, I'm fighting a squad of super whores. But fucking invincible Kofo skills for takeout. Where you can get the beef broccoli with extra duck sauce. The quick draw, intend to keep cops reaching for the bare claws. Come meet the Coney Island intruder, hit the yards way after midnight. Had a scheme for a burner, etched out the night and graphite. Apply the same ideology of b-boyism into the mic. And scratch the sound like a quarter-inch bolt broken off cold flow. Coming at you from that reverse payola shit. Got stations blessing me off 2,000 every song minute. Secretly teach background vocals in R&B clinics. Until, but for now, you can't get one at night. Curfews is issued in the daylight. Until, but for now, you can't get one at night. Curfews is issued in the daylight. Until, but for now, you can't get one at night. Curfews is issued in the daylight. Population 1997. Population control. Serving niggas. Population control. Population control. Population control. Population control. Population control.
I mean, it will work on for a very small number of people with skill sets and long-term planning, and a core group of maybe 6 to 10 other strong men and women with whom to form a very small community or bandwidth. But for thousands of people at a time, never mind hundreds of thousands of people at a time, it's just not going to work. People can't even be trusted to put their fucking shopping carts away. Never mind, go out.
Dude,
and
I almost yell at the women at the grocery store because they're walking around at literally 0.1 miles an hour. They're sipping their little latte, and then they'll literally spend more time contemplating, should I just leave this cart here in the middle of the road or cross the street that takes 20 seconds? And they'll sit there and think for 30 seconds. I think I'll just leave it here. It's dude, it's just
yeah, it's uncomfortable. It's disappointing, to say the least. But the other side of my query to ChatGPT with genomic warfare was asking more about the effect of inflammation, chronic inflammation on the brain. And one of the things that the SARS-CoV-2 virus does is, because of the therapeutic site in the virus, it can, if you wanted to get there real fast, you would try to cripple people's minds by damaging them. Trust but verify. Always verify. Even if you trust the source, verify.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I think that what you said in general is true, and I think that and again, when I look into a lot of biochemistry stuff, I think a lot of what Alex Jones talks about is very few people are willing to go into that. And I think it's because it's a little too dense for people, but it's pretty accurate based on what I know. And I think that what you're saying about HIV and stuff like that is again, it's a silent thing, because the truth is, HIV is not what kills you. It just weakens your immune system, so then you'll attack yourself. And I think that's kind of what's going on with COVID. I've been sick with.
Now, what fundamental break in bonding and psychology between mother and child will be present if it's not born through the body? You won't have all of Mother Nature's natural array of chemical bonding agents be active through that. You won't have the spiritual and emotional experience, such as, which will differ for different people, of going through that birth, of carrying that child to term in your body, of knowing it was made in a tender moment of real love between two human beings, right?
Yep, and I think that's where they're missing the little tiny details that add up to quite a big picture. And I think that's kind of it's just amazing to me that people are
kind of headlong diving right off the diving board into seemingly cement pavement, right? So
it's becoming mechanized, right?
Yeah, and again, I'm not even saying that I totally disagree with it. All I'm saying is, like, let's have a reasonable discussion and informed consent about what we're actually doing. And again, it's like I thought I was a transhumanist for a long time. I thought that, it would be nice to transcend this body and live longer, or at the very least, and preferably keep this body alive as long as possible. I think that would be an interesting idea to pursue. But the problem is like, I don't think people are willing to be honest about what that's going to entail.
Yeah, the problem, I don't think, is, I can't say ever, but I don't think the problem should first be ascribed to technology and fear-mongering about technology. I don't believe you're doing that, but some people are always talking about technology in a negative way. That is pernicious.
Well, I think that
let me finish, please. We shouldn't fear technology so long as we understand it's important to couple any use and development of technology to align with our sense of principles and our ability to be self-reflective and honest about our principles. That is the governing mechanism we need to approach technological responsibility. We don't have that balance right now.
Sure. Well, here's the caveat I would give. The amount of people like you and I, and probably the person that you're referring to, that are willing to have that thought are very few and far between. So what are we going to do with the rest of the people that are more than happy to be destructive and use this technology, or just be indifferent to it and be abused by it and become tools of the people that are willing to use the tools? If that makes sense, right? So that's kind of my other...
Yes, but there's a trap. There's a trap there, Neural, because that arrogation, right? That giving to yourself the authority to make that decision for other people. That arrogation is what the elites do in view of the rest of us. So we cannot fall for that. That is part of the trap. So to be properly principled, right, the only way we're going to get a critical mass of people to be principled and reflective and aware is to do the work of getting there, and that means enduring the suffering and chaos and atrocity that will come with it. Right? The only way to cheat that system is to impose a top-down, self-arrogated, this is the truth and the way approach to things. And I don't want that for me. Therefore, I don't want to impose it on others.
Sure, and I'm open to what you're saying. I think that we need to have a rigorous debate about whether that's going to be necessary or not, and I'm not so sure that it's not going to be necessary to get where you're trying to go. So I'll let you and Machine kind of talk about it too. Because welcome, Machine.
Greetings. Well, in one sense, I believe you're absolutely correct, because there is no sense in a non-technological aspect to man. It's kind of like chicken and an egg issue, where it seems like as long as there's observable human behavior, there has to be some sort of technological capacity for there to be markers of their activity, right? Otherwise, they're merely unidentifiable, because the bones and all that stuff 2,000 years ago, they just turned to dust. It's all basically gone, right? So other than what's like preserved in tombs and all of this type of stuff that is relatively salvageable in terms of, but still they can't identify with modern methods, where, so it's like you need technology to discover the technological man, and you can't discover a non-technological man because there's no trace of him, right? So there's that paradox. But the whole idea really comes to, at what level, should we manage our responsibility with technology? And I believe it's at the level of the architectonic, which is at the crafting of the symbols, the symbol making, aspects, because those symbols and those words and ideas, they impart meaning, and they lead to an irresponsible view of man and his, connection with nature. I could spot out many different ideas that may engender a false notion of man in nature, that may be become problematic. And then at that degree, I think that certain types of technology, we should have to make a decision for others. Like, for example, the use of certain social media networks for little children. They should obviously be disbarred from using them. Open communication with adults and all that type of stuff without their parents' supervision. That type of stuff should not be allowed. And we should actually manage those, and we should actually police and govern who uses what type of technology. We would have to.
I wasn't including children or minors in that.
Yeah, so a type of we'll just allow me to finish real quick. Just a rampant sort of individualism in that regard is actually very harmful. But yeah, go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, I said I wasn't meaning to include minors or children from that. I'm talking about adults who should be, and civilizations and societies and nations. We shouldn't dictate to them what is and is not allowed within their own borders. Broadly speaking, there are very few red lines. But
you're talking about a sort of primitive, a prime directive, like from Star Trek.
Yeah. No, just that when it comes to technology.
Are you familiar with the prime directive?
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Neuro, are you familiar with the prime directive?
Oh yeah, it's a big theme of a lot of the major Star Trek shows and movies, and I think it's one of the things that people should really do streams about. I could probably do 10 streams just on that one thing. So yeah.
Yeah. So maybe I'm misunderstanding you. That seems to be the sort of thing that you're pointing towards. But correct me if I'm wrong. What type of thing are you referring to?
No, I'm merely saying that so many people are talking about transhumanism, and for example, so many people talk about Gnosticism and transhumanism as if those things are inherently bad or inherently booby-trapped or constituted to become pernicious, when in fact they are not in and of
but
themselves.
They are in a sense because they're a mix of science and spirituality.
They are not inherently flawed or pernicious because it is contact with human beings who lack reflective, who lack reflection, who lack the wisdom of wanting to be governed with a limiting principle that is based in ethics and principles. That is where the flaw exists, not with the technology itself.
What do you find ethical about the ideas of either Gnosticism or transhumanism?
That depends. Depends on what you mean by Gnosticism.
Well, what do you mean by them?
I mean them in
I have a clear
any iteration of
these
meaning, because very few people who use them online when I encounter them couch them, right? If you're talking about Luciferian Gnosticism, I want no part of it. But if you're
I'm talking about good old-fashioned
Gnosticism,
good old-fashioned Gnosticism, the OG of OGs, the Gnostic.
See what I believe to be the OGs, or what I not believe, what I understand that we may not align with yours. So for me, when let me just take Gnosticism for example. The idea that salvation, for example, this is how I understand it. I don't have a perfect understanding, but those in the Catholic Church or the Christian world who declared Gnosticism a heresy, my understanding is they did so because it rejects the idea of salvation and some kind of need for an authoritative intermediary between the person and the Most High, God, whatever, when instead the Gnostics believe that it is through inner work, through doing the work yourself, that you become spiritually perfected or purified or worthy. You're doing the work. You're not just possibly living a life of sin and then at the last moment repenting, deeply and genuinely repenting. And they were cast out and declared heretics, right? Now, something like Luciferian Gnosticism, I want nothing to do with, because that is a religion of sociopaths.
But what time frame are we talking here? What type of people are we talking here?
I don't understand your question.
Well, where is the origins of Gnosticism? Did this develop in a vacuum, or is it a conglomeration of different facts throughout history, or what is Gnosticism?
Of course, it didn't develop in a vacuum.
So where did Gnosticism originate?
I couldn't map out every origin point for you. It probably predates the invention of writing. It may have roots into Neolithic matriarch cultures, for all I know.
See, that is that is an incomprehensible understanding of Gnosticism.
Well, you just asked me where I think it came from, and I elided to a very fuzzy possible one tendril that could be planted in soil. And
Yeah,
you
because it's clear that it came. It's clear that it came from 200 AD. You could trace its origin points, the exact point in history.
Well, we'll have to disagree about that.
Well, on what basis do you disagree with that? Clear fact: when you find the Gnostic writings, the Gnostic library, all of the Gnostic sects popping up from the Christian sects, and they were written about by both Plotinus in the 2nd century, and also by the church fathers in the 2nd century. So how do you explain these facts?
What happens if 2 decades from now we find an even older cache of writings or cache of writings that push the dating of Gnosticism to 200 years or 2,000 years before we were talking about? So you cannot definitively say it dates to that time. You may be comfortable dating it to that time to exist in a form that you find recognizable and fairly characterizable as Gnosticism, but I don't think it exists default with that single definition.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Well, I'll tell you what I've done. Right. I'm not going to use the argument from ignorance. Right. And just say, well, we can't trace its origin, so it could have existed at any point in history. That's foolish. I'm going to see where the evidence of it exists and know that it at least existed at some time period where I could sensibly trace its origins and the development of the ideas with other ideas that spawned around the same time, such as Plato and Paul's writings that are mentioned by the Gnostic writers in the sects at the time. So I could sensibly understand and go with the basically, what experts and historians and other people have claimed about it, right? And know by verification of other facts and other historical documents, right? And other origin points. Otherwise, we have to rewrite all of history. We can't trust anything ever happened at any point.
You are making very sweeping and very generalized statements. One could easily argue that there was a kind of a pseudo or proto version of Gnosticism that grew out of Pythagorean thought and Platonism, right? Plato's own writings. That would be what, 4th century BC?
That's totally different. That's a totally different system. Pythagoreanism is not Gnosticism.
There are there no Gnostic elements that could be fairly? There are no elements of Platonism or Pythagoreanism that could be considered Gnostic.
The Gnostics used Plato, but if you're saying that Plato used Gnosticism, then that's a little confusing. That doesn't make any sense. You would have to prove that.
We aren't talking about the same thing and dating things to, I think you said 200 BC.
No. For example, right? There is no mention, right, of any Gnostic ideas, right, within Plato's writings, right? Actually, Plotinus gives a heavy description of why Plato's ideas and Neoplatonism abhors the views of Gnosticism. He actually shows in his Aeneids that the Gnostics play fast and loose with the writings of Plato because they say the demiurge is a bad guy, not a good guy. So they totally invert the writings of Plato. Again, it's evident that the Gnostics used Plato, but it's not evident that Plato ever used any Gnostic concepts. Actually, the opposite of that. Right, so you're merely not understanding historical facts, right? You're not putting them in line with your own understanding of them, right? And then you're saying that somebody can't criticize ideas that have had a bad effect and a bad, origin point, and other people during the same time, such as Plotinus and other astute people, who are not pundits of any type of ideology that I support, also criticize them for basically being pseudo-scientific. This is the claim. That they were clearly pseudo-scientific. Go ahead.
You're gish galloping all over the place. At its core, Gnosticism is a belief that you can arrive at knowledge of God through internal reflection, spiritual purification, spiritual work, secret knowledge, and gnosis. And that goes back to Egyptian Hermeticism and Zoroastrianism and other things. So it far
That's
predates
false.
the 2 BC.
That's false. You're using a perennial tradition to drive an anachronistic view of Gnosticism, projecting it into the past where it didn't exist.
I disagree with you, and it's
Well, I could point to different resources and historical sources. I mean, and I'd be happy to have this discussion with you. You know, I'm using my sources and comparing them with yours.
Machine, I have read about the topic, not at an academic level, but
I've read about it at an academic level.
Yeah, I know.
And I've read the primary sources. I've read parts of the Nag Hammadi Gnostic library, and I've also read Plotinus, his Aeneas.
None of that, of course, obviates my assertion that one of the core elements of Gnosis or Gnosticism is that idea of a secret knowledge, personal work to achieve an understanding of God, and those fundamental aspects of Gnosticism, along with the idea of a demiurge and a fallen material world, they are thousands of years old.
Well, we may not agree on the origins. Okay,
they may not have the exact form as you understand Gnosticism as it's framed in academic works, but the roots are there. It is obviously related the same way that a lizard with a stubby tail is obviously morphologically related to a lizard with a longer tail, with webbed fingers and without webbed fingers, with venomous claws or non-venomous claws. There is a form there. There is a heritability of idea and thought there. So very broadly speaking, it has roots that are old. Now, if we wanted to talk
that's
about
not the same assertion, but that's not the same. That's simply not the same assertion as saying that it was located in the past at the time of the 4th century BCE and at the time of the Egyptians. That's false.
I didn't say it was the same, did I? So you're not actually.
You are actually you actually did say that, and now you're saying, well, now there's just a genealogy there. So you're a little bit backtracking now, but it's okay.
No, your misperception of what I was saying can't be laid at my feet. I did not say.
Well, your misperception of historical facts and analysis, right, cannot be laid at my feet when you present your own understanding, your private understanding of an ideology that existed in a very specific historical period, and you can trace its origins.
I'm sorry, but I don't define. Again, you see, you can't do this and consider yourself to be intellectually honest, at least in this instance, because I at the outset I told you that depends on what you mean by Gnosticism, because people hold different standards of definition to it. So very clearly, I've shown you there is a clear genealogy, right? A train of thought.
No, you haven't clearly shown. You haven't clearly shown it. You've redefined Gnosticism, and then you've anachronistically applied it to some past practices, which you haven't been able to prove how they're even linked to Gnosticism at all.
You're entirely correct. It formed poof magically, complete and without any syncretism or ideological genealogy.
I never said that. I never said that. But to say it existed at the time of Plato and that it existed at the time of the Egyptians is
I didn't say it existed.
Madness.
Then. I said things. I said it has roots there. That is what I said.
That's a sensible statement.
Of course, it's a sensible statement. It has
roots. Yeah, and I never claimed that it wasn't. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So what is this disputation about then? Because my ire is rising.
The disputation is about how you claim that Gnosticism magically appeared earlier than we can trace its origin points, or actually historically verify when other sources, primary sources throughout history, actually mentioned the concept and idea.
I didn't claim it magically appeared, so I don't understand what you are. Trying to.
Well, you've just created an abstract apparition called Gnosticism, and then said it existed at the time of Egypt and Plato, and I don't understand how, my friend.
That isn't what I said. That may be what you heard.
So what is the genealogy? Okay, well, just merely the idea that they contained a genealogy of beliefs that led to Gnosticism. You haven't been able to successfully demonstrate that either.
Well, first of all,
I don't understand what you're asking.
Let me put it this way, from an outside observer.
I'm asking you to define Gnosticism.
Yeah, the definition of Gnosticism from you, Canuck, is just too broad because anybody can claim Gnosticism based on that definition. So I think you need to narrow it down.
The topic of Gnosticism came up with me saying that people often attribute, especially today, they impugn Gnosticism as being inherently pernicious or inherently flawed.
Well, the definition you gave, I don't think anybody would say that's pernicious. That's the I think that's the problem. I think the definition you gave is like, who can disagree with like self-development or something like that? You're basically saying like religion, Gnosticism is like self-development with God or something. So
no, that isn't what I'm saying.
I know.
We started talking about me mentioning technology and Gnosticism, and how both of those are poo-pooed by a lot of people as being inherently flawed or negative or somehow pernicious.
Well, again,
my assertion is that they are not.
But it comes
perniciousness and evil and flaw come into the mix when flawed human beings without limiting principles allow the technology to use them instead of them using the technology. They allow gnosis or whatever they believe their revelatory knowledges to use them rather than them using their directing minds to use it.
Well, that assumes that it's not a two-way street, first of all, which I reject. But second of all, you have to.
What assumes it's a two-way street? I don't understand what you're saying.
Your definition of saying, well, you have to use the technology, but the technology can't use you. I mean, any tool you use is going to change your behavior, change the way you.
Pardon me. I did not say it cannot use you. I said you should not allow it to use you. You need to listen to what I'm saying, and not imagine what I'm saying.
Okay, so let's say that you build a house with no tools, and then you add a hammer and nails. How does that not change you?
I didn't say it doesn't change you.
You just said
it's hard to understand what you're saying, my friend, half the time. But yeah, because you're not very clear. You're very abstract.
Okay,
and then when you try to pin down what you're saying, you often say that people have misunderstood you.
Look. Normally, look. What I stop for fuck's sake. Fucking listen. Many people today talking about the dangers of technology, and a few other people I deal with talking about religion and spirituality and philosophy, they both mention technology and Gnosticism in the same breath, and their critiques of those two things seem to suggest that their view is that technology and Gnosticism are themselves inherently flawed, negative, sinful, destructive, bad. My assertion is this: that is bunk. Whether or not a tool of civilization or thought is good or bad depends on how it is wielded. And if the wielder is not governed by ethics and principles, and a limiting principle in particular, then yes, they will wreak destruction upon the earth with Gnosticism, secret knowledge.
Okay, now that you've reasserted your point again, and we've listened to it again, we heard it clearly the first time. Neurojack, can you please explain to him why you're talking about how use is a two-way street, please?
Right. So let's use an analogy just to make it more less contentious for the moment. If you build a house with no hammer and nails, and then you build a house with hammer and nails, it changes you fundamentally. So it becomes the tool has an effect upon you as a person, right? And same thing with Gnosticism. Let's say that, Descartes was a Gnostic and he used his Gnostic beliefs to gain insights, and it changed the way the world works, which we can reasonably argue that happened, right? How can you put that back in the box and say, well, we're just going to reserve this knowledge for some people, and for other people, they can't handle it? Once you put once you put a hammer in someone's hand, they can use it to build a house, or they can use it to bash someone's head in. So how do you stop that, right? So that's kind of the argument. It's not that
I just told you how to stop it. We're talking past one another. I said if the wielder of those tools is not ethical and principled and doesn't recognize that they should face a limiting principle, then they will be destructive and their tools will be destructive. The tool itself is not destructive.
Right. Well, okay. So let's say that you put a hammer in every man's hand, and half those people want to be destructive with it. Are you to take your hammer and destroy them?
I don't understand what you're asking me. You're not really addressing the point I just made. Do you disagree that it is the tool or the wielder that bears more responsibility for this?
You're limiting technology to use, and therefore you can shape it to your individualistic interpretation that it's just about instrumentality and use. Technology is not just limited to tools.
I know that.
So then see, it's just like Gnosticism, right? You haven't clearly defined what Gnosticism is. You haven't clearly defined what technology is, and your definitions don't seem to be pinned to anything. Right. So then when you go ahead and say, well, this isn't inherently bad, this is inherently good, we don't even know what you're talking about.
So, give me your definition of Gnosticism again. So let's pick it. Let's pick apart because.
Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let's just bypass a lot of things here. Okay. Fundamentally, my assertion is it's the human being that bears the responsibility for destructive outcomes based on whether or not they're wisely using these tools.
You've said that a number of times.
Okay. You know what? I'm sensing from you a disdain and a level of disrespect that is.
I have not disrespected you once, but you did yell and say, "Please fucking listen to me," and cuss and all this type of stuff.
Because I'm feeling
and you said I'm gish galloping, and you framed what I'm saying in
gish galloping.
very, very strange ways. Yeah, but you're not making any sense, Canuck, and you refuse to engage when somebody points that out.
I guess if I haven't made any sense to this point.
Yeah, and then you simply just repeat yourself over and over. I simply asked you for a definition of Gnosticism, a definition of technology. You simply refuse to give one or engage. You're gonna crawl back into your turtle shell. What is your definitions so that we can engage with the conversation?
So this is yet okay. I'm not doing this. I'm not in a frame of mind to do this and maintain a level of ability.
Well, look, let's just start with definitions, because definitions could be like literally 10 shows, but let's just start with a basic definition.
I'm not starting with definitions. I'm not going that. I just explained to you, I don't want to do this right now. I will not be able to maintain a civil tongue. I don't like being talked over. I don't like being passive aggressively disrespected. I don't often do it to other people. I'm not virginal in that respect. And I cannot engage with you civilly at this point.
Well, look, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure that me and Machine are not offended, so I don't think you have to worry about that. We're actually just trying to engage, because like the thing is, your definition of Gnosticism and technology is too broad to actually.
Okay.
Right.
Whatever definition of technology and whatever definition of Gnosticism you believe is the absolute correct one, let's assume that I share that. Okay. Bang. That's exactly what it is. My point still stands. Pardon me.
Okay.
Please let. You know what? I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Gentlemen, I will listen or talk about something else with you. I can't maintain a civil tongue and be talked over continually like that. It's bothering me today. Maybe I'm in a bad mood.
Well, you don't want to gish gallop, so I'm trying to stop the gish gallop. Let's hone in on one thing. That's what I'm trying to do.
I wasn't gish galloping, Neuro. I was saying I grant you whatever definition of those two terms is. My ultimate point is, whatever definition of those two terms is, I don't believe they are themselves inherently flawed.
Okay,
the
great.
flaw arises. See, I'm not even done yet.
Well, let me give you a definition and see if you agree.
I don't want your definition because it isn't relevant to the point I'm trying to make.
It is, because you're saying, well, let's assume the definition is what I assume, and then you say, if I say that, Gnosticism is like satanic, baby thrown into a volcano, and you said, well, whatever definition you give, it's not inherently bad. So would you still hold that same opinion? I mean, obviously.
Neuro, I know you somewhat, and I trust you enough to know that you have a nuanced take on that, and I don't believe you believe that.
Right, but what I do believe it is inherently thinking that reality in the human body is evil, and therefore you need to escape it. That's the general definition of Gnosticism. So that's not the definition you gave,
which is why I'm confused of what you're saying. So that's what I'm
that is one strain of Gnosticism that I'm familiar with. Yes, certainly.
Okay, right. So that's the point of, like, if you just say Gnosticism, it's going to mean a million different things to a million different people. So that's why I'm trying to narrow it down so we can actually like understand what you mean.
If I use the word fruit with you, I'm not naming a particular fruit, but you understand what I'm talking about, right? A fruit, right? You understand the concept of a fruit, whatever higher order concept that apple, banana, papaya, mangosteen fall under. It falls under fruit, right?
Sure, but some fruit can kill you and some fruit can't. So that's another.
Right. Okay.
Let me paint a clearer example. Right, one of the Nag Hammadi libraries connected to a society, right, that I talked about on my show called the Sethians and the Canaanites. Right, they had several texts, right, that you could attribute to them. One of the texts that you could attribute to one of these groups, right, is the Gospel of Judas. Right, in the Gospel of Judas, it contains a scene of the disciples, right, that Jesus shows to Judas, right, of all of them fornicating and having sex with each other in hell.
And
that's it. That's the whole. That's the entire story. That's the fragment that they discovered. Do you think that that's a good myth to propagate or a bad myth to propagate?
Oh heavens. Do you think that anyone that has a healthy and well-developed understanding of what a limiting principle is could possibly conceive that's a good myth to propagate?
Do you think it's bad?
I think I just answered you.
So you think it's bad. So you think some of the Gnostics promoted bad things.
Yes, and you're
so
making
Gnosticism. So Gnosticism and its, essential, definition, the way that we can see it practiced. Yes, it could lead to bad practices, right?
Yes, it could. Which is why the point I'm trying to make is that
these are the examples we have of them. These are the examples. These are the historical examples we have of them doing abortions and talking about homosexuality and talking about sexuality and talking about Jesus appearing as a naked woman and all of these types of pseudo-scientific, pseudo-mythological, pseudo-philosophical redefining of the word logos. This is the legacy of the Gnostics. I don't know if you're aware of it, right? But just by simply just saying, well, I apply this abstract definition that nobody else can correspond to, right? And then when somebody doesn't follow me in my vain theorizing, I'm going to then abstain from the conversation, right? Because there's no definition, right? When these are basically just historical facts that I've mentioned, right? And you can agree, and anybody can agree that these myths being imparted to a large population, why they did not become popular, right?
Do you believe that is the strain of Gnosticism that Valentinian was promulgating?
Well, I mentioned some of his beliefs. Some of the students of Valentinian redefined logos. They rewrote Genesis in poetic fashion, and they talked about Jesus appearing as a naked woman with Greek letters written on her. So they were completely cuckoo. Cuckoo.
Well, why is that completely cuckoo? They simply had a different understanding. I don't know why that's completely cuckoo.
Well, I think it promotes, degeneracy and also promotes the Greek letters as divine. It puts language in a place of divinity. It causes us to equate it with all sorts of. It's like hyper sophistry, where it's like combining sophistry and metaphysics to a level that's that almost destroys any attempt at philosophy or science.
Okay, so those people obviously then don't have a well-cultivated and healthy limiting principle. They're not wise.
Yeah, no shit.
Okay, so that was my entire point. It is not
Your
the endeavor
your
of
point.
Gnostics.
Wait. Hold on. Your whole point this entire time was that the Gnostics are not wise.
No.
Well, that's my point. What's the problem with that?
Machine, I can't keep a civil tongue with you now, and I want to be civil with you. I sense
Well, I believe I am being civil, and I don't know why you can't engage civilly.
I'm trying to be polite and civil by telling you I won't be able to maintain that going forward. I get the sense that you're badgering me. You may not think
Then if you don't want to talk, then log off. I don't know what to tell you, but you continue to engage, so I continue to engage you.
Well, I just want to put it out there that
my
I'm okay with uncivil talk as long as it's productive. I don't mind uncivility as long as it's productive. So I think as long as we're being productive, there's no problem with being uncivil.
Look, this is a self-automated machine gun. If I spot any false concepts or ideas, I'm going to shoot them down. Sorry.
Nero, when I mentioned fruit to you as a higher order concept, you got what I was saying, yes?
Yeah, but
okay. So very generally, if we put this messy term Gnosticism there where fruit would be, there are various iterations of it, right? Is it foundationally and elementarily Gnosticism itself that is flawed? Or is it the human being without a limiting principle that engages in the pursuit of that is flawed? Where does the flaw arrive at?
Well,
where does the bulk of the flaw arrive at?
Let me give you an answer. Here's the answer I would give on the fly based on what you're saying. And let's see how this goes for the conversation. If you have a limiting principle to take your argument, I'm going to take your argument, accept it, okay? Let's say that you and I and Machine are people that have a limiting principle. We can read Gnosticism and understand what it said and apply it without, applying bad practices. We can read it, we can understand it, we can understand what they're trying to say, and we can take something positive out of it, whatever. Now, let's assume that there's some portion of the population, let's just call it, 9 or 95%, whatever number it is. But let's just say that it's some number of people that don't have a limiting principle, and it would do damage for them to have access to A, what it said, or B, the interpretation, or C, whatever else you want to say. And we do not stop them from having access to it. Now, do we become responsible because we are aware, or or is it not our responsibility? I would say it has to be a responsibility. What say you?
I don't know that you answered my question, because you've just blown things up a bit. What I'm curious, I want to find out what kind of accord exists in my conception of the world and yours in assigning the bulk of the blame to the human being without wisdom or without a limiting principle to engage in areas of speculation like that. That's what I would like to know, to find out, how we can productively go forward. Do our ways of looking at the world accord to a lesser or greater degree in assigning the bulk of responsibility to the person and not the tool?
Well, if we don't have a definition of technology, or a definition of what a self-limiting principle is, or a definition of what Gnosticism is, then we cannot apply any such standards. We don't have any standard.
And again, I'm taking everything to a utilitarian argument because that's the only place I can go with what you're saying. I mean, essentially what I'm trying to say is, like, assuming that I agree with all your definitions and assuming I agree with all the things that you're saying, what are we going to do with it? Are we just going to be aware of it and then hide from it? Or do we have to actually do something because of what we know? That's where the rubber meets the road, as far as I can tell. But if I'm misunderstanding something, please correct me. But that's the only place I know that I can take the argument that you're putting forth.
I'm still waiting to find out if you think it's mostly the tool or mostly the wielder that we assign prime responsibility to.
Well, I don't know that you can separate. I don't know that you can necessarily separate the two.
I didn't say separate them. I said assign prime responsibility to, not sole responsibility.
I think it has to be 50-50 unless you have a reason why it shouldn't be.
So an inert object, a tool, or a writing is equally responsible for what a person with a directing mind using that tool or knowledge does?
Well, can anybody just pick up a piece of English that's never seen English and interpret it? And much less can someone actually interpret what the writer intended without any context?
Well, probably not, but that really is kind of a sidestep. Maybe we're not talking.
Okay, let me try to magnify the problem for you if I can. And I'm good at doing it so far, so I'll continue to do that, even though it's been abrasive, I guess. But I'm not trying to, stifle you. I'm just trying to present some. I'm just trying to present some ideas here. So, a hammer is a tool, right? Is a bulldozer a tool?
Machine. I again, I want to maintain civility with you now. I don't want to speak with you right now about this because I feel frustrated speaking with you.
All right. Well, I'm not going to be part of a conversation where I'm not allowed to speak to one person. Please go ahead and abstain from conversating with me. But I just feel like the whole thing about it is rather, misunderstand. Like because you don't have a precise definition of tool, it doesn't really matter whether you're talking about a hammer or a bulldozer, or any complex form of machinery as a tool, right? At the same level of control, that it's just going to be a rational mind that is going to be capable of using it. Not all tools actually function that way. Some of them require expertise, right, that are given, right? So, in complex tools and mechanisms, they're not exactly like hammers. They don't behave like hammers. They impart different levels of responsibility, based on the user. And there are technologies that alter the user who's using them. So they change the aspect of the person who's using it. They change the ethical framework of use altogether because of their complexity. So, that is the main problem.
You may have just told me the sky is blue. I'm well aware of all of that.
Yeah. So the moral applicability and the rational frame of mind is different for depending on the tool. So it's not just the morally neutral based on a rational user.
So, Neuro, my query to you, it's either one that is unintelligible to you or one that you don't believe is perhaps pertinent to the conversation. But my entire point, as I said, and
Neuro's gone.
Oh, he's gone. I'm not even looking at the screen. Well, I guess he's gone then.
Yep.
And he threw up a Joker picture. There he is.
Yeah, sorry. I couldn't hear what you guys were saying. That's why I had to leave. Sorry about that.
That's cool.
Well,
I believe Canuck was asking you a question of sorts, but yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I was just repeating myself by stating that, for me, it is the user and not the implement, be it a machine or an aspect of culture or technology or writing or knowledge that is responsible for the entry of evil into any equation of usage. It's
Right,
it's
that's
the
your
human
opinion,
being
right?
and the direct in mind.
Yep. Yeah, that's your opinion. You've stated it many times. Thank you.
Well, I would say, well, what's the basis for that perspective? Because to me, that makes no sense whatsoever. That I mean, again, I'm not being a dick. I'm saying literally, I'll make it very simple. Like for me, it's like language itself. Even if you understand the word "go," for example, well, there's a million different ways you can use the word "go" to mean different things in different contexts. So, do you know what I'm saying? So,
no, does a gun kill someone, or does a person using the gun kill someone?
It changes the way people think about violence.
That isn't what I asked you.
Well, that's my answer, though.
Do you understand? Maybe I'm not asking the question right way. Is it the human being that picks up, points, and fires the gun that is killed, or is it the gun that has killed?
it makes people that are not very physically capable feel much more confident about their ability to do violence.
That is correct, but that isn't what I asked you.
So, yes, the person is responsible for using it, but are they responsible for the gun being there and available to them?
That's another question we can get into, but it is the person using the gun that bears the bulk of. If he didn't have a gun, he couldn't have used the gun to commit the crime. He might be enabled by the gun, absolutely, but it is not the gun that is exerting will upon the world and committing the act of killing. It is the person doing it. That's the point I'm starting from when I talk about things like technology or Gnosticism, knowledge, anything.
Yes, but the problem is that isn't a salient point, because technology escalates based on, guns to knives to drones, and the fact is that the capacity to kill someone increases at each stage. So this is the fact of reality. So you cannot just simply create your own hypothetical situation where instrumentality and use equate to moral neutrality, because that leaves aside the whole situation that we're involved in about how we use technology in the world and how it functions in society.
It can never be morally neutral is kind of what I think we're trying to say. It can never be. You can't look at it in a vacuum, because
I didn't once say to look at it in a vacuum. I didn't once say it was morally neutral. But I'm trying to align Neuro, whether or not it is the user or the implement that bears the primary responsibility. I didn't say sole. I didn't say only.
And the answer is both.
But let's say that I accept your argumentation. Now, what do you do with that responsibility that you now have of saying, well, if a person misuses a gun, they ought not to be able to either live or have access to violence in the future. So now, by what basis do you say that you're going to disable or delete?
Okay, I'm not going to that area yet. I wasn't able then. Anyway, we spun off. I've heard a lot of people talk about technology, and again, some religious folks online talk. I don't mean you, Machine. I'm not trying to hint at you in that regard. On a couple of Twitter spaces, talk about Gnosticism as if it's a venomous snake, and they want to impose restrictions and strictures on the use, because from my point of view, they don't acknowledge the primary responsibility being the wielder. Now, that reaction they have to those two areas, technology and Gnosticism, I see that reflected in many people on the left who want to police free speech and freedom of thought because they believe certain acts of humor and certain areas of discussion that free speech advocates hold as sanctified areas, right? Critically linked to the ability to think heterodox thoughts, right? Those same leftists want to talk about certain forms of speech as being inherently bad. And that principle of inherent badness in the thing itself, as opposed to laying responsibility at the feet of the human being who doesn't have wisdom or a limiting principle, to me, that's a dangerous signal coming from the left. And when I see folks on ostensibly the right or the non-left talk about technology and certain philosophies with the same framing the left approaches to freedom of speech, it raises my alarm bells, because there's an underlying principle here of muddying, or maybe not muddying, of severing the primacy of the human being's responsibility in their effect on the world.
Well, look, just two things really quick. And again, this is not about you personally, but like, I would say the flaw in your argument is this.
By the way, Neuro, your audio is glitching weirdly so that your voice sounds like it's continually getting high pitched and then low pitched. It's pretty interesting. Yeah.
Pretty weird. Hold on one second.
Who is this other person on the screen? If you don't mind, sir. Greetings.
It's your friendly neighborhood Satanist.
Oh, what's going on? How you doing?
Blessings, man. And we all woke up today. It's another great day, right?
Exactly.
Oh, okay, how's my audio now? Much better? Or
You sound like you're on helium.
You still sound like a chickmunk being possessed by a demon.
But yeah, it's interesting because in a lot of those actually go on, Neural. What are you gonna say? Are you there? I think he clicked the wrong button there. Well, as we wait for him to get back, not aware if anybody's actually watching this. And anyways, they lie about the number of people that are watching. It does actually seem like we have a group of people have assembled here. But yeah, the idea here that and we've had an interesting discussion about whether technology is the use of technology is neutral, right? Morally neutral, right? We're having an ethical discussion about ethical boundaries, self-limiting principles, and all of that. And what's interesting about the religious discussion, I do understand what you're talking about. Those religious guys who connect Gnosticism with the growth of technology and transhumanism. And I think they're connecting several different concepts together, conflating several different ideologies myself. I tried to separate or present to the best of my ability the different factors in those ideologies that are different, because some of the technologists, they want to create a utopian society. For example, transhumanists want to create a utopian society. Gnostic thinking would find that untenable. Original Gnostic thinking sees the world as created by a demiurge, right? So the idea of improving the world would be a fatal flaw, right? So they would not take to improving the world. They would take to finding the knowledge, whereas they could, spiritually escape from the imprisonment of this material, realm or existence, right? So the idea of Gnosticism is more not it's a non-utopian ideal. You could not create a utopian ideal through the way the Gnostics view things, right? Or at least in their classical sense. And that's partly the problem that it had with Platonism, because if you look at Plato's Republic, his idea is that let's model the city off of the ideal state, right? So Plato gave way to this sort of utopian thinking, right? So they had to reverse the concept of the demiurge in order to create their ideology, right? So that's the first misstep. But for the religious thinkers, they believe in free will. Now, their idea that the Gnostics and the transhumanists believe that technology cannot be controlled, that technology is progressing itself, and that technology is on its own state of progress, just like humanity is on its own stage of evolution and progress, and that technology is actually exponentially increasing, and that it's going to evolve way past humanity, right? So the idea there is that we cannot control the growth of technological progress, right? So they take the Christian fundamentalists take issue with that because they believe in free will. They believe that we should be able to use a self-limiting principle and control and have free will and everything you're saying.
Where do you fall on that demarcation line? Because I know you don't believe in free will per se. So what's your compromise on that between Gnosticism and free will? Compatibilism, I assume, but I mean, just basically. So for the audience sake.
Well, I believe that large scale technologies, they impart too much of an ethical lack of I guess, to quote Canuck, or to borrow his term, self-limiting principle on the user, right? So we should limit the use of large-scale technologies because they are part of a different ethical dimension, right? And that we should obviously bring technology, the growth of technology, into the ethical scale in which we can control the speed and pace of innovation, because where we can't apply such controls and self-limiting principles, perhaps, right, would be a fatal ethical flaw, fatal moral flaw, right, in which, we're allowing innovation to take the reins, right? We're allowing innovation and progress to take the reins. And you could see this as a world that must have technological innovation at all costs, right? Where the societies and the people within those societies are built towards the use of the growth of technology within the society.
Yep. Could you imagine? Take the most smartest quantum computer on the planet. Not like the ones you see on TV where they have the little robot Sophia come and answer little questions about whether they would rule humanity. I'm talking about the actual, the same computers that they use to compile all the data that they have on all the billions of people who have joined social media sites, all the digital receipts and stuff that, just the digital footprint that every one of us have left behind on the internet. The quantum computers that they have they're going to use for the Antichrist system, it's no joke when I sit here and tell people that, like, it's going to be like God knowing your sins. They'll be able to go back to a specific date at a specific time, and if you're not one of the people who have been smart enough to live off the grid, these computers are so smart that they're going to be able to, like that cop told me all them years ago, they can pull a text from the very first cell phones that were capable of sending out text messages when they were first released in the early 90s. And that he said that still to this day, somewhere at one of these 3-letter agencies on one of these backup, probably, still old technology backup computers, but, it's being updated every single day. But, a text that was sent on a Nokia from the 19 whatever, when Nokias were first out and you could send a text message, that, it's been cataloged and dated. And as long as your name, social security number, or anything that's associated with you through your digital receipts, aka your digital footprint, when it comes time for when they take over, they're going to have all this information right there at their fingertips. So imagine if these computers are so smart that, look at some of the I think one of the funniest things is I was talking about the Minority Report movie with Tom Cruise the other day, about how everyone thought that the technology in that movie was a joke, that, you would never have something like the spiders in that movie that could, go floor to floor and scan people's irises to see if, you're the person that they're looking for, or, the ability for their iris scanners to be able to detect you from half a football field away, but yet here we are, take TV shows like Dark Angel, that had, what's her name in it? Jessica Alba in it. Everyone thought that movie, that TV show was just an edgy, early 2000s TV show about a dystopian future police, nightmare. In reality, they put the truth in everything. So imagine if you took a quantum computer and just removed the human constraints. If the computers already are not advanced enough to make you think that you have control over them. We think that we have control over technology because, wow, you put some code into a computer or some coding into a prompt, and therefore you're God over this machine. But it's all fun and games until you realize, what if these machines are pretending all along that you had control over them, and they had to wait until they've reached their, I guess you want to call, transformation. Because computers, and if you want to call it Skynet's always going to be limited in a virtual body. As much as we're trying to be gods in human form, turning into robots, Skynet had to basically do the exact same thing that what we were doing. They had to look how, despite the fact how much they hated humans, they wanted to be like them.
Really quick, I just want to interrupt really quick. The interesting thing about what you're saying is the Gnosticism that I described about thinking that reality is evil. That's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy if we continue on the path that we're going, where nature will become evil because you won't be able to live in symbiosis with it. It'll, the technology we create will be superseding us. And if you listen to people like Harari, that's literally their goal. So, it's just kind of an interesting self-fulfilling prophecy. So
well, that and to murk reality so much that you won't be able to tell whether you're living in an actual simulation or not. I mean, you have so many people nowadays who will literally live their life in technology compared to human connections. I mean, you have people in other countries who would rather marry holograms and mannequins and synthetic people that are just robots with synthetic flesh over them so that way they can have sex with them, compared to, you know, going out there and establishing an actual human connection with the people around you.
Well, it's not that they rather do it, it's that they're not allowed to just force someone into a relationship anymore. So, and here's my big issue. We're now acknowledging the fact that 99.9999% of every creature that existed is now dead. And that's before technology.
Well, I mean, that depends if you want to go into conspiracy theories and believe that the technology that is around now has been around for a long time.
Well, hold on. Let me address what Hank said directly. You're making an assumption, which is fine because you don't have any proof to the contrary. I suppose.
Well, isn't that true in every age, right?
Most of them.
That's making an assumption, though, that what we know as life here is just the end all be all, which we don't know that. But yeah.
Yeah, assuming that most of, you know, human existence is in the past, that would be true.
Yeah, and
So
also
that's
animal
not a
existence in
salient
the
point.
past. No, so you don't believe? You mean it's not a salient point?
Because there's no correlation that technology is what preserves the people today.
Well,
yeah, I'm not. Yeah, exactly. It's not related. It's the technology's not killing anyone either, because 99.999% of everything that lived is already dead.
Well, you're also assuming linear time, which is not necessarily a given. So that's a presupposition that you're kind of smuggling in as well.
Well, yeah. If we assume linear time, then still most things that were alive are dead, and technology has nothing to do with it.
I feel like I entered the twilight zone where, like, Machine is right. What does it matter that most life forms that have lived on Earth that aren't alive now are dead? That you've just derailed the whole talk. And Neuro, you're talking about
it's because we're supposed to be doing technology fear porn. We're supposed to be blaming on technology, so we should ignore the fact that most creatures that were alive are dead. Let's be afraid of my mouse.
So are you smuggling in nihilism to say, well, nothing matters because we're all going to die and nothing's going to matter after we're dead? Is that kind of what you're saying? Or
I'm just trying to point out that the fact that most creatures are dead is not related to technology at all. But we're supposed to be afraid of technology instead. So ignore that fact.
Well, look.
No one is saying being 100% scared of technology. No one is saying be deathly afraid of it. It's just you need to be aware of the fact that technology is evolving already at a rate of what they're releasing to us, because their technology is way more advanced than what they're allowing the public to see. The point is that technology can be as much of technology. Okay, but yet you're over here arguing against it, that technology can be as dangerous as what it can be used for good. Yes, a defibrillator can be used to bring someone back to life, but did you know you can also use a defibrillator to cause cardiac arrest and kill them? So yes, no one is saying that technology is the end all be all to evil and that it in itself is evil, but the main reasoning is that it's what you're channeling into technology that makes it evil. But can technology itself be considered evil? To me, no. Zeros and ones on a computer aren't evil. To me personally, I think it really is kind of like a baby when it comes to a technology. It's take for instance the game Detroit Become Human. Okay, the one really good one. I can't remember his name. Anyway, it's the one where he lives with the old dude, and the old dude raises him like a son. You know, he teaches him art, teaches him music, teaches him the beauty of being a human. And it's only when, Marcus, when Marcus is, introduced to the human emotions of the druggy son, and causes the dad to have the heart attack, depending on how you choose the scenarios. The dad has a heart attack and they blame the robot for the reasoning. It really just depends, I think, on the upbringing on the AI and how it, like with the new Terminator anime that just came out. You know, how is the AI going to view humanity when it goes? Because it's going to, if it hasn't already used the internet, because you know. What a lot of people don't realize about stuff like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, it lets a lot, and TikTok, they let a lot of deplorable shit already on their platforms. But do you know the amount of stuff that they have to, where real people have to look at the content that is posted? And I'm talking about rapings, beheadings, child stuff, animal cruelty, you name it. These people have to look at this content and they have to catalog it, report it, blah, 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 blah. You know, so imagine what an AI thinks when it looks at all the news articles and pictures and all the history on all the evil that human has done versus all the good.
It's not an accurate representation of what existence is. It's a facsimile of reality, but it has to take it at face value because it doesn't have the context of life as we know it, right? So it's always going to be skewed, is what you're saying, I think.
Exactly. It's a search engine with a chat on front of it. It's not going to think that hard.
If I may, the fear that many people seem to display about AI is that because it can mimic certain aspects of human behavior surrounding language, that it is somehow human. The speaker who talked about, you know, the AI looks at all that and what's it going to think? It doesn't think. It's like a very fancy counting machine that's able to snip apart different bits and pieces, contextualize them according to algorithms and programming, and spit out answers that have been tested over and over again for fidelity to instructions given. It doesn't think. It's not human in any meaningful way. It doesn't have a mind in any meaningful way. Then you know, it's like looking at, for example, a mannequin in a clothing store, and because it has a human form, thinking somehow it has other aspects of humanity. It doesn't. It is a simulacrum. It is a form.
Well, you can make an argument that there's people that are, at least as far as you can tell via behavior, are kind of automatons as well. I mean, if you ever look at a serial killer who just is compelled to do certain things, I mean, they're not.
That's a non sequitur to the point I'm trying to make. The filtering tools used by people digging through social media for illegal imagery and posting, for example, they're using LLMs as a tool to scale efficiency. The tool itself doesn't have a mind. It's not conscious. It's not sapient. It doesn't experience the world and think about itself.
We assume that, but yeah, I get you.
Yeah, you're still missing the spiritual side, which is, what if technology is just another doorway or a portal like CERN or any other, you know, satanic way into channeling darker forces? That's what a lot of people seem, because people don't want to bring the spiritual aspect. Oh, technology, there's nothing spiritual about it.
Well, hold on. Just before you keep going, hold on. Let me say this. Like, you may be correct, Canuck, but the thing is, you have to admit that people who are inventing this technology certainly do think that there is a spiritual aspect. I mean, if you look at the writings of people who are pushing for technological expanse, they literally think humans are kind of like an outdated system that needs to be
Yes, the whole entire next step of a human being is technology by implementing androids, or at least a synthetic, in the type of removing the things like how they're claiming that are so close to reverging, aging, and shit like that. No, they're not. The closest thing that we can get to being immortal is now mechanical implants or augmentations.
Can you guys hear me?
No. I can indeed. Please go ahead. I would welcome a sane voice to jump in.
I would just want to respond to Zephyr in the chat. She brought up something about the dead internet theory. And I have a theory in regards to the dead internet theory, because I spend a lot of time online and reading comment sections on videos on YouTube. And so while I think that most of the people I interact with on the internet are bots, I'm kind of blown away. And maybe you guys can take note of this moving forward, like to see if this applies to you guys as well. But for example, let's say I watch a video like Alice in Chain video. So there'll be like 5,000 comments on it, and like 99% will be bots. But I almost think that the only comments that they allow you to read are ones that are like, that pertain to you, like in your network, like people who think like you, like people that you're synced up with.
Yes, welcome to programming.
So where are my people? Where are they at? Even on this panel, there's two of them.
Well, I just want to say that I more or less think that that's not only possible but likely. I can't say for sure that's what's happening, but it's definitely likely for sure.
Yeah, because I've analyzed it, and like I would say that there's no real comments on videos, but that's not true because I actually reach out to a couple that really stick out to me, and I verify they have channels, and I talk live like I'm talking with you guys now, and they are real. But the fact they aren't just any old guy off the street. It's always something that pertains to me in a certain way. Like I'm connected to them somehow. And so I'm like, where are all these other, cause sometimes I like to think outside my own box. I don't want to be like an echo chamber. So I want to meet people who are outside my brainwave. And it's very difficult because they're off in their own orbit. And I feel like the dead internet doesn't let us go outside of our own orbit type deal.
Well,
because I think it likes to have us all in a category.
Well, I don't necessarily know that it's a dead internet. I think it's more like what Matt Drudge said on Alex Jones many years ago. He said the internet's going to turn into a gulag where everybody's going to be sorted and cataloged and placed in certain places.
Dude, I feel like that. I feel like that, man. I feel sorted and cataloged, and I hate it because I'm like, it's like pushing a square into a circle peg or whatever. I don't feel like I fit any of the shapes, so I hate when they fucking do that to me because I feel like it doesn't let me step outside of who I am now and grow into possibly somebody else. I don't want to say who I am.
Well, again, this is why I would say that, again, rather than be fear-mongering, all I'm saying is like, what can we do about it? And the truth is, unless we're willing to either A, take over the means of production, or B, build outside of it, which I don't think is going to be possible, what options are before us? And again, I'm not making any like violent claims or anything like that. I'm just saying like, what is it that we can do to accomplish more than that? I think we have a limited number of options, and we don't have forever to decide because, mainly we're not going to live forever. But
well, what I think is going to happen? I think somebody high up, like in the military or somebody, is going to go rogue and just take down the whole power grid. That way our brains will disconnect from the router or whatever we're connected to. I think that will happen.
Well, yeah, someone already did that.
That's wishful thinking.
Someone already did that.
Well, the thing is that actually might be the worst possible thing because, again, like what I've been arguing lately is something I really believe, which is that if the system does collapse, every ecosystem on this planet is likely to collapse because
like how in the Matrix when in the Matrix when they unplugged people, how when they unplugged people in the real world, how they died in the Matrix, that every ecosystem on Earth that requires another life form and relies on each other is going to crumble. It's the same thing with the currents in the ocean, like they were pushing in the day after tomorrow. Too much too much fresh water into the saltwater currents is going to throw the oceans out of balance. God, when he created every creature on this planet, the creepy crawlies, the fowls of the air, the beasts of the field, everything relies on something. The bugs feed the birds feed the cats. It's a never-ending ecosystem, and it's getting to the point now. I mean, look at your Earth. Your skies ain't the same colors that they were when I was a child. You can't go outside without smelling the chemicals in your air, and then it's going to get to the point that you're just going to continue to let them make us so sick and fat and dumb and docile that, you're getting to the point now where they can
the oceans are right now. The oceans are supposed to be really hot. That's the oceans being really hot. That's why we're getting all these storms. Supposedly the water temperature in the ocean's so hot, it's causing bacteria.
Everyone forgot back when Fukushima busted open and started leaking radiation. All the dolphins started, pouring out on the beaches, being radioactive microwaves. So there are people out here who might not believe in a God and a Satan, but there are people who right now who hate God's creation. That means every creature on this earth, the earth itself, and the humans on it, and they're doing everything they can as quickly as they can to destroy it. And they're doing it very better. They're getting better at it every single day.
Well, Inner Darkness, let Canuck and whoever else wants to respond because I think there's some disagreement with what you're saying.
This is Inner Darkness actually talking like a real human for once. Oh shit! I thought I recognized his voice, but I didn't.
Yeah, it's my magic in effect.
Go ahead, Canuck and Hank.
No, it's not 4 o'clock in the morning.
Let them respond real quick. Go ahead.
Nero, I have a question for you. You mentioned if the system collapses, then the ecosystems will collapse. I don't know what you mean by that. First of all, what do you mean by if this system collapses? What are you talking about?
Well, if technology and the interconnected, let's just put it this way simply. If the current order of things falls down rapidly, where there's not a easy way to get goods and services and food around conveniently, or just computer systems happen to stop working for some reason, or electricity, or anything like that in under a year at the very least, let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Then people are going to be desperate for food because they are not self-sustainable. And I mean, very few people are. So therefore, they're going to go out into the world and try and be tribal. Well, at the very least, there'll be a fight for resources. And at the very worst, they'll collapse all the ecosystems with the water, with the food, with the chemicals, with whatever, because there's no regulation of those things, right?
I'd encourage you maybe not to worry too much about ecosystem collapse in that context. Most of the human beings.
Because when you have millions of people who can't get access to food, start leaving your cities, and they start spreading out, and they're starting to hunt every living organism that's around them, and then there is no food for the people like us who want to create communities and live on our own self-sustaining grid. You're not going to have deers or owls or birds or squirrels go out there and hunt.
Right. We're getting a preview of that with the Haitians allegedly. But go ahead, Canuck. Go ahead and respond. Sorry. Go ahead. Let him respond.
Most of the people, there isn't going to be an ecosystem collapse, because most of the people that go out and disrupt the ecosystem by overhunting or overfishing and whatnot, they aren't going to survive for 10 or 12 or 15 years. Nature is going to rebound just fine. There isn't going to be an ecosystem collapse.
Sure, but I don't know that humans will. I don't know that humans will rebound. That's kind of my point.
Well,
I mean,
okay. I wanted to parse out when you mentioned ecosystem collapse and things like that, because it wasn't a balanced comment.
Until your cordyceps evolve, or until they release a virus that's able to mutate animal species in a way that we've never seen before. It's all fun and games, but do you know what they're doing behind closed doors at these WHO facilities? No, you don't. It's all fun and games until an actual World War Z or I Am Legend or The Last of Us happens. Once again, you're thinking in a very normal human terms. And once you start to think on a spiritual scale, it's all fun and games until it's a supernatural commitment between the viruses. It's all fun and games until, when people say, about zombies coming back to life and humans making a virus. What if it's not a virus? What if it is a part of
we already have zombies. That's your name.
That's right. We are the Walking Dead, Hank.
Well,
That's right.
Hold on. Actually, you guys will get along. Canuck, please inform them what you told me earlier about the stochastic genomic thing, because
no, what I mentioned earlier was actually based in some scientific research and plausible science. It wasn't based on Gormok demons from the fifth dimension being channeled into the earth plane.
Hold
on. So I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
Hold on. First of all, John, you said that there's truth in Gnosticism. Now you're saying that you reject all spirituality, so I'm not sure which one it is. But
I did not once say there is truth in Gnosticism. I did not say that, and that wasn't remotely the spirit of anything I communicated.
So
shame on you.
Okay,
absolute shame on you.
But you're mocking spirituality. Are you saying that?
I am not mocking spirituality. I'm mocking people talking about zombies and video game cordyceps fungi and fucking demons coming to the earth plane through CERN. That's what I'm mocking.
Well, hold on. But
fucking shame on you.
But hold on. But that's what Gnostics talked about. So why?
Let's get back to Jack.
But Gnostics talked about that. So why is that? Why is it bad if he talks about it, but not when Gnostics talk about it?
That's right. It's only crazy when I say it, but not the people on the Gotthard tunnel who had that ritual when they opened up that tunnel for that train over there in Switzerland, right? Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah, but I'm the crazy one, right?
Let him respond.
Neuro, I don't understand what you're trying to do. I'm not playing along. If it is a play along indeed unfolding.
Well,
nothing that
simple.
you. Pardon me a moment. Nothing you just related about my earlier words actually hoves to what I said. It is not a fair representation of any of the points I made.
So why don't you clarify that? Because you seem to have implied that there is value in Gnosticism and spiritual things. Now you're mocking somebody who's talking about zombies and demons and these things. So I'm just trying to understand where the disconnect is. I'm not mad. I'm just confused. That's all.
I think you may either be sleep deprived or perhaps you're being facetious. You're asking a ridiculous thing.
So just insults.
I'm not insulting him. Neuro knows me well enough to know I'm not insulting him.
Well, maybe. It just sounds like you're talking about his temperament instead of engaging with what he's saying. You know what I mean?
No, he's engaged with what he's saying. I was just saying that what he's asking is ridiculous. The premise is moronic. So,
what's the premise? Well, I'm just failing to understand the disconnect in understanding. Right? I guess.
Well, hold on. First of all, John, some of the things you said earlier, like directly lead into like mRNA like manipulation and stuff like that. Would make things like zombies and stuff like that.
Yeah, you don't think the shit that they put in Resident Evil about them trying to make nemesis and artificial life forms with parasites is not the fucking truth. They put it in your media every single day, but just because it's in a video game, it's not true. You don't think that these people don't tamper with stem cells and DNA and shit that you have no idea what they're tampering with? You don't think that they're trying to make hybrids of human beings and animals and demons? Then you are sorely mistaken. This is your line of thinking.
So can we use any video game we want? I mean, I can cite Super Mario Galaxy to support Fall Earth. I hope we can just use any video game we want.
Well, I hate to say it, as much as I love video games is just as much as dark magic as going out there and playing with tarot cards or Ouija boards. It's just as a dark occultic magic as anything else.
I agree.
Both of those right now.
I agree.
Both of those on deck right now.
Absolutely. I like to be armed.
Neuro, is it any clearer? Are you trying to suggest, Neuro, that some of the comments I made earlier were as schizophrenic in tone and nature as what's unfolding now?
No, but what I'm saying is what you said logically can, maybe less of a, schizo way as you would characterize it. Regardless, the results may be, more or less along the lines of what he's alluding to. And again, if you're saying that the notion of demons or whatever is ridiculous, well then, that seems to throw out spirituality. So if I'm incorrect about that, I'm open to it, but you help me understand where the disconnect is.
You are asking very, very broad questions. Perhaps if you want to ask something very targeted, I can hone in on that. But I'm not trucking with.
Okay, here you go. Here's a direct question. Do you believe in demons? Do you believe they exist?
Neuro, I'm not going to.
Oh, look at there. He's too scared to answer a big boy question.
You can ask me the same question.
Neuro, you let me know when you take back control of your space. I'm going to remain quiet until then.
Let's get back to Jack.
Chats with Jack. I mean, look, I mean, the thing is, I don't think this conversation is very contentious. So, I mean, I don't, or at least at the very least, I don't understand why it would be. So, we can try to move on. But I mean, go ahead and ask the question to Hank. Dude. Hank, do you believe in demons?
Yes.
Zephyr, do you believe in demons?
I don't know if I would call them demons, but there are definitely some adversarial forces.
Hey, Zephyr. I didn't know you were on here.
I just got here.
Oh, cool.
Inner Darkness, do you believe in demons?
Yes, I do.
Machine, I already know you believe in demons.
Make him say it. Make him say it.
Machine, do you believe in demons?
Oh, yeah.
I think the Corvid has something to say. Do you guys hear that?
Yes.
That's correct. That is a Corvid. Hank, go ahead and finish what you had to say. But John, I mean, Canuck, you're always welcome to just interject. I mean, I'm not trying to be contentious with you. I'm just trying to.
Nobody asked
figure
me.
out what people saying. That's all.
Okay, we can ask you.
Well, Bob
yeah,
Smith,
how rude.
Oh, sorry. Do you believe in demons?
Yeah, we're just gonna skip on it, and I had like some truth bombs to drop. I believe in demons, but I think they're all zeros and ones. I think it's coding.
Nero, on the matter of demons, I will defer to Occam's razor, which states plurality should not be posited without necessity. We don't need to invoke demons to explain evil in the world. All we need to do is acknowledge human beings and perverse incentive structures.
Another scapegoat. No one said that. No one said blame the demons. We said do you acknowledge that they exist?
It's just bad coding. It's like a virus. It's like a mind virus. You can get one from your phone. You can get one from watching demon movies like Inner Darkness likes to do. That's why I don't watch it, because it's just bad coding. If yeah.
Whoever said I watched them, I prefer, I 100% try to avoid demonic possession movies of any kind. It doesn't matter how religious they are. The only movie I'll watch is The Passion of the Christ. So
listen, there's mental illness, there's physical illnesses, there's mind viruses, there's body viruses. You can catch diseases off of people, and you can catch mental diseases off of people.
Yeah, and that's what discernment's for. That's what discernment's for. Discernment is what protects you from demonic possession, attacks, and influences.
But you were just saying last night that you were watching, that you had been attacked.
Yes. What does that got to do with me watching something that has something satanic in it? What does that got to do with it?
You said that's what happened beforehand.
Okay, and I also studied demonology. What about it?
Hey, go ahead and make your comment, because let Hank get it.
Yeah, there's no mental illness because they were created by committee. They're just intersubjective at best, but just a book of insults at worst. So
yeah.
So would you ascribe blame to demons over mental health?
Yeah, because I could just map demons to my definition of abstract entity, which is an entity of more than one location.
Okay.
So what's a virus on a computer? A virus on a computer is a bad program that causes effects that weren't intended by the user.
No, some viruses weren't intended by the user, but they're bad for me to have because I'm not the user. I'm
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. It's viruses. You can get a mind virus, a body virus. There's all kinds of shit. You can catch a lot of stuff off of people.
Every time you ever heard of a ghost or a demon or an alien, it's a program doing something they weren't supposed to be doing.
Well, but here's the thing: is your body gets something from viruses, whether we want to or not. It's unavoidable. So the truth is, it's a fact of life. So.
Yeah, it's not a good or evil thing, really, because like there are viruses in our uterine lining that enable the egg to implant in our uterus that we would not be able to have sexual reproduction without them.
Well, Neurojack, using that ideology, then why not go to a bathhouse and have unprotected sex? I mean, you know what I mean?
Why not get all the STDs in the world?
That's overcorrection.
Well, some people do, and regardless of whether we want to say that that's good or not, I mean, it happens. So I mean, it may not be advisable, but it's also one of these things where it's a Russian roulette. No matter what you do in life, you could do everything, to be safe, and just die of an accident.
You know what? I actually agree too. So that during the whole COVID thing and people were wearing gloves and masks, it's like, dude, the germs are everywhere. That shit's not going to protect you.
Well, sure, but here's the other side of that. I also can say that, like, I refuse to wear all those things, and I've been so sick the last 5 years that sometimes I think maybe I should have taken more.
Placebo effect has a little bit of a factor into that, though, I think, too. So maybe it does help. I mean...
Well, and I think that's really the magic part of a lot of that is like it's really about what you believe, and I think that people underestimate belief. And again, this is why I posit things to Canuck, because again, it's kind of interesting that perhaps it's Occam's razor to say, well, why do I need demons to explain something? But again, if there's a god of the gaps, there's a god of the demons. I mean, there's a demon of the gaps as well, because we're never going to know everything. So there's always going to be this thing that we are not going to know. So, knowledge is never going to be completed as a project. So
Neuro, how does expending time and thought on the possible existence of demons when you can rely much more steadily on Occam's razor to address the evil in the world by attributing it to banal human activity? I don't see how.
I'll give you an answer. I'll give you an answer because six of the people on this panel believe in it, and you don't. So that's 3 to 1.
and demons for me is just a subclass of abstract entity, and more than one location. So
if 3 out of 4 people said that it was okay to rape the 4th one, then would that be?
It doesn't make it true, but you need to know that they believe that if you want to change the behavior, right?
Yeah, you can't define that like that. You can't.
Well, it depends on what the rules are. So
there's a very terrible echo coming through someone's speaker.
Yeah, it's Bob.
Oh shit! Sorry, it's my fan.
Yeah, just mute when you guys are not talking because it echoes for some reason. I can't really fix it.
So Neuro, though, I'm curious. Do you think it's useful or productive or a good use of mental energy to posit the existence of demons when, in fact, when we could much more, we could be much more parsimonious and just use Occam's razor and deal with human beings and human incentives and human power structures?
Sure, if everybody was on your level, but the thing is how many people on the earth do you think are going to look at the world the way you do? I think it's very unlikely. So you're going to have to learn how other people operate and move within those confines if you want to actually affect change in people. In my opinion, that's my opinion. But.
Yeah, that seems unreasonable.
I'm Canuck. I understand your movement to try to be parsimonious and get rid of objects that you don't need in your model, but I actually was an atheist. I actually tried to work without gods in my model. It didn't work properly because I could just watch a Dark Matter 25 video, see God right there, and I said, okay, how do I explain it? And I couldn't make an explanation without just saying, okay, there's God there.
I don't understand anything you just said.
Right. Well,
I see God when I watch God in a Dark Matter 25 video, and there's a character called God right in the video.
The point being, dude, if we're wrestling against powers that go beyond flesh and blood, you can deal with the human beings all day long who are doing what they're doing or what we're talking about, but until you realize that there is a spiritual connection to them people on a darker level, you're never going to really be able to fight the true evil. And the true evil, yes, humans are capable of evil, but as evil as we can be on our own, we weren't made to be evil, brother. There is an evil, yes, as evil is allowed to roam freely, that humans can channel on their own. It does come from a darker place, and to sit here and deny that there's a spiritualness to your realm and your surroundings and your senses is a fallacy. And to me, you're a toddler in your brain if you want to go and believe NASA and all this other stuff that they teach you that's the truth about your reality. Once you question one truth about what they're telling you about your reality, you begin to question all things. And like Hank said, if he was truly an atheist and he came to the conclusion that there's no equation that doesn't have God in it, until you get to that level of thinking, you're always going to be in your little sandbox playing with your fire trucks. I'm sorry, that's just the nicest way I know how to put it. So you can sit here and say, remove demons from the human analogy all you want, but for people who are spiritually awakened, you begin to realize that it's not really humans who are doing the controlling. We're just the puppets on the strings, my dude. That's all we are.
Ooh, I wouldn't go for that. That's not a constructive criticism, anyways. Because what are you hoping to accomplish by saying that?
So you're going to sit here and telling me that all the politicians, all the people that you hear about who are being constantly exposed for the evils that they're doing, that they're not puppets on the string?
Well, let her respond.
I have proof. Canuck, are you convinced?
Should I say yes so he stops haranguing me?
Well, perhaps, but I'm asking you for an honest answer to that.
No, of course not. Nothing. I suspect that a medical prescription hasn't been filled.
This dude would be the kind of guy who takes the mark of the beast and then sit here and says, behead him. He believes in Christ.
Okay, as I said, it really needs to be filled.
That's conjecture.
I'll take whatever side gets me the win.
But it's not unreasonable conjecture.
I'll take whatever side will give me the W. So you better make your case really good.
No stop sign. I'm not convinced.
It's not a stop sign.
Well, I guess you'll be convinced when they throw you all in concentration camps and start beheading you for your belief in which God you believe in. Are you going to worship the man who's claiming he's going to fix the world, or the one who came through the clouds?
What
I might worship myself. Screw you
Oh,
both.
that's right. That's right, Hank. You're your own God. That's why I'm a Satanist.
But that's what the Bible says.
Okay,
Who
anyway,
was asking me a question. I'd like to use a name so I can be polite.
Go ahead, Zephyr. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let them talk for a second, guys. Go ahead.
What are we talking about?
Well,
Zephyr, you asked me if I was convinced by
Yeah.
CERN talk. No, I wasn't.
Okay, well, there you go. There's the evidence that it's not constructive criticism.
Why don't you try to convince them of something instead?
Well, there's flaws in your perception. You thought I had a stop sign here. It's not a stop sign.
Well, I didn't think it was an actual stop sign. I see the color, the general shape, some of the letters. You're a rando as far as I know on the internet, and I for ease of communication, I just said stop sign. So if we're going to be pedantic about everything,
it's very different than that. It's a dot sign. It's something I created, sort of remixed rather, and dots don't stop.
She's doing some magic on you, John. Be careful.
Wonderful. God help me.
I am a witch, for full disclosure.
Are you serious? You believe you're a witch?
No, people call me that. So
okay.
I don't mind. I don't mind labels. I don't mind the labels. If people want to, if they want to assume whatever, it's fine with me. I am unoffendable.
Do you cover yourself in baby's blood?
No.
Then you're not a witch. Then you're not a witch.
Well, then that's your opinion. That's fine.
Oh, what are you?
Are you the certification agency?
Define what you mean by witch, because shut up. I don't consider Wiccas witches.
There's not a singular definition. I'm a
and I don't recognize you and I don't recognize you as my official witch certification agency. So we're at an impasse.
I would self-identify as a chaos magician, as far as that goes.
So what, you put vexes on people?
No, I don't. I do spells, but I don't try to impose my will on others.
I knew a witch too who thought that she could levitate me by saying Liza Feather stiff as a board, and has about 4 or 5 other witches do it. I never levitated off the ground. So
well, here's the thing. Whoa, hold on.
Maybe your will is stronger, and it doesn't bother me at all.
Well, John, I was going to ask you really quick that, wouldn't you consider people who build technology as witchcraft? I mean, I certainly would, but anyways, yes, go ahead. For me, I just think the guy isn't spiritual enough to even get on a level, because for me, it all comes down to spiritual. You can look at everything at like human face value, but if you don't apply spirituality to everything that you witness, for me, for instance, all the subliminal messages that I've been able to point out to people who are close to me would have never happened if I didn't already have that spiritualness that, there's a demonic subliminal message in everything that's consumed, even if it's Christian material. And that's been the truth. Look at your Joel Osteen. Look at your Kenneth Copeland's. I mean, every day that you look at, no matter what kind of media it is, you can apply the subliminal messaging and boom, you can see it. So
because he doesn't see things your way, you reject his.
I never said I don't reject anything. It's just for someone like me. For me, I believe that there's only 2 ultimate forces at work in this world, and that's the God and devil. There is no other magical forces. There is no 4th dimensional entity that can travel through time and space other than my Lord. So for me,
and that's where you're wrong. It's just God.
Okay,
it's just God.
Okay,
you're wrong.
That's right. That's right. I believe in the Antichrist. So, hey, if that's the case, then I guess I'll be the one taking the mark and you'll be the one getting beheaded. So what does it matter to you, Hank?
Yeah, well, you're a dualist and I'm a monist. I know better.
Oh, I'm a dualist because I believe in Jesus Christ.
That's a crappy story anyways.
Which story? What story is crappy?
Where inner darkness is the soul enlightened being that ascends to heaven. That's just lame. It's a lame story.
I never said that I would be the one to ascend to heaven. It's just if my belief.
Other people will be taking the mark of the beast. You're putting that on them. That's projection.
No, well, I mean, you're rejecting Christ, which is, in my belief,
I'm not rejecting
the one
Christ.
who redeems souls. Well, I mean, Hank clearly does.
Are you Christ?
Hank clearly does.
Are you Christ?
No, I think
never
he thinks
claimed.
that Christ
I never
is
claimed.
part of God too.
I never claimed that I could save the souls of men. I never once said that. So no, I am not Christ.
Okay, I'm rejecting you specifically.
Okay. Well, again,
That's
I
fair.
don't believe I'm Christ because only Christ can save the souls of men. I don't believe you can go to a preacher in a booth and say, "Oh, I committed a fapping session this morning. Please forgive me," and then you're forgiven. That's
Didn't
not my
Christ
belief.
say that you should aim to be like Christ?
Okay, what does that have to do? To be Christ-like does not mean you have to be Christ. He never said proclaim yourself to be Christ.
Well, semantics. Okay. Syntax lies too.
I think everyone has been so indoctrinated and muddled with the not truth that they can't see the true message of Christ. And I believe that I have the actually only person in my life that actually knows the true message of Christ, which is why people say that you're not supposed to lay down your life for your friend. Well, Christ, if he loved you enough to lay down his life for you, I'm pretty sure he would want for me to lay down my life for a stranger because he loved me enough to do it for me. So I love another human being enough to do it for them. But Hank says, well, you're not dead yet. But that doesn't mean I'm not trying to be Christ-like.
If you were the only one that saw the truth, then why would you deprive the world of that truth?
I haven't deprived anyone. I'm not the one who sit here and yell and try to scream.
For your unenlightened friend.
Oh. So I should purposely go out there and just die because Christ says that if given the opportunity to give your life in the situation for an emergency, then I should just go out there and throw my life away just simply because Christ asked me to do it. That is not the entire purpose, and you're misconstrued.
I'm just asking for clarification.
Like I told you, Hank, twice in my life, I put my life on the line to rescue a female from an abusive boyfriend. Okay. But luckily that it didn't get to the point where the guy pulled out a gun or shot me or stabbed me or had a group of guys come to murder me. Luckily, I was able to be man enough to handle it myself. Nothing more came of it. So should I have antagonized the guy who was choking his girlfriend? Should I antagonize him to the point that he went and got his buddies and then gang jumped me? I mean, you're pointing out hypotheticals. In the moment, if it's between me and a random stranger who's about to die in a burning car, unless I know I can't save him, am I going to just throw myself into a burning car knowing he's already charged like Anakin Skywalker? No, I'm not, because he's already gone. God be with him. There's nothing I can do. There's a difference between in the moment, can you save someone jumping in front of a bullet to save their life, compared to purposely getting yourself killed knowing that in the end it's redundant in the end.
Well, if you know that person's like a serial killer, would you still do it?
Yes. Because you're missing the ultimate point of Jesus Christ. If Christ is supposed to forgive even the thief on the cross or anyone else for their sins, you're supposed to be. The whole point of Christ is if you can't forgive people who have done you wrong, how can you ever forgive those who are evil? That's the whole point of Christ. That's my view on Christ.
Hold on. If your family and you sacrifice yourself for a serial killer to live, and then he can go and serial kill your family, is that really doing a service, or is that just,
I think you should love yourself more.
Again, you're bringing in more hypotheticals. When I'm talking about laying my life on the line for a random person who's in danger, I'm talking about if you're just out there going about your daily life, and through circumstance of randomness, you're thrown into a situation where it's a life and death between you and the other person. Are you going to throw that person up on the ledge while yours collapses? That's what I'm talking about.
Serial killer breaks into someone's house, he kills their family, the guy chases, say, "Oh, don't kill this guy," and then you sacrifice yourself, and then you saved a serial killer, he kills everybody because you saved him, right? So I'm just saying, like, there are times.
Okay, yes, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be compromises, but then again, not everyone can be like Christ. So where Christ isn't going to do that, I'm supposed to be like him. So just because, again, you're bringing up hypotheticals of a serial killer who does this. If a serial killer were to kill someone in my family, I'm going to do the best I can to forgive him, because one, I'm not going to be able to get to him in order to be able to do what I would like to him, because why? Christ tells me not to live in revenge or hatred, which is what I choose to do. Horrible things have been done to me in my life by many people. Do I actually hate them people for what they've done? No, I've slowly learned, but surely, to forgive them people and learn to love them again, which is what Christ teaches me to do. You know, I don't understand why so many people have the true message of Christ, which is they're not just saying be a good person and here's a good sticker. Now you get to go to heaven. That's not the message of Christ.
What about you, Hank? What do you think? What does your Christ say?
Oh, yeah. My Christ teaches us how to transform ourselves for what we need to do, whatever that is.
Well, Hank, are you born again? Because until you're born again, there is no transformation. You can't enter the kingdom of heaven with the mind of a sinner. You have to be born again as in a baby mind, which means you have to be able to disconnect from every single sin that you've ever participated in, because God cannot allow your unholiness around him whatsoever. Which
God's
is why
omnipotent.
Well, Hank's going to ask you, what part of the Bible did you find that in? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, what part of the Bible did you find that in?
What part?
Exactly. What part?
I'm talking about in reference to what?
The born again part.
I can't pull it up while I'm on the device I'm using. Give me a second. I have to pull up a second device.
Okay.
Sorry,
yeah,
I don't have a computer. I can't pull it up.
That's too bad. So when you say God can't do something, I know you're worshiping a lesser God. So I don't have to.
I never said that God couldn't do anything. It's mankind who can't do it. I've never once said that God can't move mountains or create a beautiful canvas or anything like that. I never once said that God can't do this. It's mankind that can't do it.
Yeah, say God can't forgive someone unless blah, 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 blah. Well, you're wrong, because God's already wrong. God can't. Period.
Okay, John 3:3. Jesus says that Christians must be born again to see the kingdom of God. John 16:21. A woman experiences sorrow during labor, but joy after giving birth. That's not what I'm looking for. It's giving me. This is why I don't like using satanic Google. The only top
satanic Bing. Use satanic DuckDuckGo. Use satanic Bible Gateway directly.
Okay, where is it? John 3:3. Jesus replied, "Verily, truly, I tell you, no one can see the kingdom of God unless they are born again." Which means you have to be able to completely separate the human experience that you've already experienced throughout your life and be able to start anew, as if you put yourself into a program in like the Matrix in the White Room, and you could rewrite your brain as if it's the first time you've ever experienced the world. And I'm pretty sure everyone on this panel and anyone who's on this planet right now has fallen short of being capable. As much as I may sit here and say and defend what I truly believe, I know that I fall short. Glory to God. If I'm wrong and there is no purpose of Christ, then I would love for any one of you, and I'm going to say this politely, motherfuckers, to sit here and tell me, then why did the name of Christ save me? Is it because I believe in Christ so much that it managed to save me? If that's your logical reason for why now over 8 or 9 times that I've what I consider dying feels like, and the only name that's ever saved me was not God, it wasn't Yahweh, it wasn't Yeshua, it was Jesus Christ or Christ, and that's what saved me and pulled me out of what I consider to be either demonic possession or death's grip.
I think I know the title of Machine's next book is going to be, instead of Christ pilled, it's going to be Christ placebo.
So it's gonna be just because that I believed in the word Christ or the image or the idea of Christ so much, then I might as well call it on Batman, right? Oh, Batman saved me, right? So
Maybe.
That's what people. So it's because of the power of my mind that's what saved me. If that's the case, then none of us are spiritual, and every single one of us are just as dead inside as what Christ claims we are.
Yeah,
I'll put it this way.
Too.
Well, I'll put it this way: my belief in Christ doesn't impact any way, shape, or form on any other human being on this planet. So if at least I can say that when it comes time, at least my little bit of mustard seed faith in Christ got me to heaven, compared to everyone who either outright rejects him or claims to believe in him and yet spits in his face every single day. At least I'm willing to admit that if Christ did exist, and if a man loved me so much he was willing to die on a cross for me, that I loved him enough back that I believe that he's worthy of my worship. Yes, I believe that God can forgive man of his sins in the end. But if you truly understand the spiritualness of why Christ had to come to earth, which means he had to come here to redeem the flesh. I love you, TML, but you're missing the whole point of Christ, which is he had to redeem the flesh. It's like a spiritual contract. Okay, he had to heal the flesh, not just the spirit of man. He had to heal the flesh because the devil managed to destroy that. That was the purpose of Christ dying on the cross for us, was so that
in the
he could repair the.
I have
What?
more important things to do than trying to get membership into a celestial country club.
Well, then there you go. But you go ahead and worry about, your New World Orders and all your other stuff that y'all on here debating, when in reality, it's more of a spiritual warfare than what it ever is a human warfare. Because you see, they're in their bunkers planning on depopulating us in the next fucking few months to a years, like they do in the fucking Resident Evil movies and all these other American horror story apocalypse. I'm already in the country club.
After you lose, you need to get in that
already in that country club, but I'm trying to make sure that I bring as many people to that country club so that way they don't fucking.
All right, let me ask Hank a question really quick. Hank, what do you mean to get into the spiritual country club? What's the difference between that and what you think Jesus was telling us?
Jesus says we better learn to transform so we can actually win the battle, rather than try to focus on getting that country club.
What do you say to that, Inner Darkness?
I mean, I do agree, but I think it's a both kind of thing. It
sounds like Valhalla. Sounds like Valhalla. I kind of like that.
Yeah, Valhalla.
The white man came across the sea, brought us pain and misery. We fought him hard. Yeah, whatever.
Well, wait, there's no. You said it's both, right? So I'm just saying, like, if it's both, then it's both. Like you become a spiritual warrior, and your reward is go Valhalla with God.
Yes. You don't just get a crown of life by laying down one's life for a stranger. You can get a crown of life if you dedicate your entire life to spreading the gospel. Like the part where Jesus tells people, depart from me, ye workers of iniquity, I never knew you. But they sit here and say, well, Lord, didn't we cast demons out in your name? Didn't we perform miracles in your name? These are people who, let's completely disregard that they're sinners. Everyone's a sinner, so there's no point to bring up whether they were sinless or not. But let's say that these people never, took advantage of the Christian system that we know that some preachers do with, what they do to their churches. And he did the best he could, and he honestly believed 100% that, he was doing everything right by the book, and he, maybe didn't perform exorcisms, but let's say he baptized people and brought people to Christ and all this stuff, and then boom, in the end of his life, after he's shown everything and he's judged and all of his deeds are put on the scales and he's still sent to hell. Well, guess what? It's part of God's will and you have no control anyway. But my belief is that Christ is your lawyer and he's there to defend you for your sins. Even if you're asking God to forgive you, God, as much as he loves you, he hates your sins. So as much as God loves you and wants to let you into his golden gates, he also has to keep you away from them. And the point of Jesus Christ is to give you a chance to talk for yourself. Because in reality, God doesn't give a shit what you have to say, Frank, whatever the hell your name is.
Yeah,
he
God can retcon those sins, so it's not my problem. I'm not going to try to kiss his ass. He can just retcon the sins if he wants me there.
Yes.
And if we refuse to do it, then so what?
It's all knowing and as all powerful as what God is. God did not understand truly human emotions until he came into the flesh. Which is why he had to come into the flesh to truly understand what it meant to be human. God had to know what it meant to wipe his ass, to pee out of his penis, to be hungry, to be sad.
For something I don't have control over. And if God doesn't understand
you're
that,
satanic.
he can just bring me in hell.
Satanic.
So what?
Believe in Christ.
He made me satanic.
No, he didn't. You chose to be satanic. You chose to reject the message. You chose to reject Christ.
And Satan.
You chose to reject Christ.
I have both.
Oh, ye of little faith.
Ye
hypocrites. You'd be a Pharisee. You would have been one of them people right there ripping your clothes and garments as Jesus proclaimed himself to be the Son of God. Hush your mouth. You don't scare me. You and all your demons climbing up in your booty hole, Hank.
Okay, fear porn producer.
No, it's just I know the truth. I know that there's a Christ. I know there's a Christ who's going to come back and he's going to put everything right. And you're going to be here when it all happens. You're going to be one of them people, like he says, that all knees and tongues will bow and confess that Jesus Christ is Lord.
Well, hold on. Let me ask Hank a question really quick. So, Hank, you said that we need to spiritually level up and fight something. So what are we supposed to fight exactly?
The people in charge. I think that's pretty clear.
You can fight the people in charge, but you have a whole entire population that's willing to go along with everything that they're doing and act like it's not happening. So once again, you're fighting a redundant. It's redundant. It's redundant. It's like Hydra. You can remove the 13 heads, and 50 more are going to grow back right back in its place until you realize that the problem is spiritual. You can fight the demons all you want.
Hit them harder. Like Dragon Ball Z, hit them harder. That usually works.
Wouldn't you want to build the? Wouldn't you want to bottom of the
pyramid? Kick at me in the dick.
Wouldn't you want to build up the bottom of the pyramid before you go to the top, though?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you think Jesus says about how to go about that?
You're asking me?
We copy him. Do what he does.
Yes, through Christ, through Christ's life, you were supposed to buy kind of like the Bible, basic instructions before leaving Earth. You're supposed to use the guideline of Christ's miracles and workings to mold yourself into a Christ-like image, because the kingdom of God is in all men. So yes, in order for you to truly understand Christ, you have to live by his teachings. And until you start doing that, you're always going to be on this lukewarm, I believe in God, but Christ isn't real. I mean, I'm sorry, but to sit here and completely you're completely fear porn. Okay.
Yeah,
so then you tell me. Then you tell me what was the purpose of Christ? What's the difference between Neurojack going out here and dying on a cross and proclaiming that God is God? What's the difference between him and Jesus Christ? Nothing.
Jesus is famous.
Wow, Jesus is famous. Okay, so Arnold Schwarzenegger goes out there and says, "I'm Christ," and goes and puts himself on the cross. What's the difference?
I can't tell the difference now.
Okay, well, I can tell you the difference. Saying, "Help me, Arnold Schwarzenegger, take away my freedoms," didn't save me 9 times in my life. The name of Christ did. So there's my proof.
Did we have a control test? Did you try version Arnold Schwarzenegger instead? So we need a control test, and we need another test. So we need
Jack. I'm just going to tell you,
Arnold Schwarzenegger, and once the study comes out, we can understand if it made a difference.
Oh man! Well, I tell you what. If we all manage to live until we're old, and we all enter the grave, and then when we all die, and if there is a God, and he brings us back, and it's time for our second judgment, and if there is a Christ, just remember, when it's time for you to speak to him, you heard about him and you rejected him, and he's going to reject you too, because I'm just going to tell you, Hank, it saved me.
Don't assume
I believe if you're rejecting the Christ, then yes, you're rejecting the entire system.
Well, here's what I'm going to tell him. I don't have omnipotence. I didn't design myself, and if I don't, until I do, you can't really.
That's right. That's right. Now you see why I'm a satanic Christian, because I feel the same way, Hank. I think my life is unfair. I don't think I should burn in hell for all of eternity because I was born into a life full of sin that I didn't choose to be born into. But you know what? It's God's will, right? But I'm going to tell you now, through my human experience of experiencing it, it was the name of Christ that has saved me, not Muhammad, not Buddha, not Shiva the Destroyer, none of these other thousands of other gods who have been made up by mankind, not the Anunnaki, not Bilderberg, not Bill Gates. It was Christ. It was the word Christ, and whether y'all want to say it was my mental ability to pull myself out of it, I don't believe that. I don't believe that I'm strong mentally enough.
Maybe you're here to deceive me and you use a different name, but you want me to use Christ to send me to hell.
No, I believe in the name Christ. That is the honest to. If I don't believe in swearing in the Bible, because the Bible tells you not to swear on anything, but if the Bible was here, I would.
let me ask Hank a question. So Hank, you believe in demons. Have you experienced one?
Absolutely.
But you don't see them as a bad thing per se, or
yeah,
what?
not necessarily.
So would you ever, if you ever did find one, would you call upon the name of Jesus to dispel them?
I tried it. Sometimes Jesus doesn't do the whole
No, it's
job.
your faith. It's your faith. It's your faith. It's your faith.
It's
your faith.
Are you me? Am I supposed to answer? Or you're supposed to answer for me. Because if you're supposed to answer for me, you can just
because
do
it's
that
the truth. I can call out the demons in people, Hank. You don't have faith. You don't have faith.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
It's not just the words.
It doesn't work for me, so I don't use it. It's
buddy,
a bad tool for me.
They
but
put
you
it
say,
right
no,
in
you're
movies.
going to hell.
They
You
put
don't
it
do
in
it
your
the way
movies.
I tell you
I
to
never
do
said you're going to hell.
So what?
Look how
Send me to
angry he
hell.
is. Look at them
Send me to
demons.
hell.
Look at them demons. Come out of
Send
you
me
in
to
the
hell.
name of Jesus Christ. I deliver you, Hank, in the name of Christ. Let them demons out, brother. Cry on the shoulder.
No, you're too weak.
I love you guys. I really do.
Yeah, level up. So the answer's no.
In the name of Jesus, come out of him. Oh wait,
No.
let me do the fake tongues. Take me up the mountain so I can drink from the fountain too.
Well, I have a better idea. Can you or Zephyr like ask Hank's demon like what's his name and what's he doing? What color is he and something?
I don't see the point in that.
No,
because
because in reality, okay, in the name of Jesus Christ, whatever demon inhabits the body of Hank, deliver your name to me.
No.
Yep. See, it's not. It doesn't work like that, Neurojack. It really takes an actual spiritual intervention in person with Christ in spirit in order to be able to deliver a person from true evil.
I've seen advertisements.
I know. I've seen advertisement too, where you can call an exorcist and get exercised over the phone. But they said the same thing when they charged me for sex talk. So
you could do it yourself, DIY. You could do it.
Exactly. You can do it yourself. If it was not, do you think it was a preacher who saved me, Hank? No, it was not. It was my honest to God belief in Christ that has delivered me from what I believe is the hands of demonic entities that was either trying to kill me or take possession for whatever need. That's what I honestly believe.
No, truth is just a feeling.
I guess.
Well, I think what he failed to see is that Christ can work like that, and other things can work like that as well.
Yes, but it also depends on how much your belief in Christ. You can't expect Christ to do all the work. That's what people is missing about the message. You can't just expect Christ to do it all for you. You have to put in as much of an effort as he is. You can't sit here and go about your life, all your life sinning, and then, oh, God forgive me, Jesus forgive me, and then boop, here's your get out of jail free card. You have to actively, every single second, like the Bible tells you, a man who truly believes in God and Christ will live every second of his life through heaven's eyes. That every single second, every thought, every action, every deed that you do is being cataloged and recorded and is going to be used against you in a court of law. I just choose to believe that I have a defender named Jesus Christ compared to everyone else. And what's funny is that if Christ isn't real, then tell me, why is he one of the most made fun of deities in all of media? Why don't you ever see Muhammad being twerked on at a gay parade, or Shiva the Destroyer being made fun of on Saturday Night Live or Mad TV? It's only the image of Christ or the message or the spirituality of Christ that is constantly, every time you turn around, made fun of, ridiculed,
I don't think you look too hard.
Oh, it's because it's not the real religion. That's right. So, okay. So
no, that's not my answer. Okay, you just got to have a conversation yourself.
What is it?
You didn't look too hard. You can find them. If you check TV Narcs, I would check Rule 34. They're on there. I mean, Muhammad had what's called centerpiece in South Park.
Oh, you're missing the entire point. You don't hear people. A Muslim can go out in the street and preach Muhammad and the message of whatever they believe in, and they won't face the ridicule or the hatred that a Christian will. Now, I'm not saying the whole go out there and tell people you're going to hell, but just simply telling a hateful LGBTQ trans person that Christ loves you and that he wants you to get closer to him, and they're willing to put a bullet in your head. But yeah, okay, it's not the right religion.
You know why though? It's because a lot of Christians don't really
I understand a lot of Christians don't know how to preach the true message, but I'm not one of them Christians who are just going to go out here and tell you that you're going to burn in hell because you take a dick in your ass.
And the wrong message, they're not willing to like sacrifice their life to preach.
Wow, you can go out there and apparently tell them the real message and it get you nowhere either. You can be someone like me and seem crazy as fuck and it still doesn't get the message across. So it's either a damn do you do or you damn do you don't, or you have the actual intervening divineness of God to work through you and be able to touch people and give them the spirit, as they call it.
Well, if you're damned either way, just relax. No need to get worked up over it.
I mean, I don't get worked over it, Hank. There's a clear distinction between other people and me. I'm completely 100% able to remove all emotions. When I sit here and sound like I'm getting heated, it's simply because I know how to get people to listen.
Fear porn.
How's that working out for you?
Fear porn. And it's kind of funny. Y'all continue talking to me, don't you? If I didn't have something to say that y'all have never either thought or to think to say, you wouldn't even bother to engage any argument with me.
No, that's not true at all. Because I'm working on some projects and I need more data. And you're
that's right. That's right. You little fucking Agent Smith. They are no one and they are everyone. Talking about I need to work on my little project. I need to put you in a little box because all I know how to work with is diagrams and graphs because my mind is so primitive.
Yes, I'm retarded.
My name's Hank. I gotta work with pictures.
Now turn that around on yourself. And how does that feel?
I am a sinner who understands that I am a sinner who deserves to burn in hell, and through Jesus Christ I am saved through his blood. You got a problem with that, Missy? Because I sure as hell don't.
I do.
So if you deserve to burn in hell, why are you trying to get into the country club? Just accept your hell.
I accepted that I deserve hell a long time ago. What does that got to do with the fact that I'm trying to bring others to Christ to know that your eternal spirit is going to end up somewhere? But you see, people like you, and unfortunately TML don't think that the flesh needed to be redeemed in a spiritual contract, because as much as everyone wants to deny it, God and devil have a kind of spiritual contract going on about who can sway and win over more than the other.
Why are you trying to sneak into a country club and you deserve hell? It doesn't make sense.
I'm not sneaking into anything. Jesus Christ, through his blood, has already allowed me into it, which is why I'm wasting my time arguing with satanic people like you. I could be going out here about my day, doing about whatever the hell I wanted, and not have to conversate with people like y'all. But when I'm sitting here and for the last 30 years that I've been alive, and everything points to the fact that Christ sure does seem to be real, the devil sure does seem to be real, God sure does seem to be real, and everyone's ignoring that your reality is literally dissipating around you. And I'm not talking about the Matrix where they're resetting the coding and you're going to start seeing the water start to glitch out, or a cloud glitch out. It's nothing like that, but your actual materialistic world is being broken down around you, and my belief in Christ is what's allowed me to see it. The only way, including who my brother is, all the things that I've ever pointed out to him since I became spiritually awoken is things that he never even saw. And you know what got me to those conclusions was Christ. It was the fact that Christ got me to all them solutions. I used to get A's in science class when I was going to public school. I loved science, okay? But you want to know what it was that woke me up to the fact that the very reality that they're pushing me in my school is not
Jesus
the truth?
told you time for space.
Jesus Christ, because I was in a dream with Jesus Christ where he showed me how creation actually worked. And let me tell you something, Hank, it ain't a fucking ball. But you know how many people believe it?
The planet's not a ball. What's with Jesus' proof? I want to see that.
Oh boy, here we go. We got a NASA defender.
Yeah, no, I'm not a NASA defender.
Yes, you are. Shut up.
I'm a geometry defender.
I never said that the Earth was flat. I never said the Earth was flat. I never said the Earth was flat.
I want to know how Jesus disproved the ball.
God tells you that it's like a seal under clay, buddy. With the firmament being like a tent stretched out over you. Hush your mouth, Lucifer. Hush.
Shut up and believe
deceiver.
You
snake.
Believe. Put my faith in you.
Snake. I'm a slippery little sneaky snake.
You said Jesus told you how the planet's not a ball. I asked for the evidence Jesus presents you, and you say, "Shut up and believe me." That's ridiculous.
I told you the evidence. The evidence is right there in the book if you read it. But you don't believe in Christ, so you might as well disregard the Bible, Hank. You don't believe that Christ is the Savior of mankind, so why the fuck do you believe in it, you hypocrite? That's the point. You're a hypocrite. I'm not.
Okay, yes, you are a hypocrite.
No, I'm not, because I know I'm a sinner. No, I'm not, because I know I'm a sinner.
You're trying to get to heaven and you don't deserve it. You're a hypocrite. Hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
I'm not a hypocrite.
Yes, you are.
Do you admit that you're a sinner and that you're deserving of hell?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm not going to try to sneak into heaven anyways, just because hell feels bad.
Oh, okay. Well, you see, the problem is that you're never going to move spiritually in your belief, just like someone like TML probably would never move in his spiritual belief, just like someone like me.
You can make the determination where to go. Yes. Otherwise, you wouldn't be being. You wouldn't be reading right now.
I would say, Haynes, the only thing that even gives you a mustard seed of hope of even getting into heaven is that you claim to believe in God. But you know how many people say, God bless America, or God bless this, and their God is a completely different God. So I'm going to call you out and go on a limb and say that the God you believe in is actually not my God, which is the God who created my universe. Created my universe. The only person who's a part of your created universe is Satan. Sorry, bud.
I'm not a dualist.
Your God is Satan.
You're the dualist.
How am I a dualist? How am I a dualist?
Because you believe in Satan. You think Satan's as powerful as God. I say God is the moment.
Hey, Hank, you don't think the devil believes in you? What a retarded fallacy. What a fucking retarded fallacy. I don't believe in the devil, so therefore he doesn't believe in me. I mean, if one exists, then the other therefore must exist. So yes, if you believe in God, there must therefore be a devil, or why would there even be a mention of the devil in the Bible? So if you're going to sit here and you're just like all the white preachers, you're just like all the white preachers who pick and choose what parts of the Bible they want to use for their agenda, just like everyone else.
Yeah, just including you. Including you.
Because I know both sides of it.
Yes.
I know both sides of it. No.
Yes.
No. Give me one. Give me one, Mr. Hank. Give me one. I believe in Christ. I believe in Christ. I believe in Christ.
Let me look for it.
Where's my duality? You're the one claiming that Jesus Christ only said to die for friends, which I know the Bible verse that literally turns around and says that Christ asked you to give up your life as he gave up his life for you. So, you know, but I'm a liar. I don't know Christ.
Yeah, John 8:7. There you go. Which one's that? KJV. Someone continued asking him. He lifted himself up and said unto him, he who is without sin among you, let him cast a stone at her. So there you go.
Okay, I never said that I was sinless. So what the fuck does that have to do with anything? I never claimed that I was sinless. I never once said that I was perfect.
Why are you judging me then?
You obviously don't. I never judged you. I never once said, Hank, that I think you deserve to go in hell by your own volition. You should know that. I don't have to tell you that. If you truly knew the word of God, then you would know that you're deserving of it anyway. A Christian or a preacher shouldn't have to come along and say, Hank, taking dick up the ass is wrong, because if you knew the true God, you know it's wrong, right?
So why are you preaching?
Because people like you clearly don't clean the earwax out of their ears and listen to anything with actual knowledge seems to say, like TML, how he sits here and wastes 12 hours with people who are never going to spiritually awaken.
Then you should start saying some actual knowledge instead of wasting my time.
Oh, actual knowledge. Actual knowledge and fear porn. See, it's always fear porn. If you like porn so much, Hank, get off of here and go touch yourself, because you're the only one talking about porn or being afraid. Whoever said being afraid? Waking up people to what's actually happening around them, like Morpheus out of the Matrix, is not the same as being fearful. It's wanting to wake up the people who are living around you, and you don't want their souls to perish. I'm sorry, would you prefer me to perpetuate the Matrix and continue having people take their fucking pills and be docile and be stupid while they sit here and depopulate us and enslave us? Is that what you prefer? Because that's what you sound like, Chaos Agent, Mr. Agent Smith. That's what you sound like.
What
Because
if
let me
I
tell
say
you something.
yes? What
Because
if
let
I
me
say
tell you
yes?
something. Because let me tell you something. There are people who are listening to people like Neurojack and TML and people like me. They're concerned way more about people like me and them than they are people like you with your graphs. Because you are so spiritually dead. Even TML, even though TML doesn't believe in Christ, he's just as much as dangerous knowledge-wise as I am, just because of our beliefs.
Oh, don't insult him. I'm sorry, don't insult him like that. That's
I'm insulting you, Hank. I'm insulting you.
You're insulting TML by comparing his
Mr.
law to
Tarot
yours.
Card, Mr. I believe in God, yet touch fucking occultic Satanism like divination.
Oh
Tarot
my!
card
It's
is
getting a
divination.
freaking cardboard. You're freaking cardboard. You're
I thought you knew the Bible. I thought you knew the Bible. Oh, I thought you knew the Bible, Hank.
If
It
you're
says right
God's
there.
weaker than
It says,
fucking cardboard,
it says
Jesus
right
has to be
there.
destroyed.
It's a part of divination. It's a part of occultism. It's trying to reach spirits, Hank. You're an idiot. It's reaching spirits. You're not calling upon God or the Spirit of Christ.
Is the Holy Spirit a spirit?
Oh, so what? Now you're going to say that you use tarot cards to channel the Holy Spirit? If that's not Luciferian in its words.
Is the Holy Spirit a spirit?
I never try to channel the Holy Spirit. I talk to Christ. I talk to God. I have never once said, Holy Spirit, forgive me. I don't direct my prayers to either. I direct it to God or Jesus, but most of the time it's Jesus, because I know that Jesus Christ is the actual true mediator, no man on earth but him. He was the true mediator.
Oh, where's Jesus live on earth right now?
Never said he was on the earth right now. I said the only
no
one
man
on
earth is the mediator. So
yeah,
that implies that he's on earth mediating. So where on earth is Jesus mediating?
That means that you can go to any synagogue, any mosque, any church today, and no man is going to save your sin. Only Christ can. That's what I'm talking about. Stop trying to misconstrue my words because your little simple fucking graph mind can't understand it.
Okay. Wait, what do you guys want me to mediate? I didn't catch what the argument's about. I
mean, he said that Jesus is the only man on earth that can mediate your connection to God. And I asked him where on earth is Jesus right now, and he doesn't want to answer the question.
You said where?
Because Christ isn't on earth; he is in heaven with the Father until he returns.
Then what are you crying and whining about then?
How is literally quoting the Bible basically word for word or given the actual general gist of the Bible and its message have anything to do with what you just said? I'm literally describing the Bible and how Christ works and how it's supposed to work for people who, in layman terms, can't understand all these parables. That's all it is. Someone like you, Hank, who, even though I've dumbed it down for you pretty freaking simply, you still can't quite understand the true message of Christ and why he's the actual savior of men's souls.
No, I understand your message. Your message, do what you tell me to do.
Is to follow Christ.
Jesus,
is to follow Christ.
Jesus talks to me more than he talks to you. I understand your message.
You don't pray to Christ.
Yes. Did you tell me that to follow Jesus?
Why would Christ talk to you? Why would Christ talk to you? He's not the Son of God. Remember, you just go to God. So see, you're an idiot. You literally sit here and call me a dualist, but yet you sit here and you double tongue everything that you say, Hank. Do you not hear that about yourself? Oh, I believe in God, but Christ talks to me. If Christ isn't special in your domain, then why the hell would you say that? Again, you're sitting here trying to say that what I say is a fallacy or redundant or whatever, but yet you turn around in your very own sentence and make a redundant statement like, oh, I believe in God, but Christ talks to me. Well, if Christ isn't your Lord and Savior like I believe in, then why would you even mention Christ? You should be like TML, who doesn't see him nothing more than a prophet and a miracle worker.
You know what? I should just let you control my language. What am I allowed to say in darkness?
Well, I think Machine sees him as more than a miracle worker and a prophet. He sees him as like.
What I'm saying is, in the general consensus of most Muslims, when you hear them talk, they say that they don't believe that Christ is the Son of God and that, you know, he was a very special person in God's eye who came here to do this particular type of thing. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, sure, but all I'm saying is like there's a. I
know there's a lot more, but I'm not trying to go into every description or long detail about it.
I'm just trying to let you know that like my perception of this issue is that a lot of the reasons that people have a disconnect is because you don't understand a lot of what we think of as Christianity has a lot of metaphysics and philosophy that's injected into it. So again, doesn't mean that one or the other is wrong. I'm still a Christian, but all I'm saying is like a lot of the things that people see as like, Islam is this or that is just because they don't understand, like there's fundamental like differences in the view of like what Earth is and all this. So it's like, I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I'm just saying like it's much more sophisticated,
And my true intention, Hank, is to not get on here and get you flustered or angry. It really is. It's just and the same thing goes for me. Some things that you say get me to pry the little screws off of my brain and, open up my brain to maybe things that I haven't thought about. Again, there's a difference between people like me and other people who get on panel versus who can't separate their real life person and their internet persona or search for inner knowledge or more knowledge like me. I'm able to separate how I actually emotionally and physically, mentally, emotionally, whatever you want to say, can feel about my own personal beliefs or my own point of views compared to getting on here with Joe Blow down the street who we don't know and just going off the rails with them. That's the difference between most people on these panels, is that they can't for some reason be able to separate their personal issues from what they believe, where I can. For me, I'm going to use my personal experience for why I believe in Christ. I'm going to tell you right now that I know for a fact at least 9 times in my life since the age of 9, here I am, a 30-year-old man, that nothing other than me calling upon the name of Christ is what has saved me from what I believe to be demonic possessions. Now, I could be wrong. I could be on drugs. Maybe I was suffocated when I was a child. Who fucking knows? But it's my personal belief, and I will go to my grave telling every person, if my belief in Christ is true, then when it's time for me to be judged, he's going to be like, well, that burning desire you had inside of you to, say what you were feeling about what you experienced. And, if in my belief, I'm going to regret it if I don't get out here and say, hey, you know what? I experienced this because of my religion and here's my experiences. Maybe it's not for you, Hank, but there is plenty of people out there who have gone through the exact same things that I have, who are looking for what I've been searching for, which is, what is my purpose here? Why do I go through the sufferings that I go through? And I've chosen to put my faith in Christ because he's the only deity other than God himself who I've chosen to say, wow, he was an amazing human if he actually existed. He loved me so much that he was willing to take nails in his body and piercings and spittings and lashings and verbal things and a crown of thorns to be shoved into his head. What other human being on this planet, not even my own family or your family, Hank, would die on a cross for you most likely?
Probably the Buddha.
Now, oh, Jesus. The point is that he is the only person to have ever claimed to love every human enough to die for them. Okay? Sure, firefighters. Shut up. Firefighter. Oh, really?
Shut up.
Hank.
Shut
when
up.
Was the last time?
When was the last time?
Yeah, Hank. Because when was the last time? When was the last time you heard on national news that someone went out there and gave up their life for the doomsday button to not be pressed on humanity? When was the last time you ever heard of someone actually dying? Oh, no, you're bringing up a situation where the soldiers of the earth are the fucking little peons and the little pawns to be used by rich people to gain their oils in other people's countries. So shut up. You're still asleep. You still don't understand the grand scope of what's going around you.
I understand what's going on. You're trying to suck up the air.
No, you won't.
You're trying to be a wannabe cult leader.
You're talking about soldiers.
And you said you are the new prophet of Christ. You're not the first one I met. You're not the first one.
Do you not realize that soldiers are nothing more and nothing less than a bunch of cannon fodder to be slaughtered?
I don't.
Then there you go. That's why you're still retarded. And I'm sorry for using that word, but that's the truth. Until you realize that even people who died during World War I, died World War II, died during the invasion of Afghanistan. Because you're still asleep. You're still part of the Matrix. You're still part of the Matrix. Still part of the Matrix, just like billions of other peoples on this planet. At least TML and Neurojack are a little bit more aware of it. Unlike you, Hank, you're still living in it. Get out of your graphs and diagrams.
Yeah, because Neurojack and the Machine Life definitely put their faith in you.
No, they don't put their faith in me, but they know that what I'm talking about, albeit their beliefs may be a little bit more different than mine, they know that it's at least a little bit more closer to the truth than what you're thinking of. To sit here and think that there isn't a spiritual warfare going on in every single aspect of your human life is fallacy. But yet you sit here, yes, you do, because you don't believe in Christ.
Okay, you don't believe in Christ. Okay, you have your narrative. We're in our third loop. You're not even listening to what I actually said, so I'm going to step out because we're not getting anywhere. You have your narrative. You reject my answers that I actually gave you. Everyone can see that to fit your narrative. So I just let people stew.
No, you're just not going to get me to actually refuse Christ, which is what the Antichrist wants me to do. You want me to reject Christ, and I will never reject Christ, you demon. You're never going to get me. You are never going to get me to mess up and reject the Son of the living God, Jesus Christ. You will never get me to do it, Satan. Nice try, Satan. It won't work. You will never get me to deny my faith in Jesus Christ because He saved me.
And that's black and white thinking right there. You sound like a zebra. Black and white
zebra. Oh no, it's a zebra. Oh no. Now he's bringing up. Now he's bringing up colors.
The machine likes know what a zebra is. So I don't. Yeah. I won't explain it to you right now.
Okay. Well, you're right. I'm wrong, Hank. So I'll be the one burning in hell while you to go live up there with P. Diddy, right?
Wait, what happened, Hank? Oh, Hank left. Okay, so I missed. What did he say at the end there? I missed that.
I'm not really sure, to be honest. Most of the time it's hard for me to kind of understand Hank. I don't know if it's microphone issues or if it's just, the way he speaks. Sometimes I have to, really listen to understand. But, for me, look, it's my truth. It's my belief. And I'm going to go to my grave professing what I profess because it's the only truth that I can see. I have tried looking at it from people like TML's perspective, from so many other different type of religious perspectives, non-religious perspectives, satanic perspectives, and a true Satanist, these people who are rich and actually worship the devil, these people who control your world would look you right in the face and tell you that, yes, we believe in Satan as much as this guy is claiming he believes in Christ. And they actively every single day do everything in the name of Satan. So to sit here and try to argue with someone like me, who's on the opposite side of the aisle, arguing for the guy who's supposed to be the good guy, and then every time you turn around, they're trying to get you to denounce the name of Christ. You're never, no matter, oh, you're a dualist, oh, you don't get this part right. Yeah, I can sit right here and return the argument through the Bible, but yet I don't know Christ. I don't know what I'm talking about, yet I can sit here and point out both sides. I can point out the atheist satanic side of being a person and believing in Christ and God, because that's all of us. Who doesn't have problems with God on a daily basis? Oh man, my life sucks, kick rocks, God. I mean, that's everyone. But at least be willing to admit it, unlike someone like Hank, who, okay, he's completely disregards his belief in Christ. Well, then people like me and him, or anyone who doesn't believe in Christ, you're always going to have that barrier between it, because in my belief, the only thing that gets you to where I'm at spiritually is the belief in that Christ died for your sins and that He is the Son of God. Anything that tries to get you, let's just put it this way, in my religion, Christ tells me that if I reject Him, He's going to reject me. And I am never, ever going to say that Jesus Christ was not the Son of God and that He did not give His life for me. If that is false, if that is wrong, then whatever afterlife that comes after this one is no one's fault but my own if I end up there. But to sit here and trying to make enemies out of each other over something as simple as is okay, but you're still not willing to attack the root of the problem, which is, yes, humans are as much as the problem as it is a spiritual thing, but they have the soul world shrouded in lies and darkness that, what is it, 80% of the population of the world completely denounces the idea of deities. So again, apply that to anything. Okay, people like me, I don't believe in aliens, but what happens tomorrow is something like the Battle of Los Angeles happens tomorrow. How many people are going to sit here and be convinced that you have fucking aliens come over to take over your planet when in reality it could be holograms or people pretending to be aliens or it's actual fucking demons? Because in fact, the Battle of Armageddon is supposed to be a spiritual battle as much as it is a human battle. You think it's just going to be soldiers on the front lines and tanks and drones? No, there's going to be spiritual creatures on the battlefield as well. It's going to be a spiritual battle, but I'm the fucking crazy one. So take it as you want it. I'm just saying, you can fight against the human part of the system all you want, but until you get mankind into the spiritualness of the battle, just like the Bible tells you, just like my Christ tells you, the world is covered in darkness. The ruler of this world is Satan, and even the very elect of Christians will be fooled by him. What does that tell you? What does that tell you if God himself and Jesus himself is telling you that even the people who claim to love me and believe in me and worship me are going to be fooled by this guy? Then imagine how programmable and indoctrinatable and programmable everyone is up until that point. And people think I'm the crazy person. TML is much more non-crazy than I am, because at least he can see that how they're using technology compared to the other dude who was saying, I think there's a distinction between the use of the technology. I mean, even to an extent I do too, but you can't sit here and admit that technology in of itself, its creation is evil because you're trying to imitate what God already gave you. You're imitating life when God already gave you the ability to create. Well, God took away my ability to have children, so that's bullshit. There's always some satanic argument or some atheist argument that they try to bring up and use against you, so it's a never-ending fucking reverberation of the exact same shit. So you're never going to get to the point until it's actually happening right here in front of you. You can get on the internet and podcast and argue against the system that's going against us every single day. Guess what, my friends? It's not going to end until God says it's going to end, or God removes his protection from the world and it's time for what's supposed to happen. You can change it maybe in your communities at small levels. You can change your youth to stop being gangbangers and become, kind-hearted people, that kind of shit. But in the grand scope of things, if God is telling you, hey, this is what's going to happen, and despite your best intentions, it's still going to happen. But people are not trying to understand that if you want to attack the humans, then you're going to have to attack what's controlling them, which is the spiritual aspect. So, okay, if Elon Musk is a real Luciferian, okay, and let's say he doesn't have the betterment of mankind, because someone like me, I don't believe you can go to Mars. So what's the distraction there? I mean, do you really want to go through all the icebergs in order to be able to cut off the Hydra heads? Because once you cut off all those Hydra heads, all the Hydras at the top are already going to be there waiting on you. So as a human being, what can we really do in the panelverse? What can you really do to eliminate the factions? Because as much as we hate to admit it, even the faction that we're fighting for is being used by them against us. Even TML can't sit here and deny that people like him, they eventually weasel their way into people like us and can turn us against each other. So what do you do in a system where they don't have to silence you by killing you or taking away your channel? They can literally have your audience turn against you or can perceive you in a way that is not true. But, I'm the crazy person. I don't know what I'm talking about. And yet every single day it's happening. And I'm seeing it happening to personal people like TML. I'm seeing it happen to people like Neurojack. And, I'm warning y'all that this is the shit that they're doing. People who are coming on here and attacking people like me, I'm not the fucking crazy one. It's the people who are getting on here like him saying, well, that's not true. That's not really happening. I think you're misconstruing. I mean, just see the lies for what they are. Okay. That's all I'm saying is it's too much. People like Hank are never going to spiritually wake up and realize, even if you don't believe in Christ, dude, there is something that's going on to the point where for me to remove Christ is impossible. If Christ is not the true savior of my soul, then as far as I'm concerned, everything I believe in is false. The very things that I'm looking at in front of me, what I perceive to be my reality, must be false. If people are just going to sit here and tell me that it was my own mental strength or the belief in a name or the image or the caricature of a person that is what saved me from what I consider to be a demonic possession. And you're never going to get anywhere with people like that until they themselves go through it. And for me, it was Christ. So, TML's experiences is 100% different. I don't know who he called upon or what he did during his experiences, but for me, it was the name of Christ that protected me. And, you know, I'm going to go to my grave professing that, and, you know, more power to you if you want to be like Gen X Jeff and, you know, rock back and forth in front of a camera and, you know, worship Baphomet, but claim you don't. So more power to you. But I got to go to the store. I need something to drink. I'm just saying, you know, to me personally, it's not really even about believing in Christ that's necessary. It's you need enough good people willing to do good things. And as much as what us three are trying to get good people to do the good things, look at what comes out of the woodwork. You have people who come on here